Chapter 1 How much is appropriate? Rong Yan slowly sat up. Cautiously she lifted a corner of the blanket and eased herself foot off bed, avoiding Geglan sat Theman beside her. Asher fair delicate feet touched the cold floor, a shiver coursed through her entire body. She did not linger, bending down to gather the close scattered on the ground those who were a distinctive wrap skirt and blue jacket worn by the club staff. Perhaps overwhelmed by panic, she fumbled clumsily. It felt as if a century had passed before she finally managed to dress herself. Rong Yan was already drenched in sweat. Her pallid cheeks flushed with nervousness, and her tender yet defiant expression was even more alluring than the night before. She turned to Sethaman. Breathed deep breaths, remained calm, see must remain composed. It was merely an accident, but there was nothing to it. Mr. Chi, would you preferably pair WeChat? Rong Yan retrieved her phone from the disheveled blankets, only to find that her phone was entangled with Themon's. The thought that crossed her mind made her cheeks burn even more. This was unbearable. Suppressing the turmoil within, she extended her phone toward him. Chi Jingyuan did not take it. Harazed an ebro, the blanket draped casually over him, revealing a broad and handsome chest. Beneath that just a hint of defined abs was faintly visible, and the sharp marks upon his skin were almost blinding to Rong Yan. Unable to bear the sight, she decided not to look at all. She closed her eyes and placed the phone before him, waiting for his response. The room was enveloped in a profound silence. After what felt like eternity, a cool, detached voice from a light ear said, "The stillness is this your first time?" Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback. Then, lowering her gaze, she nodded slightly. Chi Jingyuan softened slightly. Now under she peered so clumsy, utterly unsure how to proceed next, her flustered demeanor exuding youthful naivety. "What do you think is appropriate?" Chi Jingyuan raised his eyes, their gazes meeting for a fleeting moment. She froze, then quickly averted her eyes, her on sprite gazetted gradually. In his eyes lingered a profound mockery. Haliketo nupanar. Did not remember what had transpired the previous night, did a belly if she was like those other women who, taken advantage of his inebriation, climbed into his dummerly to extort them on his bread up? After all, every oneknwath kai family represented an city power, status, undane and supply of wealth and luxury. But that was not the case at all. Last night, she had been working temporarily as an edtoth 608 private room. The guests there were at the Kermadella Krimi of Tianwation Club's VIPs, a group of young masters representing the Litavan city, each hailing from illustrious backgrounds. At the forefront was Chi Jingyuan himself. When she entered, they were engaged in a card game Wupano to Singararable. Chi Jingyuan lifted his gaze slightly. That glance met Rong Yan's directly. His cold, resolute, and unyielding stare left her momentarily stunned, and silently with her war gaze. She was acutely aware of the rules governing this group and refrained from speaking out, instead quietly pouring tea on providing just med guest with sanitized towels. Later, Chi Jingyuan's phone rang. Upon answering, he beckoned her from the corner. Rodian understood his intent. They had understood and needed her to fill in temporarily during her service to this group of young masters. It was not incumbent for other storkwister to substitute, as skilled essential for staff in private rooms. Rong Yan was reluctant. Their card-playing skills were mediocre best. Her mother had forbidden her from gambling, and her experience was limited of lessons taught with the manager after arriving at Tianwation, which were hardly impressive. There were other staff members available in the room. Hekud havia sele kala dupan sami O'Neill's. Both having summoned at her, she found herself unable to refuse. One of the nets of Tianwation waste had a request within the realm of guest service must be fulfilled, or else penalties would be incurred, accompanied by public reprimands. Thus, Rong Yan reluctantly took her place at Chi Jingyuan stable. Thikal lasted longer than expected, and Rong Yan played 3 rounds in his stead, losing gal 300 Kingyu plus off near lies of 100,000. Her hands trembled, and she read it continue. As the 4th round began, she was about to play a card when a pair of long, elegant hands swept past her, deftly snatching a card from her grasp and playing it instead. As she retracted, it brushed against their lobby and grazed her hair. A faint scent mixed with a hint of smoke wafted through the air, nothing unpleasant but rather pleasant. The must have stepped out of the air as for a smoke, explaining his prolonged absence. Rong Yan kept their gaze forward, sitting rigidly. After another round, it was her turn again. Faced with 2 cards, she hesitated, and Themon's voice came from behind her. "These condone." Following his suggestion, she played the second card, gradually finding her rhythm. The round concluded swiftly with Chi Jingyuan's assistance, that it turned, and they won a considerable amount. Rong Yan prepared to rise from her seat. Chi Jingyuan gently pressed down on her shoulder. "Continue." His phone rang again, and it turned tossed a pot to the aeration Seymour. The un masters exchange lenses, a hint of astonishment in theorized suddenly they began to signal her feeding her cards, and by the time Chi Jingyuan returned she had not unlyrigan her previous luscious butyl so profited considerably. Pairing men and women makes for lighter work, several young masters lamented, eagerly pulling out harmony. Brother Yuan, you're breathless, bring Janana Thurbody, and wed willingly lay down her arms. Beautiful lady, tell us, are wa heartthrow basis and sent by Brother Yuan? Rodian understood they were remerly flattering Chi Jingyuan, playfully teasing her, so she smiled politely and stepped away from the bayan some more. This time, Chi Jingyuan did not say anything further. Rong Yan quietly turned to her corner, continuing to broody on refill drinks, bustling about until the gathering concluded. By the time Thithi dispersed, Ike Wazel ready past 3 einthemmerning. Every onade indulged heavily, several guests appearing quite inebriated. Rong Yan busied herself with thieftermath, contacting drivers for the intoxicated guests, arranging transportation for those without aid signated driver. The club provided cars to take them home and in special circumstances, accommodations in the upstairs suites were arranged. After seeing the guests off, Rong Yan returned to the private room, on light to find Chi Jingyuan still there. His driver, Mr. Su, had already arrived. Yet, for some reason, he had not yet departed. Ian, quickly escort Mr. Kai to the presidential suite upstairs for Samirist, manager Yu instructed, handing Rong Yan the room card. Mr. Zhu assisted the inebriated Chi Jingyuan toward the exclusive Egasti levator. Rong Yan had known a meet upon she hurriedly followed, entering the levator and swiping the card for the top floor. Up and unlocking Thesuite, Mr. Zhu helped Chi Jingyuan inside, and Rong Yan prepared honey water to help him sober up, ready to leave. Please bring a few disinfected warm towels, thank you. Rong Yan had no choice but to fetch the towels. When she returned, however, Mr. Zhu was nowhere to be found, and Chi Jingyuan, now awake, was watching her with narrowed eyes, a cold and predatory gaze. Chapter 2. Mr. Chi, you are drunk. Rong Yan felt of a ripe on her body stand an end. She's it down to Talan bolted toward the door. Just as she was about to escape, Theman behind her preemptively shut the door, gripping her arm and pinning her against it. The overwhelming scent of alcohol assailed her senses, nearly suffocating her. His grip was polite, and she coldly protested, Mr. Chi, you are drunk. Yethiman tightened his shoulder, his breath warm mandristles against their cheek. Have I ever done this before? As the meaning of these words registered, Rong Yan sees united with indignation. Mr. Chi, I am a clean and honest worker. Themani I earnest through my own efforts, please ed no tinselm. Heskoft, in a placilikethus, you derespikoff being kayan and honest? Rong Yan her explanation sounded feeble, twirled out to do a satiotic mix of people incident soft hot nature were in a tunkaman. Some seized the opportunity to catch thiof oil thy patron, securing a lithatime of comfort, widely other sendi duplos in jeverithing. Thoptuous and desperatiniat off money, the position she had applied for as a privateer attendant did not require her to cater to clients' physical needs, and the salary was above market rate as ties was why she had taken the job. Mr. Chi, let go from Rong Yan struggled, harassed marked with red bruises. One night you set the price, he said, his gaze lingering in her pale face, watching her chest rise and fall, his face into swearing thin, and his cheeks flushed with color, his darkening. Rong Yan hesitated. Set the price? Did that mean she could demand a substantial sum? With that money she could finally purchase that plot of land, fulfilling her mother's dying wish, freeing herself from the burdens of her current life. Could she trust Chi Jingyuan's words? Sensing her uncertainty, Themon smirked and leaned closer. When she woke in the morning, Rong Yan found herself staring at Chi Jingyuan. Shavagalai recalled han calling you tanin she's last night. How is she apprehendifus? Rong Yan shook off the thought hot. His earlier words had unsettled her, and she took a moment to steady her motions. Mr. Chi, if I recall correctly, Ikwejo initiated things last night, and you also mentioned that they called Sethapris. So, what do you believe a warworth? Chi Jingyuan raised an abro. He acknowledged it. He remembered of everything from last night and Nishi hunt been the initiate, thus, his earlier humiliation stemmed life from his disdain for her position. He looky down on her for working here. He looky down on people like her, the poor. Rong Yan felt a surge of conflicting emotions. After a moment's hesitation, she steeled herself and declared, 200,000. 200,000, Chi Jingyuan small deepened, what makes you think you are worth that much? Did Shabeli ever thought because something had happened she had suddenly climate fesisha later, securing a live free from financial worry? A theory on gauge she should be focusing on her future, not seeking shortcuts. Yet, he acknowledged his own fault. He hadn't intended for things to escalate the way faded last night, and no felt a twinge of guilt. How old are ya? He skid softly. Rong Yan's face belet us iluka down, 23. Check news who wasn't worth 200,000 the amount kudi sa curry services from Samila sir known starlet how kolch, a struggling Grescent graduate, compare? Thus, she found herself a talash for words. His question felt like a need lepric, and she couldn't find able reason to defend herself. Being per washer originalson. Admin WeChat, Theman said, picking up his phone. Rong Yan hesitated for a moment before displaying her payment code in her phone. Chi Jingyuan raised an abro. Your cure code. Still a stinhertz, she didn't realize the impropriety of his request, numbly opening her WeChat cure code and presenting him. He scanned it, a dingarasa friend. Seeing her WeChat nickname Yen, he casually asked, what's your name? Yen. Service staff at the club had stage names and never revealed their real names to clients. Chi Jingyuan appeared slightly surprised, as if he hadn't expected her to withhold her true identity. After a moment, 300,000 was transferred to Rong Yan's WeChat. Don't let it happen again, quitty our Joe Ben finds something respectable. A 23, Freshuto University she still had a bright future ahead. Would did she have a torque in such a predatory environment? Wither looks if she accidentally fell into the hands of Tron people, she might end up with nothing. Rong Yang gritted her teeth, staring at the 300,000 that had just arrived. Was the extra 100,000 charity? She didn't want charity. Listo fall did she wanty. Silently she accepted the payment and promptly funded the extra 100,000. I willingly take what I want to accept a penamore. I feel of anything else, ill to camelive. Shestrodito ward thinks it. Just as her raket the threshold of the bedroom, she paused, turned, and looked at the man with a hint of defiance in her eyes. Also, I believe that turning money her makes more noble than men like you a homer like on some dot, so there is no need for your unsolicited avoidance, thank you. The sound of the door close and echoed behind her. Chi Jingyuan was left speechless. This girl had quit the Tanyanda fierceton pursue adorably fierce. Has Mercadandra funded the extra 100,000. Did she not realize faith Chi Jingyuan was a master at banter? Rong Yan returned to staff room to change clothes, then tuned the buzz back to her rented apartment. The apartment was a modest bedroom unit, sparsely furnished. The living room contained only basic furniture, and the window perpetually blocked out sunlight. The bedroom was small, with just a bed and a wardrobe. Fortunately, therein was affordable. After taking a shower, she looked at the reflection in the mirror. Her cylinder figure bore marks off the previous night, and she scrubbed her skin until it turned red answer, yet the bulmishes remained. Her eyes were clouded with confusion, her spirits low. She had exchanged herself hormone 200,000 apres usually associated with lesser-known stars. She didn't know what her to feel happy or despondent. If her mother knew she had followed in her footsteps, Wu Chims, demanding to break her skull? And if she had accidentally become pregnant, thought would be even more complicated. Rong Yan latuta sardonic law. Pregnant. They had taken precautions last night, what if? Shaking off the dark thoughts, she hastily left once some clothes and headed downstairs to the pharmacy. The pharmacy was somewhat shabby and dirty, fitting the stay off the impoverished neighborhood. The attendant was a woman in her 30s, lounging whiley in grossadina droma. After repeating her quest several times, she finally ruffled her hair and tossed up to Rong Yan from behind the counter. 30. Scanned herself. Chapter 3, Fainting. Is this an emergency contraceptive? The words are right there, can't you read? The sister's impatience was palpable. Rong Yan glanced at the packaging and indeed found the indication for emergency contraception. Only then did she extract the pill, pour herself a glass of water, and swallow it down. A sense of relief washed over her. However, a subtle ache lingered in her lower abdomen since waking up that morning. The discomfort had not abated. Perhaps it was the result of neglecting her meals that had triggered a bout of gastroenteritis, but she believed that with a bit of rest, she would feel better. On her way, she purchased 2 steamed buns to stave off her hunger, and glancing at her mobile balance, Rong Yan felt a flicker of solace. Just 250,000 more with that amount. She could secure a burial plot at Jiuchuan Mountain, granting her mother a peaceful resting place. 250,000 at her current salary, it would take her approximately 3 more years to earn. However, if she could receive tips, a year would suffice. Since her graduation, she had been living frugally, pinching every penny. Yet, even with 2 jobs, she felt as though earning money was a painfully slow endeavor, slow enough to make her feel that her life was slipping away. After eating, Rong Yan hurried to her next job at the CAF. Sunday. After enduring the long hours, she changed out of her work uniform and rushed off to Tianwai. The journey between Sunday and Tianwai took an hour and a half. Sunday opened at 1 in the afternoon and closed at 5:30, while Tianwai opened at 7 and closed at 3 in the morning. The timing between her 2 jobs was perfectly aligned, allowing her just enough time to change and transition to the next venue. However, there was no time for a proper meal, thus she often resorted to buying bread or snacks from the roadside. Nearly to satiate her hunger, today, traffic was a bit congested, and Rong Yan nearly arrived late. Why are you so late? Su Jing quickly pulled Rong Yan, who was changing clothes and anxiously peering outside. Closer to her, the director just came to check attendance, and I thought you were going to be caught, but halfway through, manager, you pulled you aside to talk, and I nearly had a heart attack. Sorry, Rong Yan replied, striving to steady her breath. What's wrong with you? You look terrible, Su Jing remarked, her gaze fixed on Rong Yan's pale face as she hastily poured her a glass of warm water. I'm fine, just a bit of discomfort in my stomach, probably due to lack of rest. Her gastrointestinal health had always been poor, prone to sudden bouts of diarrhea, but she hoped she would feel better soon. Today, however, the discomfort felt different, more pronounced in her lower abdomen. She had no time to dwell on it. After finishing the warm water, she returned to the work area to review the room ratings and important notes from the previous day. Tian ranked room service daily, and the top 3 servers each month received a bonus. To her surprise, Rong Yan found herself ranked first this time. You've never been in the top 3 before. I was genuinely worried you'd lose that bonus, Su Jing teased. Rong Yan smiled faintly. Yes, if I lost it, I would surely go hungry. Su Jing rolled her eyes. Are you kidding me? Do you really lack money for food? Rong Yan's earnings at the club should not be meager. She was attractive and consistently performed well, rarely receiving complaints from patrons. Even the more challenging guests were manageable for her. Such a person could hardly be destitute. Rong Yan smiled brightly, her smile radiant. I do. Su Jing wanted to smack her. She snatched the mouse from Rong Yan's hand and switched the screen to Tian's internal system, which would announce the top 3 servers for the previous day's tips before each shift. Look at this, and you're telling me you're short on cash? The screen displayed, room 608. 300,000 first place. According to club rules, Rong Yan was entitled to 20% of that tip, meaning she had earned 60,000 last night. Rong Yan, this was the first time she had received such a substantial tip. It was astonishing. 300,000, an amount that might take an ordinary family a decade of hard work to earn, yet these wealthy young men tossed it around without a second thought. Rong Yan reflected on the stark disparities of wealth. It truly was a chasm that was nearly impossible to bridge. However, why was it 300,000? Last night, Chi Jingyuan had given her 30,000. And now it was 300,000. Was he trying to humiliate her? Rong Yan silently opened WeChat and clicked on her chat with Chi Jingyuan. To her astonishment, he had returned the 100,000 she had sent him. Biting her lip, she took a deep breath, entered the amount of 100,000, input her password, and successfully transferred the money. Then, she exited the chat and deleted his contact information. A sense of tranquility enveloped her. After all, they were not in the same world. She wished to avoid any further entanglements. She had been born in a dark alley, a despised illegitimate child, a mere sparrow in a barren land. So she would simply be content being her sparrow. That evening, Rong Yan was assigned to service room 611. The clients were a group of newly wealthy coal miners, demanding and troublesome. Rong Yan endured her physical discomfort, patiently pouring drinks, brewing tea, and offering smiles. These individuals lacked decorum. After a few drinks, they became overly familiar, yet they did not go too far. Rong Yan suppressed her nausea, managing to endure until the end of her shift. Upon leaving the room, her complexion was devoid of color. Suddenly, a wave of dizziness washed over her, and she stumbled backward. A pair of warm hands caught her shoulders, breaking her fall into a broad embrace. The familiar scent enveloped her, and she forced her eyes open, only to behold a calm and profound face. Chi Jingyuan, who else could it be? Familiar young men surrounded him. In that instant, her vision went dark again. This time, Chi Jingyuan wrapped an arm around her waist. Rong Yan, fighting the discomfort in her abdomen, steadied herself against the wall, maintaining a submissive demeanor. I'm sorry, thank you. At that moment, manager, you happened to emerge from a nearby room. She approached Rong Yan, discreetly supporting her hand, and politely addressed Chi Jingyuan. I apologize, our employee is inexperienced and did not mean to trouble Mr. Chi. Chi Jingyuan patted his shoulder, the very spot where Rong Yan had touched. As if it had been sullied. He scoffed lightly. It's not a trouble, but if your staff is so prone to leaning on others, I might hesitate to return. The young men erupted into laughter. Rong Yan's face paled further. Just as she was about to speak, Su Jing suddenly approached from behind, positioning herself in front of Rong Yan. Mr. Chi, esteemed guests, Yan did not mean to offend. She is feeling unwell today, likely due to a flare-up of her gastroenteritis, which caused her to faint. If she disrupted your enjoyment, I sincerely apologize on her behalf. I'm willing to make amends, whether it be through drinks or otherwise. But I kindly ask that you do not make it difficult for her. Thank you. Chapter 4. Seeking medical attention. Rong Yan lifted her gaze in surprise at Su Jing, only to find Chi Jingyuan quietly observing her. His expression cold, profound, and indifferent, with a hint of scrutiny. Rong Yan quickly averted her gaze. I'm sorry, it was my fault. I will take responsibility for my mistake. Please do not trouble Su Jing. Manager, you quickly chimed in with a smile. Tonight, we offer our esteemed guests a 20% discount. We are truly sorry that one tea be necessary, Chi Jingyuan replied, glancing at his attire as he walked away. If someone is unwell, They should rest properly and next time, do refrain from leaning on others. Manager Yu continued to smile apologetically as the group gradually distanced themselves. Chi Jingyuan glanced at his right hand. What's wrong, brother Yuan? Is your right hand unwell? Chi Jingyuan withdrew his hand. It's nothing, just moments ago, he had wrapped his arm around her waist, so soft and devoid of excess flesh. As if the warmth still lingered in his hand, it felt quite pleasant. Once the crowd had dispersed, Rong Yan could no longer hold herself upright and collapsed to the ground. Fortunately, Manager Yu caught her. I apologize for the trouble caused to the club tonight. Manager Yu shook her head, tossing her car keys to Su Jing. You drive my car and take her to the hospital. Be quick. Rong Yan wished to refuse, but Manager Yu interrupted. If you don't want to delay your work, then go and get treated. If this happens again, I'll be deducting from your salary. Rong Yan fell silent and nodded. Su Jing drove skillfully, and they arrived at the hospital swiftly, heading straight for the emergency room. At 4 in the morning, the emergency department was not crowded, the corridor was sparsely populated. With expressions of calmness, fatigue, and numbness etched on the faces of those present, reminiscent of Rong Yan 2 years prior, the night her mother passed away was similarly quiet in the same emergency room. While cleaning at home, her mother had fallen down the stairs, striking her head, and despite efforts to save her, she had succumbed. At that time, Rong Yan's face bore the same expression, calm, fatigued, and numb, as if the sun would never rise again. Before long, Rong Yan was called in. Su Jing received a phone call just then and, after helping Rong Yan into the emergency room, stepped outside. What seems to be the problem? Dr. Rong Yuan looked at the pale young woman before him. Momentarily taken aback, this girl evoked a sense of inexplicable familiarity, akin to a long-lost friend. Strangely, her features bore a resemblance to his father. As he glanced down at the registration form, he was even more surprised. You share the same surname as me. The surname Rong is quite rare in Huagua. Rong Yan stared at the doctor, her scalp tingling. This man resembled her father in his youth. While it may not have been a perfect match, there was certainly a striking similarity. If her father had had a son, perhaps he would look like this. The thought of her father brought tears to Rong Yan's eyes, and she pressed her lips tightly together. What was she thinking? Even if this man bore some relation to her father, what did it have to do with her? Her mother was merely a mistress whom her father kept hidden from his legitimate wife. As for herself, she was nothing more than an illegitimate daughter who had never laid eyes on her father since birth. An illegitimate daughter, unworthy of a father's recognition. She forced a smile and replied to Rong Yuanzhou. Indeed, what a coincidence. I didn't expect the doctor to share the same surname. Rong Yuanzhou did not elaborate further but instead opened his computer system to begin filling out the medical records. Where do you feel unwell? Observing the young girl's reddened eyes, Rong Yuanzhou thought he had frightened her and softened his tone. Taking a deep breath, Rong Yan slowly recounted her symptoms to the doctor. Is it this area that hurts, or is it here? Rong Yuanzhou gently pressed on her abdomen, and when he reached her lower abdomen, Rong Yan gasped in pain. Is there any bleeding? Down there. Yes, the vagina. Rong Yan's face flushed crimson as she nodded. A little, but not significantly. Have you engaged in any intimate activities recently? Rong Yuanzhou inquired again. Rong Yan, her face turned even redder, as if it might bleed. And after a long pause, she bit her lip and nodded. Was it intense? Do I really have to say? We need to understand the cause of your condition to avoid misdiagnosis. Rong Yan's face resembled a boiled shrimp as she turned her head away, whispering in a barely audible voice, no, it seems like 5 times. Rong Yuanzhou frowned and turned to the next room. Moments later, a female doctor entered with her tools. Rong Yan, right, come here, I need to perform an examination. Rong Yan had no choice but to follow the female doctor into the examination room, where she was instructed to remove her pants and lie down on the bed. After a while, she finally lifted her head. It's done. Rising from the bed and tidying herself up, the two returned to Rong Yuanzhou, who informed her, you were right, there is a tear and acute inflammation. With that, he departed. Rong Yan, she truly did not expect that a visit to the doctor could lead to such social embarrassment. Had she known it was an issue in that regard, she would have gone to the gynecology department instead. And now she found herself facing a male doctor. She wished she could dig a hole and bury herself. Rong Yuanzhou furrowed his brow. Does it still hurt severely? Rong Yan nodded, her palms clammy with cold sweat. I'll give you an injection for pain relief today. Make sure to take your medication regularly afterward. You heard Dr. Hao's advice. Avoid being too vigorous in this aspect. Your boyfriend should also be more cautious. Your body is quite fragile, and if your resistance is low, it's easy to develop acute inflammation after an injury. Do you understand? Rong Yan nodded. I understand. After receiving the prescription, she prepared to leave the room. Wait a moment. Rong Yuanzhou looked at her retreating figure, feeling a sudden sense of compassion. He scribbled a few notes on a piece of paper and handed it to her. This is my number. If you feel unwell later, you can call me. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude. After Su Jing finished her call, she returned and Rong Yan took her hand, leaving the emergency department. At that moment, Chi Jingyuan emerged from the elevator and caught sight of her hurried figure. What are you looking at, young Master Chi? Rong Yuanzhou approached him, waving his hand. That your patient. Chi Jingyuan gestured towards Rong Yan's departing figure. Indeed, such a pity. So young and yet so naive, and her boyfriend lacks discernment. Mistaking it for gastroenteritis, Rong Yuanzhou shook his head, lamenting. Chi Jingyuan appeared somewhat uneasy. Is it related to that aspect? What else could it be? Acute inflammation. The young girl must have been in pain for a long time. Yet she bears it well. Chi Jingyuan, wait for me. I'll ask Doctor how to cover for me and join you shortly. The Chi and Rong families had a partnership, and Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yuanzhou had known each other for many years. Being considered close friends, they had originally planned to depart at dawn to visit a sick friend in a neighboring city, but unexpectedly ran into Rong Yan here. Chapter 5, meeting Chi Jingyuan again, recalling those fragmented, chaotic memories. Although she was overly innocent, she indeed imparted an unforgettable experience. It could not be classified as good or bad, merely something that lingered in his thoughts, causing hesitation and contemplation. Chi Jingyuan composed himself, suppressing the inexplicable turmoil within his chest. He took out a cigarette, only to remember he was in a hospital and put it away. Taking out his phone, he browsed through Rong Yan's WeChat, only to find she had transferred him another 100,000. Raising an eyebrow, he promptly attempted to return it. System prompt: sorry, the other party is not yet your friend. You cannot return the transfer. Please click to add as a friend. She deleted me. The young lady is truly stubborn. He chuckled softly twice, exited the chat, and turned off his phone. Upon returning to his rented apartment with the medication, it was already 6 in the morning. After taking the medicine and lying down, likely due to the painkiller, his head felt heavy, and he quickly fell asleep. When he awoke in the morning, the pain had subsided, and he felt revitalized, with an insatiable appetite. For the first time, he made himself congee and fried an egg. After finishing his meal, he hurried off to the CAF. Days passed by in such a hurried manner. Work at the club proceeded smoothly. Manager Yu did not reprimand her for abruptly attending to a guest, stating it would not happen again, and everything returned to normal, until half a month later, when she was assigned to room 608 again. There are guests in room 608 tonight. Tidy up and head up quickly. Manager Yu instructed over the intercom. Manager Yu, Zhengshu is working today. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go to 608. Zhengshu was the designated server for room 608, and they generally had fixed assignments unless a regular server had a significant emergency or took leave. Since Zhengshu was on duty today, there was no need for her to go. She was afraid of encountering Chi Jingyuan. You have 5 minutes. Lateness will result in a pay deduction. What do you mean you can't go? However, commands were as solid as mountains. Rong Yan understood the rules. After taking a sip of water, she obediently made her way to room 608. Upon entering the room, Rong Yan sighed in relief, although the faces were familiar. Chi Jingyuan was not among them. Feeling reassured, she began to serve the guests, pouring drinks and selecting songs to keep the atmosphere lively. After ensuring the song selection was adequate, Rong Yan retreated to the corner to prepare tea. Her tea-making skills were exceptional. Having received direct praise from the supervisor, she began learning the art of tea at the age of 6, mastering everything from tea identification to culture in brewing techniques. It could be said that she was adept, and no ordinary server could compare to her. The reason for her learning tea was simply that her mother told her father loved drinking tea. Mastering the craft equated to holding half of his heart. How ironic, having been born without ever seeing her father's face. At that moment, the room's door suddenly swung open, and Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yuanzhou entered. Looking weary, just waiting for the two of you, brother Yuan and Yuanzhou. The flight was delayed, right? Didn't he take your own plane? How is young Master Gu? Is he seriously ill? A young man named Zhou offered his seat to Chi Jingyuan. However, Chi Jingyuan did not sit down but casually chose another spot. The injury is serious. He'll likely be bedridden for half a year. His gaze swept across the table, seemingly searching for something. The crowd expressed their sympathy, discussing young Master Gu. Unaware of Chi Jingyuan's scrutiny, Rong Yan, understanding the unspoken cues, approached to refill tea. Chi Jingyuan was slightly surprised. Upon seeing her, he averted his gaze. This tea is quite good. Rong Yuanzhou looked up and was taken aback to meet Rong Yan's eyes. It's you. Rong Yan offered a faint smile. Dr. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, remaining silent. He hadn't expected her to work in such a place, and suddenly recalled her recent visit for treatment, leaving him momentarily speechless. Even his expression grew colder. Rong Yan understood his thoughts, yet there was no need for her to explain. After completing the tasks of pouring tea, serving drinks, and offering towels, she quietly retreated to the corner. As the young masters indulged in drinks, the atmosphere intensified, and they prepared to play cards. Rong Yan had already arranged the card table, with 6 or 7 people soon gathered. While others were singing, drinking, or engaging in other games, Chi Jingyuan's phone rang repeatedly, yet he ignored it. Brother Yuan, why not answer? It might be urgent. Young Master Zhou noticed the caller ID and kindly urged him. Urgent? What could be so urgent? Just pressuring him to date or marry. At 30, Chi Jingyuan was thriving in his career yet still entangled in personal issues, causing his family to become increasingly anxious. He, weary of their persistence, pressed the answer button. Young Master Zhou pointed at Rong Yan. Come, help brother Yuan with the cards. Rong Yan found it hard to decline and ultimately approached. After a round of play, They won. Not if you had played this card just now, we would have won even more. Unbeknownst to her, Chi Jingyuan had appeared behind her, pointing at the card she had just played. My card skills are no match for Mr. Chi's. Perhaps it would be better if you played yourself. Sensing that familiar fragrance, Rong Yan felt a sudden tightness in her chest and instinctively stepped back. However, Chi Jingyuan grasped her shoulder. I still have matters to attend to. You continue playing. This continued until the end of the card game. Whether they had gone easy on her or not, Rong Yan emerged victorious throughout. Exhilarated, beautiful lady, your card skills are remarkable. Last time we were the ones losing. And now it's our turn. A young master lamented. Come on, did you secretly learn from Brother Yuan? If that is the case, I'd better not underestimate you in the future. I'm not familiar with Mr. Chi, please don't joke. Rong Yan smiled charmingly, effortlessly responding to everything, her gaze inadvertently gliding over Chang Yuanzhou's face. There was a faint smile, a hint of disdain, and even a touch of mockery. Rong Yan suppressed her laughter, saying nothing, yet her hands trembled slightly as she tidied up the table. Though she had consumed relatively little alcohol that evening, she remained coherent as the gathering came to a close. After bidding farewell to her guests, she returned to the private room, taking her usual seat, silently awaiting Chi Jingyuan, who was still engaged in a phone call on the balcony. As the end of the workday approached, she found herself unable to leave with the guests still lingering. Half an hour later, Chi Jingyuan finally finished his call and stepped inside. He grabbed 3 empty glasses from the table, filled them with liquor, and drank one after another. It seemed the call had not been particularly pleasant. After finishing 3 glasses, he poured another 3, gazing pensively into the distance, his eyes deep as an abyss. What? Has the club ceased to provide service now that the other guests have departed? Rong Yan had no choice but to step forward and pour him more wine, handing him a warm towel. Another 3 glasses later, the flush on his ears deepened, and a hint of intoxication clouded his gaze. How are you feeling? He inquired. Chapter 6. A transaction completed. Rong Yan momentarily froze, then realized he was referring to the previous incident. I'm fine now. Thank you for your concern, Mr. Chi. She reassured him that the last encounter had been an accident, with no intention of showing disdain. He seemed genuinely inebriated, his tone noticeably softened as he broached that morning's events. It's not entirely your fault. My attitude was also problematic. Though she did not believe she had erred, she acknowledged that during work, the customer is king, and she had to utter words that would please him. After a brief silence, he asked, how long has it been since you graduated? 2 years, and why are you working here? Out of financial necessity. This left Chi Jingyuan momentarily speechless. There were many in need of money, and those who worked here sought to alter their circumstances. They were all striving to make a living. He, born at the pinnacle of society, had no right to interject nor empathize. He refrained from pressing further, quietly drinking as he awaited manager Yu's arrival. By the time she appeared, he was already somewhat inebriated, massaging his temples with closed eyes. Please escort Mr. Chi upstairs to rest. Manager Yu arrived like a timely rain. Presenting the keycard for the suite, Rong Yan hesitated. But what about Master Su? Last time, there was also a driver, Su Chung. Now it's just me taking Mr. To be honest, she felt a bit apprehensive. He has business to attend to. Just take Mr. Chi upstairs. You can leave after that. Come early tomorrow. I have something to discuss with you. Is Master Su not coming up? He just called me. Simply escort Mr. Chi upstairs. Alright then. Yet this was her job, and she could find no reason to refuse. Rong Yan accepted the keycard and nodded in agreement. Turning to look at Chi Jingyuan, he appeared relatively sober. Although his steps were somewhat unsteady, he could still walk on his own. She quietly followed behind him, feeling somewhat reassured upon exiting the elevator. Swiping the card and opening the door, Chi Jingyuan suddenly grasped her wrist, pulling her inside. As the door closed with a resounding thud, everything transpired too swiftly for Rong Yan to react, and by the time she regained her senses, she found herself inside the room, her back against the door, facing the tall and imposing figure of Chi Jingyuan. Their garments brushed against one another, leaving no space between them. Mr. Chi, what are you doing? Rong Yan attempted to maintain her composure, but the sight of the man before her rendered her unable to do so. The enclosed space, the pounding of her heart, and the oppressive atmosphere escalated her anxiety to its peak. Chi Jingyuan gazed at her vividly crimson lips, her porcelain-like cheeks adorned with a rosy blush, his fox-like eyes sparkling, transporting him back to that night. On that occasion, she had looked at him with the same gaze, albeit with a hint of intoxication. As if a potent drug had awakened the beast within him. Sensing the shift in his body, he inquired, shall we? Rong Yan's mind erupted in chaos. He was speaking nonsense. How could he utter such words? He reached out, caressing her brow, his fingers lingering at the corners of her eyes, infused with a hint of tenderness. Since we've already crossed this bridge once, why fear crossing it again? Besides, I will compensate you, Rong Yan responded. Just like last time, you may set the price, and once the transaction is complete, we shall part ways without entanglement. Her enticing lips quivered slightly as she instinctively stepped back, only to find no retreat available, forcing her to steel herself. Are you drunk? Or, I am quite sober. He was undeniably aware of his desires, having had opportunities to pursue other women over the past fortnight. Yet whenever such needs arose, it was always the memory of that night with her that surfaced first. He had thought it was merely a fleeting novelty, one he would forget with time. Yet upon seeing her tonight, the beast within him stirred once more. His friends had been astute enough to recognize his subtle changes, deliberately keeping him until the last moment to create this opportunity. The atmosphere in the room became palpably charged, the rising hormones intensifying the heat between them. Rong Yan could not deny that she was moved. Completing this transaction would enable her to afford her mother's burial plot. She could grant her mother a peaceful resting place, fulfilling her final wish. She could also resign from her position at the club and pursue her true aspirations. Everything felt so promising, all her suffering could come to an abrupt end. Of course, if you are unwilling, I shall not press you. You may leave at any time. With that, Chi Jingyuan released his grip on her. Rong Yan sighed. Mr. Chi, let me clarify once more, I shall not cling to you. But I genuinely require the money. I hope you understand. Summoning her courage, she took a small step towards him, her face flushing deeply. As you said, once the transaction is settled, we shall part ways without obligation. Rong Yan was utterly exhausted and could not recall when she had fallen asleep. Her body felt as though it had been dismantled. Upon opening her eyes, she found herself clutching something, Chi Jingyuan's arm. Her face flushed crimson as she shakily released her grip, tiptoeing out of bed to dress. As soon as she stepped down, her leg buckled, and she fell to the floor. The man on the bed let out a soft grunt. Opening his eyes to behold her body, marked and adorned with traces of their previous encounter, his gaze narrowed slightly. Rong Yan hastily dressed, and upon turning to see that Chi Jingyuan was awake, her heart raced. Mr. Chi, would you prefer WeChat or Alipay? Having learned from her previous experience, Rong Yan felt more at ease, yet the sight of the man before her, entirely exposed, made her cheeks flush involuntarily. Her heart racing, unable to meet his gaze, Chi Jingyuan smirked lightly. WeChat? Are you certain it can be sent via WeChat? Rong Yan suddenly remembered that she had deleted him. A silence lingered. Reminiscent of their previous encounter, after a considerable pause, he slowly retrieved his phone, accessed the chat, and quickly added her as a friend once more, transferring 300,000 with ease. Mr. Chi, this time I will only accept 200. Rong Yan accepted the payment but promptly returned 100,000. Do you lack funds? Yes, but what is due should be honored. I do not require charity. Very well, it seems this young lady possesses a certain stubbornness. Perhaps after enduring the trials of society, she will become more compliant. Chi Jingyuan did not press her, accepting the returned 100,000 without issue. Rong Yan transferred the remaining balance to her bank account. And upon receiving the notification of the deposit, her spirits soared. She would soon fulfill her mother's final wish and could finally lead a normal life. Chapter 7. The approval of the family. Mr. Chi, as you anticipated, this is likely our final meeting. Our paths shall diverge from here on. I wish you a pleasant life and fulfillment of your desires. With that, she strode towards the door, her steps considerably lighter than before. Who could blame her for feeling joyous? Having fulfilled a long-held wish was an immensely gratifying matter. She had, at last, reclaimed her life. Rong Yan visited the pharmacy to purchase contraceptive pills. Upon returning to her rented room, she took a shower, changed her clothes, and received a call from Lin Xiaoxiao. Yan, are you free tonight to go out for a meal? Barbecue. Lin Xiaoxiao was Rong Yan's university roommate, and their relationship was quite good. After graduation, Lin Xiaoxiao received an offer from Shengshi Group. Entering the Human Resources Department, Rong Yan had also submitted her resume to Shengshi, but it had seemingly vanished into the void due to her dire financial situation. She ultimately chose to work at Tianweidian. That's alright, once I establish myself at Shengshi, I'll directly refer you. Lin Xiaoxiao had comforted her at that time. 2 years had passed since then. Xiaoxiao, I can't make it tonight. I need to return home for something. Let us arrange another time. Alright then, I'll come find you to hang out when I have the chance. Once the call ended, Rong Yan proceeded to request leave from both the CAF and Tianweidian. Upon hearing that she intended to take a leave of absence, Manager Yu remained silent for a moment before finally saying, I had planned to discuss something with you in person today, but go ahead and handle your family matters. Curious, Rong Yan inquired about the matter. There is an opening for a fixed server position in room 608. And I have already signed you up. Rong Yan was utterly taken aback. What, are you not pleased? Not at all, I just find it rather sudden. Manager Yu, if I accept, what will happen to Zhang Shu? ISNT Shu, the fixed server for room 608. Manager Yu's tone turned somewhat cold. Yan, you need to consider whether you want this or not what happens to others. Why are you here? To earn money and make a name for yourself, not to engage in charity. Do you understand? Rong Yan fell silent. The policies at Tianweidian were unforgiving. Should she choose to become a fixed server in room 608? Zhang Shu would inevitably face dismissal. Without cause, she did not wish to take away someone else's livelihood. Moreover, she had just declared in front of Chi Jingyuan that she would never see him again. Finally, once the matters concerning her mother's grave were settled, she would return to resign, and the promotion to a private room would hold little significance. After much contemplation, she spoke calmly. I apologize, manager, but I wish to focus on my current responsibilities. The manager appeared somewhat taken aback, then added, you need not provide an answer so swiftly. We can discuss this further upon your return from vacation. In sometimes ambition and kindness cannot coexist. I can see that you are a person of ambition. I hope you come to understand this truth sooner rather than later. The call ended. Rong Yan hurriedly purchased a ticket back to her hometown, which was also her mother's ancestral home, an ancient earthen-walled house surrounded by a fence adorned with blooming rose bushes. She called out a few times for her grandmother and soon saw the elderly woman emerge from the kitchen. What brings you back, little girl? Shouldn't you be working in the city? Her grandmother scolded her fiercely. She was the only daughter of her mother who had committed unspeakable acts, giving birth to her, thus her grandmother had never favored her. Her grandfather passed away early, and her mother had left home to work at a young age. By chance she met Rong Xiang, fell in love with him, and became entangled with him despite his existing family, ultimately becoming pregnant. Initially Rong Xiang promised to take responsibility, and her mother believed him, naively waiting for his divorce. Days turned into months, and months into years, 3 long years of waiting, only to be met with a breakup instead of the divorce she hoped for. Unable to endure the humiliation, her mother spent some money to bribe the media, spreading the news of her giving birth to the Rong family's heir, publicly demanding child support and forcing the father to confront his responsibilities. The scandal erupted throughout Huaguo, and the entire neighborhood became aware. Yet her mother received neither support nor the father. Instead, she was met with lawyer letters, censorship, and a barrage of job rejections. Their home became unlivable, doors and windows were smashed, and daily insults were hurled, rotten vegetables and foul eggs were thrown. With cries of shameless horror directed at her mother and bastard child aimed at Rong Yan, who was born with an alluring appearance, even the elderly vendors at the market refused to sell vegetables to them. In her rage, her mother would beat Rong Yan, blaming her for her very existence and lamenting that if she had been born a son, the Rong family would not have cast her aside, and they would not be in such dire straits. On one occasion Rong Yan was nearly beaten to death had it not been for a neighbor passing by on her way home from school who noticed something was amiss and rushed her to the hospital. It was likely that she would have long since become a memory. The city could no longer accommodate them, and her mother had no choice but to return to their hometown. The townsfolk would not openly scold them, but they would murmur behind their backs, point fingers, and defile the walls with excrement. The walls were so sullied that her grandmother eventually erected a fence and planted a circle of rose bushes to beautify the place. Now, the roses bloomed abundantly, filling the air with their fragrance, yet her mother was no longer alive. Grandma, I have returned to collect my mother's ashes. I have money now, and I am going to find Uncle Hu to purchase a burial plot. On her way back, she had already called Uncle Hu, who mentioned he would need to consult with the owner before getting back to her. Just minutes before her arrival, he returned her call. 600,000, the owner has agreed. Ecstatic, Rong Yan entered the house, where her mother's portrait hung above, a gentle radiant woman. Rong Yan knelt and bowed twice. Where did you get so much money, little girl? You haven't been involved in any illicit activities, have you? I warn you, if you behave like your mother, seducing married men, I will not hesitate to punish you. Rong Yan fell silent. Was Chi Jingyuan a married man? If so, her sins would be grave indeed. Little girl, are you feeling guilty? Have you really seduced a married man? Her grandmother's expression shifted dramatically, and she turned to grab a stick to strike Rong Yan. Caught off guard, Rong Yan received several blows. She fled, explaining as she ran, No, Grandma, I haven't. Then how did you come by all this money, you wretched thing? I swear I will break your legs today. Not caring about her own pain, Rong Yan lunged to seize the stick, enduring a few more strikes in the process. This is all money I earned honestly from my job. I worked on a project and received a commission. Our company offers generous commissions. Please don't think ill of me. Grandma, she dared not meet her grandmother's gaze. Her grandmother, still dubious, asked, Really? Rong Yan nodded fervently. Her grandmother ceased her accusations, dropped the stick, and went to the kitchen to prepare a bowl of noodles for Rong Yan. As long as you work well, earning 600,000 in 2 years is commendable. Rong Yan, your mother was foolish. Having done such things, you must never follow in her footsteps, otherwise, I will surely kill you. Chapter 8. The owner is the Chi family. Rong Yan sipped her noodles, feeling a swell of emotion. After finishing, she took her grandmother and the urn to the cemetery management office at Jiuchuan Mountain. Hu Youxiang was busy and had no time to speak with Rong Yan. She waited nearly 2 hours before he hurriedly emerged from his office I apologize, today the owner is visiting the cemetery for a memorial, and I've been occupied with arrangements. Are you prepared with the funds? Hu Youxiang looked at her, his eyes glimmering. This young girl resembled her mother, beautiful, not in a way that suggested plastic surgery, but with an innate charm that became more enchanting upon closer inspection. Regrettably, she appeared a bit frail and her complexion lacked vitality. I have everything ready, Uncle Hu will let us sign the contract and I will transfer the funds right away. He quickly summoned a young man by the printer. The young man promptly brought over the contract, which Rong Yan meticulously reviewed several times. Satisfied, she signed, and made the payment. Hu Youxiang led them to the burial site. Yan, you should know that this plot is not easy to acquire, he sighed. The owner doesn't lack money and is reluctant to sell. Such a favorable location is only reserved for their family. I had to call and clarify that your chosen spot is on the edge of Jiushuan Mountain, far from the owner's burial site, so as not to disturb them, before he finally agreed. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude. I truly appreciate your help, Uncle Hu. No need for formality. Your mother and I were old friends, so helping you was only natural. The scenery at Jiushuan Mountain was indeed breathtaking. From the hillside, the view opened up to the vast azure sea, bright and expansive. At the summit stood a forest, surrounded by a lawn peppered with small, white, unidentified flowers. The spot her mother had chosen truly was splendid. Holding the urn in one hand and supporting her grandmother with the other, Hu Youxiang noticed and promptly took the urn from her. The three of them traversed the lawn ahead, where a large gathering of people dressed formally was praying at a grave. To her astonishment, the leading figure was none other than Chi Jingyuan. Uncle who are those people? That is the family of Jiushuan Mountain, the Chi family. Today is the memorial day for the matriarch of the Chi family. And all the family members are here to pay their respects. Rong Yan's heart sank. So Jiushuan Mountain belonged to the Chi family. The 60,000 she worked so hard to earn had ultimately found its way into Chi Jingyuan's pocket? The heavens truly had a wicked sense of humor. Your owner must be quite exceptional. He should be married by now, right? Hu Youxiang was taken aback by her sudden inquiry. I'm not quite sure. But in all these years of memorials, I haven't seen him bring anyone along. If he hadn't brought someone to such an important occasion, did that mean he was unmarried? Rong Yan felt a great relief. She had no desire for Chi Jingyuan to see her and quickly averted her gaze, hastening her steps. However, at that very moment, Chi Jingyuan happened to turn around. He furrowed his brow slightly and asked the nearby cemetery administrator. What are those people doing, Mr. Chi? They are the ones interested in purchasing a burial plot, named Rong Yan. Rest assured, we won't allow unrelated individuals in without your permission. Rong Yan. So, that was her name. Chi Jingyuan fell silent as the administrator continued. 2 years ago, she called the cemetery management office to inquire about the price of a burial plot at Jiushuan Mountain, since Jiushuan Mountain is private and not for public sale. We explained the situation to her. However, she insisted that being buried at Jiushuan Mountain was her mother's dying wish and pleaded with us for assistance. That's why we eventually contacted you. Chi Jingyuan recalled this incident. Indeed, he had only intended to deter her with a high price. Yesterday, Hu Youxiang had reached out, informing him that she had managed to gather the funds, which surprised him. Her mother has passed away? Yes, a tragic story. I heard from Director Hu that both mother and daughter were abandoned, and she raised her alone. 2 years ago, while cleaning at home, she accidentally fell down the stairs and was sent to the hospital. But unfortunately, she didn't survive. 600,000 was a fortune for such a family, yet she had managed to gather it. If she had gathered it, then she truly had purchased a burial plot. One should know that this amount could serve as a down payment for a dilapidated old house in Anqing. Chi Jingyuan fell into silence. So her financial struggles were born from such circumstances. To endure hardship for the sake of the deceased, this stubborn and pure-hearted individual was indeed a rarity. Rong Yan placed her mother's urn in the cemetery. The gravestone had yet to be inscribed, and no photograph had been prepared, leaving it looking rather bare. Rong Yan picked some white wildflowers nearby and placed them before the grave. Mother, rest in peace. I will take good care of Grandma. Be obedient, and live well. She bowed 3 times. Her grandmother stood on the stone slab, turning away to secretly wipe her tears. There is much suffering in this world, and the hardest to bear is undoubtedly the white-haired sending off the black-haired. The scenery here is lovely. You must be at peace. Today was too hurried. I brought nothing for you. Next time, I will bring you your favorite osmanthus cake. All that answered her was the sound of the wind. After paying her respects to her mother, Rong Yan, and her grandmother descended the mountain. As she turned to look at the small hill opposite the cemetery, which also seemed to be a burial site, she asked Hu Youxiang, is that also the Chi family's burial ground? No, that belongs to the Rong family. Which Rong family? Which other Rong family is there in Anqing? It's Rong Xiang, from the Rong group. Rong Yan felt her blood run cold. After a long while, she gazed at her mother's tombstone and murmured, so you chose this place for Dad. She was so deeply attached that even death could not sever their bond. Rong Yan scoffed. A mistress with such a love-struck mentality truly was a rarity. Rong Yan still needed to arrange the inscription on the tombstone, which would likely take quite some time. She first sent her grandmother off on the return bus, intending to handle matters herself before catching the last bus down the mountain. While waiting, her phone suddenly rang with an unfamiliar number. Hello, Miss Rong, this is the Human Resources Department of Shengshi Group. Are you still looking for a job? Would you be available for an interview soon? Rong Yan sprang up from her seat. Is this Shengshi Group? Yes, absolutely, I'm available. Would next Monday work for you? I can come in for the interview. That works. I'll send the interview details to your email shortly. Please remember to check. Just as the call was about to end, Rong Yan suddenly recalled something. By the way, may I ask if my resume was referred by Lin Xiaoxiao from your company? The person on the other end paused, seemingly searching for information. No, you previously submitted your resume, right, for the market management position? Your resume aligns well with our requirements, which is why we reached out. Okay, thank you. After hanging up, Rong Yan couldn't help but ponder, was her resume truly suitable? Why had Lin Xiaoxiao told her 2 years ago that she did not meet the recruitment criteria and was thus rejected? Something felt off. At that moment, the engraver called for her. Rong Yan tucked away her thoughts and hurried to attend to the tombstone inscription. Chapter 9. Fasten your seatbelt. By the time she finished, it was already 9:30. The mountain was much darker than the valley, shrouded in thick fog. As she gathered her things and arrived at the bus station, it suddenly began to pour. Without an umbrella, and finding the station quite rudimentary, she hastily grabbed a large leaf to shield her head, but it proved futile. Soon, she was drenched, and the bus showed no signs of arriving. Just then, a Rolls-Royce pulled up in front of her. The window rolled down, revealing Su Cheng's warm and concerned face. Miss Yan, the rain is too heavy. Would you like a ride? Rong Yan glanced toward the back seat. Unsurprisingly, Chi Jingyuan was likely seated there. Damn, how could she encounter him everywhere? Estimating that the bus would arrive soon, she stiffened and politely declined. No, thank you, sir. The bus should be here shortly. The bus won't arrive. It's broken down. I just saw the driver contacting someone for repairs. Broken down? It can't be that unlucky. The rain showed no signs of stopping, and being in the wilderness surrounded by graves, she imagined encountering a ghostly figure demanding her company. Rong Yan shivered at the thought. It seemed Su Chang was genuinely concerned for her. Having sought Chi Jingyuan's opinion, given this, Chi Jingyuan must also understand that it was not her fault but rather a twist of fate. After expressing her gratitude, she opened the front passenger door. Please sit in the back. It's inconvenient with things in the front. Upon looking down, she noticed several gift boxes, so she reluctantly opened the back door and climbed in. The interior was quite warm, enveloping her in a comforting embrace. A familiar fragrance wafted into her nostrils, and Rong Yan dared not glance at the person beside her. Silently, she took out a tissue from her pocket to wipe away the droplets from her face. Hands and hair, soaked to the skin, she found it futile to dry off. Her white shirt clung to her body, revealing the pink underneath, leaving her feeling exceedingly embarrassed. As she attempted to cover herself, she noticed a stream of water trickling down the seat towards Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan, she regretted her decision to board this vehicle. It would have been better to face a mountain demon than to endure this social embarrassment. I'm sorry, she murmured, using a tissue to wipe up the water. Just then, the vehicle made a sudden turn, and unsteadied, she leaned directly against Chi Jingyuan. I'm sorry, I didn't tease it properly. Chi Jingyuan looked down at her, droplets clinging to her cheeks, the damp hair at her temples accentuating her snow-like complexion. Her untouched lips appeared more alluring than those heavily painted. He shifted his gaze. Fasten your seatbelt. Rong Yan quietly moved back and buckled her seatbelt. Miss Yan, where do you live? The atmosphere in the car felt strange. And Su Cheng spoke up at just the right moment, diffusing the tension. No need to trouble yourself, just drop me off by the roadside when we get down. It is fine, we're not in a hurry. It is unsafe for a girl to be out alone at this hour. I heard about a girl who was abducted while jogging at night. Her body hasn't been found yet. Rong Yan, Su Cheng, you really know how to frighten someone. He successfully dissuaded her. With someone looking out for her, she felt no need to be coy and straightforwardly mentioned her village's name. The car sped along. Chi Jingyuan asked, why are you coming down so late? Rong Yan replied respectfully, I had some unfinished business that delayed me. Had I known it would rain, I would have stayed up the mountain for the night. Implicitly suggesting that her encounter with him was not contrived but genuinely due to her obligations, Chi Jingyuan understood her implication and smirked slightly. There's a towel behind you, dry yourself. Thank you. Rong Yan turned around, took the towel, and wrapped it around herself, feeling warmth envelop her. After a long day's work, she was already fatigued, and suddenly being surrounded by such warmth was overwhelming. She inadvertently dozed off, her head tilting perfectly onto Chi Jingyuan's shoulder. Chi Jingyuan, he slightly furrowed his brow and reached out to adjust her position. Minutes later, she leaned against him again. This happened several times without success, and he finally gave up. She appeared utterly exhausted, her brows knitted in fatigue. Seemingly feeling cold, she inched closer, unreservedly wrapping his hand in hers, clinging to him like a pendant. After their earlier encounter, she had also done this, curling up against him like a little kitten. Suddenly, the car jolted. Rong Yan woke with a start, blinking in confusion, and her gaze locked with Chi Jingyuan's. You're tempting me, he stated firmly, drawing a conclusion. I'm sorry, I accidentally fell asleep. Rong Yan quickly retracted her right hand, her face instantly flushing. She had a habit of hugging her large teddy bear while sleeping. The only birthday gift from her mother that had accompanied her for over a decade. She had accidentally mistaken Chi Jingyuan for her teddy bear. Damn, how could she fall asleep in the car? It seems there are loose rocks ahead. I'll check it out. Su Cheng suddenly stopped the car in an open area, taking his phone to inspect the front. During rainy weather, loose rocks often posed a threat in the mountainous terrain. If struck, it could be deadly. Su Cheng's caution was warranted, yet leaving her alone with Chi Jingyuan felt utterly unreliable. Perhaps I should also go take a look. Rong Yan turned to open the car door, only to find it locked. A sense of danger loomed. Chi Jingyuan swiftly pulled her back, his hands weaving into her hair as he leaned down to capture her enticing lips. Rong Yan's body tensed instinctively. She crossed her arms defensively, pushing him away. Mr. Chi, please don't. Rong Yan felt flustered. How could he be so forward? Just then, the kiss abruptly halted. Chi Jingyuan noticed the marks on her arms, clearly from a blunt object. His eyes narrowed. What is this? Rong Yan hurriedly adjusted her clothing, wrapping herself tightly. It's nothing. Although her grandmother hadn't struck too hard, it had still left marks, red, and likely to take days to fade. Chi Jingyuan seemed to grasp something. He released her, straightened his clothes, and his demeanor turned somewhat indifferent. I merely wished to inform you that this is the price of enticing me. Rong Yan felt a lump in her throat. Her cheeks puffed in indignation. Mr. Chi, I have already apologized, and besides, you misunderstood. I didn't Chapter 10 schemed against it. Doesn't matter. I've already received my reward. Rong Yan, how infuriating, she had been taken advantage of. And now she couldn't even win an argument. Encountering Chi Jingyuan was indeed her misfortune. She might as well have been bitten by a pig, yet she had indeed fallen asleep first, so it seemed reasonable for him to retaliate. No, that is not fair at all. She couldn't swallow this humiliation. Fuming, Rong Yan sat there, and after a while, Su Chang returned, reporting everything was normal. The car resumed its journey. Soon, they reached the village entrance. Miss A. Yan, would you like me to take you into the village? Su Chang inquired. No, thank you. A luxury car driving into the village would spread rumors throughout the entire community by morning. She wanted to live a peaceful life, not get caught up in the gossip whirlwind. After expressing her gratitude again, she opened the door and walked away without looking back. The Rolls-Royce drove away from the village. Inside, Chi Jingyuan leaned back in his seat, the scent of Rong Yan lingering at the tip of his nose. She was very clean, her fragrance a blend of shampoo and the scent of her clothes. At least not like some women who made him feel physically uncomfortable at just a glance. Images of her rosy lips and curvaceous figure flashed in his mind. He had truly wanted to pin her down and take advantage of her. He sighed inwardly, pulled out his phone, and dialed a number. Let us go out for drinks now, at the usual place. Only by engaging in other activities could he distract himself, allowing his burgeoning desires to gradually dissipate and his restless heart to calm. After settling matters concerning her mother, Rong Yan returned to Anqing. She first attended an interview at Shanghai, and then continued her work at the CAF, Tianwaishan. Just as she changed her clothes, Su Jing pulled her aside. Ayan. What is going on? Is it true what they say about you and Mr. Chi? Or Rong Yan's mind exploded with confusion, leaving her momentarily blank. What are you talking about? Did you not see if someone posted on the club's forum? Claiming you deliberately seduced Mr. Chi, throwing yourself into his arms, and that he is quite patient about it. Seducing Chi Jingyuan, wasn't he just sleeping with him? Rong Yan clicked on the post. The content was similar to what Su Jing had mentioned, but it included fabricated screenshots, messages she supposedly sent to Chi Jingyuan, filled with morally reprehensible content. However, these chat screenshots were doctored. This meant that the rumor spreaders were unaware of her true relationship with Chi Jingyuan. They were merely fabricating the notion that she was enticing him. Rong Yan pushed the door open. This time, the other waitstaff were in the workroom awaiting a meeting. Upon seeing her, the previously bustling atmosphere fell silent as a graveyard. Many cast sidelong glances at her, their expressions tinged with disdain, mockery, and a hint of jealousy. Ayan, come here for a moment. Manager, you summoned her into the office. The forum claims are unfounded. Those photos are all edited. I have never intentionally harassed a guest in violation of club regulations. Please believe me. Manager, you leisurely organized the documents. Have you added Mr. Chi on WeChat? Rong Yan fell silent. Dare you show everyone the chat records between you and Mr. Chi? She remained mute. The chat records with Chi Jingyuan consisted solely of money transfers, not a single superfluous word. Revealing them would likely be even more explosive than the doctored screenshots circulating now. However, observing Manager Yu, she suspected he had already guessed that she had indeed added Chi Jingyuan on WeChat. Tentatively she asked, I have added Mr. Chi. You don't seem surprised. Manager Yu chuckled. In this line of work, what is there to be unclear about? Rong Yan, you are too naive. A realization struck Rong Yan. So the 2 times she had escorted Chi Jingyuan upstairs were part of Manager Yu's subtle orchestration. What was his motive? What advantage did he gain from this? Initially, Rong Yan felt she did not fully understand the superior. Manager Yu lit a cigarette, the swirling smoke enhancing his allure. Do you remember a few days ago when I mentioned the promotion to the fixed position of server 608? I remember. Now that this incident has emerged, even if you are innocent, it will be impossible for you to be promoted. Do you understand what I mean? Rong Yan nodded. So the timing of the forum incident is because I have blocked someone else's path. Correct. Manager, you displayed a hint of admiration. Indeed, she was perceptive. You are intelligent, understand the rules, and with proper guidance, your future is limitless. I said Zheng Shu. I cannot comment on that. The club wouldn't make a fuss over such trivial matters. Last time you mentioned Zheng Shu would not be going to room 608. Could you tell me the specific reason? Rong Yan sought to eliminate one possibility to clarify her goals. Manager, you deliberated. Zheng Shu has fallen ill. The club cannot employ her. What illness? STDs, those common ones you often hear about. She has contracted several. Rong Yan fell silent. To acquire such a multitude of STDs indicated she had been with numerous men. She had been at the club for nearly 5 years, making her a relatively seasoned server, typically diligent and cautious. Now, having contracted an incurable disease, she could no longer live a normal life. By the way, she seems to be unmarried. What will happen to her in the future? Rong Yan, do not inquire about trivial matters. This was both a reminder and a warning. Rong Yan nodded. She understood Manager Yu's intention and wished to avoid trouble. Yet, she felt a pang of regret. Chi Jingyuan was indeed correct. Resigning to seek a legitimate job was the way out. Here, one could be consumed without a trace. That day, as Rong Yan served in room 611. Her mind wandered, preoccupied with the forum incident and thoughts of resignation. The results of her interview at Shanghai would be revealed in 3 days, and if successful, she would resign immediately. However, before leaving, she needed to clarify the forum situation. After enduring a long day, she returned to the workroom, exhausted, just as Su Jing finished changing. So, what happened? Did Manager Yu blame you? Rong Yan shook her head. Indeed, who was so cruel as to do such a thing? You were the most promising candidate for the 608 promotion, and now look. Suddenly Rong Yan recalled something. Who else applied for the promotion this time? Su Jing paused. Why do you ask? I remember there was Lulu. Zhang Yu Shui Sheng Nan. Oh right, Su Wen also applied. Rong Yan nodded. Among these individuals, Su Wen appeared to be the most likely candidate. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she smiled. Su Jing, thank you for taking me to the hospital that night I fell ill. By the way, when I fainted onto Mr. Chi, was there anyone else in the corridor? Chapter 11, Testing the Waters. Su Jing thought carefully. I can't quite remember. I recall someone seemed to pass by, but I couldn't see clearly. I don't know if it was Su Wen or Lu Li.Su1. It must have been Su Wen. Su Jing's eyes lit up. Su Wen just happened to pass by and witness the incident. She must have been envious and thus framed you. It was her. It has to be her. Rong Yan nodded, saying nothing. Once outside the club, she called Manager Yu, asking the same question. Manager Yu, who else applied for the promotion this time? Manager Yu quickly listed the names. The first few were the same, but the only difference was the addition of Su Jing. So Su Jing applied as well, correct? Yes, her performance is average, and her chances of promotion are slim. But she met the assessment criteria and qualifies to apply. Why do you ask? Nothing, thank you, Manager Yu. After hanging up, Rong Yan returned to her rental apartment. That night, she tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. Fortunately, the CAF was not crowded, unlike previous days, allowing her a moment to breathe. After work, she went to Tianweishan as usual. With the forum incident escalating, various gazes fell upon her the moment she stepped through the door. Rong Yan feigned ignorance, occasionally hearing vague, defamatory remarks. She chose not to dwell on them, greeting others calmly before continuing with her tasks. Soon, 3 days had passed. That noon, Rong Yan finally received a call from Shanghai Group. She had passed the interview and would officially start next month. Stepping out of her rental, she felt as if she had been rejuvenated. Her eyes sparkled, her steps were light, and even her complexion seemed to brighten. Arriving at the workroom, she called out to Su Jing. What happened? I asked Su Wen, and she said she did not pass through the corridor that night. Su Jing, did you really see Su Wen? Rong Yan sipped her hot water and slowly spoke. Su Jing, who was changing, paused at her words. I saw her, I truly did. She might be lying. Really, is it possible? Su Jing stopped her movements, cautiously assessing her. What do you mean? Su Jing, could you tell me why you concealed your application for the 608 promotion from me? Originally, there was no need for such concealment. She would learn of it eventually. Su Jing's gaze turned cold. I meant no harm and never intended to snatch your opportunity. I simply wanted to earn more money. Yes, that's so. But I distinctly remember that night in the corridor, aside from the guests, there were only you and Manager Yu. I examined the angle of the photos taken. It perfectly aligned with your direction. Later, I also reviewed the surveillance footage. Throughout the incident, only you and Manager Yu were present. Manager Yu is my supporter, and she has no reason to frame me. That leaves only you. Su Jing stood up. So, you suspect me? Everything you told me last night was merely a test. You never believed me from the start. Rong Yan remained silent, tacitly affirming her suspicion. You spoke up for me on a whim, didn't you? On your floor, it's usually hard to see Mr. Chi and his group, so you seized this rare opportunity. You didn't genuinely want to defend me. You merely wished to leave an impression on those wealthy young men, hoping they would notice your kindness and thoughtfulness. Fall for you, and help you rise in status. She fixed her gaze steadily on Su Jing. Am I right? Su Jing fell silent for a moment, a flicker of fear crossing her mind. I don't know what you're talking about. These are just your assumptions. Indeed, they were guesses, but they were not far from the truth. When you approached that night, I caught a whiff of your perfume. It's an expensive brand that you seldom use. Besides, you had retouched your makeup. If you were genuinely coming to help, would there be time for that? The only truth is, you must have seen Chi Jingyuan beforehand, rushed to the restroom for a quick touch-up. And just as you were fretting over how to approach them, I fainted. Su Jing stood stunned. She had not anticipated that Rong Yan would deduce everything. Such meticulousness and intelligence, she had underestimated her. Su Jing smiled and said, I told you, these are mere conjectures of yours. You possess no evidence and cannot accuse me. Rong Yan, you are merely displaying your verbal prowess. Rong Yan expressed a hint of regret. Su Jing, For the past 2 years, I have genuinely regarded you as a friend, yet, I have been betrayed. Su Jing scoffed coldly. A friend? What an international joke you were making, Rong Yan. We both know why we are here. We are all striving for a better future. Why is it that your association with the powerful is deemed ambition, while mine is viewed as foolish delusion? Rong Yan retorted, I am not clinging to the powerful. With that face of yours, being here is akin to clinging to power. Beauty, in such a decadent milieu, is a cardinal sin. She had managed to navigate the past 2 years, partly due to luck and partly due to her cleverness and discernment. But Su Jing was not so fortunate. Lacking both her beauty and intellect, she had to carve her own path through sheer skill. She aspired to reach room 608. If she succeeded in her advancement, she would have won half the battle, subsequently mingling with Mr. Chi and his associates, where she would surely find opportunities to be noticed. Once she caught their eye, a mere scrap of their attention would allow her to escape the clutches of her parasitic parents and gambling brother, freeing her from the burden of making ends meet for the rest of her life. To achieve success, she first had to eliminate obstacles. Rong Yan was her greatest hindrance. She had to ensure that Rong Yan lost her qualifications to increase her own chances. Rong Yan, unwilling to continue the conversation, revealed, Do you know why Zhang Shu has not shown up for work? Su Jing remained silent but wore a puzzled expression. She contracted a sexually transmitted infection. The path to wealth and prosperity is seldom straightforward. One encounters either deities or demons along the way, stepping into either paradise or abyss. Who can truly discern? Rong Yan departed. She switched off the recording and headed toward Manager Yu's office. From the outset, she had not sought evidence but rather the truth. She was the type of person who insisted on clarity, even in death. Rong Yan submitted the recording to Manager Yu, along with her resignation letter. Upon seeing the resignation letter, Manager Yu was momentarily taken aback. Her demeanor softened. If this is about the forum incident, there's no need for that. I will find a way to resolve it for you. Rong Yan, you have ambition. Do not undermine the efforts of the past 2 years. I appreciate your care over these 2 years, but I am serious about resigning. Manager Yu smiled. Oh, have you found a better job? Tell me how much they're offering. I'll double it for you. I simply wish to take a break. There is no other job. Chapter 12. You can drink with Zhou Xiao, but not with me? What a joke. She is not foolish. If she disclosed her work at Shangshi, who knows how many troubles it would invite. Manager Yu was trustworthy, yet she had to exercise caution. Rong Yan, think it over. Or I could grant you a leave of absence. You could rest properly. Rong Yan's resolve was firm. I have sent you the recording. You may choose to make it public or keep it private. It's entirely up to you. I will not be coming in next week. If there are any handover matters, please arrange them in advance. Thank you. Exiting Manager Yu's office, Rong Yan called the CAF to resign as well. The circumstances there differed. With high turnover, so they readily agreed. There was little to transfer between the two jobs. Signatures were obtained, and the arrangements for subsequent salary disbursement were confirmed, bringing the matter to a close. However, she intended to fulfill her final days of work diligently. With Zhang Shu absent, Manager Yu recommended Rong Yan for room 608 again, but this time, she declined. Manager Yu, rather than investing your thoughts in me, why not nurture some new talent? Those who applied for promotion might be worth a try. Manager Yu seemed to have an epiphany and chuckled. Rong Yan, you are truly ruthless. When Su Jing received the news of being assigned to room 608, she was utterly stunned. It took her a full minute to regain her composure. Trembling as she touched up her makeup, spritzed perfume, and ensured she was satisfied with her appearance before confidently heading to room 608. Her splendid life was about to commence. From this day forth, she would soar to great heights. 2 hours later, Su Jing was unceremoniously cast out at the entrance of room 608. The back of her hand was burnt, her chest stained with red wine, and her formerly exquisite face was now a smeared visage of tears. Upon receiving the news, Manager Yu, without consulting the director, found Su Jing ejected by security. The reason given was inadequate service, harassment of guests, and poor quality, leading to her dismissal. Manager Yu dialed the internal line. Did that feel satisfying? However, the people in 608 are already incensed, and you need to help me extinguish this fire. This was the last straw. Rong Yan began to touch up her makeup. It was not that she could not tolerate Su Jing, rather, she wished to make her see that simply having an opportunity in room 608 would not alter one's destiny. Each of her previous services had been performed with utmost diligence, the proverbial sword at her throat, fearful of making even the slightest mistake. What made Su Jing think she was any different? Rong Yan entered room 608. Upon pushing the door open, Chi Jingyuan merely glanced up before averting his gaze. Rong Yan settled into a corner, wholly focused on brewing tea. As the cups of fragrant sweet tea slid down throats, someone sighed, this is the good stuff. What was that earlier? Even pigs wouldn't drink it. Another reassured, alright, let's not dwell on such distressing matters, it will dampen our spirits. Rong Yan smiled. Yan will be brewing tea for you esteemed guests for the last time. Please feel free to request any tea you desire. I am here to serve you with utmost dedication. Hearing this, young Master Zhou paused. What happened? Who bullied you? Tell me. Zhou Wei will handle it. Rong Yan responded with a calm smile. Nothing of the sort. Thank you for your gallant offer, young Master Zhou. I have family matters to attend to and will be resigning. I will no longer be working here. Young Master Zhou appeared enlightened. He poured himself a drink. Come, let us toast to your bright future. Rong Yan raised her glass, and amidst the crowd, Chi Jingyuan suddenly spoke up. Young Master Zhou, let's discuss the Moon Bay project. Come over for a chat. Young Master Zhou hastily set down his glass and moved over. With those who had been drinking now absent, Rong Yan no longer had to partake, and she quietly retreated to the corner. As the gathering dispersed, Chi Jingyuan remained. Rong Yan had already contacted Master Su, who had informed her he would arrive in 2 minutes, yet 10 minutes had passed without any sign of him. Room 608 was spacious and opulent, leaving only her and Chi Jingyuan. Leaving, are we? Indeed. Chi Jingyuan leaned back against the sofa, his eyes narrowing slightly. Rong Yan replied decorously, I have contacted Master Su for you. He should arrive shortly. If you have no further matters, I shall take my leave. Chi Jingyuan pushed 2 glasses of alcohol toward her, the implication unmistakable. Rong Yan dutifully poured 2 glasses of wine. Chi Jingyuan lifted one, gesturing towards her. Rong Yan's expression remained composed as she hesitated, contemplating whether to drink. Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly, his gaze deepening. What is this? You can drink with young Master Zhou but not with me. Rong Yan calmly clarified, I did not drink with young Master Zhou either. Chi Jingyuan fell silent. The room once again descended into silence, the atmosphere inexplicably tense. Rong Yan felt as though she were being pricked by 1,000 needles. Sitting on the edge of a pin, she stood to refill the drinks, but her right wrist was suddenly grasped, causing her to lose her balance and tumble into Chi Jingyuan's embrace. He tightened his grip on her wrist, the faint scent of alcohol wafting over her cheek, their lips nearly touching. Rong Yan struggled to steady herself, narrowly avoiding the kiss. 1 million, for a month, what, monthly service? Do you understand? His gaze flickered as it roamed over her alabaster neck and heaving chest. It seemed he had developed an addiction to her body. Before he grew tired of the game, a monthly arrangement would be the most reasonable and beneficial approach for both parties. Rong Yan felt her mind clouded. As if something uncontrollable was consuming her rationality, she broke free from his grip and slapped him across the face. Mr. Chi, that is my answer. Do you understand? Still feeling unsatisfied, she picked up the wine on the table and splashed it across his face. Do not think that just because you possess a handsome visage, you are superior. Though I may be poor, I still have my dignity, thank you, and farewell. Rong Yan stormed out of room 608, leaving Tianwei behind. Following her resignation and the handover of duties, everything proceeded smoothly. On her last day, a post on the forum ignited once more, featuring a recording of the conversation between Rong Yan and Su Jing. I avenged you for that grievance, Su Jing. Are you truly not considering staying? When she went to get Manager Yu's signature, the manager attempted to persuade her once again. Rong Yan shook her head. Thank you for your care over the past 2 years. But there is no need to stay. Manager Yu said nothing further, signing the document. I wish you a bright future. After Rong Yan departed, Manager Yu's phone rang. Upon seeing the caller's name, her expression darkened as she silently pressed answer. Boss, yes, she is unwilling to stay. She is quite astute. Even if she remained, she likely wouldn't acquiesce to this request. So this time, I have botched the task. Please punish me. Half a month later, Rong Yan officially reported to Shangshi. She clocked in, filled out forms, set up an online account, arranged her workspace, and familiarized herself with her colleagues. After a series of tasks were settled, the morning had already passed, the onboarding procedures were completed. And she was informed that if she had any questions in the future, she could ask any time. The HR in charge of her onboarding was Su Luo. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude after a moment's thought. She voiced her lingering curiosity. I submitted my resume to your esteemed company 2 years at Go.at. That time, I was informed that my resume had been rejected. I wonder why I have been notified for an interview this time. Chapter 13, is Shangshi part of the Chi family's enterprise? Is that so? Let me check. Su Luo logged into the human resources system to review Rong Yan's resume and the record thereof. I have found it. Indeed, your application was submitted 2 years ago, and the reason given was not suitable for this position. However, your resume is truly impressive and meets our recruitment criteria, which is why we have reached out to you this time. Could you assist me in identifying the individual who handled my resume back then? I apologize, but I can only tell you that her surname is Lin Lin. Rong Yan silently accessed the organizational structure of the system. In the Human Resources Center, there are only 2 individuals with the surname Lin. One is Lin Lan from the Performance Center, whom Rong Yan does not know, and the other is Lin Xiao from the Recruitment Division. Of course, it is also possible that another Lin had reviewed her resume and subsequently left the company. Let us go. I'll take you to the cafeteria for lunch from a distance. Lin Xiao waved enthusiastically at her. Rong Yan retracted her thoughts and smiled brightly. Alright, Shangshi has its own cafeteria, CAF, and dessert shop, all of which are free for employees as a benefit as long as they do not take food away. They can eat as they please. After serving their meals, the 2 chose a table by the window, providing a perfect view of the basketball court outside. Is this basketball court part of Shangshi? Yes, it is said that employees can exercise when they feel fatigued from work, so there are always people playing basketball during lunch. Well, a listed company certainly has its extravagances. Indeed, the food is quite delicious as well. By the way, Xiao Xiao, have you been in the recruitment department since you joined? Yes. Why do you ask? In your department, besides you, are there any others with the surname Lin in the past 2 years? Lin Xiao Xiao pondered for a moment and shook her head. No. White Rong Yan chuckled. Oh, just curious. Thus, it is highly likely that the one who dismissed her resume was Lin Xiao Xiao, who had so ardently promised to help her with an internal referral. Her emotions grew somewhat complex and tinged with disappointment, yet these feelings were inconsequential. It sufficed to know the kind of person she was. Henceforth, she would safeguard herself. In the workplace, anyone could become a friend. And anyone could also turn into an enemy. She would not place her hopes on anyone. By the way, I heard that this afternoon there will be a new employee training session, and the president of Shengshi will be attending. Is that true? Rong Yan, concerned that Lin Xiao Xiao might perceive something, began to shift the topic. Oh, that's old news. The training manual was printed months ago. It is a requirement for the president to be present for the afternoon training on the first day of new employee orientation. However, the president is a very busy person. How could he possibly have the time to attend? So the president won't come? Not necessarily. It depends on luck. Out of 20 sessions, he might attend one, depending on his schedule. Rong Yan nodded. In truth, she had no interest in this president, yet, observing the excitement of the newly on-board employees sparked her curiosity. What remarkable individual could incite such enthusiasm in them? The president is incredibly handsome. I heard he is in his 30s and still single. Lin Xiao Xiao leaned closer to Rong Yan. Now you understand why there are so many beautiful women in the company, right? Rong Yan suddenly comprehended. No wonder upon entering Shengshi, she felt as if she had stepped into an emperor's garden. It was merely an illusion created by the abundance of stunning women. However, compared to you, they still fall short. Rong Yan shook her head. I am here to work, alright, earning money is my sole objective in life. As for men, the image of Chi Jingyuan suddenly flashed through her mind. She shook her head to clear her thoughts. Reminding herself that men would only affect her response time, Lin Xiao Xiao let out a snort, nearly spitting out her food. In the afternoon, Rong Yan arrived punctually at the new employee training room. Approximately 30 individuals were present for the training, and Rong Yan arrived slightly late, almost missing a seat. Only a few inconspicuous spots by the wall were left, and she settled into one. The first lecture was delivered by HR Director Linda, who recounted the development history of Shengshi Group. Lin Xiao Xiao followed closely behind Linda. Rong Yan glanced around in confusion until she spotted Lin Xiao Xiao in the corner, who quickly winked at her. Shengshi had been established for 30 years, and its significant milestones were compiled into a manual distributed to the new employees attending the training. As Rong Yan perused the manual, absorbing the information about the founder and executives, her mind suddenly went blank. The Chi family, Shengshi Group is under the Chi family's umbrella? And their president? Gazing at the manual, she found the name Chi Jingyuan alongside a picture of his distinguished yet aloof visage, causing her scalp to tingle with shock. At that moment, the conference room fell silent. Rong Yan turned to see a dark-clad group entering the training room. Leading them, dressed in a suit and tie, was none other than Chi Jingyuan himself. Rong Yan lowered her head, wishing fervently to become invisible. I can't see. Linda on stage was equally surprised but quickly regained her composure. She immediately began to enliven the atmosphere, handing the podium over to Chi Jingyuan. Chi Jingyuan was eloquent and commanded a strong presence. However, after just a few sentences, the audience was already sitting up straight. Brimming with excitement, only Rong Yan kept her head down, akin to an ostrich wishing to bury herself. After about 20 minutes, Chi Jingyuan began to call out names. He did not refer to the roster but noticed the employee by the wall who remained with her head down and casually remarked, "You there, Rong Yan?" The person beside her nudged her. She slightly lifted her head and found a sea of focused gazes fixated upon her. This is bad, truly bad. How had she scolded him last time? All right, she had told him not to think highly of himself just because of his looks. She had even slapped him and splashed wine on him. With a steely resolve, Rong Yan stood up, forcing a stiff smile. President, good afternoon. Chi Jingyuan was taken aback, then, realizing something, the corner of his mouth quirked up in a sardonic manner. Tell me, what should a company pay attention to when formulating strategies and tactics? A murmur of confusion rippled through the audience. This question had not been covered in the training. The president truly was extraordinary. Even his inquiries bore profound depth. Rong Yan contemplated briefly. Strategy is akin to a compass for a ship, guiding it to its destination. Thus, the most crucial aspect of strategy is direction. It must be precise and accurate. If the direction is wrong, and the course is altered, it becomes challenging to turn back. The formulation of tactics often possesses an element of deception, especially when dismantling structures. It can easily lead to misinterpretations of tactics, hindering the accurate transmission of execution orders to the next line, thereby affecting completion rates. During the tactical formulation process, attention must be paid to the scale and dimensions of decomposition. Managers should ensure effective communication, and the execution level must thoroughly understand the reasonableness of tasks, aligning with the real conditions of the front line. As her words concluded, applause erupted in the training room. Though they did not fully comprehend, they felt a sense of awe. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. initially intending to challenge her but was surprised that she could indeed provide a response. He lowered his gaze, quickly scanning the information on Rong Yan, noting she was from the marketing department, specializing in operational management. Chapter 14, Action and Emotion. No wonder, it turned out to be her area of expertise. Take a seat, the intricacies of tactics run deeper than what you've outlined. Delve deeper into understanding it. Rong Yan nodded. Understood, President. The training continued. Chi Jingyuan, with limited time, offered a brief summary before hastily departing amidst a throng of admirers, with Linda accompanying him to see him out. Once outside the training room, Chi Jingyuan's expression turned stern. Rong Yan, how did you manage to join the company? Rong Yan, the girl who had just been called out. Linda was surprised that the leader knew her name and said, "Please hold on," before dialing the HR recruitment manager's number. A few minutes later, she returned to Chi Jingyuan's side. President, she followed the standard recruitment process. The company has been in need of talent in market management for a long time. Rong Yan submitted her resume, which was outstanding, and she ranked first in both the interview and written test. Entered through normal means? Yes, President. So she resigned to come to Shangshur, rather than harboring ulterior motives to attract my attention in some roundabout way? It was all mere coincidence. Seeing that the boss had not responded, Linda quickly added, Rong Yan's resume has been sent to your phone. Chi Jingyuan did not open it. I was merely inquiring. There is no need for you to overthink it. Should she excel, the company will retain her. If she is mere facade, she will be dismissed. Linda nodded repeatedly after escorting Chi Jingyuan into the elevator. She wiped the sweat from her brow and returned to the training room to continue with the remaining courses. After work, Lin Xiaoxiao invited Rong Yan to dinner. The two found a nearby barbecue restaurant, which was quite busy and served decent food. What is wrong? You seem preoccupied this afternoon. Are you unhappy working at Shangshur? Rong Yan shook her head. On the contrary, she was quite content. The environment, atmosphere, and salary at Shangshur met her expectations. She really liked it here, but unfortunately, she might not stay for long. Chi Jingyuan recognized her. Given how she had spoken to him before, slapping him and splashing wine on him, how could he possibly tolerate her? Perhaps after finishing the barbecue, she would receive a call notifying her of her dismissal. Sigh, had I known the big boss of Shangshur was him, I should have remained calm and politely declined from the start. Why did I resort to violence? The backlash came so swiftly. What kind of person is Chi Jingyuan in daily life? Rong Yan inquired. Lin Xiaoxiao was taken aback. Are you insane? You dare to call him by his full name? You have some serious guts. What, is he that intimidating? You all can't even mention his full name. Lin Xiaoxiao shook her head. Intimidating? I don't know. I've never had the chance to interact with him. But every time I encounter him, I feel so nervous, as if covered in prickles. Just the thought of you mentioning his full name makes me a bit fearful. Rong Yan, why the sudden interest in the big boss? You weren't charmed by his charisma, were you? Rong Yan waved her hand dismissively. I wouldn't look at a dog, let alone him. What kind of talk is that? My ideal type can't possibly be worse than a dog. With that physique and those features, one can only marvel, exuding an undeniable allure, certainly the type that would engage in a fervent night of 7 encounters. As Rong Yan recalled his presence in bed, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, what do you mean by what do you mean? As if you've actually experienced it. Rong Yan's ears flushed crimson, her gaze dropping as she devoured her food, her cheeks gradually blooming with a rosy hue. Look at you blushing so fiercely over a mere jest. How will you manage when you have a boyfriend? Lin Xiaoxiao wore an expression of exasperation, picking up her chopsticks to serve her meat. Stop relying solely on vegetables. You need to consume more meat. You are far too slender, and a bit of weight would suit you better. Gazing at the glistening pork belly in her bowl, Rong Yan suddenly felt a wave of nausea and rushed to the restroom to gag. What's wrong? Is your stomach upset again? Did you bring your stomach medicine? Rong Yan shook her head, gagging for a while before finally feeling a bit better. It's nothing. I'll just rest at home. Perhaps it's just the oiliness. The two returned to the restaurant. At that moment, the aroma of grilled intestines wafted from the neighboring table. Rong Yan covered her mouth and bolted to the restroom, retching violently. What is happening? Could it be food poisoning? Did you eat something undercooked? Rong Yan lacked the strength to respond until she had expelled everything she had eaten that evening, at which point she felt slightly more at ease. Her stomach did feel a bit off. It was likely that something was amiss again. The two lost their appetite for dining and settled the bill, opting for a stroll in a nearby park. The fresh air outside alleviated her discomfort significantly, yet there remained a lingering heartburn. Concerned, Lin Xiaoxiao insisted on driving her home. You live in such a place? Upon seeing the dilapidated houses, the worn streets, and the precariously hanging sign of Anshin Home, Lin Xiaoxiao frowned. The rent here is affordable. Even so, one cannot reside in such conditions. Why don't you pack your things and move in with me? I have a spare room. We can share it. After some contemplation, Rong Yan ultimately declined. I've lived here for 2 years, and it's not been all bad. Trust me. Lin Xiaoxiao did not press further. If you feel unwell tonight, call me. I'll drive over quickly. I should be there in half an hour. Rong Yan nodded in affirmation. Upon returning home, she rummaged through every drawer, only to discover that her stomach medicine had run out. The pharmacy downstairs had already closed, and her stomach seemed to be settling down, so she decided to sleep it off, hoping she would feel better by morning, after freshening up and tidying her room. She lay in bed but found herself unable to sleep. It was already 11 p.m., and she had yet to receive a call. Did this mean she wouldn't be dismissed from her job? Or perhaps Chi Jingyuan intended to slowly torment her, akin to boiling a frog in warm water. If that were the case, her days in the prosperous world would not be merely difficult. She felt a sense of despair. She had not yet deleted Chi Jingyuan from WeChat. She opened the app, scrolled through their chat history, and perused his moments. Well, it indeed aligned with his leadership style. Aside from some business conference content, there was nothing else. She glanced at his profile picture, originally intending to enlarge it. She accidentally tapped the shake feature. Rong Yan. Why hasn't Tencent developed a recall feature for shake? She was mortified. She truly felt socially dead. Despairing, she lay on her bed lamenting her own folly, when a sudden idea struck her. She pulled out her phone and began to type. Mr. Chi, I sincerely apologize for my actions last time. Your words provoked me at that moment. Thus, no, what if he has already forgotten about it? By sending this, wouldn't she be pushing herself into the fire? Delete. She accidentally hit send. Rong Yan. Recall it. However, the reply came almost instantly. Rong Yan. She glanced again at her message. Mr. Chi, I sincerely apologize for my feelings toward you last time. Your words provoked me at that moment. Thus, acting had become feelings. Chapter 15. An apology must be sincere. Rong Yan was flustered. I'm sorry, I made a typo. After a while, he replied with a few words. An apology must be sincere. Do you understand? Rong Yan fell silent. What more was there to understand? Sincerity, what could be more sincere than what he desired? He wanted her. A chill swept through Rong Yan, and as she read those words, each letter sending shivers down her spine, she feared misinterpreting the message. Reading it repeatedly, and confirming she had not been mistaken, he indeed meant that. She began to type, I apologize, Mr. Chi, but I cannot agree to your conditions. Room 2203, Tiantai Community. I do not wish to lose my job, so I came. Rong Yan felt a prickling sensation at the back of her neck, her body cold. Workplace undercurrents, after painstakingly saving enough money to escape the depths. Now she was to use her body to secure her position. If this continued, Rong Yan found herself trapped in a conflict and struggle, typing and deleting several times, unsure of how to respond. It felt like an eternity before he sent another few words. Focus on your work. Rong Yan. What does this mean? Is he letting her off the hook? A heavy heart suddenly felt lighter. Alright, the conversation ended. Lying down on her bed, within 2 minutes she was drenched in sweat. Tiantai, room 608. Yuan, who are you chatting with to be smiling so? Shin Mingzhu approached Chi Jingyuan, holding a glass of red wine. Chi Jingyuan closed his phone, his lips curling slightly. Really? Yes, I saw it quite clearly. Shin Mingzhu smiled sweetly, resting her arm on Chi Jingyuan's shoulder, teasingly asking, could it be that a certain lovely young lady has captivated our esteemed Mr. Chi Jingyuan leaned back slightly, evading Shin Mingzhu's arm, silently swirling his glass of wine, his dark eyes gazing into the distance. Lovely, indeed lovely. As for her temperament, she resembled a fierce little kitten, thus, he couldn't help but tease her. Speaking of young ladies, it had indeed been a while since he last saw that little beauty. She seemed to have resigned. Correct, Zhou Wei casually mentioned. What little beauty? Shin Mingzhu feigned casual curiosity. Just a little beauty. She plays her cards well. Brews tea splendidly, and possesses quite an enchanting spirit, doesn't she? Brother Yuan. Chi Jingyuan sat up, deflecting the topic. Let us play. Shin Mingzhu's gaze flitted between the two. Her instincts told her that this little beauty had something to do with Chi Jingyuan. She smiled and approached Zhou Wei, feigning anger. What little beauty? You all must tell me. After being abroad for a month, you have secrets you didn't share with me. Zhou Wei hurriedly played his cards. Not at all. Others chimed in agreement, but none answered her question. Then do tell me, who is this little beauty? Shin Mingzhu hooked her arm around Zhou Wei's neck. Zhou Wei quickly surrendered. Lady Shin, I have no idea who the little beauty is. I've only met her once or twice. I really don't know. Shin Mingzhu waved her hand dismissively. If you want to say, then forget it. It is probably not someone important. Jingyuan wouldn't take a liking to her. With over a decade of friendship, she couldn't possibly surpass her status in his heart. At the headquarters of Shengshe Group, Rong Yan arrived early at the office. She had not slept well the previous night. Half dreaming, her mind persistently lingering on Chi Jingyuan's message. One moment it was room 2203, Tiantai Community, the next it was focus on your work. The latter seemed to imply he was letting her off the hook. Right, if not, what was he hinting at? What exactly was he signaling? Her mind raced with conflicting thoughts, leaving her unable to arrive at a conclusive understanding. It was truly exhausting. Soon, colleagues trickled into the office. The marketing department had about 30 individuals, and Rong Yan worked in the operational management department under the marketing center, primarily analyzing market data, drawing business conclusions, and assisting leadership in decision-making. Good morning, In. As colleague Ran Xiaoyun passed by, a gust of wind accompanied her, carrying a strong scent of perfume. Morning, the overwhelming fragrance made Rong Yan feel slightly nauseous as she forced a smile and greeted her. At noon, during lunch in the cafeteria, Rong Yan had little appetite, opting for just 2 light dishes. Eating slowly, the afternoon training session proceeded smoothly, concluding right at 6. Rong Yan tidied her belongings and returned to her workstation to continue reviewing the material she had not finished that morning. In her engrossed state, she lost track of time, inadvertently staying until past 10 at night. While descending the stairs, she encountered an elderly lady struggling with a cart full of cardboard boxes, trembling as it became stuck in a drain. Rong Yan approached to lend a hand, pushing with all her might to free the cart. "Thank you, young lady." The elderly woman, her face a tapestry of wrinkles and devoid of teeth, pulled out a tightly packed orange from her cart and placed it into Rong Yan's arms. "I can't accept this," Rong Yan protested, but the elderly lady tossed it into her embrace and hurried away. Just as Chi Jingyuan emerged from a meeting, he witnessed the entire exchange. "Miss Yan is truly kind. This elderly lady passes by here daily, and for years, only she has offered to help push the cart." Su Chang remarked. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, simply narrowing his eyes as he observed the girl in the night. Her long hair cascaded over her shoulders, her skin as pale as snow, an oval face, fox-like eyes, and cherry lips, perfectly balanced, seemingly effortless. He had seen beautiful women before, yet her beauty left a lasting impression. Rong Yan, cradling several oranges, returned to the entrance to wait for her ride, and upon turning, she spotted Chi Jingyuan standing at the door. He had one hand in his pocket, phone in hand, exuding an air of elegance and coolness. "Mr. Chi, good evening." Gathering her courage, Rong Yan approached, stopping 2 meters away to greet him respectfully, her spine rigid with tension. Chi Jingyuan responded with a casual, indifferent "It was too late for the bus," so Rong Yan opened her ride-hailing app. The driver would arrive in approximately 5 minutes. 5 minutes, which should have felt rather brief, now seemed interminable. "Would you care for an orange?" she asked, her heart racing with anxiety. In an attempt to make conversation, she offered the orange given to her by an elderly woman to him. Chi Jingyuan did not accept it. "Oh right, this was given to me by a scavenging grandmother," she realized. A man of his stature, how could he possibly deign to eat such an orange? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she withdrew her hand. Just as she did, someone took the orange from her grasp. "Thank you. And no need to mention it," Rong Yan stammered. Taken aback, although she had anticipated his refusal, his action nonetheless warmed her heart. At that moment, the enticing aroma of food wafted from a nearby fast food restaurant. Having already dined, Rong Yan felt her stomach churn at the scent, and she quickly covered her mouth and rushed to the trash can to vomit. A tissue was offered to her. "Did you take any precautions before?" Chi Jingyuan suddenly recalled something, his dark eyes betraying no emotion. Rong Yan thanked him, wiping her mouth as her ears flushed with embarrassment. "Rest assured, Mr. Chi, I have taken emergency contraception. It's just that my stomach is a bit unsettled." Chapter 16. "So just this once?" Chi Jingyuan nodded slightly. "That will suffice." Neither spoke further. At that moment, Su Cheng's car had arrived at the entrance. Chi Jingyuan got into the vehicle just as Rong Yan was about to breathe a sigh of relief. The window rolled down. "In light of you offering me an orange, hop in, and I shall take you home." "Thank you, Mr. Chi, but I've already called for a ride. It should arrive shortly, so there rests no need to trouble you." "Are you certain you wish to argue this point with me?" Rong Yan remained silent. Ultimately, she decided it was not worth risking further offense to save a few dozen yuan on the fare. She still had to continue working at Shengshe. Rong Yan opened the door and got in, canceling her order. The view from the front passenger seat was unobstructed. She could not see the face in the back seat, which allowed her to relax slightly, though her spine remained rigid. After Su Cheng inquired about the address, he began to drive slowly forward, and neither of them spoke. Time passed, and eventually, the car arrived at the entrance of Anshin home. Rong Yan felt as though she had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly opened the door to exit. "Thank you for bringing me home, Mr. Chi." "Goodbye." A voice from the back seat, tinged with an unclear emotion, interrupted her. "Aren't you going to invite me up for a moment?" Rong Yan thought she had misheard and turned to look at the occupant of the car. "What, you truly don't intend to extend an invitation?" Chi Jingyuan smirked, clearly amused by the situation. Rong Yan shook her head. "My living quarters are far too humble. It would be beneath your dignity to visit. I wouldn't want to inconvenience you." Chi Jingyuan opened the door and stepped out. "It's quite alright, I am not picky." Rong Yan was at a loss for words. Seeing her flustered expression, he couldn't help but smile. Initially, he had merely intended to tease her and observe her reaction, but at this juncture, it wouldn't hurt to see her place. Rong Yan was exasperated. She did not wish to lead him upstairs, but how could she refuse him now, with no other choice? She reluctantly took the lead, guiding the man up the stairs. Rong Yan lived in an old building, the dimly lit corridor littered with debris, creating a cramped and unkempt atmosphere. She was accustomed to navigating it without issue. But Chi Jingyuan was another matter. Concerned he might injure himself and seek compensation from her, she spoke up. "Mr. Chi, perhaps you should reconsider. This environment is hardly suitable for you." His voice, tinged with nasal resonance, replied, "No need." "Very well." They ascended to the 3rd floor in silence. Upon entering, Chi Jingyuan surveyed the small rental unit. It was dilapidated, simple, and dimly lit, with minimal furniture, yet it was impeccably clean. Not if only she had invested the money spent on a grave plot into a home. She wouldn't have to reside here. It was indeed quite foolish of her. Rong Yan prepared a cup of tea for him. The cup was new and used to assuage his potential disdain, she added. I've never used it before. Chi Jingyuan said nothing, silently lifting the teacup. The tea bore the familiar taste of her brewing skills, though the quality of the leaves likely paled in comparison to that of Tian. Feeling the atmosphere grow overly stiff, she sought to make conversation. You must be hungry after such a late workday. Coincidentally, I am as well. I'll prepare some noodles. She needed a reason to escape the living room. In the fridge, she found tomatoes and eggs, planning to make 2 bowls of tomato and egg noodles. The delightful aroma soon wafted from the kitchen. Do you often cook? At some point, Chi Jingyuan had positioned himself at the kitchen entrance. The stark simplicity of the kitchen contrasting sharply with his attire, creating a peculiar dissonance. Rong Yan nodded. I've been cooking since I was a child. Chi Jingyuan recalled her tale from Jiushuan Mountain regarding her and her mother's abandonment, and chose not to pry further. Once the noodles were ready, she brought them to the living room, while Chi Jingyuan picked the eggs out of his bowl. Initially tasting just a bite, he found the flavor exceeded his expectations, somewhat astonishing, and he couldn't help but dig in. He ate with a certain swiftness, yet maintained an air of elegance, looking quite gentlemanly. The bowl was emptied in no time. Rong Yan was somewhat taken aback, not wishing to be scrutinized while eating. She hastened her pace, finishing her noodles in a few swift bites before clearing the dishes into the kitchen. They had eaten, and tea had been consumed. Why hadn't he left yet? She pondered while washing the dishes. Upon finishing and re-entering the living room, she found Chi Jingyuan seated on the sofa, idly flipping through a sketchbook beside him. Did you create these? Rong Yan nodded. I only draw during my off hours. I assure you it has not interfered with my work, so please don't worry. Mr. Chi. She enjoyed painting in her spare time and had garnered quite a following on Weibo. This sketchbook was filled with spontaneous doodles that came to her in moments of inspiration. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Why don't you come sit with me? Rong Yan stiffened, uncertain if she dared to approach him while he occupied that spot. Come here, he commanded. She feigned ignorance. You do realize what becomes of employees who disregard their boss's requests in the workplace? Don Tu. Rong Yan remained silent, her resolve wavering as she finally sat beside him. She truly did not wish to jeopardize her job. Chi Jingyuan appeared satisfied, setting the sketchbook aside. Regarding our previous discussion, I am willing to renegotiate the terms. 3 million, all-inclusive. What do you say? Rong Yan was taken aback, her expression resolute as she shook her head vehemently. Mr. Chi, we have previously agreed that our dealings would remain separate. She did not wish to entangle herself further, especially not with her employer, and certainly not to follow in her mother's footsteps. I am your boss now, and I possess the leverage to renegotiate. Rong Yan kept her head lowered, silent for what felt like an eternity. You understand my meaning? Rong Yan. Why patience is not infinite. Rong Yan clenched her sleeves, her nails digging into her flesh without her feeling a twinge of pain. After a lengthy pause, she seemed to summon her resolve, lifting her gaze to meet Chi Jingyuan's. Then, just this once, she steeled herself, locking eyes with him. This once, Mr. Chi, do as you wish, but in the future, do not mention the all-inclusive agreement again, nor use it to threaten my employment. Let us truly settle this matter, shall we? This time, she wished to sever ties completely and cleanly. Chi Jingyuan narrowed his eyes slightly. Whether he would agree was uncertain, but her rare initiative piqued his interest. The thoughts within him stirred easily, and with an arched brow, he seemed to be in good spirits. Then you must demonstrate your sincerity to me. Rong Yan gritted her teeth. After several deep breaths and considerable mental preparation, she finally mustered the courage to slowly and awkwardly take a seat beside him. Her face flushed crimson, and she could not meet his gaze. Chi Jingyuan's eyes darkened further. He cupped her head in his hands and leaned in, capturing her lips in a kiss. Chapter 17. Expired contraceptive. Sometime later, Chi Jingyuan carried her into the bedroom. What transpired afterward Rong Yan could not recall. She lost consciousness without realizing it, utterly drained. This man seemed to possess boundless energy. When the alarm rang, she awoke to find herself alone. The bed still held warmth, suggesting he had only just departed. Rong Yan exhaled in relief. She had no desire to face her boss in the morning light, as that would be exceedingly awkward. This was far preferable. After showering and tidying herself, Rong Yan went to the office. Perhaps it was the absence of worry over potential sabotage or job loss, but the clouds of anxiety had dissipated, and she walked with a newfound lightness. This day marked the final day of new employee training. After completing the exam, she and Lin Xiaoxiao headed to the cafeteria for lunch. The crowd was larger than usual, and while waiting in line, Rong Yan pulled out her phone to scroll through her social media, only to find a transfer from Chi Jingyuan, 300,000 yuan. Her expression hardened, and she quickly typed a message. Mr. Chi, I will not accept the money. Please adhere to our agreement from last night. Thank you. She sent the message, returning the 300,000. Chi Jingyuan replied, what agreement from last night? Rong Yan was momentarily stunned and hurriedly typed back. The agreement from last night was that this would be the last time, and from now on, we shall remain unconnected. You cannot use your position to threaten me. I will perform my duties diligently. Chi Jingyuan responded. Did that happen? I only recall that last night, my employee audaciously dared to flirt with her boss and even sat on his lap. What do you think should be done with such an employee? Rong Yan was left speechless. What did this mean? Was he going to renege on their agreement, just when she thought she had freed herself from his grasp? He was now disregarding their previous understanding. Rong Yan's lips trembled with fury. At that moment, she reached the front of the line, forcing her to put her phone away, grab her meal, and follow Lin Xiaoxiao in search of a place to eat. What's wrong? You look rather pale. It can't be your stomach again, can it? Rong Yan, lost in thought, replied, perhaps just a bit. You should still find time to see a doctor. Persistent retching isn't normal. Take care of yourself to avoid any future complications. Rong Yan nodded in agreement. Upon returning to the office, Rong Yan gazed at the messages sent by Chi Jingyuan, her frustration escalating with each glance. Feeling increasingly aggrieved, during their last encounter at Tianwaishan, she ought to have slapped him twice. The more she pondered, the angrier she became, prompting her to decisively block him, after a prolonged silence on his end. Chi Jingyuan, tapping his fingers on the desk, turned his gaze towards the window, wondering if the little kitten was genuinely upset. After all, he was merely joking. He began typing. I was just kidding, are you mad? Yet before he could send it, an executive knocked on the door, requesting to discuss the progress of the Moon Bay project. He set his phone aside and transitioned into work mode. After work, Rong Yan hurried to a pharmacy downstairs to purchase some stomach medication. The familiar salesgirl was on duty, and she tossed the medicine onto the counter. 58, scanned opaque. Rong Yan picked it up and immediately noticed the conspicuous expiration date on the box. This won't do. It's expired. The salesgirl glanced at it, discarded the medicine, and turned to fetch 2 boxes that were still valid. Suddenly recalling that she hadn't used contraception since last night, Rong Yan pointed to the emergency contraceptive she had previously taken. Could you grab this for me as well? Thank you. The salesgirl broke off a pill and tossed it on the counter. Rong Yan examined the expiration date and shelf life, her blood running cold. This one is expired too. The salesgirl shrugged. So what if it's expired? I'll get you the unexpired ones, but is it merely about the expiration? She had taken it twice. Relying on this contraception had allowed her to confidently conclude that her discomfort stemmed from her stomach. If the previous 2 doses had also expired, then this discomfort might not solely be gastrointestinal. Moreover, it seemed her period had not yet arrived this month. After contemplating, Rong Yan asked the salesgirl for a pregnancy test. Hurriedly paid, and returned home. Upon seeing the 2 lines on the test, her blood ran cold. She was indeed pregnant. This reality led her down the same path as her mother. Fate truly is cruel. That night, Rong Yan tossed and turned, unable to sleep. When she finally drifted off, she was awoken by a nightmare. In her dream, her mother sat at the edge of her bed, hair disheveled, tears of blood streaming down her face as she tightly grasped Rong Yan's hand. Demanding to know why she disobeyed, she cried, wanting to explain, but no sound emerged. Awakening with tears streaming down her face, she finally endured until Friday. After wrapping up her work, Rong Yan hurriedly packed her belongings to leave. Lin Xiaoxiao called to invite her to dinner, but she was already on her way home. I'm sorry, Xiaoxiao, I have something to attend to today. Let us meet another day, okay? No problem, you take care of your matters first. We can gather when you're free. Traffic was congested on Friday, and by the time she arrived at the hospital, it was already late. She couldn't get a consultation ticket for the day. But the emergency room had just opened. To her surprise, the attending physician was Rong Yuanzhou. Instinctively she turned to flee, but he spotted her. Here to see a doctor, there is no queue right now. Come on in. After completing the paperwork, blood tests, and examinations, everything went smoothly. When she finally received her diagnosis, Rong Yan felt as if she were dreaming. Intrauterine early pregnancy, viable fetus, 6 weeks along. Rong Yuanzhou examined the report and reached a conclusion. Despite her mental preparations, Rong Yan's expression dimmed. What should she do? She was still on probation. If the company learned of her pregnancy, they would undoubtedly deny her permanent position. She wasn't married, and her only family was her elderly grandmother. Not only would no one be available to care for the child if born, but she would also risk repeating the mistakes of the past. A vile woman, an illegitimate child, growing up amidst humiliation and scorn. Subjected to endless mockery and curses. Noticing her hesitation, Rong Yuanzhou's expression hardened. Why don't you cherish yourself? Huh? What? Rong Yan didn't hear clearly. In such an environment, and now, he continued, a woman's most vital possession is her self-respect and self-love. If you don't care for your own body, didn't your parents teach you anything? Rong Yan lowered her head, silent. Realizing he had overstepped, Rong Yuanzhou rubbed his forehead. I apologize, I'm just a bit concerned. He seemed overly invested in this girl, seeing her unwell, working in such a place, and now pregnant without a partner to support her. A wave of indescribable anger surged within him, nearly overwhelming his temper. It's all right, you're right. The doctor, resembling her father, inexplicably made her feel a sense of closeness, leading her to believe that his words were genuinely for her benefit. Rong Yan lifted her head, as if making a monumental decision. Dr. Rong, I can't keep this child. Chapter 18, Blind Date. It's not that I don't want to, it's that I can't. Rong Yuanzhou clenched his fists. Aren't you going to inform the father of the child? Rong Yan resolutely shook her head. She had made an agreement with Chi Jingyuan. It was a transaction with no emotional ties. He might not accept the child, and besides, she didn't want to feel as though she was using the child to coerce him. It was best to handle this matter quietly without anyone knowing. Although medical advancements have progressed, surgery still carries risks, and an emergency could lead to lifelong infertility. Rong Yan nodded. I understand. When can I undergo the procedure? Rong Yuanzhou checked the hospital's admission schedule. Sunday afternoon. Dr. from the gynecology department will perform the surgery. You can rest assured. Rong Yan nodded again. Rong Yuanzhou prepared the surgical order for her. Pay today, and you won't need to queue when you come in on Sunday. Thank you. Holding the order, Rong Yan prepared to leave. Rong Yuanzhou called her back, stepped forward with his phone. Scan this, add my WeChat. If you feel unwell or have questions, feel free to ask me anytime. Thank you. Rong Yan's eyes glistened. The kindness of strangers often touches the heart most profoundly, a sentiment she had rarely felt over the years, making it all the more precious. Rong Yan exited the emergency room. After paying, she left the hospital in a daze. Just as the Rolls-Royce parked, Chi Jingyuan stepped out of the car and caught sight of her hurriedly leaving. She seemed troubled, walking slowly, and accidentally bumped into someone. The individual erupted in anger, and she apologized with reddened eyes. This is the medicine my aunt needs. The dosage and instructions have changed, all written inside. Rong Yuanzhou, clad in a white coat, handed a bag of medicine to Chi Jingyuan. Chi Jingyuan had come to the hospital to fetch medication for his mother, not expecting to encounter Rong Yan. Is that your patient? Rong Yuanzhou nodded, letting out a sigh. Yes, she came in last time due to excessive intimacy, and now she is here because she is pregnant. The medicine clattered to the ground. Rong Yuanzhou picked it up and placed it back in Chi Jingyuan's hands. For a grown man, you can't even hold on to some medicine properly. Chi Jingyuan grasped his shoulder. Are you sure she is really pregnant? Brother, I'm a medical doctor. Such a simple diagnosis can't be mistaken. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, brow furrowed. Then what medication did you prescribe her? Something to support the pregnancy. What support? She is here for surgery in the emergency room. Chi Jingyuan seized his wrist. You operated on her. Brother, it's the emergency room. We don't perform those kinds of surgeries here. Have some common sense. Rong Yuanzhou shook off his grip. But I did give her a surgical order, for the afternoon of the day after tomorrow. Rong Yuanzhou felt increasingly agitated. Reflecting on the girl's silhouette only intensified his distress, causing him to overlook Chi Jingyuan's unusual demeanor. Damn it, these scoundrels, all seeking their own pleasure at the expense of young girls. Chi Jingyuan, I genuinely want to punch someone. Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yuanzhou lit a cigarette, then extinguished it, remembering he was at work. By the way, ISNT, they're a gathering tomorrow. Send me the location. I'll show up once I wake up. I'm not free. Chi Jingyuan opened the door and got into the car, the Rolls-Royce driving off. Rong Yuanzhou, who annoyed this esteemed gentleman to ruin his mood. He shrugged and turned back toward the hospital. Chi Jingyuan furrowed his brows, feeling irritable. Su Cheng silently drove, observing his boss's expression, cautiously speaking up. Sir, where to now? Back to Tingyuan or the old residence? There is a family gathering tonight. Chi Jingyuan stared at his phone. The caller ID displayed Madame Lu, with multiple missed calls flooding in. He rubbed his temples, recalling his mother's furious, cold face as she questioned him. Let us go back to the old residence. Understood. The car quickly arrived at the old residence's entrance. Upon entering, Chi Jingyuan found the living room devoid of its usual liveliness, only a few nannies tidying up. You still remember to come back? I thought your soul had been ensnared by some vixen, forgetting tonight was a family gathering. Lu Wenlan sat on the sofa, her words laced with sarcasm. Chi Jingyuan handed the medication to the nanny. Removing his coat, why didn't you answer my calls? Do you find me bothersome? Chi Jingyuan, who do you think raised you through thick and thin? Surely you don't think it was your father, who abandoned his family for his first love? Here we go again. Whenever things did not go her way, she would invoke his father to belittle him. Chi Jingyuan's expression was blank as he ascended the stairs. If there's nothing else, I'll head upstairs. Upstairs? Did I tell you to go? Do you even see me as your mother? I raised you. Is this how you repay me? Had I known you were such an ungrateful wretch, I would have left you with your father and seen if you could survive. Moral coercion. Lu Madame's quintessential tactic. Chi Jingyuan had long grown accustomed to this. He paused momentarily in his stride before approaching the sofa by the floor-to-ceiling window, settling beside Lu Wenlan. If you have something to say, please do. Lu Wenlan turned her head, somewhat displeased. She then turned to beckon He Yiling, who hurried over, calling out, Aunt Lan. Her cheeks flushed as she regarded Chi Jingyuan. A strong scent of perfume wafted through the air, causing Chi Jingyuan to furrow his brow. So this is Uncle He's daughter, Yiling. Lu Wenlan, shedding her previous sarcasm, adopted a gentle demeanor. Mother understands that you are a sentimental person, but you mustn't dwell on Cece. You have waited for her for so many years, yet it seems your fates are misaligned. Yiling is a good girl, her family background and education match yours. When it comes to romance, compatibility is essential. If you have no pressing matters, why not take her for a stroll in the garden? The purple magnolias are blooming beautifully. Go take a look together. Aunt Lan. He Yiling's face reddened even further. Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly, nonchalantly responding, if Missy wishes to see the magnolia flowers, she can ask the housekeeper to guide her. I have no interest in flowers. Furthermore, I was unaware of today's events in advance and have no intention of pursuing the daughter of the Yi family. If Missy wishes to maintain the Yi family's dignity, I suggest she refrain from visiting in the future. Thank you. He picked up his coat and exited the room. Inside, the sounds of Lu Wunlan's furious shouts and objects being thrown echoed. Chi Jingyuan remained unfazed as he dialed Su Cheng's number. Young master, why are you leaving right after returning? You haven't even eaten. Mama Lu, trembling, hurried out with a bowl of millet porridge, her heart aching. No matter how busy you are, you must eat something. Your stomach has never been strong. Chi Jingyuan's expression softened instantly. I and the cold and calculating Chi family, only Mama Lu truly cared for him. Chapter 19. Someone is looking for you at the village entrance. I won't eat. I'll come back to see you when I have time. Just eat a little. I made this in the afternoon and kept it warm for your return. Don't blame your mother. She means well. And it's been tough for her these years. Chi Jingyuan remained silent. The car had arrived, and he patted Mama Lu's shoulder before getting in. His phone vibrated. Brother Yuan, I heard your mother introduced you to the Yi family's daughter. I truly pity you. For a moment, though Zhou Wei spoke with feigned sympathy, there was a glimmer of amusement in his tone. Since old master He was arrested, the Yi family had been in turmoil, scrambling to secure their position through marriages. Previously, they had targeted families like the Zhou family, but now they had their eyes set on the Chi family. With the Yi family's methods, anyone associated with them would be drained dry. Was Aunt Lan really Chi Jingyuan's mother? How could she think to introduce him to the Yi family? Chi Jingyuan sneered. You seem quite well informed. Could it be that you have your sights set on a daughter from the Yi family? Brother Yuan, one can eat haphazardly, but one must not speak carelessly. Then why are you so eager to call me? Is it merely to enjoy the spectacle? Zhou Wei chuckled awkwardly. But on another note, Brother Yuan, if you find someone suitable, you should consider tying the knot quickly. Otherwise, with Aunt Lan's style, who knows who she will introduce next? Chi Jingyuan frowned. Aside from that person, he had never contemplated marriage with anyone else. Yet, there was indeed a viable solution to address the current situation. Hanging up, he opened WeChat. Rong Yan's profile picture was a cluster of white daisies, vibrant and full of life, much like her own vitality. He recalled the last message he had drafted. Just kidding, are you angry? I forgot to send it. He deleted those words and rephrased. Are you pregnant? After a moment's thought, he deleted it again. Can we chat tomorrow? He clicked send. A system prompt appeared. You are not yet friends with this person. Please add them as a friend before sending a message. Chi Jingyuan. It seems she is genuinely upset. Has she grown bold enough to delete the boss? Does she truly not want to work anymore? Chi Jingyuan paused momentarily, suddenly recalling a resume Linda had sent him recently, which included her home address and contact number. However, when he dialed, he received a message. Sorry, the number you are calling is switched off. Please try again later. Rong Yan had hurriedly packed her belongings and returned to her hometown after a restful night's sleep there. She felt as though she had truly come back to life. The news of her pregnancy had weighed heavily on her, casting a shadow over her mood. Spending the weekend to come back home. You have money now, so you can indulge yourself? Her grandmother scolded from the door as she picked vegetables, shooing away a cat that was trying to steal food. Rong Yan silently washed the dishes in the kitchen. Listening quietly, despite her grandmother's sternness, she still found solace in returning home when troubled. I'm not busy lately, just came to see you. The fare isn't expensive. I can earn more money later. That's not how it works. Are you going to get married for free and have children for free? I'm getting old and can't help you much, but you must rely on yourself. I understand, Grandma. After lunch, Rong Yan helped her grandmother in the fields, working until dusk before returning home. On her way, she unexpectedly encountered Aunt Lu, who wore a gossipy expression and a mysterious smile. Rong, someone is looking for you at the village entrance. You should go check it out. Looking for me? Who? Rong Yan wondered as she made her way to the village entrance, her basket on her back. A crowd had gathered, many familiar faces eager to witness the commotion. Upon spotting Rong Yan, someone in the crowd exclaimed, "She is here," and a variety of gazes fell upon her. Curiosity, scrutiny, suspicion, mockery, much like the way they had once looked at her mother. A luxurious Rolls-Royce stood out against the backdrop of the dilapidated village. An incongruous sight that aroused the villagers' suspicions. Rong Yan felt a surge of anger. What was Chi Jingyuan doing here? Upon seeing her, he rolled down the car window, his handsome, aloof face reflected in the light. Get in. Rong Yan glanced at her muddy shoes, her pants speckled with dirt, feeling suddenly embarrassed. Nevertheless, she straightened her back. Mr. Chi, this isn't a suitable place for conversation. Why don't you head back first? We can talk when we return to the city. She could disregard the gossip of others, but her grandmother was elderly and should not be subjected to any distress. I'll give you half an hour to pack. With that, the window rolled up. With gritted teeth, Rong Yan hurried home under the watchful eyes of the villagers, taking a shower, changing her clothes, and packing her belongings. Grandma, a colleague from work is looking for me. I need to go back for a meeting. Rong Yan dared not disclose Chi Jingyuan's identity, opting for a fabricated excuse. Colleague. Her grandmother's expression grew serious. Is your colleague a man who drives a luxury car? Someone must have blabbed, and Rong Yan felt a wave of guilt wash over her. She feigned nonchalance. It's normal for a colleague to be male, He comes from a wealthy family, so driving a luxury car is nothing unusual. Her grandmother fell silent, starting to lecture her repeatedly. You better behave and avoid getting involved in anything shady. Know your place. I understand, Grandma, I won't do anything like that. Please trust me. Her grandmother emerged from the house with a basket of eggs. Don't be stingy with money. You must eat and drink well. Understood, Rong Yan smiled, pulling her grandmother into a hug. Who was it that said I was indulging myself with money yesterday? With her belongings in hand, she stepped outside. The Rolls-Royce remained parked, and the crowd had only grown larger. Upon seeing Rong Yan, some villagers stopped her to inquire about the man in the car. She casually replied that he was a colleague and climbed into the vehicle. The car set off steadily towards the city. As night began to fall, Rong Yan couldn't help but feel anxious. What was Chi Jingyuan thinking, summoning her back on a weekend? Surely it couldn't be about company matters. If it wasn't business, then what could it be? Rong Yan clenched her hands. After a long silence, she finally spoke. Mr. Chi, in the future, could you please call me directly if you need something? Avoid blocking me at the village entrance. It wastes your time and creates a negative impression. Would that be alright? Chi Jingyuan scoffed coldly. Are you certain that you can get through to me? Rong Yan quickly retrieved her phone, feeling slightly embarrassed. I'm sorry, I've been busy since I got home and didn't check my phone. My battery died. Chi Jingyuan fell silent. 2 hours later, the car stopped at an upscale shopping mall. Chi Jingyuan opened the door and stepped out, and Rong Yan breathed a sigh of relief, thankful it wasn't. Wait, what was she thinking? After a brief moment of distraction, she followed him out. They navigated through the bustling first floor and took the VIP elevator directly to the top floor, entering an exquisitely decorated restaurant that clearly cost a fortune. Order whatever you like. Chapter 20. I have a responsibility. Rong Yan felt famished, glancing at the menu to find that even the cheapest steak was priced at 4,988 yuan. She felt a wave of nausea and decided to take revenge on her boss by ordering the 9,888 yuan steak instead. Chi Jingyuan also ordered a steak, along with a vegetable salad, corn soup, and fresh fruit pudding. After placing their orders, they sat in silence. Rong Yan lowered her gaze, not wishing to offend her boss, and mustered the courage to pour him some water and offer napkins. Fulfilling her duties as an employee, Chi Jingyuan's gaze was piercing as he spoke softly. Are you still upset about what happened last time? Rong Yan shook her head. I'm just a minor employee. I wouldn't dare to be angry with my superior. You're overthinking it, Mr. Chi Jingyuan observed her slightly pouting lips, raising an eyebrow. You claim you're not angry, yet your emotions are written all over your face. At that moment, the server began to bring out their meals, and soon the table was filled. As Chi Jingyuan sliced his steak, he inquired, Don't you have anything to say to me? Rong Yan hesitated. What was there to say about the incident in the rental apartment? She merely wished to end things swiftly while he sought to maintain this transactional relationship for the long haul. He inquired if she intended to express her stance on the matter. Rong Yan set down her knife and fork, her countenance serene yet tremulous as she replied, I apologize, Mr. Chi, but as I have previously stated, I will absolutely not agree to a monthly arrangement. If you continue to press me, I will have no choice but to do what? After a prolonged pause, she finally uttered the two words, resign. Chi Jingyuan appeared somewhat taken aback, slowly lifting his gaze. Did you think this was merely about that? What else could it be? He set down his utensils. Why did you not inform me about your pregnancy? The clang of Rong Yan's fork hitting the floor echoed through the room. The nearby waiter promptly replaced it with a new one. Regaining her composure, she explained, there was no need to mention it. Mr. Chi, you need not take it to heart. Why? He pressed. We agreed on a transaction for services rendered. With no further entanglements, you paid your dues, and the remaining matters should be mine to handle. Rest assured, I will not implicate you in this. I will manage it discreetly, ensuring no one is aware of your involvement. Is that the reason you went behind my back to schedule the surgery? Rong Yan's eyes widened in disbelief. Had he developed an uncanny insight? Let us eat first, she suggested, though her appetite had waned. Yet she did not wish to waste food. Reluctantly, she picked up the knife and fork, clumsily attempting to slice the beef. Did he even know how to dine in a Western establishment? A couple passed by, stifling laughter at her ineptitude. What a country bumpkin to come here and embarrass herself. Does she even realize where she is? Rong Yan felt a flush of embarrassment, avoiding Chi Jingyuan's gaze, with a heavy thud. He slammed his utensils onto the table. Waiter, what is the matter with this knife? It cannot even cut through the steak. Is this how you provide service? The waiter hurried over to apologize profusely. The manager soon arrived, offering apologies and attempting to placate Chi Jingyuan. Furthermore, should your establishment allow any riffraff to disturb the dining experience, I shall reconsider my investment here, he warned. The manager's expression turned serious as he quickly dialed the owner. Moments later, the owner approached with two customers, apologizing profusely. My sincerest apologies, Mr. Chi, I was unaware it was you, and my words were thoughtless. Chi Jingyuan did not even lift his eyelids. You ought to apologize to her. The two customers hastily turned to Rong Yan, their demeanor so obsequious that they would have willingly knelt before her. She assured them that she was no longer upset, allowing the owner to lead the two customers away. Offering to comp their meal, looking at Chi Jingyuan, Rong Yan felt a flicker of gratitude within her. The big boss was actually defending her. though perhaps it was simply because her embarrassment reflected upon him as well. Nonetheless, she was deeply touched. The plate in front of her was removed, and Chi Jingyuan methodically sliced her steak with an elegance that was mesmerizing to eye. In no time, he placed the neatly cut beef before her. Eat. If it is insufficient, I shall order more. Rong Yan nodded earnestly. It's enough. Truly. After their meal, they descended the stairs and entered the card. It felt as though an eternity had passed before they finally arrived at the entrance of Anshin Garden. Rong Yan, eager to express her gratitude, opened the door to exit only to feel a firm grip on her wrist. She turned to see Chi Jingyuan's deep-set gaze. Tomorrow at 9 in the morning. Bring your ID and household registration booklet. A sigh of relief escaped her. Thankfully, he did not intend for her to come upstairs. She simply wished to escape and find a place where she could breathe freely. Nodding briskly before dashing away, perhaps due to her pregnancy, she returned home, completed her evening routine, and fell asleep early the following morning. A familiar Rolls-Royce awaited her at the roadside. As she approached, the window rolled down, revealing Chi Jingyuan's calm demeanor. Get in. Rong Yan settled into the back seat. Did you bring your identification photos? He inquired. She nodded, slightly perplexed. Mr. Chi, are we heading to discuss something? I have other matters this afternoon and am unsure if I will have time. Chi Jingyuan replied coolly. Listen, I will only say this once. She swiftly retrieved her notebook, prepared to take notes. Adopting an earnest demeanor, put the notebook away, he instructed. Rong Yan complied without hesitation. He fixed his gaze upon her. Regardless of our previous agreements, I bear a share of responsibility for this child. You cannot unilaterally decide to terminate the pregnancy. Alright, but what? She was momentarily taken aback, doubting her comprehension of his words. After confirming, she shook her head. Mr. Chi, while you do share responsibility for the child, I do as well. Do not wish to keep it. Why not? May I speak candidly? What do you think? Then I shall speak freely. Rong Yan gathered her courage. I am still in my probationary period, and becoming pregnant complicates my chances of securing a permanent position. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. The company values talent above all else. If you possess exceptional skills, your pregnancy will not diminish your capabilities. Do you understand? Understood. So it is all about merit. I am still young, unmarried, and lack the means to support a child or the energy to raise it. That is one reason, but not the fundamental one, correct? True to form, you see matters at their core, she replied, pausing before continuing. Mr. Chi, you were not born in a rural area and cannot fathom the societal pressures there. If I were to give birth, she would forever bear the stigma of being an illegitimate child, subjected to scorn, abuse, and ridicule. I aced my suggestion that you become the other woman. Rong Yan was momentarily stunned. Retorting, what else could it be? He tossed a contract before her. Chi Jingyuan's voice remained calm and detached. I will marry you. Chapter 21. How this wife carries herself with dignity. The marriage announcement will not be made public. You shall give birth to the child, and after 6 months, you may choose to divorce, with the child raised by the Chi family. I will provide you with a sum of money as compensation. Rong Yan perused the contract in her hands, a thick stack with meticulously detailed content. She could not help but be astonished at the prowess of Xingshur's legal team upon seeing the figure. She silently counted the zeros, units, tens, hundreds, thousands, 10,000s, 100,000s, million, 200 million. To bear this child, he would grant her 200 million. She counted again, and indeed, it was 200 million. Rong Yan swallowed hard. You are offering 200 million for me to give birth to this child. Are you not afraid? Once born, we will conduct a paternity test. If the child is not mine, you will receive nothing. If it is mine, the contract will be honored. I shall give you 10 minutes to decide. If you agree, we will head to the Civil Affairs Bureau now. 10 minutes. Might I have a bit more time to consider? What is there to clarify? Rong Yan shook her head, setting aside the matter of the 200 million. Which she found impossible to refuse. She also hoped for the safe arrival of the child within her. However, this was her marriage, and she wished to contemplate it thoroughly. If there is nothing unclear, then let us proceed to obtain the certificate. The vehicle had already arrived at the Civil Affairs Bureau. Unbeknownst to her, Chi Jingyuan exited the car, and Rong Yan hurried to follow. The Civil Affairs Bureau was surprisingly open on the weekend. They were indeed making efforts to boost the marriage rate. There were few people at the marriage window, and they were quickly called to the counter. Submitting documents, registering, taking photos, and receiving the certificate all occurred at an astonishing pace. Holding the red booklet in her hands, Rong Yan suddenly felt a sense of unreality. Had she truly married? Just like that, without any forewarning, Chi Jingyuan was on a phone call. His pace brisk, Rong Yan chased after his retreating figure. After he hung up, he turned to her. I have other matters to attend to. Su Chang will drive you back. He produced a card and handed it to her. Move your belongings to my place. The gate code is 0106, the same as the card's pin. Rong Yan was taken aback. Are we moving? It is quite convenient where I am now. Perhaps we could. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, maintaining his original posture. Rong Yan lowered her head in resignation. Very well, Mr. Chi, I shall comply. However, regarding the card, since we are fulfilling a contract, it would be prudent to keep our dealings distinct. Chi Jingyuan continued to observe her. Under his penetrating gaze, she felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly accepted the card. See what you lack, purchase what you need, do not hesitate. Understood, Mr. Chi Jingyuan remarked. What a dignified wife I have. A faint smirk graced his lips, though he said nothing further as he entered another vehicle, swiftly disappearing into the distance. I in the car. Ran gazed at the red booklet in Chi Jingyuan's hand. Astonished, you truly went through with the marriage, to such a young girl, no less. Don't you think you were a bit impulsive? Ran queried. I have never seen you make such a bold and absurd decision. Chi Jingyuan nonchalantly tucked the marriage certificate away. She is pregnant, I must take responsibility. Spare me, Mingzhu has adored you for 10 years, yet I have never seen you take responsibility for that relationship. Chi Jingyuan lit a cigarette, gazing out the window in silence. He was contemplating the fact that pregnant women should not be exposed to secondhand smoke. He would need to quit. Moreover, the contract stipulates that after the child is born, she may choose to divorce. Is this your way of trapping her with the child, giving her an opportunity to reconsider? Ran was a well-known attorney in the industry and also served as Xingshir's legal advisor. He was, at the same time, Chi Jingyuan's closest friend. Only he knows that this seemingly cold-blooded, composed, and wise leader of the group possesses an undisclosed side. She is still young, trapped by a child for life, which is rather unfair to her. Amidst the swirling smoke, Chi Jingyuan explained in a calm manner. Ran chuckled and shook his head, choosing not to elaborate further. Rong Yan followed Su Cheng to the Anshin home. She had few belongings, gathering only some essentials, while Su Cheng assisted her in loading them into the car, which then proceeded towards the most understated yet luxurious residential area in Incheon. An hour later, the Rolls-Royce came to a halt in front of a white villa marked Tingyuan. The Nordic-style standalone villa exuded an ancient yet mysterious charm, with a towering sycamore tree shading the entrance, and the lawn adorned with exquisite and rare potted plants. Su Cheng guided Rong Yan inside. Madam, this is Wang Ma. He gestured towards a kind and amiable middle-aged woman at the door. Wang Ma will be responsible for your and the sir's meals from now on. And this is Steward Su, he added, indicating another tall, spirited middle-aged man. The cleaning and household chores of the villa would be managed by others who would come periodically but would not reside there. Rong Yan nodded, expressing her gratitude. Thank you all for your hard work. If there's anything unclear, I hope everyone will be patient with me. Wang Ma and Steward Su were taken aback, quickly responding. Madam, it's nothing, truly not a burden. It was indeed surprising that after all these years, the sir had brought back a woman who was so polite and gracious, without a hint of arrogance. Su Cheng led Rong Yan up to the second floor. The wooden spiral staircase, the dazzling chandelier, and the exquisite yet tasteful decor surpassed any luxury villa seen on television by countless measures. The villa was vast, and it took several minutes of walking upstairs before they reached the door of the room. Madam, you will reside here from now on. Su Cheng set down her belongings and stood by the door, ready to assist. Rong Yan surveyed the room, a spacious 2-meter bed, a walk-in closet, a bathroom with a tub, a vanity area, and even a small study. Everything was understated yet exuded luxury. She estimated that this room alone was nearly the size of her 4 rental apartments combined. How wonderful it is to be wealthy. Time is tight, your closet is only partially filled. In the coming days, more brands will deliver their items. If you need anything, feel free to inform Wang Ma or me. Rong Yan glanced at the closet. It was already well stocked with seasonal innerwear, sleepwear, various styles of shoes, and bags. There's no need to trouble anyone, I can manage with my own clothes. After giving birth, she intended to leave, and these items did not belong to her. There was no necessity to buy so many. This is the sir's instruction. Very well. That statement left her with no room for negotiation. She dared not reason with Chi Jingyuan. Shifting her gaze, Rong Yan noticed the neatly arranged men's clothing on the opposite side of the closet. Is the sir's clothing also kept here? Su Cheng chuckled. Of course, this is the sir's room. Her breath caught suddenly. With lingering disbelief, she asked, was this arranged by Mr. Chi? Su Cheng pondered for a moment. The sir did not mention moving to another room, so we simply relocated here. Chapter 22, The Boss's Lunchbox. Rong Yan. This only made her breath more labored. Previously, she had only focused on marriage and childbirth, forgetting a more significant matter, and now that they were married, would they have to share a bed? The thought of lying in the same bed as Chi Jingyuan made her uneasy. She wished to leave this place immediately. However, Su Cheng added, the sir occasionally stays here, but sometimes he resides at Haitang Bay. Rong Yan nodded, feeling somewhat reassured. She had no desire to learn about Haitang Bay or whether there were others there. Since obtaining their marriage certificate, she had been acutely aware of her mission, to bear a child and secure 200 million. Thus, in another sense, Chi Jingyuan remained her superior, she merely had a different job description. As an employee, she understood the boundaries, what to do and what not to do. Adhering to her responsibilities, completing her KPIs, was her only task moving forward. Rong Yan cancelled her afternoon surgery. Su Cheng showed her around the villa. That evening, Wang Ma prepared 3 dishes and a soup: pepper-salted beef, shrimp and egg custard, braised lamb chops, and winter melon clam soup. After dinner, Rong Yan returned to her room. After freshening up, she gazed at the expansive 2-meter wide bed, Feeling a mix of anxiety and confusion, would Chi Jingyuan come over tonight? After a prolonged internal struggle, she succumbed to fatigue, sinking into the soft, comfortable bed and drifting into a deep sleep when she awoke in the morning. She found herself alone, the bed cold. It seemed he did not return. Rong Yan breathed a sigh of relief after breakfast. Su Chang was waiting outside, stating he would take her to work. Rong Yan felt somewhat exasperated. Appearing at the company's entrance in this Rolls-Royce would certainly land her on the front page, or rather, the headlines of Huagua. Sensing her embarrassment, Su Chang kindly suggested, "There are a few other cars in the garage. Would you like to switch?" Rong Yan recalled the Ferrari, Aston Martin, Bentley, and Maybach inside. "Never mind, it's all the same in the end. If it gets too unbearable, I can always get out early." Master Su, don't you need to pick up Mr. Chi? She inquired in the car. Mr. Chi is on a business trip to France. There's an important meeting that will last for 3 days, and he won't be back in the country for the next week. Rong Yan was taken aback. No wonder he hadn't returned last night. He was on a business trip. If that was the case, the coming week would be her time to relax without the boss around. She felt a significant sense of relief upon exiting the car. Su Chang handed her a black and white lunchbox, saying, "This has been instructed by the sir. From now on, your meals will be the same as his. Prepared by Wang Ma in the morning and brought to the company, isn't there a cafeteria? There is no need to go through all this trouble. The sir said that food from outside isn't clean and isn't good for the child. The ingredients at home are either from our farm or airlifted from abroad." Rong Yan, very well, for the sake of the child, I cannot refuse. At noon, Lin Xiaoxiao came to the marketing department looking for a lunch buddy. Rong Yan set down the materials in her hands, feeling somewhat guilty. "Sorry, Xiaoxiao, I can't go to the cafeteria with you anymore. I have a sensitive stomach and plan to bring my own meals." "Wow, you can cook, how interesting." Lin Xiaoxiao immediately perked up. "Come on, let me see what you're eating. That might not be appropriate." "What's inappropriate? Just show me, let me witness your culinary skills." Unable to resist her persistence, Rong Yan reluctantly took out the lunchbox, opening it one item at a time. Although it was packed in the morning, the dishes were still steaming. As she lifted the lid, the aroma wafted through the entire office, drawing the attention of many. "Wow, Yan, you brought your own lunch. It smells so good. What are you eating? It's so fragrant. I didn't expect someone in our department to be so capable." However, when everyone saw the food in the lunchbox, their expressions shifted from curiosity to astonishment. It contained braised abalone, pan-seared beef ribs, corn and pork rib soup, and a small bowl of bird's nest. "In. Did you win the lottery?" Lin Xiaoxiao exclaimed in surprise. Rong Yan awkwardly closed the box. "Not really. I just thought I'd treat myself since my stomach wasn't feeling well." "That's true. You're too thin, you should indulge a bit." At that moment, Ran Xiaoyun suddenly recalled something, pointing at the lunchbox on Rong Yan's desk. "I remember now, isn't this lunchbox the same as Mr. Chi's?" She appeared quite excited, her face slightly flushed. "It really is. I saw an assistant deliver this lunchbox to the top floor before." A colleague chimed in. Hearing this, Shen Mingzhu, who was passing by, paused. She first glanced at the lunchbox and then, following the gaze, looked at its owner. Rong Yan pressed down on the lunchbox, forcing a laugh as she explained, "I just bought it casually. It's probably just a similar design. No way, it's clearly the same brand. This brand is super expensive. They say it has some black technology. Just this box alone costs 4 digits, and it's a limited edition." Ran Xiaoyun gestured, her expression even more shocked. Rong Yan awkwardly explained, "It might just be a replica. This is definitely not a replica. There's a logo here, and I swear it's absolutely genuine." Now, the way everyone looked at Rong Yan shifted subtly. A newcomer to the company, spending extravagantly on the boss's lunchbox, was all too evident in its implications. Rong Yan clenched her hands, unsure how to explain herself. At the door, Shen Mingzhu smiled. "This is indeed a high-quality replica. It doesn't cost much. Instead of discussing lunchboxes here, you might as well go get your lunch early. If you're late, the pork ribs will be gone in the cafeteria." Steamed pork ribs were a delicacy and were always snatched up the quickest. "Sister Mingzhu, welcome back." Sister Mingzhu. After the warm greetings, everyone hurried out of the office. Shen Mingzhu turned to Rong Yan, smiling gently. She casually picked up the tag next to the lunchbox, fiddling with it, her tone nonchalant. "Even if you bought the boss's model, it's no big deal. It's your right. Rong Yan didn't know her, but since everyone called her Sister Mingzhu, she followed suit. "Hello, Sister Mingzhu, thank you for helping me out." "No need for thanks. At your age, it's normal to have some fantasies. Just don't confuse fantasies with reality and jeopardize your bright future. Do you understand what I'm saying?" Rong Yan nodded. Was she hinting at something, suggesting that it was fine to have feelings for Chi Jingyuan but not to act excessively, or else it could derail her promising future? Just as well, be sure to have a good meal. Shen Mingzhu tossed aside the label, withdrawing the disdain from the corner of her eye, and departed in her 8-centimeter high heels. In the afternoon, Rong Yan messaged Lin Xiaoxiao. "Who is that Mingzhu from noon?" You know Sister Mingzhu, she is the closest person to Boss Chi, the head of the executive office, and the assistant to Mr. Chi, a person whom no one in the prosperous world can afford to offend." It is said that she has known Mr. Chi for over 10 years and they share a very close relationship. Some even say, Chapter 23, Brother Xinyan. What do they say? They say they have long been in a romantic relationship. But the matter has not been openly acknowledged, though both families have tacitly accepted it, and marriage is only a matter of time. No wonder she would say those things to her. Lin Xiaoxiao, Yan, was that lunchbox truly made by you? Rong Yan, yes. Why, Lin Xiaoxiao, it's nothing, I just thought it looked so delicious that I was a bit tempted. Could you make me one tomorrow? After work, when Rong Yan returned home, she faced a table laden with exquisite and delectable dishes but hesitated to pick up her chopsticks. Madam, is the food not to your liking? Wang Ma inquired as she replenished the soup. Rong Yan shook her head. Wang Ma, please don't prepare breakfast for me tomorrow, I can eat at the cafeteria. Wang Ma glanced at Butler Su, feeling somewhat embarrassed. Madam, this is what the sir instructed. We cannot cancel it without his consent, perhaps you could communicate with him about it. Rong Yan took out her phone, only to remember that she had deleted his WeChat. Never mind, facing Chi Jingyuan. She wasn't sure what to say anyway, she might as well make do with the meal. Could you make me 2 portions tomorrow? Of course, no problem. Wang Ma happily went to the kitchen. The next afternoon Rong Yan handed another lunchbox to Lin Xiaoxiao and the two found a quiet spot to eat. Wow, stir-fried shrimp with broccoli, tomato beef brisket, wild mushroom stewed chicken, and fruits. She picked up a piece of food. Her eyes sparkling as she nodded repeatedly. A delicious, Yan, your culinary skills are truly remarkable, but weren't you from the countryside? How could you make so many dishes? Rong Yan understood what she was implying. Merely testing the authenticity of her cooking. I couldn't cook before, but I learned by looking at recipes. What can I say, I'm quite intelligent. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter after a moment. She picked up something from the chicken soup. This, could it be matsutake? Wild ones are quite expensive. Where did you get the money? Who said this is wild? It's cultivated, purchased online. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded and said nothing further. Focusing on her meal. At that moment, a group of well-dressed individuals walked past in the corridor. Rong Yan casually glanced at the leading man, dressed in a white shirt, with a warm complexion and a smile on his lips. Resembling Xinyan from her memories. A rush of blood surged through Rong Yan, and her hand holding the spoon trembled slightly. Was that Brother Xinyan? Had he come to the prosperous world too? Wasn't he a professor at the university? What was he doing here? No, it couldn't be. She rubbed her eyes, hoping to see more clearly, wishing in her heart that it was him while simultaneously fearing that it might be. What are you staring at so intently? Nothing. Rong Yan averted her gaze, hastily shoveling food into her mouth. What had once been a fragrant and sweet meal now tasted as bland as chewing wax. Meanwhile, at the corner, Xinyan abruptly halted. Gazing in the direction of Rong Yan. What is wrong, Professor Shen? Is there an issue with the research report? Xinyan smiled and shook his head. No, let us go. In that fleeting moment, he thought he had seen Yan. Since that incident, he had been unable to contact her. She had deleted him and stopped using her phone card. Even when she occasionally returned to her hometown, there was no news about her. She must have truly come to despise him. Xinyan lowered his gaze to the bracelet on his wrist, a sudden wave of sorrow washing over him. Days passed by in this manner. A month swiftly elapsed. During this time, Rong Yan had gained a bit of weight under Wang Ma's care, her complexion losing much of its pallor and gaining a rosy glow, her figure becoming more curvaceous. Throughout this month, Rong Yan had not seen Chi Jingyuan at all. According to Su Cheng, after handling matters in France, he had gone to Australia, with no set date for his return, just as she finished her tasks. Her phone rang. It was Lin Xiaoxiao. Yan, I'm downstairs waiting for you. Come down as soon as you're ready. Maybe I shouldn't go. How can you say that? The other party is bringing a male companion. And I'll be alone. It will be quite awkward. Besides, there is nothing much to do at home tonight. Just think of it as a free dinner and keep me company, will you? Lin Xiaoxiao was meeting a friend she had known online, who mentioned bringing a guest, so she thought of bringing Rong Yan along. It was a chance to meet someone new, and since you're single, you might just meet your Prince Charming. Forget it. Where do you find so many dramatic scenarios? Alright then, but I'm only responsible for eating. Everything else is up to you. Deal. No problem. The restaurant was one that the other party had reserved. A well-known music restaurant with style, good dishes, and a bustling atmosphere. Lin Xiaoxiao led Rong Yan to a quiet corner, where she immediately spotted a handsome man. Lin Xiaoxiao quickly greeted him after they were seated. Introductions were made. The man's name was Chi, a doctor who had met Lin Xiaoxiao online. They had been chatting for 2 months. Chi was somewhat reserved and shy, occasionally blushing, while Lin Xiaoxiao was the epitome of a social butterfly. Their conversation flowed harmoniously. By the way, has your friend not arrived yet? Yes, here, just received a call and stepped out to take it. Chi turned his gaze in the direction she was looking, waving as he spotted the newcomer. Yes, here. Seeing Chi, Xinyan waved back. As his gaze shifted, he caught sight of Rong Yan quietly sipping juice in the corner. Rong Yan looked up, and their eyes met in midair. In that instant, she nearly spilled the juice in her hand. Are you alright? Lin Xiaoxiao quickly wiped the table clean for her. I'm fine. Rong Yan tightened her grip. Silently sipping her juice, long time no see. Xinyan's gaze, filled with unspoken emotions, rested on Rong Yan. He hadn't seen her in so long that even in his dreams, she was present. If longing had a sound, it would have been deafening by now. Long time no see, Shin. Teacher Shin. After exchanging greetings, Rong Yan continued to lower her head and drink juice. Xinyan's eyes darkened as he asked, "Have you been well these past years?" Rong Yan nodded. "Quite well." Xinyan nodded in return. That's good. The atmosphere between them felt strange, and Lin Xiaoxiao, not knowing what to say, seized the moment when they fell silent to interject. "Teacher Shin? I am also your student. Why do you only greet Yan and not me?" Xinyan smiled warmly. "Lin, it's been a long time." Ichi looked on in astonishment. "You two know each other?" "Know each other? Of course we do. The renowned teacher Shin from a university. No, now he is Professor Shin. He was so handsome, both charming and talented, that he overshadowed even the campus heartthrob when they first enrolled. They were filled with curiosity about this teacher Shin, going so far as to pay a hefty sum for elective classes just to observe him. Chapter 24. This is my sister. Who would have thought that this teacher actually knew Rong Yan? Not only did he know her, but they had once been neighbors. It was said that when they were young, Rong Yan had nearly been beaten to death by her mother, and it was he who had rushed her to the hospital just in time to save her life. What a small world it is. Lin Xiaoxiao, being the social butterfly she was, smoothly regained the flow of conversation, and everyone chatted amiably while Rong Yan remained focused on her food. Don't just eat rice. Eat more vegetables. Shen placed a piece of boneless fish into her bowl. Rong Yan looked up and caught sight of the bracelet on his wrist. Teacher Shen, that bracelet is so beautiful. Can I get the link? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired. Shen Yan glanced at Rong Yan. There is no link. It was a gift from a friend years ago, and I've worn it ever since. Oh, what a pity. Rong Yan remained silent, her mind elsewhere as she continued eating. Accidentally, her chopsticks picked up the piece of fish, and just as she tasted it, a wave of nausea washed over her. She excused herself to get some fresh air and stepped outside the restaurant. As the cold wind blew, the discomfort in her stomach gradually subsided. Watch out, a drunken man suddenly swung a bottle at her. And Shen quickly pulled her aside, preventing her from getting hit. Rong Yan lost her balance and nearly fell into his embrace, but she managed to steady herself. Thank you. She broke free from his grasp. Yan, have you really been well these years? Shenyan's gaze was heavy, as if it contained 1,000 unspoken words. I'm doing quite well, Teacher Shen. Shen smiled wryly. If you were truly well, you wouldn't still call me Teacher Shen. Back then, you were my brother Shen. You were young then, unaware of the differences in our statuses. Please don't hold it against me, Teacher Shen. Rong Yan lowered her head, a wave of sadness washing over her. You see, you're still blaming me. Yan, what I said that day. Teacher Shen, you don't need to say any more. I've read and understood. I possess at least a modicum of pride and dignity, she interrupted him. As a daughter born out of wedlock, I certainly cannot be worthy of Teacher Shen. Shen smiled bitterly. So, you're not just blaming me. But you actually hate me, am I right? Rong Yan remained silent. Had that incident not occurred, she might have continued to harbor feelings for him, feelings that would eventually fade away. However, that incident shattered all her pride and extinguished her affection, leaving her in a state where she neither could nor dared to harbor feelings for him any longer. In her childhood, Shen Yan also resided in that alley. His family was affluent, and their home was quite beautiful. During school days, she would pass by his house. On one occasion, upon returning from school, he spotted her lying on the damp ground, bloodied from a beating administered by her mother, so silent in her sobs that no sound escaped her lips. Without a moment's hesitation, he intervened, taking her to the hospital, ultimately saving her life. From that day forth, she habitually relied on him, following him around and calling him brother Shen. Shen was kind. Unlike other children, he never bullied her, stole her money, or insulted her as a wild child. Instead, he patiently taught her to read, shared snacks with her, and defended her when others tormented her. He became a beacon of light, illuminating her otherwise bleak existence. Later, she moved back to her hometown with her mother, and they lost contact. It was not until their reunion in university that their paths crossed again. He had become a professor at a university, a legend within the institution, though he seldom taught, dedicating most of his time to research. Upon discovering that Rong Yan was also at a university, he began to care for her as he had in their youth, offering her lessons, inviting her to business events, buying her food, and accompanying her on shopping trips. Others frequently mistook them for a couple, to which he would gently clarify, "This is my sister. Please refrain from making jokes that might frighten her." Upon realizing her feelings for him, the previously passive Rong Yan began to transform herself. She donned skirts, started wearing makeup, straightened her hair, and even brought him breakfast. Yet, their emotional distance remained constant, oscillating between closeness and separation. This state persisted until their senior year. One day, her mother fell down the stairs and was rushed to the hospital, where urgent surgery was required. She searched high and low among relatives and friends but found no one willing to lend her money. Her grandmother had saved only 20,000 over the years, leaving her short by a considerable sum. In desperation and uncertainty, she dialed Shenyan's number. He did not answer. He was typically busy and might not have even seen his phone. She quickly hailed a cab to the laboratory, only to overhear a conversation between him and a colleague. "That little girl, Yan, has clung to you for 4 years, don't you find it bothersome?" A colleague joked. Yan, fiddling with materials in his hands, replied, "Not at all. What is it that your patience is exceptionally strong, or perhaps you have other intentions?" At this, Yan paused, looked up at his colleague, and smiled enigmatically. "Other intentions? Perhaps, but in our social standing one must marry someone of equal status. A girl like her, a bastard child." He trailed off of the colleague. Perceptive interjected, "Just a reminder, Teacher Shin, that girl may seem gentle, but she possesses a deep pride. If you're not serious about a long-term relationship, you ought not to toy with her feelings. It's best to clarify your intentions sooner rather than later." Yan chuckled. "Rest assured, she won't leave me. She adores me, all it takes is a beckon, and she will return to my side." But what was it he could not articulate, for at that moment, he caught sight of Rong Yan at the laboratory's entrance. "Yan, about what I just said, I'm sorry, I heard every word clear as day," Rong Yan interjected, her expression cold and resolute, though a hint of pain lingered in her eyes. It dawned on her that he too looked down upon her status, that he merely toyed with her affections. "Yan, things are not as you perceive. Let me explain. It's simply that do you have even a modicum of affection for me? Or is it merely for my body?" Rong Yan grasped his sleeve, smiling as she met his gaze. "Very well, give me 100,000, and I'll sleep with you." Yan was taken aback. "Do you realize what you're saying? What, is that not your intention?" She inhaled deeply, stifling her tears. If only Teacher Shin would transfer her 100,000, she would acquiesce to anything, be it companionship or intimacy. Slap, his hand struck her cheek, his chest heaved violently, as if greatly angered. "What, do you wish to degrade yourself like your mother? All those lessons I imparted to you, have they gone to waste?" She offered a bitter smile. "It seems Teacher Shin is dissatisfied with this arrangement." Turning, she seized the arm of a passing male classmate. "Hey, would you be interested in a night for 100,000? In the next moment?" Yan swept her off her feet and cast her against the wall. Her head struck the surface, and the tears she had suppressed for so long finally flowed freely, kneeling before Yan. Like a beggar grasping at his pant leg, she pleaded, "Teacher Shin, I beg you, I only need 100,000. I truly need that amount. I promise I will be obedient, I will keep my distance. And we shall never meet again." In response, Yan's voice was cold. "Get lost. I never wish to see you again." Chapter 25, at least medium rare. In the aftermath, Rong Yan was unable to gather the 100,000. The hospital continued to attempt to save her mother, but the injuries were too severe, and she ultimately did not survive. That night, Rong Yan lost her mother and her love. Yan gazed at Rong Yan before him. "Yan, that night, I was unaware that the 100,000 was meant to save your mother, that you had reached a point of desperation," he continued, "and the things you said were merely an expression of your sorrow. A way to provoke me, to test my reaction. I am sorry. It's all right. It's all in the past." Teacher Shin need not dwell on it. The wind picked up, and Rong Yan felt a chill. Turning to walk towards the dining area. As she rounded the corner, she caught sight of Chi Jingyuan, Shin Mingzhu, and Rong Yuanzhou approaching from another direction. "Brother, what brings you here?" Shin Mingzhu exclaimed, her eyes lighting up upon seeing Yan. Rong Yan looked up and noticed Chi Jingyuan beside Shin Mingzhu. He back. When did he return? Steeling herself, she approached, greeting politely. "Hello, Mr. Chi, Sister Mingzhu, Dr. Rong. It's you." Shin Mingzhu finally recognized the girl beside her brother. Somewhat surprised. "Do you two know each other?" Shin Yan clarified. "This is my student Rong Yan." He then extended his hand to Chi Jingyuan. "Mr. Chi, I didn't expect to encounter you here." Chi Jingyuan shook his hand. "Professor Shin, this is Dr. Rong Yuanzhou." Dr. Rong nodded in acknowledgement. The table for the four of them felt cramped, prompting the waiter to upgrade them to a private room, providing them with the largest VIP suite available. Lin Xiaoxiao observed the unfolding situation, somewhat bewildered. Having not checked the calendar before leaving home, she felt that everything was going awry, first meeting her teacher during a blind date, and now encountering her boss and supervisor. What a stroke of bad luck. Now a blind date had morphed into a social obligation, leading to a mild panic. She glanced over at Rong Yan, who seemed lost in thought, continuously sipping her juice. The juice soon reached its end. "Without juice, perhaps a bit of wine. This fruit wine has a low alcohol content and one tea get you drunk." Lin Xiaoxiao reached for a glass, intending to pour Rong Yan some wine. "Best stick to juice. Young ladies should limit their alcohol intake." Rong Yuanzhou quickly interjected. "Fruit wine is still alcohol. How could a pregnant woman drink?" He took the glass from Lin Xiaoxiao and poured a cup of orange juice instead. "Thank you, Dr. Rong." Rong Yan felt warmth spread in her heart. "How are you feeling now?" Dr. Rong inquired, aware from the hospital that she had not undergone surgery, though this setting was not suitable for such inquiries. "Much better. I can see that. Your complexion has improved, and your face looks fuller." Dr. Rong quipped. Rong Yan blushed, casting a guilty glance at Chi Jingyuan. It was simply that Wang Ma's cooking was too excellent. It was impossible not to gain weight. Shin Yan tightened his grip around his glass, his gaze shifting between Rong Yan and Rong Yuanzhou. "So, are you two very familiar?" "Very familiar, at least 8/10 familiar." Wouldn't you agree? Dr. Rong teased. Rong Yan stifled a laugh, lowering her head to continue sipping her juice. Chi Jingyuan fell silent, his eyes fixed on Rong Yan, clearly eager to discern the nature of her relationship with Dr. Rong. Professor Shin, let us have a drink. Chi Jingyuan withdrew his gaze from Rong Yan, prompting Shin Yan to quickly raise his glass. So both of you are students of teacher Shin and just happen to work at Shangshi? Shin Mingzhu, having grasped the connection, leaned closer to Chi Jingyuan, her smile radiant. Yuan, this gathering is quite entertaining. And what about you, Mingzhu? Are you and Mr. Chi here for socializing? Shin Yan asked. What socializing? It's a date. Shin Mingzhu teased, placing a piece of fish on Chi Jingyuan's plate, playfully probing his reaction. Yuan, pass me the wine. I want a drink. Chi Jingyuan handed her the red wine bottle, gently advising. Drink less. We have an important meeting tomorrow morning, and we can't afford to let alcohol interfere. I know, you're always so concerned about me. Look, my brother hasn't he said a word. Shin Mingzhu playfully stuck her tongue out at him, savoring the red wine. Shin Yan chuckled, I can't manage my sister anymore. I only hope that one day Mr. Chi will take her in hand. And I can enjoy some peace. Chi Jingyuan's brow furrowed slightly. Professor Shin, Mingzhu and I are merely friends. Oh, is that so? Above friendship, yet below romance, Shin Yan ventured, probing. In their circle, everyone was acutely aware of Mingzhu's feelings for Chi Jingyuan. But what he truly thought remained an enigma. Chi Jingyuan's frown deepened. Just as he was about to speak, Shin Mingzhu interrupted. Alright, enough about Yuan. He is quite shy, let us drink. Rong Yan had lost her appetite for dinner. Unexpectedly intrigued by the gossip surrounding her boss, after their meal, they exited the restaurant. Lin Xiaoxiao, having indulged a bit too much, was escorted home by Yi Chi. Shin Mingzhu had indulged a bit too much. Swaying unsteadily, her steps faltering as she leaned against Chi Jingyuan for support, Shin Yan retrieved his car keys and said, Yuan, please get in the car. I will take you home. I appreciate you taking the trouble for my sister. Professor Shin inquired if Chi knew Rong Yan's residence. Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow, asking, is that so? Shin Yan glanced at Rong Yan, who quickly waved her hands, saying, there's no need to trouble teacher Shin. I can take a taxi home by myself, thank you. It's unsafe for a young lady to return home alone. Allow me to drive you, just send me your address. As he turned to get into the car, he suddenly remembered that they had not been WeChat friends for 2 years and that he had changed his phone number. Shin Yan stood frozen in place. After a moment, he said, please get in the car. At that moment, a white sedan halted before Rong Yan, and the window rolled down to reveal the face of Rong Yuanzhou. Get in. I'll take you home. Observing the situation, Rong Yan realized that if she had to choose between the two, she would decisively forego Shin Yan. Then I shall trouble Dr. Rong. Thank you. She opened the passenger door and took a seat. Watching the three figures recede, she let out a sigh of relief. Did you not undergo the surgery? After the car had driven away, Rong Yuanzhou finally asked the question that had been on his mind. No, have you come to a resolution? Rong Yan nodded. The child's father knows and is willing to take responsibility. We have already registered our marriage. Rong Yuanzhou exhaled in relief. This seemed to be a happy conclusion, and he no longer had to think about confronting the scoundrel. Congratulations on your marriage. Thank you. Dr. Rong, now that you're pregnant, you should resign. A place like Tianwaishan is unsuitable for you. Go home and take good care of yourself, and give birth to the child. Rong Yan smiled. I quit long ago. I only went there out of urgent need for money. Rong Yuanzhou smirked slightly. If you find yourself in need again, feel free to ask me. I would be glad to assist within my means. Rong Yan was taken aback, then smiled, her nose tinged with a hint of warmth and her eyes reddening. This person, who bore a striking resemblance to her father, had given her so much warmth. She found herself relying on him more and more. Dr. Rong, are you always this kind to all your patients, even willing to lend money? Chapter 26, the agreement in the contract. Perhaps this was the benevolence of a healer? Rong Yan chuckled softly. After dropping her off at Anqin home, Rong Yuanzhou drove away, and Rong Yan hailed a taxi to Tanyuan. By the time she reached home, it was already quite late. Upon entering, she was startled to find the composed and dignified Chi Jingyuan seated on the sofa in the living room. Rushing forward, she greeted him with utmost respect. Mr. Chi, good evening. What is the matter? Are you afraid of me? Chi Jingyuan raised his gaze. Rong Yan shook her head. I was just a bit surprised. Didn't you take Miss Mingzhu home? How did you arrive before me? I didn't take her home. Oh, I let Professor Shin take her. What is the matter? He looked at her, as though probing for something. Rong Yan settled into a seat 2 meters away, casually picking up some fruit from the table. However, she ate too quickly and began to choke, coughing violently. Chi Jingyuan set aside the magazine he had been reading and approached her, gently patting her back, whether it was due to the choking or something else. Rong Yan's face flushed, her ears turning her ed. At that moment, Wang Ma emerged from the kitchen. Sir, madam, would you like some supper? I can prepare it right away if you wish. Hearing her call her madam in front of Chi Jingyuan made it difficult for Rong Yan to breathe, and she began to cough again. Chi Jingyuan continued to soothe her back, finding it somewhat amusing. No one is competing with you. Why the rush? Once she managed to catch her breath, she looked at Wang Ma, who returned her gaze, while Chi Jingyuan observed them both. Just tell Wang Ma what you'd like to eat. Rong Yan puzzled, so he is asking if I want supper. A warmth spread through her. It was the first time in her life someone had asked if she wanted a late-night snack. In her younger days, when she was still growing and often hungry, waking up in the middle of the night searching for food. Her mother would only scold her for being a starving ghost reincarnated, berating her for not eating dinner properly. As for her grandmother, she would never inquire about such things. In her elderly mindset, there was no concept of late-night snacks. In fact, no one had ever prepared a late-night meal for her, even considering the child's situation. I would like some noodles, Wang Ma. Could you please cook me a bowl? She had been preoccupied with the commotion earlier and hadn't eaten much. She was genuinely feeling a bit hungry now. Alright, madam, just wait for me. It will be ready in 20 minutes. Wang Ma's noodles were exquisite, perfectly seasoned and cooked. Rong Yan focused intently, quickly finishing her noodles and even drinking the broth. When she looked up, she found Chi Jingyuan watching her. Feeling slightly embarrassed, she hurriedly collected her bowls and utensils, taking them to the kitchen to avoid his gaze. Upon returning to the living room, Chi Jingyuan had already left, and she sighed in relief, wandering in the garden, wondering if Chi Jingyuan had gone to bed. Only then did she ascend the stairs. The main bedroom door was ajar. Chi Jingyuan was on the phone in the small study. She quickly retreated to the bathroom. After washing up, she emerged to find Chi Jingyuan had finished his call, seated on a beige sofa by the window in a gray silk nightgown. Hearing her movements, he turned to look at her, his gaze narrowing slightly. Amongst so many nightgowns, she wore one of her own, tightly wrapped around her, revealing not a hint of skin. Yet, even so, her graceful figure and the collarbone at her chest were enticingly alluring. His throat tightened, and his gaze deepened further. Rong Yan felt a shiver run down her spine under his intense gaze. She was all too familiar with this look. In the past, whenever it appeared, she had been thoroughly bullied. Come here. He set aside his tablet. Speaking softly, Rong Yan walked to the edge of the sofa and sat down. What about your relationship with Dr. Rong? He traced the edge of the tablet. Seemingly pondering his words, Dr. Rong took me home to Anshin home, and then I took a taxi back myself. Rong Yan explained, akin to reporting her activities. Chi Jingyuan, was this what he wanted to hear? Never mind, it was inconsequential. Chi Jingyuan retracted the topic, silently curling the corners of his lips. Rong Yuanzhou's interest in her was indeed somewhat unusual, yet this girl clearly had not grasped the situation. Thinking only of the route she took home, Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly. Rong Yan could not decipher what her boss was thinking. All she wanted was to leave the master bedroom as quickly as possible. After battling with her thoughts for a long while, she mustered the courage to speak. Mr. Chi, please rest well. I will ask Wang Ma to prepare a guest room. She hurried towards the door. Before she could open it, a familiar scent wafted to her nose, preemptively trapping her at the door. Chi Jingyuan's breath was tantalizingly close. His breath was hot and fervent, the air in the room turning charged as he gazed at his impending conquest. The corner of his lips curling into a victorious smile. What are you escaping from? His deep voice resonated in her ear. I'm not escaping, I'm just asking Wang Ma to tidy your room. She attempted to pull away from his grasp but failed. Madam Chi, the contract did not state we should have separate rooms. The contract also did not stipulate we should share a room. The absence of such a clause implied it was not bound by the contract. We are legally married. Do you understand what it means to be legally married? But Mr. Chi, I'm pregnant, although the doctor mentioned that if everything was normal, pregnancy could proceed, but not too vigorously. She wondered if she could use this as an excuse to avoid the predatory man and safely await childbirth. That is not something for you to worry about. He knew how to maintain the necessary boundaries. In the next instant, she was swept off her feet and placed onto the soft bed. Upon awakening, the warmth beside her had vanished. Rong Yan, her face flushed, turned to the bathroom to wash up. Once she had changed and tidied herself, she made her way downstairs. Chi Jingyuan was having breakfast in the dining room, a laptop before him, seemingly reviewing some reports. Chapter 27, The Woman in Mr. Chi's car. Madam is up. Wang Ma quickly served a bowl of porridge, placing breakfast in front of her. Rong Yan's ears turned crimson. She dared not look up. Burying her face in the porridge. Chi Jingyuan placed a peeled egg onto her plate. He remarked, in the mornings, you should have more nutritious, easily digestible foods. Porridge should be made less frequently. Wang Ma nodded repeatedly. Yes, Mr. Chi, I can manage by myself. Please eat. Rong Yan protested. How could I trouble the leader to peel eggs for me? Madam, please eat. Sir does not eat eggs. Just as she was about to hand the egg to Chi Jingyuan, Rong Yan withdrew her hand. Is lunch ready? It's ready. It was just delivered to Master Su. Rong Yan quickly tugged at his sleeve. Could we skip the packed lunch? I can eat in the cafeteria. Bringing lunch is too cumbersome, and Wang Ma works hard. The cafeteria food is healthy enough. It's absolutely fine. Chi Jingyuan scrutinized her hand, realizing she had breached propriety. Rong Yan hastily retracted her hand. I apologize, Mr. Chi. If you're worried about the trouble, let Su Cheng bring it over. You can eat upstairs. The CEO's office. If she went up to eat, how would she survive in Shangshur? Absolutely not, definitely not. That would complicate matters further. The cafeteria is perfectly fine, truly. Chi Jingyuan smirked. Madam Chi seems to hold the cafeteria in high regard, preferring it over home-cooked meals. It seems their performance this month should be boosted. Rong Yan, changing the subject, it seems I must eat that boxed meal, how unfortunate. At Shengshi headquarters, word had it that the big boss had returned and was in a furious rage. Ran Xiaoyun had gone out to buy a cup of coffee. Returning with an excited expression, her face practically glowing with gossip. What happened? What is going on? The colleagues from her department gathered around, all eager for the latest scoop. I am uncertain. It was rather abrupt when the cafeteria manager was summoned. Under the pretext of inspecting food safety and nutritional balance, ultimately, it resulted in a fit of anger, with even the head of the administrative department receiving a reprimand. I find the cafeteria to be quite satisfactory. However, that is not the crux of the matter. What is perplexing is the sudden interest the boss has taken in the cafeteria. Such trivial matters have seldom warranted his attention in the past. Indeed, it is quite strange. A significant piece of news just emerged. I happened to pass by the administrative department and overheard that the head of that department is currently processing her resignation. Likely a consequence of this incident. Gasps of astonishment filled the air. Ran Xiaoyun turned to Rong Yan, who sat silently at her desk. Yan, isn't your friend in human resources? Does she know what is happening? Rong Yan shook her head. She works in the recruitment department. Dismissals fall under the purview of the Human Resources Service Department, which makes it a cross-departmental issue. Thankfully, our marketing department has not encountered any upheaval. Otherwise, we would surely face a seismic shift ourselves. Ran Xiaoyun retorted. Papa, you raven, why say such things? It has been proven that one should not speak carelessly. Retribution followed swiftly in the afternoon. The marketing department was urgently summoned to the 12th floor, where the manager of the operations management department, Gao Yuan, Rong Yan's superior, was also called up. The meeting lasted a full 2 hours, and when they descended, the expressions on everyone's faces were far from pleasant. Everyone prepared for a night of overtime, as there was an urgent financing project requiring a market analysis report by Thursday. Gao Yuan gathered the department members in the conference room and began assigning tasks. Xiaoyun, you are responsible for the market research data. Old Lu will handle the diagnostic report. Wu Tong, your strength lies in summarizing and analyzing. You will take on the most critical section. Each person received their assignment and departed. Gao Yuan's gaze settled on Rong Yan. You will compile the foundational materials and data from other departments and target companies. Understood. This task was the simplest for Rong Yan, as the materials and data were readily available. She merely needed to extract the key and useful content to share with the group. Perhaps considering her as a newcomer, they did not involve her directly in the project. Rong Yan harbored no complaints but promptly immersed herself in her work. The day was chaotic in the marketing department. At 11 o'clock that night, Rong Yan's phone suddenly rang. Madam, it is quite late. Have you not returned home? Have you encountered any danger? It was the call from Butler Su. The company is in the midst of overtime. I am unable to leave just yet, likely needing to wait a while longer. Very well, I shall not disturb you further. After hanging up, Rong Yan continued to focus on her work. Meanwhile, Chi Jingyuan returned to the villa, surveying his surroundings as if searching for something. Is the sir looking for the madam? Asked Wang Ma, who had just come from the kitchen. The madam has not yet returned. Butler Su just called to inform me that she is working late. Chi Jingyuan's expression grew somewhat awkward, and he coughed. Did I inquire about her? Wang Ma smiled understandingly, refraining from further comment. Having served in the Chi household for many years, she was well aware of her master's temperament. He had a tendency to be disingenuous, and he would never admit to such matters. I shall prepare the dishes. Dinner will be ready in 10 minutes. Wang Ma hurried into the kitchen, and by the time she brought the dishes out, the living room was empty. Where is the sir? She asked Butler Su, who had just entered. I saw him leave with the car keys. Perhaps he has a social engagement. After laboring until 2 in the morning, the groundwork was finally laid, and Gao Yuan allowed everyone to return home for rest. Instructing them to come back early the next day, Rong Yan gathered her belongings and descended the stairs. Having sat for too long, she felt a slight discomfort in her abdomen and her complexion paled. She did not rush to leave but instead approached the window for some fresh air, waiting until she felt better before collecting her things to depart. The office was devoid of people as she slowly made her way downstairs and opened her ride-hailing app. A vehicle on the left side of the road honked and flashed its lights. A Rolls-Royce? As Rong Yan approached, Chi Jingyuan lowered the car window. Get in. All right. Rong Yan opened the door to the front passenger seat, and the car slowly pulled away, quickly disappearing from sight. At the entrance of Shengshi, Shin Mingzhu, who had just come down, witnessed the entire scene. Sister Mingzhu, was that not President Chi's car? Who is that woman? And why is she in President Chi's car, with him driving? The assistant beside her, Qin Xing, spoke with a tinge of jealousy. Shin Mingzhu smiled. You must be seeing things. President Chi had matters to attend to and left early. How could he still be at the company entrance at this hour? But just now, Shin Mingzhu shot her a cold glance. Qin Xing promptly silenced herself, laughing. I must have misseen. My mind must be muddled from working overtime. After Qin Xing drove off, Shin Mingzhu remained behind, fully aware that she had not been mistaken. That was indeed President Chi's car, and a woman had truly entered it. However, who was that woman? Wasn't President Chi known for his cleanliness? He rarely allowed anyone else to ride in his car, let alone that woman. Chapter 28. The umbrella. Shin Mingju concealed her feelings, yet a surge of jealousy and wariness brewed within her. Once in the car, she messaged Linda, "Darling, which departments are working late tonight? They have truly worked hard. Please provide me with the list, and I will treat them to coffee tomorrow." Inside the vehicle, Rong Yan stifled a yawn. "President Chi, have you also been working until now?" She thought to herself that the role of a boss was not an easy one, often filled with business trips and late nights. Chi Jingyuan merely responded with a non-committal grunt and fell silent. The car emitted a beeping sound, and he fixed his gaze ahead. "Fasten your seatbelt." No one replied when he turned to check. He discovered that the Rong Yan, who had been speaking moments ago, had already succumbed to slumber. Chi Jingyuan pulled over, leaned closer, and fastened her seatbelt for her. Upon withdrawing, she instinctively wrapped her arms around his. Her lips brushing against his arm. Was she mistaking him for the large teddy bear from her dreams? He smirked, his voice laced with affection. "Little kitten." At Tingyuan, Rong Yan descended the stairs, having had insufficient sleep the previous night. Her head buzzing, she pointed towards the master bedroom. "What is happening, Butler Sue? Why has everything in the dressing room been replaced?" She had explicitly stated that she would only wear her own clothes. And yet, upon awakening, she found that her previous garments had been swapped out for an entirely new collection, with styles vastly different from before. "Madam, this was instructed by the sir," replied Butler Sue. "He mentioned that you did not favor those clothes and requested that we arrange for a new batch." "And what of the discarded garments? Were they returned?" Butler Sue chuckled. "One cannot return items once purchased. They were discarded last night and likely delivered to the landfill by now." Discarded? During her 2 years at Tianwaishan, she had come to understand a few brands, and the cost of those items combined would surely exceed $1 million. Just like that, they were thrown away? Rong Yan clutched her chest. "Madam, are you unwell?" Wang Ma inquired. Rong Yan shook her head, feeling a pang of regret. "If I do not wear this batch of clothes, will you dispose of them and buy new ones again?" "Yes," Butler Sue affirmed. Rong Yan, "Never mind, I shall speak to him about it. I do not wish to wear these clothes. I merely believe it is for the best. They were brought together by the child, and there was no need for entanglements or accruing further debts." Rong Yan glanced around, not spotting Chi Jingyuan. He was nowhere to be found in the bedroom. Has he already left? He mentioned a meeting and departed quite early. Good riddance. That means she need not share a car with him. By the way, how did I return last night? I seem to recall getting into Chi Jingyuan's car. What happened afterward? The sir carried you back. You clung to his hand, insisting that he not leave the large teddy bear. Rong Yan, what a calamity. Her face flushed as she buried her head in her milk. She was well aware of how clingy she could be while sleeping. But one must not offend the boss. Now she had unwittingly angered him. Upon arriving at the entrance of Shengshi, rain began to fall outside. Su Chang handed her the spare umbrella from the car, and once she reached the office, she plunged into her busy work. She alternated between revising materials, attending meetings, and drafting analytical conclusions, completely engrossed. Everyone hold on a moment. While everyone was diligently focused on their tasks, Linda approached the operations management department, accompanied by Shin Mingju. "Everyone has worked tirelessly on the project these past few days. Sister Mingju has kindly treated everyone to coffee." Upon hearing this, the others erupted with gratitude. "Wow, thank you, Sister Mingju. Sister Mingju is truly wonderful and considerate. Sister Mingju is both beautiful and capable. No wonder President Chi trusts you so much." It was unclear which compliment pleased her, but Shin Mingju's smile grew even wider. "I am merely a messenger. It is primarily President Chi who acknowledges your hard work. Remember, he is the one to whom you should express your gratitude." "Understood." The group nodded enthusiastically, resuming their flattery of Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan quietly worked away, not participating in their accolades but wearing a kind smile, for no one wished to offend the favored one of their superior. Shin Mingju's entourage began distributing coffee. Ran Xiaoyun glanced over, her mouth agape. "Wow, is that not Phyllis, the luxury brand of coffee?" Sister Mingju was being quite generous. However, she thought the taste was rather mediocre, not even as delightful as Shingshi's complimentary coffee. Rong Yan gestured for silence, and Ran Xiaoyun quickly complied, for Shin Mingju was approaching. "Why are you not drinking the coffee? Do you not like it?" Shin Mingju's smile was radiant and poised, her gaze fixed directly on Rong Yan. Pregnant women should refrain from consuming coffee, hence Rong Yan had not touched a single drop of it. "Sister Mingju, I am immensely grateful for your kind invitation to enjoy coffee, but alas, it appears that I may not have the fortune to indulge. As every time I partake in coffee, it results in an upset stomach. I fear I might disappoint your generous intentions." Shin Mingju nodded slightly, her gaze inadvertently drifting towards Rong Yan's lunchbox. Ah, indeed, that was the same style of lunchbox she had shared with Yuan previously. Beside the lunchbox, a gray umbrella hung on the rack, strikingly familiar. It was quite an attractive umbrella. Boasting good quality, Shin Mingju, feigning nonchalance, picked up the umbrella and suddenly noticed 3 lines etched along the handle, resembling the character 4. Her expression instantly turned icy. "Whose umbrella is this?" Rong Yan stood up. It's mine, Sister Mingzhu. Is there a problem with it? No, I merely inquired, she replied, withdrawing her gaze, yet her smile was accompanied by a piercing stare directed at Rong Yan. The woman from last night also had long black hair, and her figure bore some resemblance. If you like it, I could purchase a new umbrella for you as a token of gratitude for treating us to coffee. That sounds wonderful. I shall await your umbrella with anticipation. Shen Mingzhu lightly patted Rong Yan's shoulder before turning away, her slender waist swaying as she departed. A collective sigh of relief swept through the room. What was that all about? She spent ages scrutinizing an umbrella as if she were catching someone in the act. Ran Xiaoyun remarked astutely. Rong Yan, her head bowed, continued to analyze data with a hint of guilt. Given Shen Mingzhu's behavior, it seemed she had recognized that the umbrella belonged to Chi Jingyuan. Her unexplained generosity today was likely a guise for ulterior motives. Perhaps to unearth her connection to him, but how had she suspected her? Their paths had scarcely crossed. Could it be that Chi Jingyuan had inadvertently let something slip in her presence, raising her suspicions? If that were the case, what would she choose to do next? Would she seek to retaliate against her, ostracize her, or would she, in a bid to appease Chi Jingyuan, choose to endure in silence? If she truly had feelings for him, the latter would surely be intolerable. Never mind. Pondering such matters was futile. Rong Yan pulled herself back to the present, embracing the philosophy of when the soldiers come, I will block them. When the water comes, I will dam it. Proceeding one step at a time. Chapter 29. Clothing displeasure washed over Shen Mingzhu as she exited the operations management department. Sister Mingzhu, is there something wrong with that umbrella? Noticing her discontent, her assistant Chen Xing promptly inquired. That umbrella belongs to a Yuan. She recalled having seen Chi Jingyuan with it once before. He had been inebriated, and she had taken it upon herself to retrieve the umbrella. Noticing the 3 lines on the handle that resembled the character why does she possess President Qi's umbrella? Could it be that she and President Qi? A threatening glance shot from Shen Mingzhu silenced Chen Xing, who quickly amended his words. Impossible, impossible. It must be that this wretched woman seized it while President Qi was distracted. He is far too magnanimous to care about such a trivial item. Surely she harbors a secret infatuation for him, wishing to keep it as a memento. Never expecting you to discover it. Is that so? Observing Rong Yan's demeanor, it was clear she was oblivious to the umbrella's true significance. Even suggesting that she might buy another, Shen Mingzhu scoffed, her expression laden with disdain. Such an ignorant woman, merely a facade without substance. How could Yuan possibly be interested in her? The likelihood of her pursuing him was indeed greater. However, her Yuan was not the type to be easily swayed. Let us observe a while longer. Have HR forward her resume to me. Understood. Hours stretched into the late night, and by 10 o'clock. Rong Yan felt utterly spent, yet her work remained unfinished. Gathering her belongings and laptop, she prepared to head downstairs. Sister, must you work so hard? Ran Xiaoyun exclaimed, rolling her eyes dramatically upon seeing the laptop in Rong Yan's hands. You look positively pale. Are you really going to work overtime again? There's just a bit of data that needs verification. It won't take long. Ran Xiaoyun waved her hand dismissively. The younger generation is truly relentless. How are we, the older generation, supposed to survive? Are we destined to be crushed beneath the sands of time? Upon returning to Tingyuan, Chi Jingyuan had yet to arrive. Rong Yan ate her meal and settled in the living room to process data. Secretly working on an analysis report, she had reviewed Gao Yuan and Wu Tong's analytical approaches. As a newcomer, she felt unqualified to voice her opinions. Offering her thoughts might inadvertently offend someone. Nonetheless, she found their report lacking. So she endeavored to craft a version following her own reasoning. As Wang Ma brought out sliced fruit, she sighed upon seeing Rong Yan with her laptop. Madam, you've already worked so hard. Don't forget you're carrying another life within you. Rong Yan casually picked up a strawberry, savoring its sweetness. Rest assured, it's perfectly healthy. I can eat, run, and jump. How could it be otherwise? That's not the point. It is just that. Your husband earns more than enough to last several lifetimes. Why not relax at home, give birth to your child, instead of enduring the hardships of work? Rong Yan raised her head, gently patting Wang Ma's hand with a smile. Wang Ma, men may betray you, children may grow distant, and friends may turn their backs, but work will remain steadfast. The knowledge you acquire and the money you earn are your own treasures. Therefore, even without a man, a child, or friends, a woman must maintain her own financial independence. Do you understand? She felt grateful that Chi Jingyuan had not insisted she resign during her pregnancy. Wang Ma, somewhat understanding, smiled. Madam, your smile is truly captivating. No wonder your husband adores you. Caught mid-bite of her strawberry, Rong Yan froze momentarily before chuckling silently. The door. Chi Jingyuan adored her. Impossible. It would be as unlikely as the sun rising from the west. By the way, Wang Ma, these strawberries are delightful. Could you wash a few more for me? That's all I have for now. I'll order more tomorrow, and they should arrive next week. Rong Yan was taken aback. What? These strawberries aren't from the supermarket? Wang Ma chuckled softly. Madam, these strawberries cannot be found in supermarkets. They must be air freighted from the United States, and only a few are available at a time. What makes these strawberries so precious? Are no strawberries? Rong Yan, wait, just a moment ago, had she just consumed a villa's worth of strawberries? When Chi Jingyuan returned, the living room was still brightly lit. He paused for a moment, then turned to find Rong Yan asleep on the sofa, a small blanket draped over her, with her laptop beside her. "Sir, madam," Chi Jingyuan gestured for silence, instinctively slowing his steps as he approached Rong Yan. The laptop was still open, displaying the market analysis report for the SEIS financing project. His expression shifted as he began to scroll through the content. Gradually, his demeanor became more serious. He frowned deep in thought, his eyes sparkling with admiration. Suddenly the phone placed on the sofa slipped and fell to the floor. "Don't take my pig's trotters." Rong Yan jolted awake on the sofa, exclaiming that bewildering phrase. After processing her surroundings, her mind began to clear. Had she fallen asleep while working on the proposal, so her earlier dream about someone stealing her pig's trotters had merely been a dream? Chi Jingyuan picked up a tissue and handed it to her, and Rong Yan's face flushed as she hurriedly wiped the drool from the corner of her mouth. "Did Madam dream about pig's trotters?" Wang Ma inquired with a smile. Rong Yan nodded. "It's been ages since I had stewed pig's trotters. I must have dreamed of someone trying to take them from me, in her childhood. Money was scarce, and she rarely enjoyed good food. Every year, her grandmother would slaughter a pig for the new year and would reserve a trotters just for her, while the rest were sold for money. To her, those trotters were the most delicious food in the world at that time. It's nothing, just to dream." Wang Ma chuckled, her joy evident. "Oh dear, how can I grow fonder of Madam with each passing day?" "Was this analysis report done by Gao Yuan?" Chi Jingyuan asked. Only then did Rong Yan realize he was examining the laptop upholding the principle of not stealing credit and avoiding offending her superior. She contemplated her response. "The insights were provided by Manager Gao. The rest is the result of our collective efforts." Chi Jingyuan nodded. Gao Yuan had made considerable progress recently, managing to produce such a sharp analysis report. There were two critical points that even the investment and financing department had overlooked, nearly leading to irreparable losses for this investment. Thank goodness, the people he employed had not let him down. Rong Yan picked up the phone from the floor, relieved it hadn't broken, otherwise she would have to spend a fortune replacing it. She murmured that she was heading to wash up before turning to ascend the stairs. Chi Jingyuan glanced at his watch and followed her upstairs. After finishing her shower, she emerged to find Chi Jingyuan seated at the head of the bed in his sleepwear, indicating he had washed up in another room. Rong Yan felt a wave of embarrassment as she lingered in the dressing room for what felt like an eternity before finally approaching the edge of the bed. She lifted a corner of the blanket, curling up like a snail before slowly pulling the blanket up to envelop herself snugly. Chi Jingyuan set down the magazine. "Don't like the clothes." She had changed into her own sleepwear, clean and tidy, yet somewhat worn. "Oh right, the clothes." Chapter 30. Out of control. Rong Yan shook her head. "President Chi, we agreed beforehand that after I give birth, you would provide me with 200 million. We are in an equal transactional relationship. There is no need for you to do anything extra for me, nor do I wish to receive additional compensation. It's better for us to maintain clarity in our arrangement. To clothing represented an extra bonus. She felt she hadn't contributed anything beyond her expected duties and therefore did not deserve a bonus. Accepting one would feel like a debt of gratitude, a favor owed. She did not wish to entangle herself further. If you don't like it, feel free to discard it tomorrow. Chi Jingyuan tossed the book aside, his lips pressed tightly together, revealing his displeasure. Rong Yan felt at a loss. "President Chi, let us sleep." As the blanket was thrown aside, Chi Jingyuan rolled to the far side of the bed, creating an expansive space between them. The interior was equipped with intelligent voice control. Upon hearing the command "time to sleep," the main lights of the room were instantly extinguished, leaving only the dim nightlight at the foot of the bed. Rong Yan reached out to turn off the light. "Don T," came the response. She retracted her hand. It seemed the boss did not favor complete darkness. He always left a hint of muted light when he slept, even if it obscured visibility. There had to be some illumination. However, Rong Yan preferred utter darkness, for it was only in such obscurity that she could find her peace and tranquility. Just as she was on the brink of slumber, a pair of fervent hands suddenly grasped her wrist, jolting her awake. "You've become quite skilled," he nearly growled, his teeth clenched as if to release the pent-up emotions within. "With such prowess, let's see if you can keep your job tomorrow." Rong Yan gasped. "Mr. Chi, you..." Silence. He fixed his gaze upon her, his voice gradually lowering to a hoarse whisper. "If you wish to continue working at Shangshur, wear those clothes tomorrow. Understood?" Rong Yan nodded repeatedly, her heart racing. She understood the stakes. If she failed to comply, her fate could be dire. After enduring a lengthy ordeal, Rong Yan finally succumbed to deep slumber. Meanwhile, Chi Jingyuan stepped onto the balcony to light a cigarette amidst the swirling smoke. His eyes mirrored the encroaching twilight, indistinct, elusive, and unfathomable. Moments ago, he seemed somewhat unhinged. Why had he lost control? The reason eluded him, but he found himself inexplicably captivated by her body. Had she not been with child, he likely would not have shown her such restraint tonight. In her presence, he had tasted the intoxicating allure of desire, perpetually yearning for more, easily ignited into flames by her mere presence. Perhaps it was merely the thrill of novelty. He extinguished the cigarette. Waiting for that initial excitement to wane, believing that feeling would eventually dissipate, that he awaited that day. Morning arrived and Rong Yan found herself at a loss before her wardrobe. She had no choice but to adhere to her boss's requirements. Yet she was loath to don any of the available garments. After much deliberation, she finally selected a set of untagged, clean, and crisp attire suitable for the workplace. A white silk chiffon blouse paired with a curry-colored pencil skirt, complemented by 5-centimeter white heels. "You look absolutely stunning today, my lady," praised Wang Ma, never one to withhold compliments, her words particularly heartwarming. While having breakfast, Rong Yan inquired, "Is Mr. Chi gone already?" "Indeed, he left early this morning." Suddenly recalling something, she set down her chopsticks and asked Wang Ma, "Does your master have a fear of darkness?" She noticed that whenever she was with Chi Jingyuan, he would always leave a light on. Even if he did not, there had to be some source of illumination in the room. Wang Ma seemed touched by her observation. "My lady, how perceptive of you, it's only been a short time. Yet you've noticed." However, the madam, his mother, has yet to realize it after all these years. At this, Su Guanjia coughed, prompting Wang Ma to realize her indiscretion and hastily fall silent. How could he fear the dark? Someone like Chi Jingyuan doesn't strike me as one who would. It's due to certain experiences from his childhood. Wang Ma sighed. "You see, my lady, he did not have a pleasant upbringing, the old master never favored him. And the madam was indifferent. For many years, he has relied solely on himself." Wang Ma refrained from elaborating further, and Rong Yan felt uneasy, probing deeper. "Wow, you look quite lovely today." As soon as she entered the office, Ran Xiaoyun was taken aback by her appearance. "That figure, that face, that waist, if I were a man, I would be utterly enchanted." Rong Yan, feeling somewhat self-conscious, adjusted her skirt. "I just threw this on even casually. You look stunning. Imagine how captivating you would be if you dressed up. Who knows, Mr. Chi might just be smitten by your charm." "Stop joking. Do you not have enough work already? Why not take on some of mine?" No, I was just teasing." Ran Xiaoyun dropped the subject and returned to her tasks. The morning unfolded with a flurry of activity in the marketing department. A seminar on the cease financing proposal was scheduled for 2 in the afternoon, requiring reports from the marketing, investment, and finance departments. With Chi Jingyuan's presence anticipated, the atmosphere among the departments was tense. As Wu Tong entered the company, she immediately felt the pressure. "Yan, you don't understand. Presenting in such a seminar feels akin to displaying one's underwear for all to critique. Can you fathom that sensation?" Rong Yan didn't understand, but she could feel it. Seizing a moment when Gao Yuan was free, she knocked on his office door and sent her analysis report from the previous night to his email. "Manager Gao, as a newcomer, I shouldn't be doing this, and I'm unsure if it's correct. But I wanted to give it a try. Please take a moment to review it. If any of it can be utilized for this financing, feel free to use it. I have no objections." Gao Yuan glanced at her briefly. "All right, you may return to your work." Rong Yan hesitated. "Do you have time to look now? If anything is unclear, I could." "Yan, everyone is busy preparing for this afternoon's seminar. You should know how to prioritize," he responded kindly, though it was evident he did not consider her report significant. Rong Yan nodded. "Understood." As she exited the office, the moment the door closed, Gao Yuan simultaneously dismissed her PowerPoint presentation without even glancing at the first page. How could a probationary employee be qualified to create an analysis report? Was she under the impression this was a marketplace exchange? Rather than waste time on such trifles, he thought it far more prudent to contemplate what to eat at lunch and how to present in the afternoon meeting. Before long, lunchtime arrived. Lin Xiaoxiao had insisted on having the meal she prepared yesterday, claiming to crave it, so Rong Yan had requested Wang Ma to prepare an extra portion. "Why are you so dressed up today? Do you have a date?" Lin Xiaoxiao teased. "No, just casual attire," she replied, handing one of the lunchboxes to Lin Xiaoxiao to divert the topic. "Wow, braised pig trotters. How did you know I love this?" Rong Yan was taken aback. The small container indeed held braised pig trotters, tender and succulent, complemented with soybeans and kelp. The moment she lifted the lid, the aroma was mouth-watering. Wang Ma was exceptionally kind to her. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. Upon opening it, she saw a message from Wang Ma. "My lady, did today's braised pig trotters suit your taste?" Rong Yan replied, "Absolutely, they are delicious, tender, and fragrant. Thank you, Wang Ma." Wang Ma responded, "Not at all, it was no trouble. I merely prepared the trotters. It was the master who had them delivered early this morning, saying they were for you to enjoy at noon." Rong Yan was stunned. "Mr. She said that?" Wang Ma replied, "Yes, he specifically mentioned it this morning." Her fingers paused mid-typing as she processed Wang Ma's last message, her mind gradually warming to the realization that Chi Jingyuan had overheard her murmurs in her sleep. Did he truly care about her unconscious utterances? Although she understood it was for the sake of the child, and braised trotters were not an extravagant delicacy, she couldn't help but feel a surge of emotion. Accustomed to being overlooked and suppressed, suddenly finding someone attentive to even her dreams left her feeling somewhat disoriented. It was as if, having been battered by the cold and biting winds for years, she had stumbled upon a warm spring, immersing herself in its comforting embrace. "What's the matter, Yan? Why aren't you eating?" Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in, initially intending to peek at her phone screen. But Rong Yan quickly shut it off. Nothing. Let us eat. What do you mean nothing? Your eyes are all red. Could it be that some suitor is confessing his feelings for you? Is it Teacher Shin? Rong Yan immediately lost her smile. Don't be ridiculous, he and I are merely teacher and student. Are you sure? Teacher Shin asked me for your contact number just yesterday. You didn't give it to him. Did you? Lin Xiaoxia shook her head. Of course not. How could I give it without your consent? But Teacher Shin seems quite nice, good family background, refined looks, and a pleasant temperament. Rong Yan remained silent. She had no interest in romance. Her focus was on her work, earning a living, giving birth to the child, and achieving financial freedom with 200 million, living the life she desired. After lunch, Rong Yan returned to her office. The materials for the afternoon had been meticulously prepared. Gao Yuan was confident, believing this to be the best analysis report he had ever crafted in his career. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for your hard work these past few days. Once we successfully secure this project and receive our bonuses, feel free to suggest anything you'd like to eat. The team erupted in cheers. Gao Yuan strode upstairs, brimming with pride. Employees like Rong Yan were not permitted to attend this meeting, especially as a probationary staff member. Well then, taking it easy is beneficial for both body and mind. After all, the manager isn't here, so why work too hard? Ran Xiaoyun patted Rong Yan's chair. Rong Yan chuckled, setting down her mouse. What, do you have some gossip to share? What gossip could I possibly have? Tell me, do you think this proposal will pass on the first try? Rong Yan pondered briefly. There is still hope. The report is very well done. Analysis, arguments, risks, and embellishments are all excellent, but what? It lacks significant reference. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. I'm just kidding. I'm a novice. You wouldn't take my words seriously. Would you? Ran Xiaoyun laughed. As the day drew to a close, Gao Yuan appeared silently at the door, his expression dark. Rong Yan was on her way to the pantry for water when she hurriedly turned and collided with Gao Yuan, who was just entering. She rubbed her forehead as a stack of documents cascaded down from above. What are you doing, walking around clumsily with your eyes seemingly glued to the top of your head? Gao Yuan's cold expression was followed by a scolding. Rong Yan repeatedly apologized. Gao Yuan huffed disdainfully, bypassing Rong Yan and turning to enter his office, slamming the door shut with a resounding bang. Are you alright? Oh dear, your forehead is all bruised and swollen. Ran Xiaoyun hurriedly helped her back to sit down, while Wu Tong rushed to fetch some medicine from her workstation. It's nothing. I simply wasn't paying attention to where I was going. It is not Manager Gao's fault, Rong Yan replied with a gentle smile, though the movement tugged at her forehead painfully, causing her to wince. Ran Xiaoyun remained silent, as did the others, yet they all understood that the report had evidently not gone well. Not just poorly, but perhaps even quite disastrously. The wound has been disinfected, and it should be less swollen by tomorrow, but, right now, sporting this bump isn't very pleasing, Wu Tong remarked. It's fine, I can't see it anyway. Rong Yan replied. At that moment, a notification pinged in the department group chat. Gao Yuan, everyone, no one is allowed to leave after work. Stay back for further instructions. We will be reorganizing the materials and drafting a new plan. A meeting will commence in 10 minutes, Ran Xiaoyun clutched her head, exclaiming, my date, the one I've been looking forward to for a month. Rong Yan began to sort through the materials, saying, well, rather than complain, we might as well head to the meeting room early to avoid aggravating Manager Gao. 10 minutes later, Gao Yuan, with a serious demeanor, began to reassign tasks. The division of labor remained largely unchanged, but the methodology and required materials had shifted, indicating a need to rethink their approach and redo the report. Manager Gao, what did Director Chi actually say? Seeing the atmosphere lighten a bit, Ran Xiaoyun grew bolder and started to poke fun at the situation. Gao Yuan shot Rong Yan a cold glance. Director Chi mentioned that the report was quite perfect in terms of analysis, arguments, and risks, but it lacked any reference points. He emphasized this point, not a single one. A market analysis report devoid of references is utterly worthless. All the late nights they had spent working were for naught. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. How could this be eerily similar to what Rong Yan had said? It was as if they had hit the jackpot on an exam question. Rong Yan quietly took notes, not lifting her head. She was uncertain whether Gao Yuan had used her data, if he hadn't and was criticized. It didn't concern her. If he had and was criticized, then she bore some responsibility. Only Chi Jingyuan knew whether he had utilized her report, as he had reviewed it. Was she to inquire with him? As she pondered, Gao Yuan coldly continued, this failure in work lies significantly with the colleagues responsible for the data organization. All data and conclusions stem from the foundational data. If the foundational data is poor, the conclusions will naturally lack reference value. Rong Yan, you graduated in this field. Surely you comprehend this fundamental principle? Rong Yan promptly stood. I understand, Manager Gao. It is my fault for not executing my work properly and dragging everyone down. I apologize. Chapter 32. A chance encounter. Gao Yuan's expression softened slightly. Alright, you may all leave to prepare. Rong Yan, I hope you won't make another mistake this time. Can you manage that? Yes, Manager Gao, she affirmed. Back at her workstation, Rong Yan began to organize her thoughts. Ran Xiaoyun sighed. Why are you taking this so seriously? You're only in charge of data organization. How could you possibly make a significant mistake? It is quite obvious they're just shifting blame, and you're really taking it to heart." Unable to vent her frustration at the others who still needed to work, she chose to pick on Rong Yan. The soft target among the interns, Rong Yan understood this well, yet she remained unperturbed. A few criticisms didn't faze her. She had endured far worse sneers and slanders throughout her life. This was merely a minor inconvenience. "Alright, let us get back to work. Think of your long-awaited date," she encouraged. Ran Xiaoyun gave her an approving thumbs up. In the office, Xiao Yuan opened Rong Yan's analytical report. As he read, his gaze shifted to one of astonishment, depth, and an undercurrent of unease. Is this truly a report produced by someone with no work experience? He recalled Chi Jingyuan's words during the meeting. "If you are uncertain about how to prepare a report, consult your colleagues in the department. I recall there is an intern you can ask about interpreting the data, analyzing it, and drawing conclusions rather than presenting me with a pile of rubbish." Xiao Yuan fell into contemplation. How did Director Chi know there was an intern in their department? He was far too busy to keep track of such trivial matters. Moreover, some of the points he mentioned during the meeting mirrored the content in Rong Yan's presentation. Xiao Yuan was perplexed. However, one thing he could confirm: this Rong Yan, though seemingly gentle, was actually quite cunning. She appeared obedient yet had her own agenda. Even at such a young age, she understood the value of silently achieving great things. Remaining inconspicuous, truly a promising talent for navigating the corporate world. Hours passed, and by 10 p.m. Rong Yan was feeling the strain. As she descended the stairs, a subtle ache gripped her abdomen, and her face turned pale. After a prolonged moment, she felt slightly better. She opened her phone and messaged, "Dr. Rong, I'm experiencing some abdominal pain. Is it a concern? Should I go to the hospital?" No, it was quite late. He might have already turned in for the night. It felt a bit presumptuous to disturb him. Rong Yan contemplated retracting the message, but before she could, she received an instant reply. "At home? Is it convenient for me to come over? Shall we meet at the same place as last time?" He referred to the Anshin home. Rong Yan hesitated, replying, "It's quite late. It's no trouble. I'll go to the hospital myself." Address. Rong Yan was still uncertain when he initiated a voice call. With a sigh, she hung up on the call and sent him her location. In half an hour. Rong Yuan arrived at the scene looking weary. He grasped Rong Yan's wrist, checked her pulse, and breathed a sigh of relief. "It's nothing serious. You're just overly fatigued. Make sure to rest well. You understand traditional Chinese medicine, of course." Rong Yuan raised an eyebrow. "What, are you starting to admire me?" Rong Yan enthusiastically responded, giving a thumbs up. "Dr. Rong, you're amazing. You're truly the most capable doctor I've ever met, knowledgeable in both Western and traditional medicine. Truly a well-rounded individual." Rong Yuan appreciated the compliment. As he turned, he noticed the bump on her forehead. "What happened to you?" "Oh, it's nothing. I accidentally bumped my head while working, but I've already applied some medicine." Rong Yuan rummaged through his pockets for a moment, unable to find what he sought. Rong Yan, noticing this, produced a band-aid from her pocket. "Is this what you were looking for?" Rong Yuan glanced at the butterfly-shaped band-aid and chuckled. How quaint. It was something Wu Tong had given her while applying the ointment, and she had instinctively tucked it into her skirt pocket. Rong Yuan prepared to apply it for her, but she instinctively stepped back a couple of paces. "Stand still." He tore open the band-aid and carefully affixed it to the swollen area, patiently advising her not to let it get wet and to remove it after her shower. Once finished, he looked down to find Rong Yan gazing at him with a peculiar expression. It was as if she were looking at him while peering beyond him, seeing another person. "What kind of look is that?" Rong Yuan tousled her hair, breaking her gaze and feigning annoyance as he turned his head away. Rong Yan felt a twinge of discomfort. In that fleeting moment, she couldn't help but think how much he resembled her father. Would her father treat her this way? Would he patiently remind her, "I'm sorry"? The words remained unspoken as Rong Yuan interjected, "Young Master Chi, still at the office this late? Are you waiting for the stunning Meiju?" Rong Yan followed his gaze and spotted Chi Jingyuan by the roadside. He leaned against the passenger seat, exuding a languid yet regal air reminiscent of a princely figure from literature, handsome, aloof, and seemingly unattainable. Chi Jingyuan's cold eyes scrutinized the pair. He hadn't anticipated seeing her so joyfully engaged with another man. A sense of unease and irritation stirred within him as he approached the two. "What are you doing here? Loitering outside my company at this hour, trying to woo women? What nonsense are you spouting? By the way, where's your husband? Why hasn't he come to pick you up?" "My husband?" Rong Yan cast a furtive glance at Chi Jingyuan. Her demeanor slightly flustered. He's a bit busy. "I'll take a taxi home." "What's this? You can't just leave at this hour, especially given your circumstances. He should be here to pick you up." Regardless of how busy he is, was this scoundrel trying to evade responsibility? What kind of person was he, so blatantly lustful, a quintessential creature of desire? How could he neglect his own wife? The word father hovered on her lips but was swiftly replaced with husband. Chi Jingyuan sneezed 3 times in rapid succession. Rong Yuan asked, "Are you catching a cold? Coming to pick up Meiju while ill? You two must be truly in love." Chi Jingyuan was left speechless. Wishing he could silence this brat for good, Rong Yan rubbed her nose, feeling awkward. She dared not meet Chi Jingyuan's gaze, fearful of inducing nightmares. "Give me his number. I'll have a word with him." No need, Rong Yan quickly waved her hands. It was my choice not to have him come pick me up. Thank you for your help tonight, Dr. Rong, but if there is nothing else, I'll take my leave. Wait a moment, Rong Yuan pulled out his car keys. Get in, I'll give you a ride. Rong Yan hesitated, and just as Chi Jingyuan was about to speak, the grand entrance suddenly echoed with voices. Shen Mingzhu approached, striding gracefully, her face lighting up with surprise. Yuan, what are you doing here? He is here to pick you up. Touched, aren't you? So touched, beyond measure, Shen Mingzhu beamed, her eyes sparkling. She then turned to Rong Yan, her expression faltering as she scrutinized her. You're just getting off work this late? Yes, Sister Mingzhu, Rong Yan replied. Shen Mingzhu said nothing further. She could hardly believe the uncanny coincidence of encountering Chi Jingyuan just as she was working late. Such seemingly serendipitous events are often the result of meticulous planning. This girl certainly knows how to play her cards well. Well then, Mr. Chi, Sister Mingzhu, we shall take our leave now. Farewell. Rong Yan politely bid her goodbyes. Hastily climbing into Rong Yuanzhou's car, the vehicle swiftly vanished from sight. Chapter 33, Do you dislike me? By the time she returned home, it was quite late, and Rong Yan was on the verge of exhaustion. Madam, how come you're only back now? Wang Ma exclaimed in a flurry. What's the matter? Wang Ma, the master returned in a terrible rage. Do be cautious and avoid provoking him, understand? Rong Yan instantly snapped to attention, pointing at the shards of glass scattered on the floor. Did he do this? Wang Ma nodded. A chill ran down Rong Yan's spine. It made sense. A man of his stature could hardly tolerate being labeled a scumbag or an animal by his friends without a means to defend himself. She crept upstairs, opening the door to find the man smoking on the terrace. Rong Yan approached him slowly. Mr. Chi, the truth is, I called Dr. Rong over tonight because I was feeling unwell. He came to check on me. So, she swallowed nervously. Could you perhaps overlook this in light of the child and not be angry with him? Chi Jingyuan let out a cold laugh, extinguishing his cigarette. You certainly place a great deal of trust in him. At this moment, she was defending him. Dr. Rong is a genuinely good person. He didn't mean what he said. He didn't have to come, but he did so out of concern for the child. He is quite responsible and possesses a strong sense of justice. Being your friend, can we not hold this against him? Chi Jingyuan remained silent, yet his expression darkened as though he was struggling to contain something. Rong Yan promptly fell silent. How infuriating. It felt as if she were dancing on the tail of a tiger. It was undeniably perilous. Do you care for him? After a long pause, Chi Jingyuan lifted his head, scrutinizing her. It seemed he had never contemplated this question before, such as whether she had affections for someone else. Rong Yan pondered. Dr. Rong is an excellent physician. Enough, Chi Jingyuan interjected, closing his eyes, as if unwilling to hear more. Rong Yan dared not speak again. After a while, he opened his eyes, his gaze cold. Do you dislike me? Rong Yan hesitated. Dislike is not quite the right word. However, he is my employer, the one who holds my fate in his hands. So naturally, I must tread carefully and handle matters with utmost propriety. I have never disliked you. On the contrary, I believe you are a wonderful person, both as a boss and husband. Rong Yan paused, her cheeks slightly flushing. The term husband felt foreign. She wondered if addressing Chi Jingyuan this way would provoke him. Chi Jingyuan's eyes flickered with surprise. It was the first time he had heard her refer to him in such a manner, evoking a peculiar and unprecedented sensation within him. Rong Yan secretly sighed in relief. As she lowered her gaze, she inadvertently noticed his palm, where a long gash had bled profusely. She swiftly turned to retrieve the medical kit, crouching down to gently grasp his hand, cleaning and disinfecting the wound. Suddenly recalling something, she felt in her skirt pocket and found a band-aid given to her by Wu Tong. She applied it to his injury. Chi Jingyuan watched her intently. It was the first time he had been treated with such tenderness and care throughout his life. He had always tended to his wounds himself or sought a doctor. The so-called family of Chi had never offered a word of concern. He had always been seen as the embodiment of the Chi family's power and prestige rather than as their grandson or child. What happened to your forehead? He shifted his gaze, inquiring. I bumped it accidentally. Is your stomach still hurting? She hesitated for a moment before recalling her earlier mention of discomfort. It's not as painful anymore. Dr. Rong said it was nothing serious. Chi Jingyuan said nothing further, his gaze fixated on the peculiar band-aid. He found himself torn between the urge to tear it off and a strange reluctance to do so. What was happening? Noticing that his expression had softened considerably, Rong Yan felt a wave of relief wash over her. After washing up and climbing into bed, she murmured, "Good night, Mr. Chi," before embracing her large teddy bear and gradually drifting into slumber. When she moved, she had brought the bear along, initially hesitant to place it on the bed, but later discovering that Chi Jingyuan had no reaction, she boldly positioned it on her side, with the bear by her side. She felt secure and no longer feared embracing her boss in the night. In a hazy state, she reached out and found herself wrapped in his arms, his warm lips brushing against her cheek. Rong Yan drowsily opened her eyes. Mr. Chi, I'm so tired. Chi Jingyuan remained silent. Were it not for her stomach pain, he would have cared little for her fatigue, intending to tease her twice before addressing her weariness. He withdrew his lips, yet his hand remained on her waist. Rest easy. Go to sleep. The woman murmured a couple of affirmations, turning to hug her teddy bear once more. All right, thank you, Mr. Chi. Chi Jingyuan thought to himself. How absurd it was that this woman, so consumed by her work, believed she was merely reporting her progress. The next morning, the swelling on her forehead had diminished significantly. Rong Yan yawned as she arrived at the company. Encountering Wu Tong and Ran Xiaoyun in the lobby, in front of them walked Chi Jingyuan and Shin Mingzhu side by side. Wow, from this angle, they truly are a perfect match, a celestial pairing. Wu Tong exclaimed, indeed, they are undoubtedly spiritual partners, otherwise how could they have accompanied each other for over a decade? Ran Xiaoyun chimed in, but why, after all these years, have they not made their relationship public? I believe, you are quite right, Rong Yan quietly observed from behind, silently enjoying the spectacle. The three nodded in unison. Hey, that band-aid on Mr. Chi's hand looks rather similar to mine, Wu Tong suddenly pointed out. Ran Xiaoyun replied, sister, there's nothing shameful about purchasing the same brand of band-aid, but that band-aid was custom-made by me. There is absolutely no second source. Wu Tong insisted, this is definitely my band-aid. Rong Yan, feeling guilty, averted her gaze to the ceiling while sipping water. It made sense. A person of Mr. Chi's caliber using such a style of band-aid seemed rather incongruous. Ran Xiaoyun pondered for a moment. I think it's highly probable that this band-aid belongs to a woman. In a moment of urgency, a woman must have given it to Mr. Chi. Could it be Sister Mingzhu? Sister Mingzhu doesn't strike me as someone who would use such a band-aid. I suspect it likely belongs to another woman. Rong Yan, who was sipping water, choked, attracting the attention of Chi Jingyuan and Shin Mingzhu ahead. I'm fine, I just choked accidentally. She quickly wiped her mouth. Shin Mingzhu observed Chi Jingyuan's reaction. He merely retracted his gaze indifferently and continued forward. Are you truly alright? Your face is as red as a Highland rose. No, it resembles someone who has committed a guilty act. Ran Xiaoyun accurately quipped. Rong Yan rubbed her face. Yes, perhaps I just didn't sleep well. The three of them continued teasing each other as they ascended the stairs. Meanwhile, Chi Jingyuan and Shin Mingzhu took the private elevator to the top floor. In the elevator, Shin Mingzhu glanced at the incongruous band-aid and smiled. When did you start liking such things? Chapter 34. Are you really a couple? Chi Jingyuan cast a glance her way. I just applied it casually. Is that so? I recall that Mr. Chi has always treated his own wounds. No matter how severe, he never allowed anyone else to assist him apart from a doctor during her time studying abroad. There was an incident where he injured his toe while horseback riding, bleeding profusely, and when she offered to help, he resolutely refused to let her touch it, wrapping it up in silence. He was exceptionally adept in this regard. To the point of evoking sympathy, Shin Mingzhu's gaze dimmed slightly as she probed, such a thing doesn't seem like something you would possess. Yuan, the elevator doors swung open. Rather than engage in idle chatter here, it would be prudent to verify whether the meeting materials are complete. Assistant Shin, what do you think? Shin Mingzhu's eyes darkened. Understood, Mr. Chi. Watching Chi Jingyuan's retreating figure, Shin Mingzhu clenched her fists. Is he still angry about that incident? Is that why he keeps his distance, leaving me completely in the dark? But so what? He is hers alone, no one else may intrude. She took out her phone, sending a photo and dialing her assistant Chen Xing. Please help me investigate who purchased this particular band-aid from the company. On Friday, the day passed in a flurry of activity. After work, Rong Yan recalled the umbrella she had promised Shin Mingzhu and opened Taobao to search for the same style. The system replied, sorry. There are currently no identical items available, however, we have recommended the following similar products. Rong Yan felt a sense of foreboding. She turned to the driver, Su Cheng. Su, did you purchase this umbrella online? Su Cheng glanced over. Chuckling, madam, how could I afford such an umbrella? This belongs to the master. It's a custom piece he has used for a long time. Do you know how much it would cost to customize a similar one? Su Cheng calculated briefly. Considering labor, materials, and various other expenses, it would likely amount to around 30,000. 30,000? Just for this umbrella? It's a luxury item. No wonder Shin Mingzhu's expression was peculiar when she mentioned gifting an umbrella. It turned out to be due to its exorbitant cost. Now, resolving a $30,000 item would be quite a challenge given her financial situation. Rong Yan felt a headache coming on. If madam wishes to customize one, you could ask the master for assistance. Rong Yan quickly waved her hand. No need, he is far too busy. I wouldn't want to trouble him. Su, do you happen to have the number of the custom maker? Could you share it with me? Certainly, I'll help you look it up shortly. Rong Yan thanked him and leaned back in her seat, feeling increasingly overwhelmed. The weekend passed without the burden of overtime. With Chi Jingyuan absent from Tingyuan, Rong Yan seized the rare opportunity for freedom, indulging in leisurely slumber, painting, and shopping with Lin Xiaoxiao, thus enjoying a fulfilling weekend. As evening approached, she set the alarm for Monday, embraced her plush teddy bear, and drifted into a peaceful slumber. Upon waking, the daylight flooded her room, and she sat up in shock, glancing at her phone, her heart racing. Wang Ma, who turned off my alarm? I'm late. Wang Ma looked bewildered. Did the sir not say you were taking leave today to go for your medical records? Why do you still need to go to the office? Medical records. Rong Yan flipped through her phone calendar and realized, oh right, she was supposed to go to the hospital today for blood tests to prepare for her later prenatal checkups. How could she have forgotten amidst her busy work schedule? She reached for her phone to message Gao Yuan but suddenly remembered. You said the sir has already taken leave? Yes, then the sir came back this morning, after breakfast, he waited downstairs, but he instructed us not to call you. Rong Yan was bewildered. What did that mean? Was he going to accompany her for the prenatal checkup? No, she didn't want to turn a medical visit into a social obligation, observing her boss's mood along the way. Sitting upright and making small talk, Rong Yan descended the stairs for breakfast. Chi Jingyuan sat on the sofa, absorbed in his tablet, seemingly studying the stock market or some data, after finishing her meal. She approached the sofa respectfully. Sir, I can go to the hospital on my own. Not you're so busy. There is no need for you to make the trip. Chi Jingyuan set down his tablet. Have you brought everything? Wang Ma handed over a bag. Everything is in here, let us go. He strode towards the parking area, his long legs clad in a tailored suit. Rong Yan hurried to keep up with the hospital, for the medical records had been pre-selected. The one where Rong Yuanzhou worked, conveniently nearby and renowned for its comprehensive medical capabilities. Perhaps Chi Jingyuan had made arrangements. They were ushered into a private room, where they signed forms, had blood drawn, and underwent routine examinations, all completed swiftly. The doctor, surnamed Sun, was a kindly middle-aged woman. Upon reviewing the report, she smiled. Ma'am, you are expecting twins. Both Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan were momentarily stunned. Twins? They completed the procedures with such efficiency? Rong Yan recalled, Dr. Sun, during my last checkup, it was only a singleton. That's normal. Embryonic cell development can vary to it's not uncommon for twins to go undetected early on. Rong Yan nodded. The reality of carrying twins feeling surreal. It required extra caution. During early and mid-pregnancy, monthly checkups were essential, and crucial tests like NT, Down syndrome screening, and 4D ultrasounds could not be overlooked. Mrs. Rong, you may scan my code to join a group. There are obstetricians in the group who will notify you of checkup schedules, and you can consult them anytime. Thank you. Rong Yan scanned the code, finding only herself and 3 doctors in the group. Dads can join the group as well, so they can be informed in emergencies. Chi Jingyuan took out his phone and looked at Rong Yan. Scan me and add my WeChat and pull me into the group. Okay, please hold on. Dr. Sun looked at them, somewhat astonished. Are you two truly married? Chi Jingyuan's expression darkened. Rong Yan was taken aback, then chuckled. What, does it not look like it? Not at all, I'm just surprised. It's the first time I've seen a couple like you. You're expecting, yet only now adding each other on WeChat. How do you usually communicate? And as for this prospective mother, replying to her husband with okay. Please hold on. It sounded more like a work report. Rong Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment, offering a few casual remarks before leaving the hospital. Chi Jingyuan had other matters, instructing Su Cheng to drive her home while he took another car. Once inside, Rong Yan added Chi Jingyuan to the group, pondering for a moment before changing his contact name to someone not to offend, just as she was about to exit the chat. A string of numbers came through. Chi Jingyuan, save this. It was his phone number. Rong Yan, okay, received. She added it to her contacts, similarly noting it as someone not to offend. She sent him her number. Curious about how her boss would label her, she guessed it would likely be Rong Yan, reflecting her upright, meticulous, and composed nature, consistent with his style. Chapter 35, The Big Tiger and the Little Rabbit. Upon returning home and having dinner, Rong Yan settled into her small study to work on a PowerPoint presentation. The department was busy. Although she had taken leave, she felt it inappropriate to slack off, especially with a meeting scheduled for the following afternoon. She worked diligently until 8 in the evening. Feeling somewhat fatigued, she stretched and stepped onto the balcony for some fresh air. An idea struck her. She fetched her laptop, opened a drawing application, and began to sketch on the terrace. She depicted a fierce tiger with bloodied claws, while a small rabbit tended to its wounds. The little rabbit thought, if I serve him well, he won't deduct my salary right. After completing the drawing, adding color, exporting, and uploading it, within 10 minutes, the post garnered 20,000 shares and 5,000 comments, swiftly trending. The fish on the shore returns after 3 years. The fish on the shore resumes. The comments section was ablaze with excitement. Even through the screen, she could feel the fans' fervor. Oh my! A series for the ages. Wow, wow, wow. The love story of the golden retriever and the little rabbit isn't finished yet, and now a little tiger joins the fray? I want to see the golden retriever and the little rabbit. I also want to see the golden retriever and the little rabbit. The little rabbit has harbored feelings for the golden retriever for so long. When will the confession come? Their relationship is so heartwarming. I adore it. Please a fish, draw the golden retriever and the little rabbit. Rong Yan closed the comments and logged out of Weibo. She had loved drawing since childhood, and during university, she began posting serialized drawings on Weibo. The little rabbit represented her, while the golden retriever symbolized Chen Yan, capturing the little rabbit's unspoken affection for the golden retriever, her bittersweet youth. Perhaps this resonated with many online, as her followers quickly multiplied. Even during her 2-year hiatus, reaching over 3 million. After experiencing that incident, she had ceased updating. There would never again be a love story between the golden retriever and the little rabbit, for the little rabbit's heart had grown cold. Late at night, Chi Jingyuan returned to Tingyuan. Rong Yan had fallen asleep at her desk, the computer still aglow. He carried her back to bed and returned to sit before the computer. The screen displayed Seth's analysis report. But the insights and conclusions were noticeably different from before, deeper, sharper, and more incisive. Chi Jingyuan's eyes lit up. He had thought the previous version was already commendable, yet she managed to produce an even greater surprise. But why was she the one redoing it? Last time, she had concealed the fact from him, claiming it was a collaborative effort from the department. However, he hadn't seen that report during the meeting. He suspected the report was created privately by Rong Yan, which Gao Yuan had received but failed to take seriously. So what about this version? Was it possible that Gao Yuan, having faced criticism, vented his frustration on her, compelling her to complete it alone? Chi Jingyuan's gaze darkened. It seemed Gao Yuan was becoming too comfortable in his position and was seeking to shake things up under his watch. The following morning, as Rong Yan entered the office, she sensed a shift in the atmosphere. Oh, you're back. Everyone is so busy, yet you took a day off to enjoy yourself, Yang Jia remarked with a hint of sarcasm. Rong Yan felt a pang of guilt and quietly took her seat. Ignore her, it wasn't your responsibility yesterday, and you had already provided the materials ahead of time. She is just feeling unbalanced. Ran Xiaoyun consoled her, sharing half of her sandwich. Rong Yan looked at her gratefully. Once she finished her tasks, she knocked on Gao Yuan's office door, sending him her newly crafted proposal via email. Manager Gao, I truly had matters that delayed me yesterday, which is why I had to take leave. Could you please take a look at the report and see if it's useful? Gao Yuan opened the report, maintaining a calm demeanor as he read every word. Understood, you may leave. Rong Yan nodded and exited the office. Once she was gone, Gao Yuan quickly copied the PowerPoint presentation, altered the authorship to his name, and shared it in the Seth project group. After sending it, he tagged Chi Jingyuan and several vice presidents. Leaders, this is my new analysis report. I will present it again in this afternoon's meeting. Please provide your feedback. Afternoon arrived swiftly. Gao Yuan ascended with his laptop, while Rong Yan, preoccupied with how to gather 30,000 yuan, suddenly received a call from Lena at the president's office, instructing her to head to the 16th floor for a meeting. Without hesitation, she replied affirmatively and made her way to the elevator with her laptop. As the doors opened, she was momentarily taken aback to see Shen Yan inside. Rong Yan was equally startled. She stepped into the elevator, greeted him politely, and stood in the opposite corner. What floor? I've already pressed it. The button for the 16th floor lit up. Shen Yan was also headed there. What a coincidence. The elevator fell into silence. Shen Yan regarded her, his gaze dark and unreadable, hesitating before speaking. Wait for me downstairs after work. I'll treat you to dinner. I can't, teacher Shen, I'm sorry. Just then, the elevator arrived at the 16th floor. Rong Yan exited, locking eyes with Chi Jingyuan, who was conversing with several executives in the corridor. He looked at her, then at Shen Yan beside her, and approached them. Professor Shen. Chi Jingyuan extended his hand towards Shen Yan. Dear Mr. Chi, I hope to see results from the SAES project today, and that our research lab can achieve a significant breakthrough with the new product. Shen Yan has left discreetly. Rong Yan seizes the opportunity to slip away. This gathering is meant for the prominent figures, not for someone of her stature. It is wise for her to keep her distance. Rong Yan entered the conference room and chose a nondescript corner to sit. Approximately 20 individuals attended this meeting, several of whom were senior executives featured in the employee handbook, while the remainder hailed from other departments. Creating a sea of dark attire, it seemed they were preparing to report, with Gao Yuan positioned near the front, far from Rong Yan, making it inconvenient for her to greet him once most attendees had arrived. Chi Jingyuan entered the conference room, accompanied by several executives and Shen Yan. The moment they entered, the previously bustling room fell into a hushed silence, the atmosphere inexplicably tense. Chi Jingyuan adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and seated himself at the center. Glancing at his watch before calmly stating, "Let us commence," the order of reports was established. The finance department, the investment and financing department, and finally the operations management department, meaning Gao Yuan, would present last. The finance department's proposal was impressive, with impeccable logic and data presentation. As an outsider, Rong Yan marveled at the professionalism on display, feeling both astonished and deeply respectful. The proposal received unanimous approval. The director exhaled in relief, discreetly wiping the beads of sweat from his brow. Next was the investment and financing department. Compared to the finance department, their proposal and data lacked a degree of rigor, causing Rong Yan to steal a glance at Chi Jingyuan, who appeared slightly furrowed and thought, why was she even here? The presidential office was responsible for providing meeting services, and Xin Mingzhu, in the adjacent workspace, caught sight of Rong Yan through the glass. Chapter 36, The Protection of Chi Jingyuan. Chen Xing shook her head uncertain. Perhaps Gao Yuan brought her alone. Xin Mingzhu remained silent, her gaze scrutinizing Rong Yan. Could it be that I misjudged? It appears she and Mr. Chi are wearing the same brand of clothing. Could it be a couple style? Chen Xing blinked, bewildered. Rong Yan donned a gray blazer paired with a pleated dress, exuding a blend of business acumen with a hint of delicacy. Chi Jingyuan, in a gray shirt and trousers with a dark tie, radiated a sophisticated masculinity brimming with sexual tension. Indeed, these two outfits were being marketed as couples' attire in the display window. Shen Mingzhu's expression darkened. Clearly having made the same observation, perhaps it is merely a coincidence. Mingzhu. Do not overthink it. Coincidence? Have you not reviewed her resume? Her family is utterly impoverished. How could someone like her afford such clothing? Chen Xing fell silent. That outfit likely cost half her salary. To spend half a year's wages on matching attire with her boss speaks volumes about her intentions. What about the previous bandage? How did the investigation go? The assistant quickly retrieved the records. I found a seller online who offers custom designs. After spending a bit, he mentioned he had only supplied one client named Wu Tong, who is precisely in the operations management department. Is she from the same department as Rong Yan? Chen Xing nodded affirmatively. Shen Mingzhu smiled, sensing that the situation was becoming more intriguing than she had anticipated. The content of the investment and financing report was long-winded and tedious. Rong Yan struggled to endure it. She felt the pressing need to relieve herself while battling hunger. During pregnancy, one tends to experience heightened hunger and frequent urges to urinate. While she could manage at work, this particular moment posed a challenge. She suppressed the urge, but it felt increasingly unbearable. Chi Jingyuan caught a fleeting glimpse of her. She was hunched over, her complexion pale, evidently weakened by hunger. He averted his gaze, picking up his phone to send a message. Moments later, Shen Mingzhu's phone lit up. Mr. Chi requests that fruit and snacks be prepared. Have them sent up from the downstairs fruit and dessert shop immediately. Understood. Chen Xing exited. Considering the time, the snacks and fruit should arrive shortly. Chi Jingyuan raised his hand. Let us take a 10-minute break before continuing. After speaking, he turned to leave. Rong Yan felt as if a great weight had been lifted and hurried to the restroom. The others remained in a state of confusion, unable to comprehend the unexpected turn of events. How could it be that the once stern Mr. Chi, who had previously threatened anyone departing the meeting prematurely with termination, would now propose a break? It was utterly astonishing. When Rong Yan returned to the conference room, the atmosphere had shifted considerably. Colleagues from the presidential office were distributing snacks and fruit. Mingzhu, is it really safe to eat these? They re not poisoned, are they? Someone inquired. Shen Mingzhu replied with a warm yet official smile. You are a talent of great potential. If you were to be poisoned, Mr. Chi would undoubtedly hold me accountable. That's not the case. I merely find it quite astonishing. Is this truly the Mr. Chi I know? With breaks and refreshments, others nodded in agreement, voicing their shared sentiments. Rong Yan turned to a colleague from another department. Is what they say true? The colleague affirmed. Indeed, compared to usual proceedings, today feels almost celestial. Rong Yan smiled. Regardless of whether it was indeed a celestial experience, the opportunity to eat was a delight. However, upon receiving her portion, Chen Xing looked at the empty bag with an apologetic expression. I'm so sorry. I miscalculated the order and there is one less. Rong Yan felt a pang of disappointment but responded with kindness. It's quite alright, I can manage without it. I truly apologize, I'm so sorry. Rong Yan reassured her once more, yet, as the aroma of fruit and desserts wafted through the air and she observed her colleagues enjoying their treats, she found herself even hungrier. Never mind, she thought, I can endure this. The meeting was about to resume when Chi Jingyuan re-entered the conference room. His gaze drifted to the corner, where Rong Yan was clutching her laptop, eyeing others indulging in their food, while her own space remained devoid of anything. Chi Jingyuan frowned and began to question, is this how the presidential office conducts its work? The assembled group was taken aback by his abrupt inquiry, and Shen Mingzhu instantly set down her pen and paper. Approaching him, Mr. Chi, have we erred in some way? Are you aware of how many people are present today? Shen Mingzhu replied calmly, yes, there are a total of 23 attendees, then why was there one less portion of fruit and dessert? Shen Mingzhu lifted her gaze to meet Chen Xing's anxious eyes, who feeling guilty glanced at Rong Yan. Following Chen Xing's gaze, Shen Mingzhu quickly realized that nothing was on Rong Yan's table and comprehended the situation. I apologize, Mr. Chi, this was an oversight on our part. One colleague joined us unexpectedly, and the purchasing staff was unaware, leading to one less portion. We will rectify this immediately. No need. Chi Jingyuan gestured to the items before him. Give her mine. Shen Mingzhu was taken aback. What? Chi Jingyuan locked eyes with her. I said give it to her. This time she was certain she had not misheard. He genuinely intended to offer his fruit and dessert to the quietly seated girl in the corner. Shen Mingzhu remained silent, dutifully accepting the box and placing it before Rong Yan. I apologize for today's oversight. Please forgive us. Rong Yan wished to say it was no trouble, but the words caught in her throat. The 20 or so individuals in the conference room were all watching her, creating an even more oppressive atmosphere than before. Let us reconvene after lunch. Chi Jingyuan did not lift his head. Understood, Mr. Chi. With the boss's directive she complied, relieved to find her seat near the door, allowing her to exit without disturbing anyone else. The presidential office will face performance deductions, bonuses will be forfeited this month, and evaluations will be suspended for 3 months, Chi Jingyuan added. Shen Mingzhu's expression faltered, though she nodded in acknowledgement. Understood, let us proceed. The presenter from the investment and financing department had already endured numb legs. And upon hearing the command, he shakily grasped the microphone to continue his report. Shin Mingzhu returned to her workspace. I am sorry, Mingzhu, I caused you trouble. I only intended for her to feel uncomfortable. Who knew she would try to curry favor with the president? I did not foresee this outcome, and I apologize. Chen Xing's eyes brimmed with tears. Slap. Shin Mingzhu struck her across the face. Do not act on your own accord again. Can you manage that? Chen Xing nodded vigorously. For the remainder of this meeting, I will have Lena accompany you. If anything arises, call me. Shin Mingzhu left with a stern expression. Understood. Chen Xing wished to voice more but ultimately fell silent. Her gaze toward Rong Yan now tinged with resentment. Chapter 37. Rong Yan, radiant with light. Rong Yan finished the food, her neck craned as she ate. Strangely, it did not taste as delightful as she had anticipated. Why did Chi Jingyuan become incensed? If it was due to the presidential office's oversight, given his long-standing relationship with Shin Mingzhu, why did he not offer private counsel but instead chose to confront her in front of everyone? Such an action was tantamount to slapping Shin Mingzhu in the face, causing her embarrassment. Beyond that, it seemed there was no other justification for his anger. Had he quarreled with Shin Mingzhu? Was he venting his frustrations? Rong Yan felt she might have stumbled upon the truth. Once she had tidied herself, Rong Yan stealthily returned to the conference room. The investment and financing report had concluded, and it was now the operations management department's turn. With Gao Yuan standing at the front, upon noticing Rong Yan's return, he instinctively trembled slightly. He had been unaware of her attendance until now, and he was expected to present materials that she had contributed to. How could he not feel a twinge of unease? Good day, everyone. I am Gao Yuan from Operations Management, and I will now present. He steeled himself and began flipping through the pages, explaining one by one. Initially, Rong Yan thought Gao Yuan had borrowed from her material. But as he continued, it became clear that he was entirely using his own PowerPoint presentation. Only the signature was changed from Rong Yan to Gao Yuan. This report, did you prepare it after the presentation? In the center of the room, Chi Jingyuan gazed at the materials, his expression inscrutable. Gao Yuan, feeling guilty, stole a glance at Rong Yan, his neck stiff. Yes, it is, today, with employees from the operations department present. Why don't you address this question? Rong Yan, suddenly called upon, stood up with trepidation. Her demeanor was calm and proper. General Manager Chi, this report was indeed prepared by Manager Gao, though other colleagues in the department contributed as well. Chi Jingyuan let out a light scoff, the answer somewhat unexpected. Then, Manager Gao, please explain how you derived the figure of 23. Gao Yuan suppressed his inner tension, in response to General Manager Chi. This figure was obtained from the business growth rate in the sales evaluation report. Yes, that's so. Then enlighten me as to why the same business growth rate later reflects only 15. As the PPT flipped to a subsequent page, Gao Yuan was taken aback. These critical figures naturally followed a logical progression. Had the materials been his work, he would have understood how the data was derived. However, the issue was that this was not his work at all. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he said, General Manager Chi, may I step down to verify this? Chi Jingyuan remained silent, his gaze shifting to the corner where Rong Yan stood. You answer. Rong Yan felt a shiver run down her spine under his scrutiny. She stood up, speaking steadily. The 23 indeed comes from the sales evaluation report, but we conducted our own market research and client follow-ups. Integrating SEIS's product characteristics into a comprehensive analysis, discovering that SEIS's business model contains a degree of opportunism. In other words, to achieve a higher acquisition price, SEIS may have colluded with the evaluation agency, optimistically forecasting their revenue curve and exaggerating their business growth rate. In reality, we assessed the actual business growth rate to be 15 based on various data. Rong Yan met Chi Jingyuan's gaze. He raised an eyebrow slightly and continued, and what about the gross profit margin? What is your perspective on that figure? Rong Yan paused for a moment. According to SEIS's financial report, the gross profit margin hovers around 30. Categorizing it as a high-quality asset company with substantial margins in this sector. However, having reviewed their foundational data, I found that SEIS has 3 product categories. The newest product boasts a gross margin of 40. While the other 2 older products struggle to reach 15. Yet, the transaction volume for SEIS's new products is exceedingly low due to a lack of core intellectual property. Therefore, when viewed from a business composition perspective, SEIS does not qualify as a quality asset company but rather as a company deeply entrenched in issues. They are in dire need of this financing to salvage their faltering brand. I believe negotiating from this angle could yield a further reduction in valuation. General Manager Chi, that concludes my response. With the report finished, a murmur of discussion erupted in the conference room. Clearly, many found these 2 incisive angles difficult to accept. Chi Jingyuan scrutinized her quietly, speaking fluently, exuding confidence and composure. She radiated the luminous charm of a professional woman, a stark contrast to the obedient and understanding girl he was accustomed to. She, indeed, possessed such a side. A silent smile played on Chi Jingyuan's lips. Regaining his thoughts, he addressed the assembly. Does anyone have any thoughts? Please share. A vice president was the first to respond. SEIS has acted somewhat unethically. The data is fabricated. These cunning individuals have surely engaged in such deeds before. If we consider the market growth rate to be 15, their valuation falls far below 2 billion. If we proceed with the acquisition, we must negotiate down. Chi Jingyuan turned to Xin Yan. Professor Xin, what is your viewpoint? Xin Yan regarded Rong Yan, a hint of appreciation in his smile. The colleagues from the operations department are exceptionally capable. Having identified these two critical issues, I concur with everyone's opinions, but one point requires attention. Our core objective in acquiring SEIS is to pave the way for Xingshi's new products. This is also why your company chose to collaborate with our research institute. I suggest we consider this direction further. The attendees began to express their views in turn. Each had their own stance and arguments, but it fell to the decision-makers to discern through them all. This truly tested the abilities and decisiveness of those in power. Rong Yan suddenly felt that Chi Jingyuan's position was not easy either. By the time the meeting concluded, it was already 7 in the evening. The plan had passed smoothly, however, the valuation needed to be reassessed, leaving the investment and financing department with much to do. As Rong Yan gathered her belongings and headed downstairs, she discovered Gao Yuan waiting at the door. Claiming he wished to treat her to dinner, Rong Yan promptly declined. Regarding the report, Gao Yuan pondered. If Rong Yan inadvertently escalated the matter, he might find it difficult to remain at Shengshi. Rong Yan understood his concerns. I won't take today's matter to heart, but if you intend to use my materials in the future, I would appreciate it if you could inform me in advance. Manager Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly. How about hot pot? There's a decent one nearby, and I'll treat you. She can't go, Manager Gao. She has an appointment with me. Apologies. Xin Yan had appeared seemingly out of nowhere, standing behind Rong Yan and Professor Xin. You and Rong Yan. You too, Gao Yuan realized. Then I want to interrupt you. Enjoy your day. Goodbye, Rong Yan. She hadn't said anything yet. Let us go. I know a great place for fish. You like fish, don't you? I'll take you there. Xin Yan's expression was gentle, and his demeanor left no room for refusal. Chapter 38. The Golden Retriever and the Little White Rabbit. Rong Yan calmly regarded him. Teacher Xin, I no longer enjoy eating fish. There is no point in deceiving me, but I truly believe it's unnecessary. Xin Yan had already moved ahead. Addressing me as Teacher Xin is quite necessary. Rong Yan had no choice but to follow. She thought it opportune to clarify things. The restaurant specialized in wild fish and was rather upscale, providing a private ambience. The fish Xin Yan ordered were all her favorites, prepared in spicy and sour styles, yet Rong Yan lacked the appetite, consuming only a few side dishes. Why aren't you eating fish? Xin Yan inquired. Rong Yan remained silent. Indeed, she had long ceased eating fish. Now, during her pregnancy, the sight of fish only evoked a sense of fishiness, further diminishing her desire to eat. She had expressed it, but he remained unconvinced. I remember when you were little, you choked on a fish bone, and I was frantic to take you to the hospital, yet you managed to extract the bone yourself, bloodied and tearful. At that moment, I thought, this little girl is incredibly tough. He silently removed the bones from a fish fillet and placed it on her plate. From then on, every time we had fish, I would want it for you, as I never wished to see you bloodied again. It pained me. Rong Yan clutched her clothing's hem, emotions surging within her. In her childhood, Xin Yan had truly treated her well. Perhaps it was precisely this kindness, this warmth, that made her fall in love with him and depend on him during her times of profound lack of affection. Yan, can we truly not return to the past? Xin Yan gazed at her, his eyes holding so much she couldn't comprehend. Rong Yan stifled her tears. She smiled, her expression somewhat serene. When we were young. Did you get into fights with Wang Wu and his gang? Xin Yan looked up, astonished. How did you know? They insulted me, called me a wild seed, a rag, a vixen, and cornered me with blades. Tearing my dress, you came to my rescue without uttering a word. The next day, they had their legs broken, battered and bruised, and they never troubled me again. Later, I noticed your hands were injured, and your eyes almost blinded. I knew it was you who had taught them a lesson. Rong Yan looked at him, her eyes glistening. Thank you so much for your care during those years. Rong Yan raised her juice. Xin Yan reciprocated. If given another chance, I would still save you. When he lifted his glass, his sleeve tightened, revealing a silver bracelet on his wrist. The bracelet, adorned with a few emerald beads, was crafted by her own hands during their senior year and gifted to him. However, he would likely never uncover the secret that lay within this bracelet. Rong Yan poured herself another glass. Teacher Xin, there's a question I've always wanted to ask you. Feel free to ask. Rong Yan met his gaze. What is the reason you wish to reconcile with me? Is it because you do not wish to lose Rong Yan, or because you do not wish to lose the sister Rong Yan? Xin Yan averted his gaze, lifting the wine glass and absently swirling its contents. These two questions, are they not the same? Rong Yan shook her head. They are not, and you know it. Rong Yan represents love, while Rong Yan's sister represents sibling affection. Xin Yan downed the contents of his glass in one go. Yan, in my heart, you are just Yan. You are different from anyone else. I will protect you as I would a precious pearl. I do not wish to lose you, nor do I want to never see you again. Do you understand? His gaze was deeply affectionate. Concealing so much she could not decipher, Rong Yan smiled, just like with Mingzhu. Thus, his affection for her resembled that for a sister. What he was desperately trying to reclaim was a sister, not a lover. Rong Yan raised her glass. In place of wine, this juice is for my brother Xinyan, who has protected and cared for me. She poured herself another glass. This one is for the pure and sincere self of those years. Once more, her glass brimmed, her smile genuine and charming, and this final toast is for our past. From now on, Teacher Shin remains Teacher Shin, and Rong Yan is just Rong Yan. Gazed at her. His eyes dimming. Teacher Shin was Teacher Shin, and Rong Yan was Rong Yan. She remained steadfast in her refusal to forgive him. Through her actions, she conveyed that she had calmly accepted the past and let go of that incident. Yet their relationship had reached an impasse. From that moment forth, he was Teacher Shin, and she was Rong Yan. The notion of brother Xinyan was no more, only the teacher-student relationship lingered between them. He clenched his fists, his expression darkening as if regret weighed heavily upon him. Yan, I will not sever ties with you. In my heart, you will always be Yan. Yet, the truth of what lingered in Xinyan's heart remained unspoken and unexpressible. Teacher Shin, I have said what needed to be said. If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave. Rong Yan picked up her bag and headed for the door. Xinyan followed her. Striving to calm his emotions, allow me to escort you. Rong Yan declined, stating, I can take a taxi. It's no trouble. Xinyan opened the car door, stubbornly standing there, waiting for her to get in. Rong Yan pretended not to notice, ordering a ride online. Though no one accepted the fare, the cars behind them incessantly honked, urging them to move, creating a cacophony that echoed through the street. Xinyan remained unfazed. Onlookers gathered, and the driver in the back couldn't help but roll down the window to voice his grievances. Ultimately, Rong Yan could no longer endure the commotion and climbed into the car. Xinyan, having successfully executed his plan, smiled gently. Add me on WeChat and send me your address. Rong Yan responded calmly, I can navigate on my own. There's no need to add WeChat. Xinyan abruptly slammed the brakes, causing the car behind to brake abruptly, nearly resulting in a collision, prompting the driver to shout in frustration. Sighing, Rong Yan opened the WeChat QR code. She had never witnessed him so helpless before. Over the past 2 years, he seemed to have changed considerably. Send me your phone number. Rong Yan sent her number to his WeChat. Xinyan felt a wave of relief, his mood lifting as he drove. The road was relatively clear, allowing for a smooth journey. A golden retriever and a small white rabbit hung from the rearview mirror. The rabbit nestled contentedly against the retriever, who wore a loving smile. Rong Yan's complexion paled. This was a gift she had crafted for him during her sophomore year. She never anticipated he would keep it until now, adorning his car with it. I've held on to this all this time. Aware of her gaze, Xinyan remarked, once, while on a business trip, I nearly lost it. I searched for it for days, even offering a reward of 100,000 to retrieve it. Rong Yan averted her gaze, staring ahead. If it were lost, so be it. It doesn't belong in this car. Xinyan tightened his grip on the steering wheel, his knuckles turning white. At that moment, Xinyan's phone rang. He donned his earphones and inquired about the address. Making a turn onto another road. Chapter 39, Shin Mingzhu is CC. Apologies, I must first pick up my sister. She has had too much to drink. Shin Mingzhu. Rong Yan immediately recalled the meeting from earlier that afternoon. Realizing that Chi Jingyuan's attitude must have upset her, prompting her to drown her sorrows, the address led them to a bar where the atmosphere was overwhelming with the scent of alcohol. Rong Yan covered her nose, trailing behind Xinyan as they searched for Shin Mingzhu. Eventually, they spotted Chi Jingyuan. Shin Mingzhu was slumped against Chi Jingyuan, utterly intoxicated, babbling incoherently. Good evening, Mr. Chi. Rong Yan greeted respectfully. Chi Jingyuan did not respond but instinctively explained, she is drunk. The staff saw her call history and dialed my number. Rong Yan nodded in confusion. Oh, I see it. Just then, Xinyan returned after paying the bill. Professor Shin and my staff. Teacher Shin is my mentor. After the meeting today, he kindly took me out for a nice meal. Rong Yan interjected, feeling inexplicably guilty. Xinyan looked at his inebriated sister, unable to conceal his concern. Unlike him, she had been taken abroad by their father at the tender age of 6. Leading to infrequent family gatherings, the Shin family harbored a sense of guilt towards her. Cc, wake up. Xinyan gently patted Shin Mingzhu's face. Rong Yan was taken aback. Teacher, what do you call her? Cc, what's the matter? It's her nickname. Rong Yan realized suddenly. Cc, the name Chi Jingyuan had called out when he was drunk, was indeed Shin Mingzhu. Once again, she inadvertently stumbled upon her boss's private matters. Chi Jingyuan intended to hand Shin Mingzhu over to Xinyan for him to take her home, but Shin Mingzhu clung to his arm, refusing to let go. Xinyan glanced at Rong Yan. I still need to drop off my student. Could you take care of Cc for me? Mr. Chi, it's fine. Teacher Shin, you take Mingzhu home. That she's more important, and I can grab a taxi myself. Rong Yan quickly asserted. No, you came with me. I must ensure your safety. How about this? You all get in my car. I will drop Yan off first, then return home. No one objected. Rong Yan opened the front passenger door, and after Chi Jingyuan settled Shin Mingzhu in the back, he did not exit the vehicle. Simply closing the door, Xinyan assumed he was concerned for Mingzhu and said nothing, steering the car towards Anshin Jingyuan. Shin Mingzhu was completely intoxicated. Yuan, are you still angry with me? Her eyes, brimming with tears, looked pitiful. I truly didn't mean for that to happen. I never intended to hurt her in any way. You must believe me. Yuan, why are you so harsh with me? I am your CC. I am your Cece, please look at me, don't fall for someone else, that woman is not worthy of your affection, Shin Mingju mumbled drunkenly. Chi Jingyuan's expression darkened. Rong Yan, unable to quell her curiosity about the back seat, stole a glance in the rearview mirror, only to find Chi Jingyuan looking back at her. Their eyes met, and she quickly averted her gaze. This was awkward. She had sought to eavesdrop on her boss's private affairs and had been caught in the act. Surely he wouldn't be angry, would he? Yet Chi Jingyuan narrowed his eyes, his gaze deep and contemplative, remaining silent for a while. She hoped he wasn't upset. Given Shin Mingju's state, it was indeed difficult to explain. However, Chi Jingyuan frowned, his mood evidently troubled. Mr. Chi, everyone knows Mingju's feelings for you. You must be aware as well that it's just that. Shin Yan was eager to inquire about his thoughts on the matter. I am married. Shin Yan froze, doubting his hearing. What did you say? I am married, Chi Jingyuan reiterated. Therefore, do you understand my position, Professor Shin? The statement was directed at Shin Yan, yet Chi Jingyuan's gaze remained fixed on Rong Yan. Upon hearing this, Rong Yan was slightly taken aback, instinctively glancing at the rearview mirror, only to lock eyes with Chi Jingyuan once more. She awkwardly turned her head away. Chi Jingyuan had actually admitted to being married. Why? Everyone was well aware of the context, and based on Shin Mingju's earlier remarks, there must have been some misunderstanding between her and Chi Jingyuan, and he was still angry. In his anger, Chi Jingyuan had blurted out that he was married to provoke Shin Mingju. Once things settled down, he and Shin Mingju could easily divorce, resulting in a seamless transition. Yes, that had to be it. It was a classic trope often seen in dramas, undoubtedly true. Rong Yan felt a sense of admiration for her own insight. Upon hearing this shocking news, Shin Yan struggled to believe it. He scrutinized Chi Jingyuan for quite some time before confirming that he was not jesting, and he couldn't help but sigh. I understand. I will speak to her. He had never anticipated that after 10 years of love, Mingju's outcome would be like this. Shin Yan felt an even deeper sympathy for his sister, Professor Shin. That ornament is quite unique, Chi Jingyuan remarked, eyeing the golden retriever and white rabbit that were intertwined, appearing lively and charming. It seemed somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Mr. Chi has a good eye. It holds great significance for me. Oh, was it a gift from a loved one? Yes, it is from someone very special. Rong Yan turned her gaze towards the window. Someone very special could be a parent, a sibling, a friend, or a lover. Yet it was evident that he did not categorize her among those he cherished. Had he done so, he would have responded directly to Chi Jingyuan's inquiry. In this reunion, his earnest apologies and attempts at reconciliation were merely a reflection of how, throughout the years, he had always regarded her as a sister. Rong Yan felt a bubbling laughter rise within her. Just a moment ago, she was eavesdropping on her boss's affairs, and now it was her turn to be in the spotlight. Such was the nature of karma. The vehicle soon arrived at Anqing Jiayuan. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude, opened the door, and prepared to hail a taxi home. No need. Su Cheng will arrive in 2 minutes. Chi Jingyuan stood beside her. Tall and handsome, Rong Yan stared at him in surprise, not expecting that he would also disembark here. Feeling puzzled. Mr. Chi, aren't you taking Mingju home? Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Why should I take her home? Well, he was still being obstinate. Let him be obstinate. According to the tropes in dramas, obstinate characters rarely end with a happy conclusion, and a dramatic chase would surely follow to achieve a final resolution. The thought of Chi Jingyuan's impending dramatic pursuit excited Rong Yan. This situation was far more thrilling than watching television. Chi Jingyuan turned slightly, observing Rong Yan's expression. She appeared contemplative at first, then suddenly enlightened. Finally breaking into a smile, Chi Jingyuan's lips curled into a smirk. This little kitten was quite easy to please. Sir, why not buy a bouquet for your girlfriend? At the location where they exited, there was a flower stand run by a friendly middle-aged woman. Rong Yan felt a wave of embarrassment, fearing the atmosphere between her and her boss might grow awkward. She quickly declined. Auntie, we are not in the relationship you think we are. Chapter 40, Promotion. Indeed, they are wearing matching outfits as their garments were graciously bestowed upon them by a brand store, and it seems this set of couples' attire was fortunate enough to be donned by them on the same day. How awkward. It feels as if one must pry open the 3 rooms in one hall. She cleared her throat and said, Auntie, there's really no need for that. We are already married, so we no longer require such items. The aunt, momentarily taken aback, smiled even more joyfully. Now that you're married, it is all the more reason to purchase these. She turned to him. Sir, your wife bears the burdens of childbearing and managing the household. Isn't it quite exhausting? Chi Jingyuan, being a man of action, completely ignored the aunt's words. After scanning the stall, he pointed to a pot of white daisies. I'll take this one. The aunt was perplexed and quite astonished. Who buys daisies for their wife? Surely roses are the customary choice. The roses were right in front of him, yet he overlooked them, while the daisies, nearly hidden, caught his eye. The aunt, unable to voice her thoughts, selected the most vibrant pot of daisies for him. Rong Yan scratched her head, her gaze drifting elsewhere. Chi Jingyuan was not accustomed to carrying cash. He turned to Su Cheng in the car, who promptly handed the aunt 100 yuan. No need for change. The aunt was elated, clutching the 100 yuan and beaming with delight. Chi Jingyuan handed the daisies to Rong Yan. Upon seeing the daisies, She expressed her surprise. "Thank you, Mr. Chi, I truly appreciate your generosity." Chi Jingyuan merely scoffed. The trio then entered the vehicle and departed from Anqing Garden. In the morning, the first thing Rong Yan did upon rising was to water the daisies. Remarkably, the flowers had thrived overnight, blooming even more petite blossoms. She returned to her small room, opened her notebook, and began to draw. The fierce tiger depicted a robust demeanor, pointing at the white daisies from the stall. "This will do." Meanwhile, the little white rabbit quietly grumbled. "If only this pot of flowers were a bonus from the boss, how splendid that would be." After completing her drawing, she uploaded it to the platform and published it. Upon arriving at Shangshur in the morning, she was immediately surrounded, and news of the events from the previous night's meeting spread throughout the entire company, albeit with embellishments far more ludicrous than reality. Rong Yan, feeling overwhelmed by their chatter, recounted the events of the meeting, and gradually the crowd's interest waned. It was merely a routine work blunder. Where was the romance in that? They seemed to prefer the notion of a romantic entanglement. Only Ran Xiaoyun detected the underlying nuances. She leaned towards Rong Yan and whispered, "Are you saying that not only did the boss order fruits and desserts yesterday, but he also allowed everyone a break?" Rong Yan nodded. "Is that problematic?" "Very much so," Ran Xiaoyun exclaimed. "First of all, the boss has always prioritized work and never permits breaks. Secondly, after so many years at Shangshur, this is the first time he has allowed desserts during a meeting." Something felt amiss. She sensed a hidden agenda. Ran Xiaoyun excitedly rushed off to find her gossip partner, just as Yang Jie entered abruptly. "Oh, our department's shining star has returned. You really made quite an impression for us yesterday." "Quite remarkable." Yang Jie's tone dripped with sarcasm, her gaze at Rong Yan full of disdain. Rong Yan remained silent. Ran Xiaoyun could no longer tolerate it. "Yang Jie, how can you speak like that? We are all part of the same department. What is wrong with that? A mere probationary employee running off to attend a high-level meeting. How scandalous. And now I can't even comment," Yang Jie retorted. "Manager Gao is still here. What are you trying to steal the spotlight for?" Feeling disgruntled, Yang Jie clutched her laptop and sought refuge in another department. The atmosphere in the office grew tense. Rong Yan calmly interjected, "It was Lina who notified me to attend the meeting yesterday. Please don't misunderstand. I believe it was Manager Gao's intention, as I am well acquainted with the foundational data." Upon hearing this, the others remained silent, yet their discomfort eased considerably. "Don't take it to heart. That's just how she is," Ran Xiaoyun consoled. Rong Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Aside from Gao Yuan, Yang Jie held the longest tenure in the department and was the most likely candidate for promotion. Her sensitivity to this matter stemmed from a fear of jeopardizing her own interests. After all, in the workplace, no one desires to be at a disadvantage. At that moment, Rong Yan's phone rang unexpectedly. "Rong Yan, please come up to the 16th floor. I need to discuss something with you." It was Lina's sweet voice. The phone's slight echo caught the attention of those around her, who all looked up. "Did Lina mention what it was about?" "Not yet. You'll find out once you arrive." Feeling a bit awkward, Rong Yan calmly donned her ID badge, grabbed her laptop, and ascended to the 16th floor under their scrutinizing gazes. She was ushered directly into the president's office. The office was spacious, with grand floor-to-ceiling windows that accentuated its opulence and brightness, further amplifying the distance between her and Chi Jingyuan. He sat on a single sofa, while three others occupied the seats opposite him. Gao Yuan, HR Director Linda, and the head of the marketing center, Mr. Wu. "Let us first hear the opinions of the parties involved," Chi Jingyuan remarked, his gaze briefly sweeping over her. Linda quickly explained, "This morning, Manager Gao approached us, stating that the operations department is quite busy and wishes to promote a deputy. He recommended you, and we would like to hear your thoughts." "Deputy? You mean the position of assistant manager? Why would Gao Yuan propose my promotion?" After a brief moment of astonishment, Rong Yan regained her composure. "First, I am grateful for the trust from all leaders in considering me for this opportunity. However, as I am still within my probationary period and have yet to achieve significant results, I feel unworthy of such a promotion and advise you all to reconsider." Rong Yan, "There is no need for modesty. Your report and data for the SAES project provided crucial insights for the company. Your capabilities are evident. Perhaps you should try believing in yourself and take this opportunity." Mr. Wu, the big boss from the marketing center, encouraged. Rong Yan hesitated. She was still on probation and had only participated in one project. She worried that such a promotion lacked credibility. "May I ask if a promotion would come with a salary increase?" Linda chuckled lightly, seemingly surprised by the question. "Of course, according to company policy, you would receive a 50 raise point 50%, that would add an extra 3,000 to my monthly salary." She pondered. "In that case, I will accept the promotion contingent upon the signing of the SAES project, provided that my conclusions indeed yield value for the company." A brief silence enveloped the room. Moments later, Chi Jingyuan lifted his head. "Let it be settled as such." Thus, the matter of her promotion was finalized. As Rong Yan was about to leave the office, she suddenly paused. "Is there anything else?" Chi Jingyuan inquired, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window. Chapter 41. Uncle and niece. Rong Yan gazed at him. At that moment, Chi Jingyuan stood tall and aloof, exuding an air of nobility. Despite the mere meters separating them, it felt as though centuries lay between them. An inexplicable sense of loss and melancholy washed over her. Mr. Chi, may I inquire, was this promotion initiated by you behind the scenes? No, he stepped closer, meeting her gaze directly. While I had such intentions, it was Gao Yuan who brought it up first. I did not intervene. Rong Yan sighed in relief. That's good. The nature of her relationship with Chi Jingyuan was complex and ambiguous, yet in her professional life, she desired to achieve her aspirations through her own efforts rather than relying on him. That's reassuring. I hope in the future, Mr. Chi, you can refrain from interference and allow things to unfold naturally. Chi Jingyuan smirked, a hint of surprise flickering across his features. Others in their position would manipulate such connections to climb higher. Yet she uniquely aspired to rely on her own merit. Nonetheless, she undoubtedly possessed the capability to do so. Rong Yan, Shengshi is a place that values ability and adherence to rules. You must believe in yourself. As I believe in you. He was neither a leader who would grant favors nor one who underestimated her abilities, treating her merely as a pet to be nurtured. He respected her and had faith in her. Rong Yan's eyes sparkled with an indescribable light, hinting at her burgeoning emotions. Chi Jingyuan seemed genuinely different from other bosses and men. Despite his position of power and authority, he remained discerning, judicious, and retained a semblance of kindness. She reined in her tumultuous feelings, smiling. Yes, I believe in you and in myself. With her words spoken, Rong Yan prepared to leave when Chi Jingyuan called out to her. Gao Yuan's sudden proposal for your promotion may indicate he has realized something. Chi Jingyuan added nonchalantly, because I know the report was your work. Rong Yan pondered for a couple of seconds before it dawned on her. No wonder Chi Jingyuan had pressed her during the meeting and posed those questions. He was merely seeking confirmation, and Gao Yuan had evidently caught on to this nuance. Perhaps this promotion was a form of testing her capabilities. I understand now. Thank you, Mr. Chi. Chi Jingyuan's hint served to clarify the situation for her, preventing her from falling into others' traps, and Rong Yan comprehended it well. Upon exiting the office, she arrived at the elevator lobby, where she spotted Gao Yuan seemingly waiting for her. Yan, may I invite you to lunch? Next to Shengshi, there was a Chinese restaurant where Gao Yuan reserved a private room and ordered a lavish spread. The two dined casually. Gao Yuan inquired if she had acclimated to the department, whether anyone had bullied her, or if she needed assistance. Rong Yan answered each question. Soon, she finished her meal, yet Gao Yuan's gaze remained oddly intense, indicating he had more to say. Manager Gao, if this is about the PPT issue, I have already expressed my feelings on it. I won't hold it against you, so please rest assured. Being under his supervision, she knew better than to escalate tensions, for that would complicate matters moving forward. This matter was indeed a misstep on my part. I am immensely grateful to you, Yan, for your magnanimity. Should you ever find yourself in need of my assistance, please do not hesitate to reach out. Gao Yuan also presented his own demeanor, advocating for reconciliation and a continuation of peaceful coexistence and collaboration. Rong Yan nodded affirmatively, assuring him, rest assured, I will. However, the look in Gao Yuan's eyes conveyed to her that there was more to discuss. That this was not yet concluded. Manager Gao, since we have both been so forthright, there is no need for concealment. Please feel free to ask any questions. I promise to answer honestly to the best of my ability. Is it truly all right? Gao Yuan hesitated, uncertain whether to voice his concerns. He feared offending someone if his inquiries were misplaced, yet the unease within him would not abate if he remained silent, especially considering the potential repercussions of misjudging the dynamics at play. There is indeed a question I must pose to you. Last night, I was dining with friends at Anqing Garden, which boasts a rather delightful old restaurant. Unfortunately, we inadvertently observed something. He struggled to articulate his words, casting a tentative glance at Rong Yan. We saw you and General Chi. Rong Yan was taken aback. Gao Yuan had been in the vicinity last night. That was quite the coincidence, noticing her astonishment rather than denial. Gao Yuan felt even more assured. I witnessed General Chi presenting you with a pot of flowers, and you both entered the same vehicle. Rong Yan exhaled in relief. She was grateful that Gao Yuan chose to inquire directly rather than resorting to capturing photographs and spreading rumors. After all, there had been minor tensions between them regarding the PPT issue. A malevolent person would not hesitate to exploit such a situation to eliminate rivals, yet how could she elucidate the nature of her relationship with General Chi? To be candid would be out of the question. If news of Chi Jingyuan's marital status were to leak, the ramifications would be immense. She would have to concoct an alternative explanation to placate him for the time being. After pondering for a while, a clever idea suddenly struck her. The truth is, I did not intentionally keep this from anyone. It is simply that General Chi prefers to keep it under wraps. Do you understand? Gao Yuan nodded repeatedly. I see. Therefore, I must trouble you, Manager Gao, to ensure that the fact that General Chi is my uncle remains confidential. Gao Yuan continued to nod. Understood. Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. He abruptly looked up at Rong Yan. Are you saying that General Chi is your uncle? Then why do you not share his surname? Rong Yan sighed. It's a distant relation, convoluted through several twists. Our forebears were connected, and the relationship has always been amicable. However, due to my family's decline in fortune, after entering the Shengshi era, my elders requested General Chi to look out for me. General Chi treats me as a younger relative. Which is why he bought me flowers. Currently, I reside with the Chi family. Gao Yuan's eyes widened in realization. So that is the case. This clarified a multitude of circumstances. The first seminar, where General Chi mentioned Rong Yan, was undoubtedly due to their cohabitation and his familiarity with her written materials. During the second seminar, General Chi's inquiry regarding the authorship of the PPT was predicated on his knowledge of the true creator. At the meeting, General Chi had furiously reprimanded his confidant Shin Mingzhu for neglecting to procure a box of fruit wine and had even bestowed his own fruit pastries upon Rong Yan. At the time, he found it peculiar but thought little of it. In hindsight, it all made sense. After all, Rong Yan is General Chi's niece. Naturally, he would look out for her. Goodness, how foolish he must have been to attempt to take credit for her work. Reflecting on it now filled him with trepidation. He wiped the sweat from his brow, feeling certain that his ancestors must be smiling down upon him, allowing him to navigate this situation. However, please keep this matter confidential. For if it were to come to light, General Chi could very well. Rong Yan mimicked a gesture across her throat. Gao Yuan promptly indicated his understanding, assuring her that he would keep it strictly under wraps. Manager Gao, is this the reason you sought to promote me? Rong Yan inquired. Gao Yuan candidly replied, Lion, if I claimed that this was not part of my reasoning, you would hardly believe me. However, I merely extended an opportunity. Whether you can maintain this position ultimately depends on your own capabilities. Do you comprehend? Rong Yan nodded in acknowledgement. Chapter 42. He is already married. Outside the private dining room, Chen Xing, who happened to be passing by, overheard the entire conversation. The restaurant's private rooms were separated by screens, lacking sound insulation, and upon spotting Rong Yan within, she was compelled to eavesdrop. Upon returning to her office, Chen Xing immediately called Shin Mingzhu, recounting every detail she had overheard. Is what you said true? Shin Mingzhu sounded incredulous on the other end of the line. Having indulged a bit too much the previous night, she had taken a leave of absence and was still asleep until now. Indeed, I heard it distinctly. I would stake my life on it that if there is any falsehood, let the heavens strike me down. But isn't Rong Yan's family quite impoverished? How could she have such a poor relative as him? That is difficult to ascertain. After all, they are distantly related, convoluted through several layers. It is also possible that they have fallen on hard times in recent years, hence the request for the Chi family's assistance. Shin Mingzhu found this reasoning plausible and nodded. Understood. After hanging up, she gazed out the window, her eyes sparkling as her spirits lifted. The events of the previous day had forced her to question the nature of the relationship between Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan. She had been deeply saddened, unable to accept it, and had resorted to drinking to cope. Yet now she learned that it was all a misunderstanding. Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan were, in fact, an uncle and niece, if their relationship were genuinely familial. Then everything fell into place. Rong Yan riding in Chi Jingyuan's car, using his umbrella, and the special band-aid, along with the fruits and pastries, all because Rong Yan was his niece. She had mistakenly regarded him as an adversary all along. How laughable, truly laughable. With this realization, Shin Mingzhu burst into laughter. As she chuckled, a thought suddenly struck her. She accessed the company system and located Rong Yan's profile in the organizational chart, sending her a message. Ian, thank you for your thoughtful gesture. There is no need to purchase that umbrella for me. I have a set of excellent cosmetics from a brand that I will bring to you next time. Given that Rong Yan was Chi Jingyuan's niece, it was imperative for her to cultivate a good relationship. By doing so, she could glean more insights about Chi Jingyuan from her. Rong Yan was preoccupied with how to gather 30,000 yuan when she unexpectedly received a message from Shin Mingzhu. After reading it twice, she still found it quite peculiar. Why had Shin Mingzhu suddenly sought to befriend her? If the umbrella was no longer needed, why would she offer to personally gift her cosmetics? It was rather strange. Could it be that Chi Jingyuan had explained something to her, prompting her to wish to become friends? After much contemplation, Rong Yan ultimately decided to let it go. In any case, she had saved 30,000 yuan, and any opportunity to save money was a good one. As for the reason behind it, she would eventually come to understand. After much hesitation, she finally replied to Shin Mingzhu, "Thank you, Sister Mingzhu. I appreciate your kindness. If there is anything I have done wrong in our work, please do not hesitate to guide me." Shin Mingzhu responded, "No problem, no problem." In the afternoon, Shin Yan returned home. Shin Mingzhu had just changed her clothes and applied her makeup, exuding vitality as she prepared to head out. Shin Yan grasped her arm, inquiring about her destination. "Brother, I am going to meet Ian. I have something to discuss with him and would like to invite him to dinner tonight." Shin Mingzhu smiled radiantly, showing no trace of the heartbreak she had experienced the previous night. Shin Yan's expression darkened. After a long pause, he sighed. "Mingzhu, I have something to tell you, and you must remain calm after hearing it." "Understood." Shin Mingzhu chuckled. "What is the matter? Why so serious all of a sudden?" "Last night, while I was accompanying General Chi and escorting you home, he mentioned something to me during our journey." "What was it?" "He stated that he is already married to Mingzhu." "Do you comprehend what he meant by that?" "He is married, and he conveyed this to me to suggest that you should let go sooner rather than later. That he has found his place, and you cannot remain stagnant. Do you understand?" Shin Mingzhu was momentarily taken aback. Then she laughed. Brother, today is not April Fool's Day, this joke is hardly amusing. As she observed Xinyan's expression, her smile gradually faded, and her complexion paled. Impossible, absolutely impossible, how could he be married without my knowledge? I am his assistant. When was the wedding held? Where is the ring? Who were the guests? How have I heard nothing? He must be deceiving you, brother. He is merely trying to provoke me. Shen Mingzhu's face contorted with distress. She turned on her heel and strode toward the parking lot. I do not believe this. I will confront him directly. Xinyan sighed and hurried after her. Today, Chi Jingyuan had no social engagements or business dinners. And Shen Mingzhu was well aware of his schedule. As they drove, she headed straight for the Shengshi headquarters, certain he would still be at the office at this hour. Xinyan hailed a cab and followed closely behind. Determined not to lose sight of her, the vehicle came to a halt at the Shengshi headquarters. Outside, Chi Jingyuan and Shen Mingzhu were locked in a standoff. Several employees who had been working late noticed the tension and curiously observed the scene. With some even sneaking photographs from the shadows, this is not the place for discussion. Let us go to a more suitable location to sit and talk, Chi Jingyuan stated before turning and entering his Rolls-Royce. Xinyan joined Shen Mingzhu in her car. After work, Rong Yan had been waiting in the car for Chi Jingyuan. While passing the time, she called her grandmother, thus remaining oblivious to Xinyan and Shen Mingzhu's presence and the unfolding drama. As the car drove on, it did not head towards Tingyuan. General Chi, are we heading somewhere else? Chi Jingyuan remained silent. Rong Yan chose to keep quiet as well. Whether they returned or not mattered little. The child within her was also his, and it was unlikely they would go hungry. At this moment, she would simply follow. Half an hour later, the vehicle came to a stop at the Tianweishan Club. Rong Yan was bewildered. Why are we here? The car door was opened from the outside by a waiter, and Chi Jingyuan stepped out, with Rong Yan hastily following suit. The grand and splendid entrance of the clubhouse was lined with rows of waitstaff who bowed and greeted them warmly. Saying, "Welcome," someone recognized Rong Yan, momentarily taken aback. Mr. Chi, it has been a long time since your last visit, please do come inside. The manager you approached with enthusiasm, guiding the guests towards their usual private room. Suddenly, her gaze shifted, landing on Rong Yan beside Chi Jingyuan, and she was momentarily stunned. However, she quickly regained her composure, masking her emotions. They were escorted to room 608. Inside, Su-wen was preparing tea in Rong Yan's usual spot, while a dozen or so individuals occupied the sofas. At the center sat Shen Mingzhu and Shen Yan. As the door swung open, everyone turned to look. Brother Yuan, come in and take a seat. Zhou Wei, ever the warm host, immediately stood to greet them. Upon spotting Rong Yan, he exclaimed in surprise, "Little beauty, you and Brother Yuan." He refrained from continuing, shifting the topic instead. "Come in, how did you all end up here?" Chi Jingyuan expressed his astonishment. "I invited them," Shen Mingzhu replied, fiddling with her wineglass. "Since we're all friends, it's only natural we gather together." "Indeed, Brother Yuan," another chimed in. His sister Mingzhu mentioned you had an announcement to make. "We happened to be in the next room, so we all came over. It's been a while since the brothers gathered, and tonight we shall drink until we're inebriated." The others joined in the revelry. Chapter 43, Confrontation. Chi Jingyuan's gaze fell upon Shen Mingzhu, who was likewise observing him. They both understood each other's thoughts. Shen Mingzhu's summoning of the others was merely a precaution against his deceit, ensuring that the brothers in their circle would witness the truth. Among them were several outsiders. Should he dare to announce news of his marriage, it would inevitably spread through the streets by dawn. However, if the announcement were false, the repercussions would be his alone to bear. The reputation of the Chi family, their enterprises, the stocks of Shengshi, everything would be at stake. What she desired was for him to refrain from uttering falsehoods. Chi Jingyuan took his seat in the center. Rong Yan, having accompanied him, quietly settled beside him. The others had seen her to varying degrees and shared a tacit understanding. Shen Mingzhu's gaze remained fixed on Chi Jingyuan, showing little interest in his companion, leaving Xinyan the sole one in the room to be astonished. A mere junior employee of Shengshi, why would she be associated with Chi Jingyuan in such a clandestine manner? His penetrating gaze towards Rong Yan prompted others to glance over, yet she remained engrossed in her meal, oblivious to their scrutiny. At that moment, Su-wen approached with tea, and upon seeing the cup, Rong Yan instinctively murmured her thanks. Su-wen's hand trembled slightly. She looked at Rong Yan, then at Chi Jingyuan beside her, her expression one of disbelief. "Bring some healthier snacks," Chi Jingyuan ordered coldly. "Understood," Su-wen replied, retreating to place the order. "I shall clarify the situation for everyone." Shen Mingzhu suddenly stood up. "This evening, my brother informed me that Mr. Chi has personally told him he is now married. I was utterly shocked and found it hard to believe. After so many years of friendship, he didn't even mention his marriage, which is quite uncharacteristic. Hence, I invited everyone to hear Brother Yuan's truth for ourselves." The room erupted in a clamor. The young gentlemen were taken aback. "Brother Yuan, is it true, you're married? Surely this must be a joke. This is more shocking than the apocalypse. When did you tie the knot? Where was the ceremony? How come I didn't receive an invitation? Oh, and Brother Yuan, where's your wedding ring?" They clamored with excitement, their curiosity piqued about the kind of woman someone like Chi Jingyuan would choose. Shen Mingzhu's expression grew increasingly clear. It seemed that everyone shared her disbelief. The suddenness and overt nature of the revelation made it hard for her to accept. Even now, Chi Jingyuan remained aloof, pushing the pastries towards Rong Yan with a slight scoff, perplexed. What is this? You find it hard to believe I'm married. Believe it or not, I truly am. However, due to various considerations, the news has not been publicly announced, and I cannot disclose her identity at this moment. I kindly ask all of you to keep this confidential. Of course, they replied. Since Brother Yuan has admitted it, it must be true. It feels like a dream. The group, still reeling from the news, quickly resumed pouring drinks, declaring they would celebrate Chi Jingyuan's departure from bachelorhood and would not rest until intoxicated. Rong Yan quietly savored her cake, appearing genuinely hungry, focusing solely on her food, disconnected from the surrounding revelry. Chi Jingyuan was indeed the focal point. The discussions revolved around his marriage, with few paying attention to his gesture of offering the cake to Rong Yan. Xin Yan observed this, his gaze fixed on the engrossed Rong Yan. As if trying to discern her essence. At that moment Zhou Wei approached with a drink, pouring a glass for Rong Yan. To celebrate Brother Yuan's newfound freedom, little beauty, you must drink it all. Zhou Wei's smile carried a hint of mischief as he extended the glass to her. Rong Yan hesitated, contemplating a reason to refuse, when suddenly her hand was empty. The glass had been taken by Chi Jingyuan. She cannot drink. He lifted the glass, downing its contents in one swift motion. While Rong Yan continued to focus on her meal, sensing a gaze upon her, she lifted her head, locking eyes with Xin Yan. His expression was dark, probing, and bewildered. Rong Yan had no time to engage with him. Returning to her food, Shen Mingzhu, rigid and pale, could no longer contain herself. Despite having heard it directly, she still refused to believe it. Maintaining her last semblance of dignity and pride, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Since Yuan claimed to be married, she would take his word for it, but there were certain details she needed to clarify with Auntie. The call connected, and the room fell silent. Even Rong Yan paused, glancing at Chi Jingyuan, then at Shen Mingzhu's phone. Hello, Mingzhu, why are you calling? What is the matter? Came the voice of Lu Wenlan. She treated Shen Mingzhu with a degree of courtesy due to her respectable background, her long tenure alongside Chi Jingyuan, and the fact that she had endured his notoriously foul temper for over a decade. Auntie Lu, I have a question regarding Yuan. What now? The mention of her son brought a look of impatience to Lu Wenlan's face. Devoid of any maternal concern, well, Yuan informed me he is married, and I was wondering if there is anything I, as his assistant, should prepare for the wedding. I lack experience in such matters. Hence my call. What did you say? He is married. When did this happen? Where was it held? Who is the bride? He never mentioned a word. That unfilial son. The call ended abruptly shortly after Chi Jingyuan's phone rang. He answered, switching to speaker mode, directing his gaze at Shen Mingzhu. I hear you've gotten married. Is this true? Lu Wenlan seemed in good spirits today, refraining from a direct outburst. Indeed. Who did you marry? Why didn't you inform the family? I didn't have the chance. Once the company settles down, I'll bring her home to meet you all for a meal. Lu Wenlan scoffed. Fine, whatever, you can explain it to your grandfather yourself. The call ended. Chi Jingyuan appeared unperturbed, as if he had anticipated this outcome. His mother, Lu Wenlan, had only been urging him to marry to secure their grandfather's shares in power, never truly caring about whom he wed or who accompanied him. The room fell silent. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You are deceiving me. Chi Jingyuan, you have gone too far. Shen Mingzhu could no longer hold back, bursting into tears as she fled the room. Chapter 44. The hidden marriage of the Shengshi CEO. Xin Yan cast a glance at Rong Yan, hesitating briefly before ultimately deciding to pursue his sister, concerned for her well-being. It seemed the evening was no longer suitable for celebration. The other young gentlemen, witnessing the scene, quietly departed to their respective rooms. The farce had finally come to an end. In room 608, only Chi Jingyuan, Rong Yan, and Su Wen in the corner remained. Rong Yan set down her utensils, looking at Chi Jingyuan, unable to suppress her curiosity. Aren't you going to chase after her? Shen Mingzhu was heartbroken. Surely you share in her pain. Why prolong the suffering? Chi Jingyuan withdrew his thoughts, gazing at the barely touched desserts on the table. Do you not like them? Rong Yan nodded. They're too sweet. When I worked here, I always envied the guests who ordered these desserts, thinking they looked delicious. Now that I've tasted them, I realize they're not as wonderful as I had imagined. Let us go home for dinner. Home. He truly wouldn't comfort Shen Mingzhu, however, as a mere employee. She felt no authority to comment on her boss's affairs. If he said they were going home, then they would. Rong Yan gathered her belongings and followed him out of the room. Was that person really Yan? As the two departed, several waitstaff approached Su Wen and nodded. It is she. The group stared in astonishment, disbelief etched on their faces. How could she be with Mr. Chi? What is their relationship? Su Wen, do you know? Su Wen shook her head. What sort of relationship could it possibly be? Given her background, Mr. Chi would hardly regard her with any admiration. At most, she might be an assistant or a mere staff member. Or perhaps a kept mistress. The expressions on the faces of the crowd were tinged with disdain, intermingled with a subtle hint of jealousy. After all, who was Mr. Chi, to have caught his eye even if she were merely a mistress? Would ensure a life free from financial worries. Their disdain was genuine, and so was their envy. They were guests in a lofty realm, and it was best not to gossip about the affairs of others. Attending to their own matters was paramount. No further words were exchanged, and the others dispersed. I suspect she is indeed the mistress. Yes, indeed, she is merely relying on her beauty, when her looks fade with age. I wonder if Mr. Chi will still want her. There were rumors on the forum that she had been harassing Mr. Chi, who was simply momentarily captivated by her. There are so many beautiful young women. He is likely to forget her in no time. Yuan listened to these remarks and shook her head. Given her understanding of Rong Yan, she could never be content to be a mistress. Mr. Chi had mentioned going home for dinner, and combined with their discussion about marriage news today, another speculation arose. However, why should the affairs of others concern her? She only needed to focus on making money. Shin Mingju had not shown up for work. It was rumored that she had taken a vacation for a full half-month. Various gossip began to circulate within the company, and news of Chi Jingyuan's marriage spread like wildfire. Gao Yuan approached Rong Yan to inquire about the internal situation. Rong Yan feigned ignorance. Gao Yuan looked bewildered. Aren't you Mr. Chi's niece? How come you know nothing? Rong Yan replied, distant relative. She then turned and messaged Chi Jingyuan. Everyone in our department has heard the rumors about the marriage. Should we issue a denial? Chi Jingyuan did not respond immediately. After a long while, he finally replied, on a business trip, for half a month. Rong Yan quickly responded, understood, yet within her thoughts swirled, how coincidental. Both are away for half a month, Shin Mingju on vacation for half a month, and Chi Jingyuan on a business trip for the same duration. It seemed he was still concerned about the woman in his heart. Having gone to accompany her, Rong Yan clicked her tongue, such as true love. In the afternoon, a piece of news regarding Shengshi topped the trending searches on various platforms. Shengshi CEO married. Shengshi CEO secretly married after hearing the news. Rong Yan clicked on the trending topic. The top two posts were released by Shengshi itself. One was Chi Jingyuan's official Weibo, married. Thank you all. Of the official Shengshi account retweeted this post. Mr. Chi wishes to lead a quiet life with his wife. Please do not disturb, thank you. The comments section was abuzz. I really want to see what Mrs. Chi looks like. 1. What kind of extraordinary family background, physique, and intellect could be worthy of my husband? Many speculate that she is his assistant. They've apparently known each other for over 10 years. It seems like love blossomed over time. Over time? Please elaborate on that. Rong Yan couldn't help but think, Chi Jingyuan truly is Chi Jingyuan. When she asked him whether he wanted to deny the rumors, he straightforwardly and generously admitted to it. Open and candid, once the news broke, Shingshi's stock soared. A man like Chi Jingyuan, now married, would only bolster market and investor confidence. In this round, Shengshi emerged victorious. Half a month later, Shen Mingju returned to Shengshi. The first thing she did upon her return was to come to the management department, bringing cosmetics for Rong Yan. Here, I promise to bring you cosmetics. Use them well, and you'll surely radiate beauty. Shen Mingju, wearing sunglasses, seemed to be in good spirits. Rong Yan quickly expressed her gratitude. Seeing her in better spirits than before, Rong Yan felt a sense of relief. It seemed that during the past half-month, Chi Jingyuan had put effort into making her happy, and they had reconciled. Let us work hard, and when time permits, we can have a meal together. Rong Yan nodded in agreement. After Shen Mingju left, her colleagues quickly gathered around. Yan, when did you become so close with Sister Mingju? Ran Xiaoyun was nearly slack-jawed in astonishment. Rong Yan was at a loss for words. She didn't quite understand why Shen Mingju had given her cosmetics, but she couldn't refuse a gift from a superior and thought to buy something in return. Do you know how much this set of cosmetics is worth? Wu Tong, familiar with such matters, glanced at it. Seems to be around 30,000. The crowd gasped in shock. Rong Yan, 30,000? It seems like I won't need to buy an umbrella, but I will still have to spend money. My wallet is about to be empty again. In the afternoon, a message was posted in the company's SAS project group. The due diligence for the SAS project had concluded, the contract signed, and the investment endeavor was a resounding success. To thank everyone for their efforts on the project, the company decided to organize a team-building retreat at Yunqi Valley Resort. The entire group erupted in excitement. Great, we can finally go out and have fun. Huh, and it's a company-funded trip, Ran Xiaoyun exclaimed joyfully. Wait, we can go too? Rong Yan asked. Of course, we've all contributed to this project. We'll leave work early today, go home and pack, and head out tomorrow afternoon. Before long, the office was empty. Rong Yan packed her things and prepared to head downstairs. As she stepped out, she unexpectedly found Shen Yan standing at the entrance. After half a month, he seemed somewhat weary, but upon seeing her, his eyes immediately lit up with a smile. Let's go, I'll take you to dinner. Rong Yan declined. No need to trouble yourself, I can go home for dinner. Today, you must come with me, Shen Yan said firmly. Without waiting for her to protest, he grasped her wrist and pulled her into the elevator, heading straight for the parking garage. Chapter 45. Please do not slander him. Disregarding her resistance, he shoved her into the car and started the engine, revving the accelerator. Su Chang stared blankly at the scene. Originally, he had come to pick Rong Yan up from work, waiting patiently in the parking garage, only to see her being bundled into Shen Yan's car. Su Chang was momentarily perplexed. On the other end of the phone, Chi Jingyuan seemed to say something, and Su Chang quickly replied, Sir. It seems that Madam won't be able to return for dinner. I just saw her get into Professor Shen's car. Rong Yan was furious. It was rare for her to feel this angry. Shen Yan clearly understood the disparity in physical strength between men and women. She had no way to resist, yet he treated her this way, which felt rather ungrateful. The car stopped at a shopping mall. And Shen Yan continued to pull her along to a restaurant. What do you want to eat? I'll order for you. He still bore the gentle demeanor she remembered, the one she trusted the most. Rong Yan was indeed hungry. After casually ordering a couple of dishes, she fell silent. The dishes arrived quickly, and as she devoured her meal, Shen Yan served her fish, carefully removing the bones, and placed it onto her plate. She did not move an inch the entire time. Yan, must you be so stubborn? Shen Yan asked, somewhat helplessly, as if wounded. Teacher Shen, I've made my stance clear. You don't want to lose me as a sister. And I don't wish to revert to who I once was. Our paths diverge, and there is no need to restore our former closeness. After speaking, Rong Yan resumed her meal. Shen Yan watched her. Feeling somewhat helpless. Yan, why must you make things difficult for yourself? You clearly have feelings for me. Shen Yan was convinced that she still held him in her heart. Love could lead to hate. And her refusal to forgive him was merely her inability to move past her own barriers. Rong Yan set down her chopsticks. Teacher Shen, if you continue to dwell on this, then we needn't even maintain our student-teacher relationship. At that moment, the overhead light suddenly dimmed. A waiter wheeled over a cart, atop which rested a cake adorned with candles. Happy birthday to you, happy birthday to you. Although Shen Yan felt somewhat hurt, he joined in the rhythm and sang the birthday song. Rong Yan froze. She picked up her phone, opened the calendar, and suddenly felt at a loss for words. Today was actually her birthday. She had completely forgotten about it. Shen Yan had remembered. Yan, make a wish, Shen Yan said, his gaze filled with warmth. Rong Yan stared at the cake, momentarily unsure of what to do. She had never celebrated a birthday before, nor had she ever received a cake on this day. This was her first. During her university days, Shen Yan would buy her birthday gifts but never had time to celebrate with her. He was always too busy with research, and now, was he trying to make amends for something? Yan, make a wish. Noticing that Rong Yan was merely staring into space, Shen Yan prompted her again. Rong Yan turned her gaze back to the birthday cake and closed her eyes. I hope my babies can be born healthy and smoothly. I hope my grandmother lives a long life. I hope for good health and success in my career. I hope for Chi Jingyuan. Why did she think of Chi Jingyuan? Never mind, since the thought came to her. She wished for the esteemed Mr. Chi to have a prosperous business and everything go smoothly, and that he might grant her a larger bonus by year's end. After making her wish, Rong Yan blew out the candles. She prepared to cut a couple of pieces of cake to thank the waiter, but the knife was too soft, and she struggled to apply the right force, resulting in a rather crooked cut that looked unappealing. Let me show you how to hold it. Shen Yan stood behind her, grasping her hand to guide her in cutting the cake. Finally, they managed to slice it properly. Thank you, Teacher Shen. After cutting the cake, Rong Yan swiftly withdrew her hand. The warmth of her hand vanished in an instant, leaving Shen Yan feeling somewhat lost. He disregarded the discomfort in his heart and smiled at her. What did you wish for just now? Was it anything about me? Rong Yan shook her head. Shen Yan was skeptical, looking into her eyes. Yan, lying is not something a good child does. Your eyes can't deceive anyone. Rong Yan fell silent. In that moment of making a wish, she had indeed not thought of Shen Yan. Had she considered him, she would have wished for him to let go of her and end this absurdity. After dinner, Shen Yan insisted on taking her to watch a movie. Rong Yan refused. The tickets are already bought. Are you sure you won't go? The tickets are bought, so isn't it perfectly normal not to go? During her university days, she had purchased 2 movie tickets, hoping to invite him to watch a film. Regrettably, she waited for him for the better part of the evening, but he never arrived. Rong Yan insisted on returning home. And Shen Yan did not press further, deciding to escort her back. Why don't you reply to my messages? He inquired in the car. Ming Zhu was in a foul mood, and for the past half-month he had been keeping her company. However, he remained concerned about her and would text her every 2 to 3 days, yet she never responded. I apologize, but it's my prerogative whether to reply or not. Yan, you shouldn't say that. Shen Yan abruptly slammed the brakes, his expression darkening. He struggled to control his temper, rubbing his temples as he posed the question that had been gnawing at him for 2 weeks. That night, why did you follow President Chi to Tianwaishan? Rong Yan took a deep breath. I work at Shangshi. Is there anything wrong with following my boss? Yan, do not deceive me. President Chi had treated her to desserts and shielded her from alcohol. Although Shen Yan had limited interactions with him, he was aware that President Chi was not a particularly benevolent individual. His interest in Rong Yan was not innocent. He had a singular objective. He was enamored with her. Yan, President Chi is not as virtuous as you imagine. He is aloof, looking down upon everyone. Keep your distance, lest you find yourself at a disadvantage. Do you understand? Ming Zhu has followed him for 10 years without a favorable outcome. What makes you think you would fare any better? Rong Yan smiled. So, you believe that President Chi wouldn't even consider someone like me a love child? After disregarding Ming Zhu, your implication is quite subtle. Yet I perceive it clearly. If even someone from a well-off family like Ming Zhu couldn't secure a good outcome, what chance do I have as a love child? Shen Yan was momentarily speechless. That is not what I meant. Rong Yan's expression remained calm as she countered, Teacher Shin, I am unaware of the entanglement between President Chi and Sister Ming Zhu, but the President Chi I know is not as you describe. He never belittles anyone based on their status, please do not slander him, thank you, bang, Shin Yan's fist struck the glass of the driver's seat, shattering it instantly, the shards embedding into his flesh, blood oozing profusely. What is it? Are you angry because I mentioned his flaws? Do you trust him so blindly? His fury was palpable, truly enraged, as she ardently defended President Chi, causing him to lose his composure entirely. Yan, who was defiant, became increasingly irksome. Rong Yan was taken aback. She gazed at his bleeding hand and exclaimed, "Are you out of your mind?" before opening the door and dragging him out of the driver's seat. Chapter 46, The Boss Loses His Temper. Rong Yan could drive, albeit infrequently. The hospital was nearby, and taking someone there was not a daunting task. She settled into the driver's seat and slowly started the car. Coincidentally, this hospital happened to be where Rong Yuanzhou worked, and today he was on duty. How did it come to this? Rong Yuanzhou pondered, observing Shin Yan's hand in disbelief. Shin Yan fabricated an excuse. His gaze heavy, yet fixated intently on Rong Yan not far away. Recently, her face had gained a bit of fullness, her complexion improved, making her even more beautiful than before. Could it be that President Chi had developed a slight preference for her due to her appearance? Such a man had encountered countless women, yet he had never shown genuine interest in anyone. However, Rong Yan was not an option. Even if it were merely a game, it was absolutely unacceptable. After tending to the wound, Shin Yan stepped outside to take a call, while Rong Yuanzhou approached the dazed Rong Yan. Your teacher is quite peculiar. Why does he always fixate on you? He suddenly realized something, his eyes widening. Could he possibly be the father of your child? Rong Yan replied, Dr. Rong, could you please rein in your imagination? Relieved, Rong Yuanzhou sighed. Have you been experiencing any discomfort lately? Rong Yan shook her head. How's your appetite? It's quite good, though I still occasionally experience acid reflux and heartburn. Rong Yuanzhou grasped her wrist to take her pulse. These are normal pregnancy symptoms. At your age, with a healthy constitution, the baby is developing well. There's no need for concern. Rong Yan nodded. Shall we go? How about I drive you home? Rong Yuanzhou began to remove his lab coat, taking time off again. There are other doctors nearby. What's the worry? He glanced at his watch. There's a nearby eatery with great late-night snacks. Shall I take you to try it? Rong Yan shook her head. Teacher Shin is injured and cannot drive. I should take him home. That he had indeed cared for her over the years, and she could not abandon him, but after dropping him off, how will you return? I can just take a taxi. Rong Yuanzhou felt uneasy and removed his lab coat again. Let's go. I'll drive him home first, then take you back. Despite Rong Yan's repeated refusals, Rong Yuanzhou remained stubborn, akin to a bull. She had no choice but to relent. In the car, Shin Yan glanced at Rong Yuanzhou and then at Rong Yan, his eyes conveying an inexplicable emotion. Dr. Rong and my student seem to enjoy a closer relationship than I had anticipated. He recalled their first meeting when Rong Yuanzhou had also driven Rong Yan home. Rong Yuanzhou smiled at the passenger seat where Rong Yan sat. Of course, aside from family, she is the one I worry about the most. Is Dr. Rong married? Shin Yan's gaze turned icy. Not yet. Why do you ask? Just curious. Given Professor Shin's demeanor, I assumed you might already be married or have someone special. Shin Yan instinctively glanced in Rong Yan's direction before retracting his gaze. Concealing his emotions, not yet. Rong Yuanzhou nodded. You should seize the opportunity. There's no rush. Take your time. Rong Yuanzhou did not pursue the topic further and engaged in casual conversation with Rong Yan after dropping off Shin Yan. Rong Yuanzhou took Rong Yan to Chi Jingyuan. After a long night, Rong Yan was utterly exhausted. As she stepped out of the car, her eyes felt heavy, since she didn't have work the next day. And with President Chi away on a business trip, she planned to head to the vacation area in the afternoon and spend the night in her rental before returning home the next morning to collect her belongings. Rong Yan thought this plan was splendid. She took out her phone and messaged Wang Ma. Wang Ma, I'm resting in the rental tonight and won't be going home. I'll return in the morning to collect my things. Good night. After sending the message, she went upstairs and fell into a deep sleep. She slept soundly until dawn. Stretching, Rong Yan instinctively reached for her phone. 20 missed calls? All from Wang Ma. Rong Yan froze. Realizing something, and opened WeChat. The message she had sent to Wang Ma last night bore a glaring red exclamation mark. The message had failed to send. They must have been quite worried last night. Without time to tidy up, she grabbed her phone and bag and took a taxi straight to Tingyuan. The atmosphere at Tingyuan felt somewhat oppressive. Upon reaching the door, she did not hear Wang Ma or housekeeper Su's voices. Nor were the lights on. Feeling uneasy, she hurried inside, where Wang Ma stood at the entrance with an anxious expression, relief washing over her upon seeing Rong Yan and my lady, you have finally returned. If you hadn't come back soon, we would have been in dire straits. I apologize. I was too tired last night and fell asleep in the rental. I tried to message you, but it failed. Rong Yan showed her the text. I only discovered it this morning. Wang Ma sighed, her worry dissipating. As long as you're safe, that's what matters. We are fine. It's just that the Sir, Rong Yan's throat tightened. Has President Chi returned? He came back yesterday afternoon. Wang Ma sighed. He is currently in the study upstairs. You should explain yourself. Do not argue, alright? Is it really that serious? Shifting her gaze, Rong Yan noticed a cake on the coffee table, accompanied by a gift box. This is from the sir. We realized it was your birthday when we saw the cake. The box is from his business trip. Wang Ma sighed again. Madam, I've never seen the sir so furious. He forbade us from calling you or seeking you out. Spending the entire night alone in the study. Rong Yan felt dread wash over her. The boss was truly furious. She was in for it. With a heavy heart, she trudged up the stairs. The study door was slightly ajar. As she pushed it open, the room was thick with smoke, with books, papers, and shards of glass strewn across the floor. As if it had been ransacked, President Chi sat beside the window, smoking. Without turning his head, he coldly stated, "Did I not tell you not to come in?" Rong Yan instinctively halted, a sense of dread washing over her. Rubbing her hands nervously, she attempted to speak sincerely. "I am sorry, President Chi. I returned late. The tension in the sofa became palpable as President Chi coldly commanded, "Leave." The words caught in her throat. She dared not provoke his anger. Since he had asked her to leave, it seemed wisest to wait until his fury subsided before explaining. "Then I won't disturb you. I'll take my leave." Rong Yan turned toward the door, bang, just as her hand was about to touch the doorknob. A strong hand slammed the door shut, locking it and pinning her against it. His familiar tactic had become disturbingly adept. Chapter 47, Anger. Where do you think you are going? To find Xinyan or Rong Yuanzhou? Rong Yan was taken aback by his question. Why would I seek them out? He seized her hand, tightening his grip until her wrist throbbed with pain, his gaze as frigid as ice. What is this? Last night, weren't you quite busy, first with Xinyan, then with Rong Yuanzhou? I had no idea that Miss Rong was so popular. Rong Yan choked on his words, momentarily incensed. Last night was merely an accident. Not as you imagine. Not an accident, Chi Jingyuan scoffed. Were you contemplating whom to remarry after our divorce, Xinyan, Rong Yuanzhou, or perhaps another man? Mrs. Chi certainly has a clever scheme, enjoying the best of both worlds. If you desire it so much, why return? He exerted more force, causing Rong Yan to wince in pain. Observing her lips gradually losing their color, he gritted his teeth. Who spent the night with you last night? Rong Yuanzhou. Rong Yan shook her head. No one. What did they do to you? Did they kiss you, embrace you, or? The mere thought of her with another man was unbearable, anger igniting within him, threatening to consume him. He lifted her effortlessly, placing her on the sofa in his study. Let me make this clear. Do not even think about it. After a prolonged silence enveloped the study, Chi Jingyuan gazed at her pitiful demeanor. Suddenly awakening to the absurdity of his actions, he closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Last night, Teacher Shin injured his hand, and I took him to the hospital. Later, Dr. Rong voluntarily offered to drive us home. He dropped me off at Anshin home, but I was too exhausted and rested at the rental. Why not inform Wang Ma? I messaged her, but the message failed to send amidst the earlier commotion. Rong Yan's phone had fallen to the ground. Chi Jingyuan picked it up, the screen revealing her conversation with Wang Ma. The last message was the one from last night, marked with an exclamation point. Chi Jingyuan felt overwhelmed, realizing the foolishness of his actions. Why had he allowed his anger to manifest in such a reckless manner? He was not typically prone to rage. I'm sorry, Chi Jingyuan faltered. Unsure of how to begin. It's not entirely your fault, Mr. Chi. It was indeed my oversight. Had I not been so tired and checked properly, this misunderstanding would not have occurred. I promise to return home on time from now on. If I cannot, I will notify you in advance. Chi Jingyuan studied her brows and eyes, slowly extending his right hand. Rong Yan instinctively recoiled. She was afraid of him. Without hesitation, Chi Jingyuan cradled the back of her head, pulling her into his embrace, inhaling the fragrance that enveloped her. Rong Yan felt disoriented by the embrace, unsure of where to place her hands. Next time, don't do this again, otherwise I'll break your legs. Understood. Of course, he would never truly harm her. It was merely a threat to frighten her, as he never wished to experience that feeling again. Rong Yan shivered slightly, obediently nodding, her politeness bordering on exasperating. All right, Mr. Chi, I understand. There won't be a next time. She was someone who learned from her mistakes. Finally, Chi Jingyuan allowed her to bathe. The water cascaded, steam rising in the bathroom as Rong Yan gazed at her reflection in the mirror. Sighing, she reassured herself that work was seldom smooth. Securing 200 million was certainly no easy feat. Occasionally, her boss would lose his temper, a minor reprimand amidst the challenges of work, which she should accept with equanimity. However, she sensed an underlying difference, her mood not improving even with the resolution of the issue. The memory of Chi Jingyuan's anger lingered, like a stone lodged in her chest, swelling and painful, rendering her uncomfortable. Outside the master bedroom, listening to the sound of water from the bathroom, Chi Jingyuan felt a twinge of irritation and pulled out a cigarette. Then, recalling something, he quietly put it away. Damn it, he had lost control again. Why had he lost control? Compared to the last time, this loss of control felt even more foreign, powerless, and vaguely fearful. Why was it so? After contemplating for a long time without clarity, he could only attribute this emotion to a man's possessiveness. She was his wife, thus subconsciously belonging to him. Once any man approached even slightly, it ignited his inner possessiveness, as if his boundaries had been breached. Leaving him disoriented and ready to explode. It had to be this way. Chi Jingyuan closed his eyes, massaging his temples. Thankfully, he hadn't completely lost his rationality last night, maintaining some restraint. Had he harmed her or the child within her? Damn it, he wanted to slap himself. After Rong Yan finished bathing and changed clothes, she descended to dinner. Chi Jingyuan sat across from her, silently peeling an egg and placing it on her plate. Remembering Wang Ma's comment about Chi Jingyuan's aversion to eggs and related foods, Rong Yan took a sandwich from the side and placed it on his plate, a return gift. Chi Jingyuan casually picked up the sandwich and began to eat. The corners of Rong Yan's lips began to lift. It was peculiar how his acceptance of her sandwich brought her a sense of satisfaction. Observing the harmonious scene in the dining room, Wang Ma was elated. Indeed, only Mrs. Chi can handle someone like Mr. Chi. It's a balance of power. Wang Ma prepared to dispose of the cake to avoid potential arguments stemming from past grievances. Rong Yan caught sight of this and hurriedly intervened. The cake was ordered yesterday. The weather isn't hot. It should still be fine. Why don't we eat it instead of wasting it? Wang Ma glanced at Chi Jingyuan's expression. His demeanor remained unchanged. Didn't we eat cake yesterday? Rong Yan methodically unwrapped the cake. We didn't eat it last night. They had merely cut 2 pieces for the server. The rest remained untouched. Chi Jingyuan said nothing more, watching through the dining room glass as Rong Yan cheerfully cut and distributed the cake. She took the largest piece for herself, ensuring Wang Ma and Steward Su received ample shares. Even dividing a piece for the wall painting in the living room, much to Wang Ma's delight. Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly. In truth, she needn't exert herself so to entertain him. The mere absence of eating was enough to please him. He had intended to ride the bus with everyone, but upon seeing the Porsche parked at the door and Chi Jingyuan waiting inside, Rong Yan sighed, messaging Gao Yuan instead. What, are you coming over with uncle? Chapter 48, Hostility. Rong Yan sent a crying emoji. Yes, please keep it a secret. The reply came swiftly, I'll handle it, don't worry. Just as she was about to respond, a white tote bag was handed to her. What's this? Take it. No questions are necessary. Chi Jingyuan's expression was somewhat awkward. Not lifting his head, the driver, Su Cheng, glanced at his boss's demeanor and chuckled. Madam, that's a birthday gift from sir. Do check if you like it. A birthday gift? Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback, accepting the bag and pulling out the box inside. An Apple 3-piece set. The latest models of the iPhone, iPad, and MacBook, all were the newest and highest configurations, previously sold out. Rong Yan bit her lip, repacking the gift and handing it back. I'm sorry, Mr. Chi, but I cannot accept such an extravagant gift. Chi Jingyuan's expression softened slightly. Keep it, if you don't, I'll just throw it away. You treat this as collecting junk. Rong Yan, you consider this junk, boss? Rong Yan simply couldn't comprehend his thought process. But given his insistence, she would appear ungrateful if she refused, especially since he was indeed capable of discarding items. A few tens of thousands were trivial. He had previously thrown away clothing worth over $1 million. Seeing her accepted, Chi Jingyuan shifted his gaze back to his reports. Rong Yan felt bored. Fatigue overwhelmed her. The pregnancy rendered her excessively sleepy, and she soon drifted off. As they approached the destination, Rong Yan awoke, noticing Su Cheng's concerned gaze in the rearview mirror. Sir, why do you look so pale? Are you unwell? Chi Jingyuan kept his eyes closed, pressing a hand against his chest. My stomach feels a bit off. His stomach, if it was acute, the pain could be unbearable. Su Cheng quickly parked the car, assisting Chi Jingyuan out. The Yushi Valley Resort had a medical room, but the doctor's competence was uncertain. Rong Yan followed anxiously. Dialing Rong Yuanzhou's number, the call connected swiftly. What, is someone ill? Where? Yushi Valley Resort. Dr. Rong, do you know of any reliable doctors nearby? I can find a hospital, but I'm unsure of their reliability. Don't be ridiculous, it's Chi Jingyuan. Not if the doctor is incompetent. What if he loses his temper and deducts my salary? Don't bother looking, come to the medical room. I'm at Yushi Valley. Chi Jingyuan lay on the examination bed. After diagnosing him, Rong Yuanzhou concluded, you ingested something stale and irritating, causing acute gastritis. Stale food. Rong Yan immediately recalled the cake, but that didn't make sense. Chi Jingyuan had only taken a small bite, while Su Cheng, Wang Ma, and she herself had consumed more than he had, yet none of them were affected. She glanced at Su Cheng. Su Cheng cleared his throat. Well, sir drank quite a bit last night. Rong Yan understood drinking harmed his stomach, followed by the stale cake, resulting in gastritis. Rong Yuanzhou filled out the medical form. I'll prescribe some medication. You must take it on time and maintain a light diet for the next few days. Avoiding anything cold or spicy. Understood. Rong Yan instinctively nodded. Understood. Rong Yuanzhou looked on in surprise. He chuckled, ruffling Rong Yan's hair. I am conversing with young Master Chi. What do you know? Rong Yan felt a tinge of embarrassment. Her cheeks slightly flushed as she averted her gaze. But you must also be cautious, Rong Yuanzhou remarked, picking up a piece of paper to jot down notes. The barbecued seafood in Yunchi Valley is truly exceptional. Yet there are certain items you must refrain from consuming. Do you understand? He drafted a detailed list and handed it to Rong Yan. The list meticulously outlined what was permissible to eat. What was not, and how certain foods could be detrimental to the baby. Truly, it was an epitome of thoughtfulness. Rong Yan expressed her heartfelt gratitude. Thank you, Dr. Rong, for your trouble. There's no need for such formality with me. Rong Yuanzhou replied with a smile, casually ruffling her hair once more. This gesture bore an unmistakable hint of affection, causing Rong Yan to shyly turn her face away, instinctively glancing at Chi Jingyuan's expression. Chi Jingyuan's gaze was cold. He scoffed, his chest filled with a vexation. Dr. Rong, are you this considerate with all your patients? Rong Yuanzhou candidly shared his thoughts, not necessarily, but for Yan. She deserves to be treated with special care. As for the reason behind this special treatment, he couldn't quite articulate, his words sounded increasingly ambiguous and indulgent, the atmosphere in the room grew chillier. With Chi Jingyuan's gaze resembling a layer of frost intensifying the ache in his chest. Wait a moment, Yan, why did you bring him here? Chi Jingyuan questioned. After all, he was the CEO, and Rong Yan was merely a junior employee. Even if it were a team-building retreat, their pairing seemed incongruous. Why would she come to see him when he fell ill? Rong Yan, Chi Jingyuan, clearing his throat. Chi Jingyuan was about to speak when Rong Yan interjected. It's just that the bus was too full, and coincidentally, Mr. Chi drove here, so he kindly offered me a ride. Feeling guilty, her face flushed slightly. Rong Yuanzhou understood, yet, he felt an underlying sense of something amiss. Though he couldn't quite pinpoint it at that moment. I truly appreciate young Master Chi for taking care of our Yan on the way, Rong Yuanzhou remarked, handing over the medication and dosage instructions to Chi Jingyuan, who hesitated to take them. He regarded Rong Yuanzhou with a faint scoff, tinged with an accusatory tone. Yan, what position did he hold to express gratitude on behalf of Rong Yan? Yan, what was the issue? Rong Yuanzhou smiled, waving the list and medication in front of him. Chi Jingyuan still did not accept them. Su Chang, sensing the tension, promptly stepped forward to take them. Of course there's an issue. Rong Yan is my employee. You are concerned about her diet, and I should be the one thanking you, should I not? Dr. Rong Yuanzhou raised an eyebrow and smiled. Whatever suits you. Turning his back, he sipped his water and ceased further conversation. The atmosphere in the room was peculiar, filled with an inexplicable tension. After acquiring the medication and listening to the medical advice, there was nothing else to attend to. Under Rong Yan's subtle cue, Su Cheng assisted Chi Jingyuan in leaving the medical office. What a day of explosive emotions, Rong Yuanzhou chuckled, shaking his head. Just now, he had clearly sensed Chi Jingyuan's hostility. After knowing him for so many years, this was the first time he had experienced such a sentiment. What could possibly be troubling this exalted individual? Could it be a quarrel with his mysterious wife, causing him to vent his frustrations on Rong Yuanzhou? It was rather amusing. Rong Yuanzhou removed his white coat. He was not at Yunqi Valley for work but rather on a family vacation. Had it not been for Rong Yan's call, he would not have come to the medical office at all, and now that the matter was resolved, he intended to seek out his family and indulge in some leisure. Chapter 49. You are leaving. Chi Jingyuan's room was located on the top floor of the hotel. The most luxurious suite, complete with a living room and a bathroom, even boasted a small kitchen. After assisting him to lie down, Su Cheng poured him some water and handed him the medication according to the prescribed dosage. Meanwhile, Rong Yan received a phone call. Yan, where have you been? There's no one on the bus. It was Lin Xiaoxiao's voice. I have a bit of business to attend to and will arrive a little later. Xiaoxiao, are you all here? Rong Yan responded. A hint of surprise in her tone. The primary departments involved in completing the sales project were investment, finance, and marketing. The list for the team-building event did not mention human resources at all. Why was Lin Xiaoxiao there? The company has dispatched personnel from the human resources department for logistics support, and I was fortunate to be among them. Just between us, I managed to pull some strings to arrange for us to share a room. Really, of course, I intended to surprise you, but I couldn't find you after searching for quite a while. Yan, when will you be back? I have something I need to discuss with you. Rong Yan glanced toward the room. Would it be alright if I come back later? I'll take care of this and return. I'll wait for you. Hurry back. After hanging up, Rong Yan returned to the room. Chi Jingyuan had just finished his medication, though the pain seemed not to have subsided. Yet, his ears remained sharp, and he could hear every word she spoke in the living room with perfect clarity. Whose call was that? He inquired, his voice low and magnetic, sounding even more melodious than usual. It was a friend. She is also here at Yunqi Valley and has something to discuss with me. Rong Yan glanced at Su Chang, weighing her words. Mr. Chi, if there is nothing else for me to do here, I think I'll take my leave. Chi Jingyuan's eyes instantly turned cold as he scrutinized her. You intend to leave? Rong Yan felt a bit bewildered, with Su Chang here to care for him. Was there truly no need for her presence? Did her boss think that his illness and the cake she had cut were somehow related, placing the responsibility upon her? The boss was indeed meticulous in his calculations. Would it be acceptable if Su Chang looks after Mr. Chi for now? I'll attend to my friend and return once I've sorted things out. Rong Yan asked Su Chang. Su Chang glanced at his boss, uncertain whether to agree. If you wish to leave, then go. Don't linger here. Chi Jingyuan closed his eyes, turning away, dismissing Rong Yan entirely. She felt somewhat at a loss, however, seeing his demeanor. It seemed he intended to rest. In that case, she certainly couldn't remain, for disturbing her boss's rest would only exacerbate her situation. She exchanged a glance with Su Chang, who pretended not to notice. Rong Yan politely stated, "Then I won't disturb your rest." Turning swiftly, she exited the room. Moments later, a loud crash echoed from another room, accompanied by the sound of objects shattering. Who on earth is being so reckless? The hotel furnishings were expensive. Did they truly dare to throw things around? How extravagant! Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao's room was on the 6th floor, adjacent to Ran Xiaoyun and Wu Tong's room. This hotel featured hot springs, and she had prepared 2 swimsuits, with the evening gathering still an hour away. Lin Xiaoxiao suggested, "Let us go soak in the hot springs first." Enthusiastically, she handed one of the swimsuits to Rong Yan, urging her to try it on. Rong Yan, did you summon me just for this? What's wrong? Is there an issue? There was no real problem, but something felt off, though she couldn't specify what it was. Lin Xiaoxiao persisted, urging her to change. Taking the swimsuit, Rong Yan retreated to the bathroom. Suddenly recalling something, she sent a message to Rong Yuanzhou. "Dr. Rong, may I use the hot springs? It wasn't mentioned in the list." Rong Yuanzhou replied instantly, "Not recommended, but your condition seems stable, so it's permissible, just don't exceed half an hour." Rong Yan responded with an okay. The hotel's hot springs drew from natural springs in the mountains, promoting health and well-being. Upon arriving, she and Lin Xiaoxiao found that some colleagues from the investment and financing departments had already arrived. But they were in a nearby pool. "What's wrong? You look preoccupied," Lin Xiaoxiao observed, chattering away while Rong Yan seemed distracted, failing to absorb a single word. "I'm sorry, I zoned out for a moment." "What were you saying?" "I was asking if you've seen Teacher Shin. He is here for the team building event too. He even inquired about you when he got off the bus." Shin Yan had also participated in the SAES project, and it was not surprising he was on the team building list since his research team's data was crucial for the development of the new product. Yan, have you reconciled with Teacher Shin? Rong Yan shook her head. "I mean, if you still harbor feelings for him, perhaps you should consider accepting him. He comes from a good family, is handsome, and possesses knowledge and culture. Such a person is rare." Don T let him slip away. Rong Yan lost her focus again. What did you say, Lin Xiaoxiao?" She reached out to touch Rong Yan's forehead. "You're not feverish, yet you seem rather dazed." Rong Yan paused, contemplating something, and then asked Lin Xiaoxiao where a nearby supermarket might be. "Aha, what do you need a supermarket for? Are you looking to buy something? I think there's one just outside the hotel, though it's not very large. If there is a supermarket, there might be some vegetables for sale." Rong Yan suddenly perked up, rising from the water and wrapping a towel around herself. "You go ahead and soak. I need to take care of something first." Indeed, there was a small supermarket at the entrance. It wasn't large, but it had the fruits, vegetables, and meats she desired, all relatively fresh. After purchasing the ingredients, Rong Yan hurried back to the hotel, only to encounter Shin Yan and Shin Mingju exiting the hotel. Is that Rong Yan? What is she doing buying groceries? Is she planning to cook here? Shin Mingju found it quite bewildering and couldn't help but chuckle. How frugal, even on a trip, she's intent on cooking for herself. Does she not know this trip is fully funded by the company? Is she trying to save a few pennies? It was indeed embarrassing for Yuan. Observing the items in her hands, meat, vegetables, and millet, Shin Yan noted she seemed to be preparing to make porridge, which eased his heart slightly. Throughout the journey, she was nowhere to be seen, leading him to believe she had not arrived. Fortunately, as for grocery shopping, he was not particularly concerned. Perhaps it was merely her desire to indulge in something she craved, procuring ingredients to have the hotel assist her in preparing it. Rong Yan swiped her card, and the elevator ascended directly to the top floor. During the check-in process, Su Chang handed one of the room cards to her. Upon entering, Rong Yan found the room shrouded in darkness, the door firmly shut. Devoid of any sound, was Chi Jingyuan resting? Had Su Chang departed? Rong Yan tiptoed into the kitchen, quietly closing the door behind her as she began to wash meat, chop vegetables, boil water, and prepare congee. How lamentable, to have to cook while on a team-building trip, yet, given that Chi Jingyuan was unwell, he needed to consume something light. It was unacceptable to solely rely on medication without nourishment. Typically, he treated himself quite well, proving to be a competent boss, and in return, she could not be so heartless. Chapter 50. Hand in hand, she merely wished to repay a kindness. She despised being indebted to anyone, regardless of who that person might be. With vegetables and meat laid out, the aroma of congee soon filled the air, wafting through the cracks of the door into the room. Chi Jingyuan shifted his position and opened his eyes. Was someone cooking? Su Chang? No, Su Chang could only drive. After years at the Chi family, he had likely never cooked, not even instant noodles. Who could it be? Could it be? No, it couldn't be her, that ungrateful little thing. Likely having a blast with friends, had completely forgotten about him, unconcerned for his well-being. Of course, any random person would be of greater importance than him. Chi Jingyuan exhaled coldly, feeling that an employee who disrespected their employer deserved a severe pay cut. He threw off the covers, maneuvering through the chaos on the floor, and opened the door. The kitchen lights were on, the door slightly ajar, revealing Rong Yan, her head bowed as she busily stirred a pot emitting enticing aromas. Bubbling away, it truly was her. She was making congee for him. She hadn't been gone long. She had merely gone to procure ingredients to prepare congee for him. Throughout his life, no one among his closest kin had ever prepared a meal for him. They only ever demanded and took this woman. In that moment, a softness struck his heart, creating an illusion of happiness grasped at last's happiness. It turned out that one day, he too could experience joy. The kanji was soft, sweet, and aromatic. Rong Yan sampled it and found it quite delectable, surpassing expectations. Chi Jingyuan surely wouldn't find fault with it. She smiled slightly as she ladled the kanji into a bowl, intending to take it to the living room to cool. However, upon turning, she was startled to find Chi Jingyuan standing at the doorway. Mr. Chi, when did you wake up? I made some kanji. Would you like to try it now? Chi Jingyuan remained silent, his gaze intensely focused on her. Rong Yan felt unnerved under his scrutiny, thinking he might not be hungry, and thus placed the kanji back in the kitchen. If you're not hungry, you can eat later, just as she set it down. Her wrist was suddenly grasped by him. He swept her up in his arms and laid her gently on the soft bed. Chi Jingyuan enveloped her in his embrace, inhaling the fragrance of her hair. His warm lips pressing against her cheek, infused with tenderness. After a long while, he softly murmured, "Sleep now, with the baby, don't enter the kitchen next time." Rong Yan, drowsy, replied, "All right, thank you, Mr. Chi." Upon waking, her phone was incessantly ringing. Rong Yan instinctively answered, "Yan, where have you been? The gathering is about to start, hurry over." Glancing at the time, she realized it was nearly 7 o'clock. In a flurry, she rose, only to find herself alone. Chi Jingyuan had already dressed and stood at the doorway. Seeing her awake, he approached, cradling her face in his hands, planting a soft kiss on her lips. "If you're tired, sleep a little more." "I am not tired, I'm not tired, I want to enjoy a feast," Rong Yan exclaimed as she got out of bed. It was then she noticed the chaos around her, broken glass and scattered cups. The noise had emanated from this room. How perplexing, such a temper from the elusive big boss. No matter, someone would come to clean it up later. Rong Yan hurriedly changed her clothes and tidied her hair, only to catch sight of a mosquito bite on her neck. How excessive. Blushing, she muttered under her breath, adjusting her collar just enough to conceal it. If it remained visible, she would surely suffer social death tonight. Upon exiting, she found Su Chang had also arrived, carrying a thermos. Standing behind Chi Jingyuan. "Let us go." Chi Jingyuan extended his hand toward Rong Yan. She hesitated, momentarily confused by his intention. Without a care, Chi Jingyuan took her hand, encompassing her small, icy fingers in his warm grasp. Instantly, a profound sense of contentment filled him. He had never anticipated that holding her hand could evoke such a delightful sensation, new, joyful, and exhilarating. A smile crept onto his lips, his mood inexplicably buoyant. Rong Yan walked beside him, her face aflame. Was Chi Jingyuan not himself today? In public, why was he holding her hand? What if someone discovered them? Su Chang trailed behind, silently observing this scene, inwardly marveling. It must be the influence of the lady. Just an hour ago, the boss had seemed ravenous, and now how quickly he had been soothed by her presence. Yunqi Valley, despite its mountainous name, was by the sea, abundant in seafood and fruits, offering a plethora of culinary delights. The venue for tonight's gathering was a meticulously decorated barbecue restaurant by the shore, equipped with KTV and table service, reserved solely for their group. With an ambience relatively tranquil. Midway through, Chi Jingyuan received a phone call, providing Rong Yan the opportunity to release his hand, deliberately lagging behind by 50 meters. Only after Chi Jingyuan had settled amidst the raucous crowd did she quietly approach Lin Xiaoxiao. "Where have you been? Why are you so late?" "Apologies, I was delayed by some matters." Lin Xiaoxiao leaned in closely, her voice dripping with intrigue. "You didn't happen to sneak off for a secret rendezvous with a handsome fellow, did you?" Rong Yan, feeling guilty, averted her gaze. "No, don't say such things. It was just that my uncle happened to be here, and I came with him. I was handling some of his affairs." "Uncle?" Rong Yan nodded. Lin Xiaoxiao's interest waned instantly. What was there to discuss about an uncle? Seizing the moment, Rong Yan shifted the topic, inquiring about her progress with Ichi. Lin Xiaoxiao sighed. "It's about the same. I feel he doesn't really like me. Our circumstances are too disparate. Whether we can be together is uncertain." Lin Xiaoxiao sighed again, taking a swig of her drink. Rong Yan patted her shoulder in comfort. "What is this? Aren't you going to drink with me?" Lin Xiaoxiao reached for the wine, intending to pour some for Rong Yan. "No, my stomach isn't great. I can't drink. Once I'm in better health, I'll accompany you to drink until we're both tipsy." Rong Yan quickly declined. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded in understanding. Rong Yan began to feel hungry, diving into the food. Aside from toasting to President Chi and the executives, she mostly focused on eating. Chi Jingyuan occupied the central seat at the main table, flanked by two executives, with Shin Mingzhu and Shin Yan diagonally across from him. Scanning the room, he spotted Rong Yan at the adjacent table. The woman speaking with her seemed familiar. He had seen her last at the music restaurant. Was this the friend she had insisted on meeting? Chi Jingyuan scoffed, a hint of displeasure flickering within him. "What is President Chi gazing at?" one of the executives inquired. Noticing his fixed stare in that direction, Chi Jingyuan retracted his gaze. "Nothing." He beckoned Su Chang with a flick of his finger. Su Chang swiftly understood, pouring the kanji from the thermos into a bowl and presenting it to Chi Jingyuan. Prior to their departure, Su Chang had followed the boss's instructions, bringing along the kanji Rong Yan had prepared. Yuan, in such an important setting, you're actually drinking kanji. You're not trying to avoid alcohol, are you? Shin Mingzhu teased with a raised eyebrow, her radiant smile concealing the deep affection she harbored for him, an emotion she had been unable to relinquish over the past decade. During her half-month break, Shin Yan had remained at her side, trying to console her. Despite her attempts to move on, the outcome was clear. She could not let go, since she could not forget. She would press forward. She loved Chi Jingyuan, the person, regardless of his marital status. Her love remained unwavering. If she loved him, she would continue to do so until the day he divorced, until he saw her in his eyes. Until he accepted her. She believed that, as a human being, she would eventually see that day come. Miss Shin, President Chi's stomach is somewhat unwell. The doctor advised a light diet, hence he cannot join everyone in drinking tonight. Su Cheng explained from behind. Shin Mingzhu stood to pour a glass of milk, expressing concern. Then drink this. It's good for the stomach. Chi Jingyuan thanked her without lifting his gaze, savoring the kanji with utmost seriousness. Each spoonful taken with care, the little kitty, though slender, possessed remarkable culinary skills. A simple bowl of kanji had been transformed into a soft, flavorful dish, perfectly catering to his palate. Noting Chi Jingyuan's indifference towards her, Shin Mingzhu felt a twinge of embarrassment, her eyes gradually reddening. Shin Yan also took note of the kanji, recognizing the ingredients, vegetables, meat, millet, strikingly similar to what Rong Yan had purchased that afternoon. A sudden jolt of realization struck him. He glanced in Rong Yan's direction, who appeared to be engrossed in her meal, seemingly out of sync with the surrounding clamor. She is always like that, quiet, understanding, and polite, appearing to be accommodating to everything. Yet she is quite obstinate. Once she has made up her mind about something, there is no turning back, just like her feelings for him. By the way, the direction where Yan is situated happens to be the very direction where Chi Jingyuan had frequently cast his gaze. Is he watching Yan? The realization struck Shin Yan, causing his heart to lurch. What exactly is the nature of their relationship? Shin Yan averted his gaze, gripping the cup in his hand tightly. Looking at the porridge in front of Chi Jingyuan, and said with a warm smile, "This porridge is quite good, Mr. Chi. Is it the handiwork of your housekeeper?" "No," Chi Jingyuan replied succinctly. "Then it must be a confidant." "How thoughtful, to even know how to make porridge." Shin Yan observed Chi Jingyuan's expression. He could not help but wonder what kind of woman had caught Mr. Chi's eye. His curiosity was piqued. This question resonated with everyone present, and many pricked up their ears to listen. Chi Jingyuan curled his lips slightly, raising his teacup. "Professor Shin, let us toast with tea instead of wine to you." The implication was clear. Do not pry. He would not respond. Shin Yan had no choice but to lift his wineglass, bringing the topic to a close. Not hearing any gossip, many expressed their disappointment, except for Shin Mingzhu, who sat diagonally across. Her hands clenched, eyes reddened, biting her lip. She downed several cups of wine in a frenzy, staring at that bowl of porridge as if she could see an unseen rival. So it was made by that woman. Seeing him savor it with such satisfaction, as if relishing the finest delicacies of the world, while her own milk was not even worthy of a glance, did she truly hold such little value in his heart? Or perhaps, that woman was so exceptional that he could no longer see any other woman. In that moment, Shin Mingzhu's jealousy spiraled into a frenzy. Shin Yan, for the time being, had no inclination to attend to his sister. His gaze flitted between the porridge, Chi Jingyuan, and Rong Yan, a sense of discomfort settling in his chest, leading him to down several cups of wine. Chi Jingyuan, Rong Yan, he must ascertain the true nature of their relationship. Shin Yan raised his wineglass and stood, heading toward the direction of Rong Yan. Rong Yan had already had her fill. The seafood here was indeed exquisite, though there were many items she could not eat, which left her somewhat regretful. "Miss Rong, I thoroughly enjoyed our previous discussion regarding the project. Would it be convenient for us to add each other on WeChat?" At that moment, a colleague from the investment and financing department, Xiang Yang, approached Rong Yan with a glass in hand. Mingshire has its own office tools that can accurately locate all colleagues, thus there was no need to add WeChat, and it would not impede communication in the least. Clearly Xiang Yang had ulterior motives. Rong Yan remained nonchalant, but Lin Xiaoxiao was the first to become excited, leaning into Rong Yan's ear. "At him, quickly. I've heard his family has assets worth millions. He is in business and doesn't lack money. Opportunities like this are rare. Most importantly, he is rather handsome, quite the charming, sunny young man." However, Rong Yan had no desire to add him. At present, she only wished to focus on her work and have children. Harboring no intentions of engaging with any man, just as she was about to refuse, Shin Yan stepped forward, positioning himself in front of Rong Yan. "Xiang Yang, a Yan does not enjoy adding strangers on WeChat." "My apologies." Xiang Yang regarded Shin Yan. Due to the new product development, their investment and financing acquisition was directly related to the new product, hence they had become somewhat acquainted. He was a young professor of considerable renown in the research community. Chapter 52, Can I Refuse Him? He was also quite popular, even earning deference from the big CEO, Mr. Chi. Yet Xiang Yang was an exception. He smiled somewhat roguishly. "Professor Shin, what is your relationship with Miss Rome? Why are you making decisions for her?" Shin Yan's expression darkened slightly. "I am her teacher." Xiang Yang seemed to understand. "But as a teacher, you surely cannot dictate whom your student befriends, can you? Would you not agree?" Xin Yan found himself momentarily at a loss for words. However, Rong Yan took out her phone, opening the QR code. Call me a yen. Xiang Yang was overjoyed. Xiang Yang, as in upward in sunshine, a yen. May I treat you to a meal another day? Rong Yan nodded. That would be fine. Xiang Yang left in high spirits, returning to boast to several colleagues. I got her WeChat. Ha 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 ha. Xin Yan clenched his fists tightly. He fixed his gaze on Rong Yan, who was quietly consuming fruit, not even lifting her head. He suppressed his frustration and sat down before her, adopting his usual gentle tone. A yen, promise me, if Xiang Yang invites you out, you will refuse him. 1 tu. Rong Yan smiled, her expression calm. Teacher Xin, what do you think? Xin Yan's countenance darkened instantly. He gazed into her eyes, a surge of intense emotion rising within him, taking several deep breaths to regain his composure. Lowering his voice to avoid attracting the attention of nearby colleagues, he said, A yen, I am only looking out for your best interests. Xiang Yang is not a good person. I have seen him with other women before. Engaging in fleeting relationships. So please do not let him. Rong Yan looked at him, finding his concern somewhat absurd. Teacher Xin, whether I like him or wish to associate with him is my business. Why must you worry? A yen, I have said before, I consider you my sister. I cannot ignore you. Rong Yan smiled even more brightly. He knew well what words would wound her the deepest. He reached out to hold her hand, but she evaded him. He wanted to say more, but the presence of too many colleagues made it inconvenient to speak. Xin Yan grasped Rong Yan's wrist, intending to lead her to a quieter place for a conversation, but accidentally tugged at her sleeve, causing it to slip and reveal the red mark on her neck. A loud bang resonated in his mind, as if something had snapped. He fixed his gaze on the mark, his fist tightening, his expression growing sinister. Come with me. He pulled Rong Yan toward the seaside. Chi Jingyuan watched as Xin Yan and Rong Yan departed. Afterward, his gaze became clouded, and he appeared somewhat distant and indifferent, merely responding to others' comments with nonchalance, his mind wandering, continually fixated on that direction. I heard Mr. Chi is married. Congratulations, Vice President. When Yusheng raised his glass, I wonder which young lady has caught Mr. Chi's eye. Chi Jingyuan curled his lips slightly. I have never cared about her background. When Yusheng was taken aback, then it seems it is true love. With such a family background, such conditions, such origins, to not seek benefits through marriage is indeed rare. He did not anticipate that Chi Jingyuan would be such a person. Dinner was nearly finished. It was time to change venues. Chi Jingyuan's gaze remained fixed on that direction, yet still, the two did not return. An inexplicable sense of irritation began to swell within him. He made an excuse to smoke, leisurely strolling toward that direction. Rong Yan and Xin Yan were in a standoff. He continued to press, his mind racing with thoughts of her intimate interactions with another man, unable to contain his fury. Who exactly left that mark on your neck? Tell me. He felt an urge to confront him. Rong Yan remained as calm as ever. Teacher Xin, I've already told you, this is my affair. Is it? Chi Jingyuan, he pressed on, unwilling to relent without an answer. You helped him make porridge this afternoon, didn't you? Rong Yan was disinclined to engage further. His incessant questioning seemed pointless. If it stemmed from a brotherly desire to protect his sister, she felt no obligation to explain herself. Think whatever you like. She turned to leave. Xin Yan reached out to grab her, but a pair of hands blocked him, standing protectively in front of Rong Yan. Professor Xin, do not bully her. Chi Jingyuan's eyes held both warning and threat. This time, Xin Yan's gaze no longer exuded warmth. He met Chi Jingyuan's stare, hostility radiating from him. Mr. Chi, in what capacity do you defend her? As an employee? Or Professor Xin, do you not think you are overstepping your bounds? Or do all teachers concern themselves so deeply with their students' private lives, vowing not to rest until they uncover the truth? Xin Yan fell silent. He clenched his fists, the wound on his left hand splitting from the pressure, blood dripping down. It seemed he felt no pain. A yen and I are not what you presume. We, Professor Xin, regardless of what your relationship may be, you cannot make things difficult for her. As a partner, I offer you a piece of advice: keep your distance from her, otherwise, I wouldn't hesitate to terminate our collaboration. With that, Chi Jingyuan took Rong Yan's hand and swiftly departed. Xin Yan watched their retreating figures, a tumult of uncontrollable, furious emotions flooding his chest. What on earth had that man done to her? Had they kissed? Was it merely a kiss, or was there something deeper? No, a kiss was unacceptable. No one is allowed to touch her. Xin Yan's expression darkened with a terrifying intensity. He must identify that man. He needed to know who he truly was. The new venue was a spacious private room indoors, expansive and open, suitable for singing and playing cards. A few sang while others played cards, but most lacked any musical talent, prompting someone to suggest a game of truth or dare, either truth or dare. And those who refused to choose could drink 3 glasses of wine. Chi Jingyuan entered the room first, being ushered to the central seat, while Rong Yan deliberately lagged behind, creating distance between them. A yen, over here. Ran Xiaoyan's loud voice instantly drew all attention. Rong Yan felt somewhat embarrassed. Scanning the room, there were only 2 remaining seats, one to Chi Jingyuan's right and the other to Ran Xiaoyan's right. Rong Yan glanced at Chi Jingyuan, who was engaged in conversation with the vice president, and silently circled around to sit beside Ran Xiaoyan. A yen, what a pleasure to see you again so soon. Upon taking her seat, she realized that the person to her right was none other than Xian Yang. Moments ago, he had been gazing downwards, seemingly oblivious to his surroundings. This particular seat was intentionally reserved for you by your comrade. Yet I never anticipated you would actually take it, demonstrating an unspoken understanding. Ran Xiaoyun wore an expression of pure gossip. Stop talking nonsense, Rong Yan chided, giving her a gentle nudge. Shen Yan once articulated a profound truth. She had indeed added Xian Yang on WeChat merely to provoke him. She had no intentions of delving deeper into his life. Chapter 53. The truth. Xiang Yang was quite attentive, alternately pouring water and offering fruit, which elicited a series of tisk-tisk sounds from the ever-curious Ran Xiaoyun. Rong Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. She intended to find an opportune moment to decline his advances. Just then, a new round of games commenced. The pointer landed squarely on Shen Yan, who had joined last. His demeanor was grim, his fists clenched, the bandage on his left hand already stained crimson with blood. It seemed he was suppressing something. After a moment's contemplation upon seeing the pointer, he declared, "I choose truth." The colleague responsible for posing questions inquired, "Professor Shen, thus far, what has been the most unforgettable moment of your life?" Shen Yan's gaze flickered momentarily. "A rainy night 4 years ago." Clatter. Rong Yan's hand slipped, causing her cup to tumble and spill water across the table. The host detected the scent of gossip and grew animated. "Could you elaborate on what made that night so special? Or who you were with?" Shen Yan paused, smiling faintly. "I cannot very well." Rong Yan lowered her head, calmly using a napkin to wipe the spilled water from the table, though her hands trembled slightly. 4 years ago, on that rainy night, she had inadvertently drunk too much. She had called Shen Yan, who came to her aid in her dazed state. She had wrapped her arms around his neck, yearning to kiss him. But he had evaded her. "Yan, you're intoxicated. I cannot do something you'll regret." His mention of that rainy night was a reminder that the man who had left marks upon her neck might merely have been taking advantage of her vulnerability. Not a true gentleman. Rong Yan found the situation somewhat absurd and felt a desire to laugh. Beside her, Xiang Yang inquired solicitously about her well-being, to which she simply shook her head. At that moment, she truly longed for a drink. Soon a new round began. The pointer spun several times before settling on Shen Mingzhu. She gazed at the pointer, secretly wishing to choose a daring challenge. Perhaps this would be an opportunity to express her feelings to Chi Jingyuan and discern his sentiments. However, she lacked the courage to take that risk. "I choose truth," Shen Mingzhu stated. The questioning colleague was visibly excited, reading from the card. "Sister Mingzhu, is the person you wish to spend your life with present here?" Shen Mingzhu's gentle, affectionate gaze turned towards Chi Jingyuan. Her eyes slightly reddened as she solemnly declared, "Yes, I am unwaveringly devoted to him." Gasps of astonishment erupted from those present. Sister Mingzhu was openly confessing her feelings for President Chi. Such a passionate declaration of undying love was exceedingly rare. No wonder President Chi could not resist keeping her close all these years. Rong Yan also gasped in surprise. She had not expected Shen Mingzhu to be so bold, especially in front of so many people. It seemed her feelings for Chi Jingyuan were indeed profound. Chi Jingyuan, however, displayed little reaction. He fiddled with the wineglass before him, his expression indifferent, seemingly unperturbed by Shen Mingzhu's words. His gaze inexplicably drifting towards Rong Yan. Silence fell, signifying rejection and lack of response. Shen Mingzhu stared at Chi Jingyuan for a prolonged moment, but he remained unresponsive. Hurt filled her eyes as she downed the wine on the table in one go. The pointer began to spin anew, this time landing before Chi Jingyuan. He appeared somewhat distracted, glancing at the pointer before a slight smirk curved his lips. "I choose truth." The excitement in the room surged to a crescendo. The big boss had opted for truth, Mingzhu had chosen truth, and now the big boss was doing the same. Was this an opportunity for them to indulge in juicy gossip? The next questioner must ensure to elicit a scandalous revelation worthy of this round. Shen Mingzhu looked at the card in her hand. How fortuitous, it was her turn to ask a question. The heavens seemed to favor her, allowing her to pose a question of her own. She regarded Chi Jingyuan with a charming smile, masking the sorrow in her eyes, and asked the query that had long occupied her mind. "Do I know President Chi's wife?" The answer posed no difficulty. "Yes." Excited glances exchanged among the crowd. But who is she?" This situation felt like a game of werewolf. Shen Mingzhu was equally taken aback by this revelation. She had assumed the individual would be someone unknown to her, perhaps easing her heart, but it turned out to be someone she recognized. She mentally cycled through the women she knew, yet remained unaware of who it could be. A bitter smile formed on her lips. "Yuan, you truly excel at causing invisible harm." The pointer began to spin once more, and by some divine jest, it landed again on Chi Jingyuan. The audience held their breath, suppressing their excitement. Chi Jingyuan once again chose truth, and the questioner shifted from Shen Mingzhu to the nearby Wen Yusheng. Amused, Wen Yusheng found the situation humorous. He wasn't particularly curious and had no taste for gossip. However, as a friend of Shen Mingzhu, he thought it reasonable to ask a question of interest to her. He spoke lightly. "President Chi, is there a special reason for your sudden marriage?" A stunning question indeed. Shen Mingzhu looked at Chi Jingyuan with anticipation, while others were equally curious to unveil the story behind this marriage. Chi Jingyuan smirked, playing with his wineglass, seemingly both intentional and unintentional as he stated, because she is pregnant, clatter, once again. Rong Yan's hand slipped, and the cup crashed onto the table. This time, however, aside from Xin Yan, no one paid her any mind. They were all stunned by the revelation. President Chi's wife was pregnant, my goodness. Clearly, they had been in love, and with the arrival of a little one, marriage was a natural progression. What a well-hidden secret President Chi maintained. Xin Mingzhu was evidently unprepared for this answer. Her mind went blank. Only the echo of his words, she is pregnant, reverberating in her thoughts. That woman was actually expecting. She found it impossible to accept, unable to reconcile the reality. She had harbored a sliver of hope that his marriage to that woman might be involuntary. Perhaps a business arrangement, devoid of affection, leading her to believe Yuan would not touch her. Now all her dreams lay shattered. Tears streamed down her cheeks, which she silently wiped away, lifting her glass to down its contents in one go. After several consecutive drinks, her sorrow remained unrelieved, and she raised her tear-streaked gaze to Chi Jingyuan. Do you love her? Once more, silence enveloped the room. Chapter 54. I drink in her place. Chi Jingyuan leisurely toyed with his wine glass, his demeanor exuding a languid air as he looked at Xin Mingzhu and retorted, what do you think? If he did not love her, would he allow her to become pregnant and marry her? Another blow Xin Mingzhu could no longer endure. She rose to leave. Xin Yan glanced at Rong Yan before following her out. Goodness, I'm so glad I came, otherwise I would have regretted missing such a monumental piece of gossip for life. It is absolutely riveting, Lin Xiaoxiao whispered excitedly to Rong Yan. Rong Yan felt a cold sweat trickle down her back. For Lin Xiaoxiao, this was mere gossip, but for her, it felt like an ear capture in a clandestine affair. Each question posed to Chi Jingyuan made her feel guilty, fearing Xin Mingzhu would discern her involvement and confront her about her encroachment on their relationship. Yet, a more trying ordeal awaited. In the next round. The pointer spun halfway before halting on Rong Yan. She found herself unable to choose truth. She genuinely had no idea what questions others might pose. The previous participants had been subjected to scandalous inquiries, and she wished to evade such complexities. With a steely resolve, she opted for a daring challenge. Instead, the questioner from the finance department, somewhat inexperienced with the game, directly read from the card, please kiss the fifth person to your left. The fifth person, the crowd collectively counted, then froze in shock. The fifth person was none other than Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan was to kiss the big boss? Goodness, this was overwhelmingly thrilling. What kind of outrageous game was this tonight? Gao Yuan was equally stunned. The thought of an uncle and niece, goodness, just imagining it was overwhelming. Rong Yan felt as though she might perish. Kissing Chi Jingyuan would undoubtedly land her on Xin Mingzhu's blacklist, thrusting her into the spotlight of gossip. She absolutely did not want that. After a moment's contemplation, she offered a sheepish smile and calmly stated, I'm sorry, I cannot complete this challenge. President Chi is married. This isn't appropriate. Some in the crowd jeered. It's just a game. However, Rong Yan poured herself 3 cups of wine, filling them to the brim. But I respect the rules of the game. I will drink these 3 cups. The game's rules dictated that if one could not fulfill a truth or dare, they must drink 3 cups of wine. Just as she was about to lift her glass, Chi Jingyuan's voice interjected, for an employee so considerate of my feelings, there is no need to drink. He poured 3 glasses of wine for himself, calmly finishing each one in succession. I'll take her place. Wow, the big boss is quite something. He even drinks on behalf of his employees. My goodness. Chi Jingyuan is leaning there, feeling nauseous and experiencing a dull ache in his stomach. Yet all this is still preferable to making her drink. Rong Yan tightly clutches the wine glass before her, a flicker of concern in her heart. Chi Jingyuan has just been diagnosed with acute gastritis, and now he suddenly downs 3 glasses of alcohol. Can he endure that? What is wrong? You look troubled. What are you thinking about? Lin Xiaoxiao inquires. Rong Yan shakes her head and silently sips her water. The game continues deep into the night before finally concluding. Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao return to their room. Lin Xiaoxiao, having consumed quite a bit of alcohol, is tipsy and collapses onto the bed. Fast asleep, Rong Yan heads to the bathroom first, and just as she steps out, someone knocks on the door. Su Cheng stands at the entrance, holding her luggage. Madam, I've brought your belongings. Please let me know if you need anything else, and I'll arrange for the hotel to procure it. Rong Yan glances at Lin Xiaoxiao, who was sprawled on the bed. Nothing for now, thank you. Su Cheng prepares to leave, but after taking a few steps, he hesitates and asks, Madam, the sir drank some alcohol tonight. Would you like to check on him? When Chi Jingyuan is unwell, he hardly allows anyone to come close. Su Cheng thinks perhaps Madam could give it a try. Rong Yan contemplates briefly, then returns to her room to grab her phone. When she emerges, Su Cheng has already left, and she heads straight to the top floor. What brings you here? Just as Rong Yan is about to swipe her card, Lin Xiaoxiao suddenly appears behind her, swaying slightly in her drunken state. Rong Yan, startled, quickly hides her card behind her. I just couldn't sleep and came out for a stroll. Thought I'd check out the moon on the top floor. Lin Xiaoxiao gazes at the ceiling of the rooftop. Don't even mention the moon. Not a whisper of wind comes through. A silence ensues. It's too late to be looking for the sun. Let us head back to sleep. Lin Xiaoxiao links her arm with Rong Yan's, leading her back to the 6th floor. 3 hours later, they arrive back at the top floor, ensuring no one is following her. Rong Yan swipes the suite door open and quickly slips inside. Phew, why do I feel a thrill akin to infidelity? Chi Jingyuan lies on the bed, dim light from 2 wall lamps casting a soft glow in the room. The person on the bed appears to have vomited and looks somewhat unwell, his brow furrowed. Rong Yan senses something amiss. She touches his forehead and realizes he has a fever, noticing someone beside him. Chi Jingyuan slightly opens his eyes and, upon seeing Rong Yan, instantly stiffens, staring at her unblinkingly. What are you doing here? What am I doing? You're burning up, and your stomach still hurts. She takes out her phone, intending to call Rong Yuanzhou, yet Chi Jingyuan grabs her hand, disconnecting the call, his eyes fixed on her as he repeats the question. Then what are you here for? This man must be delirious from the fever. Rong Yan turns to leave. Chi Jingyuan, grabbing her hand, speaks with a hint of urgency. Where are you going? To get some water, to wipe your body down. We need to bring your temperature down first. We can't just let you burn like this without calling a doctor. Chi Jingyuan releases her hand. Rong Yan encourages him to lie on his side, wringing out a warm towel as she gently wipes his back, neck and arms. She is meticulous and patient, treating him as if he were a precious treasure. Chi Jingyuan gazes into her eyes, suddenly struck by an absurd thought. If he could keep her by his side for a lifetime, that wouldn't be so bad. After all, this is the first time someone has treated him with such care and concern. Have you taken your fever-reducing medicine? Chi Jingyuan nods. What about your stomach medication? He nods again. He truly is quite capable of taking care of himself, diligently adhering to his medication schedule, quietly waiting for recovery in bed, almost endearing, yet pitiful. A feeling akin to compassion stirs within her, and she softly asks, does your stomach still hurt? Chi Jingyuan nods once more. Rong Yan promptly pours him warm water to drink, gently massaging his stomach to alleviate his discomfort. Seemingly relishing her tender care, he turns to lie on his side, burying his head in her embrace. Inhaling her fragrance, Rong Yan feels a bit flustered. This action is overly intimate. Buried in her embrace, his voice is muffled, as if there is a heaviness in his chest. You and that Professor Shen, your relationship seems to be more than just that of teacher and student. Chapter 55. Shen Mingzhu blocks the door late at night. Why bring up Shen Yan now? Rong Yan is momentarily at a loss for words. Falling into silence for a long while, sensing the hesitation of the person in her arms, Chi Jingyuan slowly lifts his head, his gaze deep and filled with coldness. What, you don't want to talk about it? There is a hint of frustration in his tone, as if he cannot fathom this little thing. Surely she isn't truly involved with Shen Yan, sensing anger emanating from the person in her arms. Rong Yan hurriedly explains, he was my neighbor before. After he moved away, we ended up at the same university. Out of our neighborly relationship, he treated me like a younger sister and took good care of me, which is why he has always been concerned about my life. Chi Jingyuan keenly seizes the crux of her words, his tone laced with jealousy. Childhood sweethearts, Rong Yan calmly clarifies. No, it's just an ordinary neighborly relationship. In hindsight, they had not been neighbors for long, but aside from him, the other neighbors were hardly neighbors at all, as they never interacted with her and even mistreated her. That's all. Chi Jingyuan remains silent for a long time. If Shen Yan's concern for her is merely that of a brotherly affection, then he shouldn't be meddling, constantly entangling himself with her. After all, he has no shortage of sisters. If he harbors ulterior motives, then he should be made aware of the consequences. A trace of ruthlessness flickers in Chi Jingyuan's gaze. After a while, Rong Yan reaches out to touch his forehead, finding it no longer feverish. It seems he has cooled down. She breathes a sigh of relief, tucking him under the covers as she prepares to leave. You should rest well. I won't disturb you any longer, so I'll head down now. Sleep here, he commands. That's not acceptable. If Lin Xiaoxiao wakes up in the middle of the night and finds me missing, how would I explain that? And what about everything that transpired tonight? No, she must return. She feels that tonight, Chi Jingyuan is unusually clingy. Chi Jingyuan, wearing a stern expression, releases her hand and rolls to the other side of the bed. Appearing quite displeased, Rong Yan, disregarding his mood, turns to head for the door. Just as Chi Jingyuan is waiting for her to come back and soothe him, he sees his wife making a run for it. Filled with both anger and regret, he quickly rolls out of bed, attempting to retrieve her. Just as Rong Yan is about to open the door, she slams it shut. Panic-stricken, she looks at him, her face betraying her guilt. What do we do? Mingzhu is here, right outside the door. She is looking for you. The next moment, a knock resounds at the door, accompanied by Shen Mingzhu's drunken sobs. Ayuan, open the door, please. Rong Yan visibly panics. She is sweating profusely from anxiety. Chi Jingyuan smirks lightly, propping himself against the wall, blocking her way as he leans down to look at her. What, you're so flustered just because she is knocking? Of course I am. That is Shen Mingzhu. If she discovers that she is in Chi Jingyuan's room, there would be no amount of explanations that could clarify her situation. Mr. Chi, why don't I hide away? And you open the door to explain things to her, calm her down. Chi Jingyuan raises an eyebrow. Why should I explain anything to her? Rong Yan, indeed, men can be utterly heartless given the chaotic scene tonight. It seems Chi Jingyuan and Shen Mingzhu's misunderstandings have yet to be resolved. Who knows how long this will drag on? What a predicament. What, are you concerned about my relationship with her? The incessant knocking outside only heightens Rong Yan's anxiety. Mr. Chi, now is not the time for such discussions. Why not? He smirks, thinking this little one has misunderstood him. I believe it is indeed necessary for me to clarify a few things. With that, he moves closer to her. The commotion outside seems to have caught their attention. After a brief pause, the knocking intensifies. Yuan, what are you doing? Is there a woman in your room? Yuan, open the door, please. In the stillness of the night, the knocking sounds particularly jarring after a long while. Rong Yan feels exhausted. She can no longer muster the strength to step through that door. Chi Jingyuan carries her to take a shower. There is plenty of time ahead. He must be patient. Once she gives birth to their child, they will have all the time in the world. Suddenly, he finds himself regretting the divorce clause in the contract. The retreat he has left her. What if she truly brings it up then? What would he do? Chi Jingyuan temporarily suppresses this undercurrent of irritation and unease. Embracing her as they drift into a deep sleep in the morning, Rong Yan tidies herself up, standing hesitantly at the door, uncertain whether to open it. She is fearful that Shin Mingzhu might still be outside. And if she opens the door, she would be caught red-handed, unable to bear it any longer. Chi Jingyuan approaches the door, looking at Rong Yan and subtly gesturing toward the bathroom. Rong Yan instantly comprehends his intention, gives an okay sign, then rushes into the bathroom, locking the door to hide herself away. As she opens the door, Shin Mingzhu barges in. She first glances around the living room empty, then heads straight for the bedroom and kitchen. After failing to find anyone, she begins searching behind curtains and under the bed. Having scoured every possible spot without success, she turns and fixes her gaze on the bathroom. Chi Jingyuan positions himself in front of her. Calm and authoritative. Mingzhu, that's enough. Shin Mingzhu breaks down, her voice hoarse. Not nearly enough. Yuan, you know my feelings for you. Why did you do that last night? You and that woman, you and her. Just the thought of him being with another woman sends her spiraling into madness. Chi Jingyuan regards her with steady composure. Mingzhu, that's enough. The first time you expressed your feelings, I rejected you. Every time thereafter has been the same. That we have always been just friends. No, I refuse to believe it. I simply cannot accept it, Shin Mingzhu exclaimed, her voice breaking as tears streamed down her face. She attempted to push past Chi Jingyuan to discern the identity of the woman inside, but he stood resolutely. Immovable as a mountain, the tension in the air was palpable. With a deep sigh, Chi Jingyuan retrieved his phone and dialed Xinyan's number. Minutes later, Xinyan arrived upstairs. Professor Shin, please take good care of your sister. I have made my position abundantly clear. I owe her nothing and will not be involved with her in the future. I kindly ask that she refrain from intruding upon my private life. Xinyan, his gaze steady, nodded in understanding. Understood. He carried Shin Mingzhu downstairs, but upon exiting, they were suddenly met with the familiar sound of a phone ringing from the bathroom. Chapter 56, Rong Yan changed her phone. That ringtone, he had heard it on Rong Yan's phone before. Xinyan's mind went blank, and he halted, turning back to lock eyes with Chi Jingyuan at the door. In that moment, there was defiance, animosity, and an unspoken warning. With a dark expression, Xinyan averted his gaze, yet his thoughts involuntarily drifted to the red mark on Rong Yan's neck. Clenching his jaw, he guided Shin Mingzhu into the elevator. Meanwhile, Rong Yan, flustered, hurried to answer Lin Xiaoxiao's call. Once she ensured the two had moved far away, she let out a long sigh and emerged from the bathroom. Did you hear what I said earlier? There was indeed nothing between him and Shin Mingzhu. He had long asserted they were merely friends, to which she had consented. Rong Yan raised an eyebrow in confusion. What did you say? I couldn't hear anything in the bathroom. It was buzzing and the sound was quite faint. Did I miss some gossip? Chi Jingyuan's lips twitched. It's nothing. Frustrated, he returned halfway, ruffling her hair in exasperation before storming off. That little one truly drives me mad. Rong Yan returned to the 6th floor, where Lin Xiaoxiao was washing up. Where have you been? You didn't answer my calls and didn't come back last night. I was about to call the police. Rong Yan averted her gaze, feeling guilty. I returned last night to sleep. I woke up early this morning and went for a jog. A jog? Lin Xiaoxiao scrutinized her pajamas and slippers. You went jogging dressed like that? Rong Yan felt embarrassed, unsure of where to place her hands and feet. She feigned a yawn to change the subject. Oh, I'm so hungry. I wonder if the hotel breakfast is any good. Let's hurry and find out. Lin Xiaoxiao nodded. Alright. As Rong Yan returned to her bedside, she silently patted her chest, sighing. How long must she endure this secret affair? It was truly excruciating. Suddenly her gaze fell upon a handbag by the bed, containing the apple trio that Chi Jingyuan had gifted her for her birthday earlier that morning. She was uncertain whether Xinyan and Shin Mingzhu had heard her ringtone. Not if they did, they would soon suspect her. But if she changed her phone now? Without further ado, Rong Yan began to swap out her SIM card. When had she become so affluent, able to afford the highest configuration of the apple trio? Lin Xiaoxiao glanced over, astonished. You won that in the supermarket raffle? I did. Can you believe it? Such good luck to win something worth tens of thousands. Rong Yan remained silent, having already completed the phone swap. She proceeded to tidy herself up, preparing to head out for breakfast. There were no team-building activities scheduled for the morning, allowing for individual leisure. Rong Yan and Lin Xiaoxiao ventured to the beach. Relishing the sea breeze and wading in the water, Xiao, do you remember what happened last night? Rong Yan asked tentatively on their way back. What, did I sleepwalk? Did something happen that I don't know about? Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes lit up, her curiosity piqued. Rong Yan quickly fabricated an excuse to deflect. Thank goodness she couldn't recall, otherwise, explaining why she was on the rooftop at midnight would be quite a challenge. The afternoon was reserved for team-organized activities such as tug-of-war and jungle adventures. These events were unsuitable for pregnant women, so Rong Yan decided to take the day off and catch up on sleep in her hotel room. After waking up, she headed straight to dinner. The hotel offered a buffet with an array of dishes. Just as she filled her plate, Ran Xiaoyun waved her over. "Ian, over here," just as she was about to approach. Shen Mingzhu suddenly blocked her path. "Come this way. I need to ask you something." Rong Yan found it difficult to refuse, so she carried her plate into the room. Aside from Shen Mingzhu, Shen Yan was also present. With a steely resolve, Rong Yan sat down as Shen Mingzhu got straight to the point. "You know Hua Yuan's wife is right, just tell me what you want, I'll agree to it. I know your family is struggling. If you need money, name your price. I'll do whatever it takes." Mingzhu, Shen Yan quickly interjected, his expression darkening, as if his mood had soured. "Ian, there's no need for you to respond to her." His gaze shifted to the new phone on her table. "When did you change phones?" Rong Yan seized the opportunity and explained hastily. "I switched a few days ago. My old phone broke and was beyond repair." Shen Yan fell silent. If Ian had changed her phone, did that mean the person in Chi Jingyuan's bathroom that morning was not her, but another woman? Could it be someone else? Or was she merely trying to obscure the truth? After all, their behavior the previous night had been highly suspect. Shen Yan felt a wave of agitation wash over him as he leaned back in his chair, massaging his temples. "Ian, don't concern yourself with my brother. Right now, you're my only ally. I've treated you fairly. Haven't I? Please tell me who that woman is." Shen Mingzhu's emotions flared. "She was in Yuan's room last night, so there's a high probability she is from Shangshi. She was someone from Shangshi that she recognized. Who was it?" "Mingzhu, don't put Ian in a difficult position. How can you be so sure that Ian knows? She is Chi Jingyuan's distant niece. She lives in the Chi household. How could she not know?" Shen Mingzhu blurted out. Now it was Shen Yan's turn to be astonished. He stared at Rong Yan for a long moment, seemingly processing the revelation. "You and Chi Jingyuan are related. Chi Jingyuan's protection of her, preventing her from drinking and taking her to Tianweishan. And perhaps her appearance in his bathroom that morning was because she was his niece." Everything began to make sense. If their relationship was merely that of uncle and niece, then who was the man who had kissed Rong Yan and left a mark on her neck? Rong Yuan Zhou. In an instant, the joy Shen Yan had felt dissipated, plunging him into a new conflict. Rong Yan felt a headache coming on. Hadn't Gao Yuan promised to keep it a secret? How had Shen Mingzhu found out? Was he working for Shen Mingzhu? No wonder Shen Mingzhu had gifted her such expensive cosmetics, and why she had suddenly changed her attitude to befriend her. It all stemmed from this knowledge. This was disastrous. One lie would require another to cover it up, and now it had escalated significantly. Rong Yan pondered how to articulate her response. "Sister Mingzhu, it's not about money. This is Mr. Chi's private matter. And I have no right to speak on it. If he won't tell you, how could I? Therefore, I'm sorry, I cannot say anything. At least give me a hint. What's her surname? How old is she? What does she do?" Rong Yan shook her head. "I'm truly sorry, I cannot share that." Shen Mingzhu appeared dejected. Shen Yan's mood, however, had noticeably improved, his tone growing gentler. "Why didn't you tell me sooner that you and Mr. Chi have this connection?" Chapter 57, Encounter with Rong Xing. "Professor Shen, I have no obligation to inform you," Rong Yan replied calmly. Shen Yan fell silent, his gaze flickering with unidentifiable emotions, having finally dealt with two difficult individuals. Rong Yan exited the room, returning her tray to the recycling area as she prepared to leave the hall. At that moment, Chi Jingyuan approached from another direction, and they collided head-on, surrounded by several executives. He was deep in discussion. The moment he laid eyes on Rong Yan, he noticed the phone in her hand. She had indeed switched to the one he had gifted her. A wave of satisfaction washed over him as the corners of his mouth curled slightly upward. "Good evening, Mr. Chi." Rong Yan greeted him before attempting to leave. Chi Jingyuan called her back. "Your tea brewing skills are quite impressive. We have a business meeting coming up, come lend a hand." He feigned seriousness, though the truth was, he simply wanted to see her as often as possible. Rong Yan nodded. "I'll be there shortly." With no pressing tasks at hand, she figured it might be a good way to pass the time by brewing tea. The business meeting would feature international guests as well as some domestic tycoons. Once inside the room, Rong Yan made her way to the tea counter, where a server was already preparing tea. With little to do, she merely assisted. When the server was called away, Rong Yan's hands itched to brew tea on her own. Just then, a guest approached the tea counter, picked up a cup Rong Yan had brewed, and took a sip. "This tea is quite good," he remarked, savoring its slightly bitter taste with a sweet aftertaste. Rong Xing set the cup down. Rong Yan did not look up but casually replied, "This is an authentic Taiping Monkey King. It lacks the faint roasted aroma and the smooth, sweet aftertaste that makes it superior." Rong Xing was taken aback. "You know about tea?" "A little," she admitted, opening a tea canister. She began preparing another variety, her movements fluid and skilled. Rong Xing watched her with fascination as her serene demeanor while brewing tea reminded him of a bygone era. Minutes later, the tea was ready. Rong Yan poured a cup and extended it to him. Please enjoy it. However, upon seeing the person before her, she froze in place. Rong Xiang. Before her stood Rong Xiang, her biological father. In her memories, he was so youthful. In reality, he had aged, with strands of white in his hair and gold-rimmed glasses perched on his nose. He was the man whom her mother, Yang Yulan, cherished for a lifetime, someone she could not let go of even in death. The moment Rong Yan lifted her head, Rong Xiang also caught sight of her face. In an instant, he was taken aback, and the cup in his hand fell, shattering into pieces. This action drew the attention of others in the reception room. Chi Jingyuan looked up and saw Rong Xiang and Rong Yan gazing at one another, both expressions tinged with astonishment and a hint of peculiarity. He narrowed his eyes slightly and approached. Chairman Rong. That is an employee of our Shengshi. Rong Xiang quickly regained his composure and, with a subtle demeanor, remarked, Chairman Chi's company truly abounds with talent. Who would have thought one could also appreciate the art of tea? After speaking, he savored the tea that Rong Yan had offered. To Hong Pao, Rong Yan nodded, concealing the tumultuous emotions within her heart. It pales in comparison to the mother tree de Hong Pao from Wui Mountain. But it is still a fine tea at once. My mother adored de Hong Pao. Rong Xiang set down the teacup. Miss, did you learn your tea skills from your mother? Indeed, for my father had a great passion for tea. The hand that was turning the cup suddenly stilled, and Rong Shiheng's dark eyes deepened. Oh, may I inquire who your father is? Rong Yan retracted her trembling hand and replied calmly, he has passed away. Although she had once fantasized about the scene of meeting her father, upon actually encountering him, Rong Yan realized that she harbored feelings of anger and resentment. Rong Xiang remained silent, gazing at Rong Yan for a long while before suddenly extending the cup towards her. May I have another? Rong Yan filled it anew, and Rong Xiang slowly drank, savoring it as if reluctant to let it go, before finally setting the cup down. Your tea reminds me of a dear friend from the past. I loved her dearly, and we were meant to be together for a lifetime, but alas, due to family circumstances, I had to choose divorce. Later, I married another, and she took her daughter away from me. After many years, I wonder if she is well, and if her daughter is well. Rong Yan trembled all over, her nose tinged with acidity, tears almost spilling over. She stifled her emotions and replied calmly, parting ways to seek happiness separately. Since a choice has been made, let us look forward. Rong Xiang fell silent once more, his gaze deeply fixed upon Rong Yan, as if there were countless words he longed to express. After a lengthy pause, he turned and gestured to Chi Jingyuan, moving into the crowd. Rong Yan watched him depart, her hands still trembling. Suddenly someone grasped her hand. It was Chi Jingyuan, his voice gentle. Go rest, there is no need to be busy here. Rong Yan nodded, setting down her tools and leaving the reception room. Rong Yan lay in bed, her mind incessantly replaying Rong Xiang's gaze upon her. Feelings of dejection, loss, and hatred intertwined, disrupting her every thought. Meeting her father felt akin to encountering a stranger. She had not received the elusive paternal love she had hoped for, nor had she seen compassion or regret in his eyes. He had not even recognized her. They were indeed mere strangers. Wait, what had he said? He claimed that due to family circumstances, he had to choose divorce. He had been in love with her mother first, had married her first, so her mother was not the other woman? Realizing this, Rong Yan suddenly sat up, pulling out her phone to call her grandmother. What's wrong, dear? Why are you causing a ruckus at this late hour? Grandmother, are you hiding something from me? Was my mother truly the other woman? Did she really ruin someone else's family? Please tell me what happened. There was a long silence on the other end. Why the sudden inquiry? I met Rong Xiang today. Her grandmother sighed. That shameless man. Do not listen to his nonsense. Your mother is indeed the other woman, utterly shameless. After all these years, do you still not know what sort of person your mother is? With that, her grandmother abruptly hung up. No. If her mother was not the other woman, then she had a divorce certificate to prove it. Why, when they were scorned and reviled, did she say nothing to defend herself? Yet if she was, why did Rong Xiang say such things? Could it be that Rong Xiang spoke falsely? Why would he lie, especially to her, a stranger? Rong Yan's mind was a tangled mess, lost in her thoughts when a sudden knock echoed at the door. Open up. Chi Jingyuan stood at the entrance, gazing at her quietly. Will you not let me in for a moment? Chapter 58. A man concealed within the room. Rong Yan opened the door wider, allowing him to enter. Lin Xiaoxiao had gone to a party organized by colleagues, and given her personality, she likely wouldn't return until the early hours, so letting him in would not be a problem. Chi Jingyuan surveyed the small room, which contained 2 beds and was relatively tidy, though it paled in comparison to his own lodgings. His presence instantly dimmed the once pleasant room. His refined demeanor overshadowed the space, rendering it unworthy of his stature. Chi Jingyuan observed her expression, then handed her a bag. Rong Yan opened it to find thinly sliced steak, perfectly roasted, alongside pasta and a warm glass of milk. Her eyes lit up. A midnight snack. Chi Jingyuan avoided her bright gaze, a faint smile of satisfaction gracing his lips. Yes, with food at hand, she temporarily set aside her sorrow. The beef was cooked to perfection, and the pasta was delightful. Chi Jingyuan certainly had a knack for choosing good food. You and Rong. Just as Chi Jingyuan was about to inquire further, a sudden beep of a card swipe echoed from the entrance. Lin Xiaoxiao had returned. Why was she back so soon? In an instant Rong Yan had no time to react. she set down her chopsticks and hastily pulled Chi Jingyuan toward the bathroom. After a moment's thought, she reconsidered, retreating to draw the heavy curtains and stuffing him inside. Do not make a sound, I implore you. The next moment, the door swung open. Rong Yan turned in a flurry, adopting a proper demeanor. Her smile rigid as she greeted, Xiaoxiao, why are you back so quickly? I left my mask in the bathroom and came back to get it. Lin Xiaoxiao sensed something off about Rong Yan. Though she could not pinpoint what it was, Rong Yan exhaled. Thankfully, she hadn't hidden him in the bathroom, or her cover would have been blown. After retrieving her mask, she asked Rong Yan, are you really not coming with me? It is quite lively tonight, a masquerade ball, and without any superiors, it's bound to be a blast. I want to go. I didn't sleep well last night and plan to catch up on rest. I wish you all a delightful time. Alright then. Lin Xiaoxiao said no more, turning to leave, but suddenly recalled something, spinning back. You wouldn't be hiding a man in your room, would you, Rong Yan? No, absolutely not. Why would you say that? You seem so guilty. I just had to tease you a bit, Rong Yan. Lin Xiaoxiao burst into laughter, glancing at the midnight snack on the table, giving her shoulder a pat. Eat well. You look so nervous. With that, Lin Xiaoxiao exited the room. Once assured she wouldn't return unexpectedly, Rong Yan lifted the curtain and let out a deep sigh. Chi Jingyuan appeared displeased, lips pressed together. Am I so unpresentable? Not even allowed to meet her friends? Is it so shameful to present me before others? Rong Yan was taken aback by his words, bewildered by his sudden outburst. Forget it, you silly child, you understand nothing. Chi Jingyuan suppressed his frustration, unsure of why he felt this way. A sudden surge of anger had risen within him. It seemed he sought recognition from her, to be acknowledged, to be presented to the world. Upon reflection, he found it absurd. Chi Jingyuan, a 30-year-old who had carved out his own path and was a prominent figure in Anqing, needed no such validation. Truly, he was losing his mind. He sighed softly, ruffled her hair, and turned to leave. Her spirits seemed relatively high. The matter of Rong Xiang could wait for another day. He did not wish to see her smile fade so soon, nor did he want her to dwell on unhappy thoughts before sleep. That night, Rong Yan enjoyed a restful slumber. When she awoke the following morning, Lin Xiaoxiao's bed remained untouched from the previous day. Had she partied so hard that she hadn't returned all night? Rong Yan called her phone, but it rang for quite a while without being answered. She had no choice but to wash up first, planning to call again later. After freshening up, Lin Xiaoxiao had returned. What happened? You just got back now. Are you alright? Rong Yan inquired. Nothing much. I had a bit too much to drink last night, and they didn't know my room, so I booked a hotel room outside and fell asleep. Lin Xiaoxiao's gaze flickered slightly. Rong Yan nodded, saying nothing further. They were all adults, capable of taking responsibility for their actions. As long as she was safe, that was enough. The morning was designated for a mountain climbing activity, followed by a return to Anqing in the afternoon. Rong Yan, unfit for strenuous exercise, concocted an excuse to take leave, intending to purchase some local specialties before they returned. The specialty shop was somewhat distant from the scenic area, and Su Chang offered to drive her, as there would be space in the car for her purchases. Itsu.as Rong Yan focused intently on selecting items from the shelf. Her surroundings suddenly darkened. She looked up to find Rong Xiang standing beside her, also perusing the goods on the shelf. Mr. Rong, hello. After a night of contemplation, she had regained her composure. How did you know my last name is Rong? Rong Xiang appeared quite astonished, his gaze fixated on Rong Yan as if he sought to see through her very essence. Your name was on last night's guest list, and I overheard the guests addressing you as such. So does this imply that Miss has been attentively observing my actions throughout the evening? Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback, then smiled calmly as she explained, I am accustomed to observing the comportment of guests. It is part of my professional demeanor, Mr. Rong, so there is no need for undue speculation. Not wishing to prolong the exchange, she turned to the cashier to settle the bill. Rong Xiang followed suit, declaring, this young lady's bill will be covered by me. Rong Yan firmly declined, yet without further ado, Rong Xiang produced his credit card and handed it to the cashier, completing the transaction with a decisive flourish. Rong Yan expressed her gratitude and turned to leave when a bucket of icy water was suddenly hurled at her, filled with rage. In an instant, she was drenched. You wretched woman, did you seduce my father? Rong Yuanqi glared coldly at the figure before her, now resembling a drenched rat, stripped of all semblance of grace and elegance. Aki, what on earth are you doing? Rong Xiang admonished his daughter with a serious facade. What am I doing? You were just purchasing something while exchanging flirtatious glances with her. Have you forgotten about me and mother? Humph, I no longer love you, Rong Yuanqi retorted, turning to leave. Rong Xiang muttered an apology and hurried after his daughter, his concern evident. Aki, what trouble have you caused now? At that moment Rong Yuanzhou approached from another direction. The family had come together for a vacation. Their father had gone to buy local specialties for their mother, and Aki insisted on tagging along board in the car, so he decided to join her. He witnessed the scene unfold with a bemused expression, looking at his sulking sister. Who has upset our Aki? Chapter 59, Is your given name Rong Yan? Upon seeing Rong Yuanzhou, Rong Yuanqi's lips quivered, on the verge of tears. This distressed Rong Xiang, who promptly approached his daughter, gently and patiently explaining, how could your father ever abandon you and your mother? You are my precious darling, I merely greeted a work acquaintance. You mustn't wrongfully accuse me, Rong Yan huffed, still ignoring him. Aki, didn't you see the necklace? I will buy it for you when we return. So please don't be angry with your father, alright? Rong Yuanqi's eyes lit up. Really, didn't you say 300,000 was a bit excessive? But for my Aki, it is not. Rong Shihong's eyes brimmed with tenderness. Only then did Rong Yuanqi calm down, glancing at the drenched Rong Yan. Are you truly just work acquaintances with her? Of course, I am. I don't even know her name, but she is so. What if she intends to seduce you? Nowadays, women can be quite devious, always trying to ruin other families. Father, you must keep your distance from such shameless women. Rong Xing nodded, letting out a sigh. Rong Yuanzhou, finally grasping the situation, looked up and spotted the woman in the distance. Taken aback, he approached for confirmation, exclaiming, Ayan, how is it you? Rong Yan was leisurely purchasing tissues from a server, attempting to dry off. However, being thoroughly soaked, her efforts were futile. She could only wipe her face and hair to appear slightly less disheveled. She looked at Rong Yuanzhou and then at the affectionate father-daughter duo, smiling. You are his son? Rong Yuanzhou found the question odd, momentarily at a loss, and merely nodded. That is my father, Rong Xiang, and that young lady is your sister. He nodded again. Her name is Rong Yuanqi, and you are called Rong Yuanzhou? Rong Yan chuckled softly, yet the sting in her nose was unmistakable, tears spilling down her cheeks. Frustrated, she lamented that since her mother's passing she had wished to shed no more tears. Why then, was she unable to hold back now? What is wrong? Are you hurt somewhere? Let me see. Rong Yuanzhou's concern for her surged, and he moved closer to inspect her. Noticing her drenched state, he removed his jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Then took her wrist to check her pulse. Rong Yuanqi, witnessing this, abruptly approached and shoved Rong Yan aside. What, are you trying to seduce my father? And now it's my brother's turn, I warn you. Keep your distance from him. Rong Yan lost her balance, stepping into a puddle, and stumbled backward on the verge of falling when a pair of hands caught her, enveloping her in an embrace. Are you all right? Chi Jingyuan inquired. Rong Yan nodded and looked at the suddenly present Chi Jingyuan. What brings you here? Chi Jingyuan remained silent, unceremoniously tossing Rong Yuanzhou's jacket onto the ground, removing his own suit, and wrapping it firmly around her. I am not that cold, she protested with a laugh. Nevertheless, whereat he positioned himself protectively in front of Rong Yan, his demeanor imposing. Is the Rong family some formidable figure? How dare you bully my people? It seems you have grown too bold and no longer wish to collaborate with the Chi family. The three were momentarily taken aback. He claimed that Rong Yan belonged to him. Indeed, Rong Yan was an employee of Shengshi, which essentially made her an extension of him. Mr. Chi, I apologize. There seems to be a misunderstanding. My daughter has acted thoughtlessly, and I extend my apologies on her behalf to this young lady. Rong Xian quickly stepped forward, his demeanor polite and sincere. He could not afford to offend Chi Jingyuan, as many projects in Anqing were intertwined with the Chi family. Chi Jingyuan scoffed, since it was Miss Rong who caused the trouble. There is no need for Chairman Rong to apologize. I believe Miss Rong should express her apologies herself. You, Rong Yuanqi fumed, feeling wronged and compelled to defend herself. It was that shameless woman who first seduced my father. And now she flirts with my brother. What is wrong with me throwing water on her? Given another chance, I would douse her twice. Only then did Rong Yuanzhou comprehend the unfolding events. He knew Rong Yan's character well. She could never seduce anyone, rather, it was his own father, whose nature was hard to change. He patiently explained to his sister, Aki Ayan is already married. How could she possibly seduce our father? Besides, she is. He hesitated mid-sentence. You acted impulsively, dousing her with water and pushing her. Do you realize how dangerous and excessive that was? Apologize to Ayan this instant. Rong Yuanqi remained obstinate. So what if she is married? That woman was also married to Dad, and she was pregnant too, yet she still stole him away. These women are utterly shameless. Silence. Rong Yuanzhou could no longer contain his anger. Your actions towards Ayan are unjust. Apologize to her, immediately. Rong Yuanqi gazed at her brother, her lips pouting in a display of grievance. After several deep breaths, she looked at Rong Yan, stubbornly tilting her head, and stiffly uttered, I'm sorry, I misjudged you. With that she turned and fled in tears. I apologize. My family has spoiled my sister. Today, she was in the wrong. I promise to set up a proper occasion for her to apologize to you again. Rong Yan's expression remained indifferent. There is no need. Go after your sister. Rong Yuanzhou cast a lingering glance at her, ultimately unable to shake his concern for his sister, and departed. Rong Xing also prepared to leave. Halfway, he suddenly recalled something, halting his steps to turn back to Rong Yan. Yuanzhou called you Ayan. Is your given name actually Rong Yan? The blood in Rong Yan's veins seemed to freeze. She clenched her fists, her brow furrowing, and after a long pause, she finally managed to utter a single word. So it turns out you were. Rong Xian gazed at her, his throat tightening as memories long buried in the sands of time rushed forth, leaving him momentarily at a loss. Ultimately, he said nothing and turned to leave. Rong Yan returned to the hotel. She took a hot shower, changed into fresh clothes, and drank the ginger soup prepared by Chi Jingyuan to stave off any potential cold. When she emerged, Chi Jingyuan was on the phone. Weren't they vying for that piece of land? Inform the person in charge over there that they can forget about it. They won't even get scraps. There are plenty of companies better than them. My Chi family is not in need of collaborators. Who, Yuanzhou, don't you dare say he is my friend. Even friends don't have the standing to warrant my concessions. Chi Jingyuan hung up the phone and turned around to find Rong Yan waving at him, smiling. Hello, Mr. Chi. The ice and fury in his eyes melted away, gradually replaced by an imperceptible softness. Have you finished? Do you feel unwell anywhere? Chapter 60, Mutual Testing. Rong Yan shook her head, insisting she felt fine. Chi Jingyuan quietly observed her expression. Since encountering the Rong family, her demeanor had remained subdued, as if she were indifferent to everything. Or perhaps, merely attempting to conceal her inner fragility, projecting an air of strength. You and the Rong family. Can I refrain from discussing it for now? Her voice trembled slightly. Of course, whenever you feel ready to share. Just let me know. On the return journey, Rong Yan opted to take the bus, and Chi Jingyuan did not object. Sir, is this appropriate? After all, Madam is pregnant, and the bus is crowded and noisy. Su Cheng is concerned about its impact on her well-being. Let her take the bus, with friends accompanying her and colleagues chatting. Her spirits will likely improve. At that moment, someone knocked on the car window. Chi Jingyuan looked up, rolled down the window, and observed Shin Mingzhu scanning the interior of the vehicle. Perplexed at not finding the woman she sought, is that woman not with him? What happened? Chi Jingyuan put away his tablet and inquired. Shin Mingzhu quickly averted her gaze, offering a faint smile as she cautiously asked. Yuan, my car broke down, and my brother isn't driving. Could we possibly take your car back? Carpooling? Chi Jingyuan slightly furrowed his brow, but he harbored a mild obsession with cleanliness and was not fond of unfamiliar individuals riding in his vehicle. However, one was a friend of over a decade, and the other was Rong Yan's teacher and neighbor. Chi Jingyuan shifted slightly inward. Professor Shin, please take the back seat. You can sit in the front. Shin Mingzhu, who was about to enter the back seat, froze momentarily and chuckled awkwardly. Isn't there any difference? I don't want my wife to misunderstand. Shin Mingzhu's grip on the car door tightened gradually. After a moment, she composed her expression and turned to open the front passenger door. Shin Yan naturally settled beside Chi Jingyuan. The car cruised slowly down the road while Chi Jingyuan remained focused on the data on his tablet. Whereas Shin Mingzhu discreetly observed him through the rearview mirror. It wasn't until they neared the city that Chi Jingyuan finally set down his tablet and rubbed his temples, noticing an opportunity. Shin Yan smiled gently and casually remarked, I only learned about the relationship between you and Yan yesterday. My apologies. The hand that was massaging his forehead came to a sudden halt. Him and Rong Yan. Chi Jingyuan scrutinized Shin Yan's expression. Was he attempting to test him, or had he genuinely discovered his connection with Rong Yan? He averted his gaze, suppressing the suspicion in his eyes. Oh? Who informed you? We discussed it during dinner with Yan yesterday. Shin Yan was also keen on probing. Uncertain of the truth behind this matter, he observed Chi Jingyuan's reaction. Rong Yan brought it up voluntarily? During dinner yesterday? Oh right, last night. She emerged from that room, where she was indeed with her brother. However, they had a prior agreement. Would Rong Yan voluntarily mention it? He found that hard to believe. So, Shin Yan was testing him? What did she say? Chi Jingyuan fiddled with his tablet, seemingly weighing his options. What more needs to be said? Is it not the case that Mr. Chi and Yan share an uncle-niece relationship? The hand rotating the tablet suddenly paused, causing it to fall without warning. Chi Jingyuan's eyes reflected a mix of astonishment and peculiarity, as if he found it utterly incomprehensible. She told you that we are uncle and niece? Not exactly from Yan. I overheard her conversing with Gao Yuan when I inquired about it yesterday. Yan tacitly acknowledged it. Yuan, please do not misunderstand. We are not prying into your privacy. We merely wish to ask, Shin Mingzhu explained, her urgency palpable, what was wrong with her brother. After finally having an opportunity to interact, why would he ask about this? What was there to inquire about? If it displeased Yuan, it would surely tarnish her image in his eyes. Chi Jingyuan silently retrieved the tablet, his expression shifting to something rather peculiar. She mentioned to Gao Yuan that they were uncle and niece? One might as well speculate that Gao Yuan had caught wind of something and approached Rong Yan, who, in fear of revealing the truth, resorted to such an excuse. Uncle and niece, how clever of her to concoct that. Had he not been vigilant, their ruse would have been exposed. He would relish seeing how she would explain herself. Chi Jingyuan rubbed his temples, feeling a headache coming on. The situation seemed to be spiraling into increasingly absurd territory. Why, Mr. Chi, are you not in fact related to Yan as uncle and niece? Shin Yan noted the peculiarity in Chi Jingyuan's demeanor. It appeared strangely conflicted, almost amused yet irate. Indeed, very odd, Chi Jingyuan countered. Why does Professor Shin wish to know this? What was his curiosity regarding his relationship with Rong Yan? Shin Yan was momentarily taken aback. He turned around, rubbing his hands together, and explained with a warm smile. I was merely asking casually, just making conversation. Chi Jingyuan fell silent. After a long pause, he finally added slowly, I indeed share the relationship you speak of. However, considering her career development, we have not made it public. She possesses a certain pride, wishing to rely on her own merits rather than on me, thus I ask you to keep this confidential. Shin Mingzhu nodded in agreement, as did Shin Yan, who concurred with Chi Jingyuan's perspective. Recognizing the pride in Yan with this affirmation, Yan felt reassured. As long as it wasn't Chi Jingyuan, that was sufficient. The next person he intended to probe would be Rong Yuanzhou, on the bus. Rong Yan had remained mostly silent, while Lin Xiaoxiao beside her also seemed to be in a dour mood, lacking the desire to converse. Xiang Yang and Ran Xiaoyun attempted to engage her with a few questions. But upon realizing her disinterest, they quietly returned to their seats. Upon returning to Wenqing, Rong Yan began to repack her belongings. "Madam just got back. Are you leaving again?" Wang Mai inquired. "The weekend is upon us. I'll be heading back to my hometown, but if the sir inquires, please inform him." After Chi Jingyuan returned to the city, he went directly to a business meeting. Su Cheng was driving. He was quite busy, and she did not wish to disturb him. Rong Yan stepped out with her belongings. This was a luxurious residence in a wealthy district, making it difficult to hail a cab after a lengthy wait. She finally found someone to take her to the bus station. Arriving at the old house adorned with blooming roses, it was already deep into the night. After knocking for quite some time, her grandmother finally came to the door. "Why are you back again? Can't you stand being in the city, or have you gotten into some trouble that you can't handle on your own?" Her grandmother launched into a tirade. Rong Yan set down her luggage and sat quietly, observing her grandmother. The scrutiny made her grandmother feel somewhat guilty, and she averted her gaze. "Handle it yourself. I'm going to bed." Grandmother, what exactly happened between mother and Rong Xiang? "Are you really not going to tell me?" "Tell you what? You already know, don't you? It's just that your mother, degrading herself, knowing he had a wife, ran off to be a mistress, giving birth to you, this bane of existence. Ruining her own life. These old matters have already been settled. Do you still wish to dredge them up?" Chapter 61. The truth. Rong Yan remained silent. Rong Xiang had stated that he married and then divorced her mother. Rong Yuanzhou said that the woman also married and became pregnant, stealing away their father. If what Rong Yuanzhou spoke of was indeed about her mother, then their statements essentially conveyed the same message. Rong Xiang had married her mother, which led to her existence. What exactly was the truth? Rong Yan glanced towards the innermost room, the room her mother had occupied before her passing. She turned and walked inside. Rummaging through the belongings, ever since her mother had passed, she had avoided entering this room, as if by not stepping inside, her mother would still be alive, emerging the next morning to prepare breakfast for her as before. At this moment, pushing open the room that had been sealed for 2 years, Rong Yan felt her eyes welling up. It was tidy and clean, just as it had been in her mother's lifetime. The bedding on the bed was neatly folded, the very quilt her mother had cherished, and in front of the bed stood a dressing table adorned with a mirror and some basic toiletries. Rong Yan gently touched those items. Nostalgia surged forth like a flood, overwhelming her. When her mother was alive, she had not treated her particularly well. Due to her father's circumstances, she often lashed out at her, scolding her, hitting her, and subjecting her to emotional neglect. Yet, on her birthday, she would cook longevity noodles for her, save money for her education, and cover the walls with her certificates. She had never praised her, but her love was hidden in the minutiae. Gradually emerging from her reverie, Rong Yan began to search through the room, thinking that if there were indeed secrets regarding the mistress, perhaps her mother had left behind some clues. After searching for the better part of the day with no success, Rong Yan felt fatigued. She sat on the bed, wishing to rest for a moment when her hand suddenly brushed against something hard. She lifted the bedspread and knocked on the floorboards. At the very bottom, she discovered a tin box. She exerted considerable effort to retrieve the box from the floor. It was unlocked and opened easily, revealing a few items within. A marriage certificate, a green divorce certificate, and a few other documents. The marriage certificate was dated 4 years prior to Rong Yan's birth, while the divorce occurred 2 years after her birth. This meant that when her mother sought alimony, she had just divorced Rong Xiang. Rong Yan gazed at the photograph of her mother. She was beautiful, smiling on the marriage certificate, yet her eyes lacked light on the divorce document. Rong Yan caressed the image of her mother, tears brimming in her eyes. The box contained 2 bank cards. One bore a label reading, Yan Yan's Financial Security Fund. Attached was a transfer receipt with a long string of zeros. Rong Yan counted and widened her eyes. This card contained 10 million. The other card also had a label stating, Money saved for Yan Yan. Attached was a savings book detailing thousands of transactions representing her mother's savings over the years. At the very bottom of the box lay a diary, her mother Yang Yolan's handwriting. Rong Yan flipped through it and paused at one page. I have divorced. The Rong family took away Zhozhou, and I am left with only Yan Yan. From now on we must lead our own lives separated by blood. Zhozhou, who was Zhozhou? Her mother's mention of separation implied this Zhozhou was also her mother's child. Zhozhou surnamed Rong Yuanzhou was her biological brother. Rong Yan's hand gripping the diary trembled. She anxiously flipped further back, keenly reading the contents until she reached another page. The Rong family has found me. The family is embroiled in a public scandal, and this situation has significant repercussions. If it escalates, the Rong family could very well face bankruptcy. They asserted that if I were willing to acknowledge my role as the mistress, to forever guard this secret and comply with their demands to create disturbances, they would provide me with a sum of 10 million to ensure a comfortable life for both myself and Yan Yan. Mistress, my relationship with Rong Xiang preceded our marriage. When did I become a mistress? However, having divorced him, I know I will never earn 10 million in this lifetime, yet I cannot bear to see my Yin suffer. For her sake, I must swallow my pride and accept this 10 million. But Rong Xiang, how could you be so heartless? Ultimately, I misjudged you. The final sentence was somewhat hastily written, revealing that at that moment, Mother was deeply hurt and filled with rage. Rong Yan's hands trembled incessantly. She lifted her eyes and caught sight of her grandmother at the entrance. In that instant, tears cascaded down her cheeks. Mother agreed to the Rong family's request to impersonate a mistress and secure a nurturing fund, diverting media attention and alleviating the crisis for the Rong family, all for my sake, and that fund for Yin Yan's well-being was the reward given by the Rong family, 10 million. Grandmother sighed, I had no idea where your mother was hiding. We searched for 2 years and found nothing, yet you managed to locate her years ago, when Yang Yulan sustained severe injuries and was rushed to the hospital. Rong Yan was frantic over medical expenses. Grandmother hurried home, intending to retrieve her card to pay for the bills, but frustratingly, she could not find it. Grandmother, Mother is not a mistress, and I am not an illegitimate child. Am I? She wept bitterly, desperately seeking an answer. For so many years, she had been slandered, treated differently, bullied, and forced to endure heartbreak, all because of this answer. Grandmother gently stroked her head. Of course not. Your mother and Rong Xiang were in a free love affair. Once they confirmed their feelings, they decided to get married, but the Rong family, being what it is, could not possibly accept people like us, the poor. They coerced your father into divorce, and he succumbed to the pressure. He took your brother with him and later married into a business alliance. Your mother created a scene as directed by the Rong family and secured 10 million. After that, he never came to see you again. And you were completely cut off from the Rong family. Grandmother sighed again. It is indeed a tragic fate. What about my brother? Did Mother see him afterward? Ultimately, he was her own flesh and blood. How could she simply abandon him? Your mother often went to your brother's school to secretly watch him. Unlike you, he lived a life of luxury, well cared for by the Rong matriarch. Therefore, your mother felt even more sorrow for you. You gained nothing by following her. She accepted the Rong family's conditions out of concern for your well-being but did not anticipate that you would be looked down upon for being an illegitimate child. Living like a rat in a gutter, how much pain must Mother endure? Originally intending to do what was best for her daughter, she inadvertently pushed her into another pit of fire. But grandmother, I am not an illegitimate child, I am not. After all these years, she could finally vindicate herself. Chapter 62, Chi Jingyuan stands up for her. Yes, you are not. Grandmother acknowledged. Yet, after all these years, both mother and daughter had been nailed to the shameful pillars of mistress and illegitimate child. Who would still believe they were not? Even she sometimes felt disoriented, wondering if her daughter truly was a mistress, destroying someone else's relationship. But for Rong Yan, who had suffered from such scrutiny since childhood, this was ultimately an undeserved calamity. She was the most pitiful and the most innocent. Rong Yan woke up early. She went to the market to check the balances of 2 cards. One held the principal amount of 10 million. Along with an interest of 4 million, the other had around 300,000, totaling approximately 380,000 with interest. Rong Yan transferred both amounts to 2 newly issued cards. One card was loaded with 500,000. While the remainder was deposited in the bank for a fixed term, as she had no immediate need for it. Gazing at the balance on her cards, Rong Yan experienced a moment of disorientation. Overnight, she had become a little wealthy, which felt rather ironic. Upon returning home, she gifted the 500,000 card to her grandmother, urging her to enjoy better meals and clothing, insisting that they now had ample money. Initially reluctant, grandmother eventually accepted it after Rong Yan's persistence. After arranging matters at home, she prepared to return to the city. Suddenly, Aunt Lu, a neighbor, barged in. Rong, someone is looking for you at the village entrance. It's that handsome man from last time. Aunt Lu's eyes sparkled with curiosity and gossip. Rong Yan was puzzled by why Chi Jingyuan had come here, suspecting that Wang Ma had informed him. And he happened to pass by to pick her up. With her luggage ready, Rong Yan took the opportunity to bid farewell to her grandmother. Rong, what is your relationship with that man? Is he pursuing you? Why does he keep coming to the village? Aunt Lu could not contain her curiosity. Rong Yan replied nonchalantly, just a friend. He might have something to discuss with me. Does he own multiple properties? Is he married? If not, could you introduce him to my daughter Hohat? Rong Yan deflected. He is probably married. Upon reaching the village entrance, just like last time, a crowd had gathered. Seeing her, Chi Jingyuan opened the door and stepped out. Taking her luggage and placing it in the trunk. As Rong Yan prepared to get in the car, several voices from the crowd were particularly jarring. What is this man's relationship with Rong? Can he really have any connection with her? She's just an illegitimate child, and this man is so wealthy. How could he possibly be interested in her? The one responding was none other than Aunt Lu, who had just failed to steal a partner. Her eyes were filled with disdain and mockery. Oh, could it be that she's following in her mother's footsteps? TSK, a family tradition, huh? Laughter erupted from the surrounding crowd. Oh dear, let's not talk about it. It's embarrassing what her mother did. I couldn't even hold my head high in another village. I reckon Rong has probably slept with this man. After all, parents are the best teachers. More laughter ensued. Well then, the man must pay, right? A couple of hundred, more than that, $50 tops. That's about the price for princesses outside. The laughter grew even more raucous. Rong Yan tightly grasped the door handle, taking several deep breaths before she walked towards the crowd. A tall figure stepped in front of her, shielding her from the scornful and disgusting faces. Chi Jingyuan looked down at the women before him, a smile tinged with a hint of coldness. Hello, I am Yen's husband. Thank you for your concern for her. Aunt Lu was momentarily stunned, her face turning awkwardly red. The bystanders, realizing the implications, gasped. What did you say? You are Rong's husband. Rong Yan is married. And to such an outstanding man who looks incredibly wealthy? Is there a problem? No. The person awkwardly shrank back. They had not expected him to be the legitimate husband. Had he overheard their previous remarks, the villagers might lack shame, but they still had some dignity. Initially, they believed them to be in a different kind of relationship, which emboldened them to speak so casually. Now the real deal had appeared, and several faces turned crimson with embarrassment, yet Aunt Lu remained oblivious, gazing at Chi Jingyuan. She seemed to see gold, her smile radiant. Well, you must have misjudged. This girl is quite promiscuous. Her mother is known for seducing men. She is nothing but an illegitimate child. Why would someone as wealthy as you marry an illegitimate child? Illegitimate child. So what? Aunt Lu was taken aback. What? I cherish her. I am willing to spend on her. I do not care about her background. So what? Aunt Lu stammered. Well, I was only looking out for you. You should marry a simple girl to bear you several robust children. That would be wonderful. Chi Jingyuan scoffed. The simple girl you speak of wouldn't happen to be your daughter, would she? What that? Aunt Lu was caught off guard, feeling more awkward. In my eyes, your daughter isn't worthy of holding her shoes. Do you think I would be interested in her? Aunt Lu's face fell, turning a shade darker. Not just you, but all of you. None of you are worthy. So what if she is an illegitimate child? In my eyes, she is a treasure. If anyone dares to speak ill of her again, they shall not blame me for severing ties. The villagers were cowed by his imposing presence, understanding that he was not to be trifled with. They shrank back, silenced. Chi Jingyuan beckoned. Su Cheng, please enlighten everyone on the laws regarding defamation. Su Cheng complied readily. According to the laws of Huagua, those who insult or defame others may face imprisonment of up to 3 years. Detention or deprivation of political rights for life. Sir, would you like me to contact our legal team? Upon hearing of the potential sentencing and lawyers, the villagers finally felt fear. If they went to jail, their lives would truly be ruined. They looked at Chi Jingyuan with trepidation, wanting to speak but hesitating. I advise everyone to mind your own business. If anyone spreads rumors about my wife again, we shall pursue legal action. With that, Chi Jingyuan took Rong Yan and got into the car. The vehicle swiftly disappeared from the village entrance. The villagers finally sighed in relief. Would he really take us to court and send us to prison? Someone worried aloud. Others remained silent, uncertain of the depths to which this man could stoop. In the car, Chi Jingyuan seemed to have more to say, his anger still simmering in his eyes. As Rong Yan gazed at him, she found him somewhat endearing and smiled. They are scolding me, yet I do not take it to heart. Why are you so angry? Chi Jingyuan's eyes were deep and profound. You truly do not take it to heart? Rong Yan averted her gaze, feeling both candid and somewhat helpless. I have heard such words since childhood and have long grown accustomed to them, born to scorn, criticized in school, and everywhere I go. I am met with disdain. It has only improved since I began working where no one knows me. If I took it all to heart, would I still be alive? But today, upon discovering the truth of my origins, these words suddenly feel harsh, as if I can indeed no longer bear to hear them. Chi Jingyuan looked into her eyes and realized that in the places he could not see, she had endured so much injustice, disdain, and rumors. He clenched his fists, knuckles turning pale. In the next moment, he cupped her face, compelling her to meet his gaze. From now on, you need not become accustomed to it. He spoke each word with utmost seriousness. If others insult you, you shall retaliate. If they strike you, you shall strike back. If you create a monumental disaster, I shall be there. I will cover for you. In this world, aside from me, no one shall bully you. Rong Yan looked into his eyes, and an inexplicable sensation welled up in her nose. No one had ever spoken such words to her over the years. Not even Shen. She smiled, but tears streamed down her face as she spoke, her voice tinged with sorrow. Chi Jingyuan, they say I am an illegitimate child. I am unworthy. His gaze remained unwaveringly resolute, devoid of the slightest hesitation. In my heart, no one is more deserving than you. Rong Yan, you are the best. You are worthy of all the beauty this world has to offer, so do not be sad or dejected. And do not belittle yourself. As the computer booted up, she opened the drawing board. The brush flowed smoothly, sketching out the increasingly frequent appearances of a grand tiger. And the beautiful eyes of the little white rabbit. Tears shimmered as the grand tiger cradled the little white rabbit's face, speaking with utmost seriousness. In my heart, no one is more deserving than you, little white rabbit. You are the best. After finishing, Rong Yan gazed at the scene in the drawing for a long while. She then exported it, uploaded it to the platform, and posted it. Raising her eyes, she happened to see a pot of flourishing daisies swaying gracefully in the breeze, having been away for a few days. She almost forgot about you. Rong Yan hurriedly took the watering can, carefully watering it and loosening the soil, later realizing she had shortchanged it and transferring it to a larger pot with richer soil. I hope you can grow strong in the wind as well. Rong Yan smiled at the flowers. The comic she published today shattered historical records in the comments section. Oh my, the Grand Tiger is truly so gentle. I think I'm falling. The Grand Tiger is both a domineering CEO and gentle. I can hardly remember my golden retriever. Why think of the golden retriever, isn't the Grand Tiger more appealing? Stop talking, I'm about to be warmed to tears by the Grand Tiger. Why don't I have one? Sob. That evening, her grandmother called. The news had spread throughout the village. Rong Yan had married a very wealthy husband who supported her, and her grandmother surely could not be kept in the dark. Rong Yan began to patiently explain, yes, he is my husband, and we are indeed married. I did not seduce him, nor does he have a family. We are a legally recognized couple protected by the laws of Huaguai. His family is decent, they have 3 or 4 houses, and we do not live with his parents. He also has a job. Her grandmother, akin to conducting a household census, asked questions for 2 or 3 hours, only satisfied once she confirmed everything was in order before hanging up the phone. 3 or 4 houses, not bad, Chi Jingyuan scoffed lightly. Such conditions were even inferior to Su Chang, who drove him around, and he couldn't believe she would say such a thing. Rong Yan felt somewhat embarrassed. I am sorry, I cannot disclose your true situation to her. She has always feared I would become a mistress, even more so that I would marry a wealthy man, fearing I would end up like my mother. Cast out, finding an ordinary person with slightly better circumstances was her grandmother's greatest wish. Chi Jingyuan picked up a magazine. No worries to it. Turned out she had previously declined a monthly subscription for this reason. Rong Yan observed Chi Jingyuan's silhouette, biting her lip, cautiously approaching him from behind to massage his shoulders and back. Mr. Chi, may I trouble you with something? She spoke softly, feeling somewhat shy. Chi Jingyuan curved his lips into a smile. Go on. A grandma said we need to invite a couple of tables in the village for the wedding. I have repeatedly refused, but she insists this marriage was originally a transaction. Such a blatant invitation would surely displease him. However, her grandmother was her only relative, and her greatest wish was to see her married. I know you are busy and shouldn't trouble you with this, but I told grandma that if we do invite, it should be for close relatives, and let us keep it low-key. Is that alright? She watched for Chi Jingyuan's reaction. He merely replied indifferently, fine, we will do as you wish. Rong Yan bit her lip. Wanting to smile yet hesitant, she continued to knead his shoulders, shyly and hesitantly. There is one more thing I need to inform you about in advance. Chi Jingyuan set down the book, rubbing his brow. He squinted at her, a smile lurking in his eyes. What is it? Rong Yan felt awkward. Well, it's about that time when I accidentally bought flowers at Anshin Garden. Yaoyuan Sumi. I was worried that the news of our marriage would have negative repercussions. So, I told a little white lie, and unexpectedly, this reached Shin Mingzhu and teacher Shin. So, she scratched her head, feeling somewhat at a loss. So now they all think you are my uncle, and I am your niece. Silence. A deathly silence. Rong Yan felt anxious, daring only to sneak a glance at his reaction. I had no other options at the time and had to say it this way. Now it's gotten out of hand. And it's a bit hard to cover up. If necessary, I may need your help to round up this lie, lest it gets exposed. If it were to be revealed, it would indeed be catastrophic. Chi Jingyuan chuckled coldly. Uncle, niece. Rong Yan felt even more guilty, lowering her head. Distant relatives, why not cousin and cousin? Cousin and cousin, uncle and niece, aren't they all relatives? What's the difference? Chi Jingyuan continued to dwell on this issue, lifting her chin. Explain why it is uncle and niece, rather than cousin and cousin. Do you disdain my age? He was 7 years older than her. And he had never cared about age before. Now he suddenly felt a sting. He seemed to fear her disdain. Rong Yan, what kind of logic does this big boss possess? She merely found a reason to deflect. What was there to be so tangled about? It was natural for him to be older than her. However, seeing him like this, he seemed quite concerned about age. If she answered incorrectly, would he become angry? Rong Yan pondered carefully. Actually, at that time, I just said it casually without thinking too much. Cousins are easier to expose, while uncle and niece are less likely to raise suspicion. Who would suspect that an uncle and niece have something going on? That would violate public morals and be condemned by society. Chi Jingyuan, he was truly about to be driven mad. While he was angry, he found it somewhat amusing, pretending to thump her head. What on earth are you thinking all day long? Uncle and niece, how could you come up with that? Rong Yan, fearing being hit, slipped away the moment he reached for her. Chi Jingyuan extended his hand. Come here. Rong Yan dared not approach. Niece, didn't you hear your uncle's command? Come here. Rong Yan, blushing with embarrassment, took a long time to shuffle over to him. Chi Jingyuan seized the moment to pull her closer. Looking into her dark, shimmering eyes, I already know about this matter. The afternoon we returned, Chen Yan asked me. Rong Yan's heart sank. Then how did you respond? Chi Jingyuan chuckled lightly, his face filled with helplessness. What else could I say? Of course, I helped my wife cover up the lie. Rong Yan let out a sigh of relief. Thankfully, not exposing it was a stroke of luck. Chi Jingyuan's gaze remained fixed on her. Gradually growing deeper, you have tarnished my reputation. Shouldn't I recoup some of the losses? Rong Yan's face instantly turned crimson. As he slowly leaned closer to her, Rong Yan's mind raced, uncle and niece. Isn't that inappropriate? Silence. He raised his hand and lightly patted her, but ultimately did not exert any force, leaving only a tingling sensation. Chi Jingyuan lifted her onto the bed, tucked her in, tucked away the loose strands of hair from her forehead, and embraced her, closing his eyes. Sleep now, Rong Yan. What's up with this person showing such kindness? The sun must have risen in the west, yet she felt her cheeks warm gazing at his brow and eyes. What, are you going to sleep? Chi Jingyuan opened his eyes, tracing her brow and eyes with his fingers, chuckling. What, are you not sleeping? Rong Yan seized the opportunity to roll to the side, pulling the quilt tightly around her face. Feeling her heart racing, I'm not, don't say such things, that's not true. Chi Jingyuan chuckled softly yet he held her, inhaling the fragrance lingering on her. Alright, time to sleep. Feeling the warmth at her abdomen, the corners of Rong Yan's lips curled up. So, he was concerned about the child. Chi Jingyuan seemed to have grown even gentler than before. When did he start to change? Quietly, almost unnoticed by her. As Rong Yan embraced the large teddy bear, the familiar scent enveloped her, imparting a profound sense of comfort that soon lulled her into slumber. Meanwhile, after Rong Yan had drifted off, Chi Jingyuan remained awake. With a quiet sigh, he rose and took a refreshing cold shower. Gazing at his reflection in the mirror, Chi Jingyuan suddenly found himself intrigued, scrutinizing every inch of his appearance, even the corners of his eyes and his forehead. It seemed as though he had aged. Surely she wouldn't genuinely find him old, would she? Exiting the bathroom, he picked up his phone and sent a message to Zhuo Ran. Do I look old? Zhuo Ran was taken aback by the question, finding it utterly confounding. Who would have thought that the ever-confident Mr. Chi would have a day of self-doubt? It was simply too bizarre. Chi Jingyuan, feeling slightly irritable, replied, forget it, don't bother responding, I'm going to sleep. What madness was this? How could he even think to ask such a question? It was absurd. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he had been possessed by a spirit. The next morning, Rong Yan descended the stairs for breakfast. Aunt Wang emerged from the kitchen, carrying a lunchbox. Mr. Chi, as per your instructions I've prepared only one lunchbox today. Is it for you or for madam? Let it be for me. She will be dining in the cafeteria. Rong Yan lifted her gaze from the bowl, astonished and delighted. Really, the cafeteria has been revamped. Safety and hygiene are no longer concerns, and one can choose whatever they wish to eat. Rong Yan was overjoyed, hastily pouring a glass of milk for the boss and offering him a spoon. Thank you, Mr. Chi, I promise to eat well. Chi Jingyuan's lips curled slightly. Sit down and eat. Rong Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment as she watched him enjoy the milk she had poured, her cheeks flushing. Oh, alright, nearby. Aunt Wang chuckled heartily. Madam is simply adorable. On the way, Rong Yan pondered, feeling increasingly perplexed. No wonder Chi Jingyuan had suddenly restructured the cafeteria and dismissed the head of the administrative department. It was all because she preferred the cafeteria fare. Before ensuring the food safety and the cafeteria's proper functioning, he had said nothing. It was only now that she realized the truth. Rong Yan felt a wave of sentimentality wash over her as she caressed her small belly, warmth blossoming within her heart. Babies, she mused, though you have yet to arrive in this world, your father seems to love you more than I had imagined. At noon, Rong Yan excitedly headed to the cafeteria. What a transformation had taken place. The dishes appeared more exquisite and cleaner than ever. Lin Xiaoxiao's eyes sparkled with delight. Wow, there are so many more varieties of meat dishes, and they even have my favorite fatty intestines. Look, every dish has an ingredient list clearly displayed. Come see this. This crab dish even has a note that says, pregnant women should eat sparingly. This is basically a perfect pregnancy menu. The employees of Shangshi were equally astonished. They hadn't anticipated the cafeteria's revamp would reach such an impressive level. While the previous cafeteria had been decent, it inevitably included some pre-packaged or semi-finished dishes. Now, with the reforms, those items had vanished. Before long, the topic of the cafeteria overhaul soared to the top of the company's internal trending list, breaking historical records for likes. You truly have remarkable luck. Someone remarked. Lin Xiaoxiao savored a shrimp, its plump, bouncy texture indicative of premium quality, and she couldn't help but exclaim, look at you, who used to bring lunch, suddenly not doing so anymore, and now the cafeteria food has improved. Incredible, this meal was undeniably a wholesome pregnancy feast, rich in nutrition and healthful. Unbelievable, I've never encountered such an amazing cafeteria. Rong Yan felt a twinge of guilt. She discreetly took out her phone and messaged the untouchable person. Will these cafeteria changes increase the operational burden? The reply was instantaneous. Already thinking like a boss, impressive. Rong Yan blushed. Not at all. It was merely her professionalism. She always instinctively considered costs, sales, and data first. Such thoughts had become second nature. The other party did not respond. So Rong Yan closed her phone and continued her meal. Shortly after, a notification appeared. Untouchable person sent you a new message. The untouchable person, Yan, who exactly is this untouchable individual? Lin Xiaoxiao inadvertently caught sight of that notification. Rong Yan opened the message, reading the words, "Rest assured, I can afford it," with a smile. "The untouchable person is simply someone not to be trifled with." Lin Xiaoxiao looked at her. "I sense something is amiss with you." Chapter 65, Colleagues hitching a ride. Lin Xiaoxiao scrutinized Rong Yan. Rong Yan, bewildered, asked, "What seems amiss? You've been inexplicably smiling and blushing lately. You wouldn't be in a relationship, would you?" "That's absurd." Rong Yan concealed her smile, cleared her throat, and shifted the topic. "You should focus on resolving your own lifelong matters with Chi. First. 3 days later, in the afternoon, HR summoned Rong Yan to discuss her promotion. With the official announcement set to be made that very afternoon, the process for her formal employment status would also commence concurrently. Rong Yan's contributions to the SEIS project were undeniable. She was a key player in the acquisition project, and according to company policy, she was eligible for early confirmation and a subsequent promotion and raise. No sooner had she stepped into the office than she heard Yang Jie's big voice. "Oh, look who is back. Congratulations on the promotion, Vice Manager Rong." Others looked up, their expressions a mix of curiosity and suspicion, but no one offered congratulations. Upon returning to her workstation, Rong Yan noticed the appointment document in the public inbox. After a moment of silence, she began familiarizing herself with the new product materials, strategizing her next steps. Seeing that Rong Yan was ignoring her, Yang Jie's irritation grew, and she slammed her folder down loudly. "Some people are just too remarkable. Getting promoted even before confirming their position, what a talent. I can only look on and envy." "Yang Jie, we're all in the same department. Can't you be a bit more courteous?" Ran Xiaoyun chimed in. "I am speaking up for everyone. The odds of promotion would surely be greater for those present. Why should a newcomer surpass us?" "Exactly," someone whispered in agreement. Ran Xiaoyun, indignant, retorted. "During the SEIS project, who was it that worked the latest hours? Wasn't it Yan who produced the final report, and the foundational data she provided? Who was it that remarked it was the tittiest, clearest, and most logically structured data they had ever seen? What is this? Just because her efforts have been recognized, you're all unhappy?" Yang Jie fell silent, her face cold as she pounded the keyboard furiously. Colleagues passing by often glanced in, and Rong Yan tugged at Ran Xiaoyun's sleeve. Ran Xiaoyun patted her shoulder in comfort. Before they knew it, it was time to leave work. To celebrate Rong Yan's promotion, Gao Yuan suggested a department dinner. Initially reluctant, Yang Jie feared offending Gao Yuan by appearing unsociable, and ultimately agreed to join. After dinner, Ran Xiaoyun proposed karaoke. Since Gao Yuan had treated them to the meal, Rong Yan felt it was inappropriate to let him foot the bill for KTV. So she paid in advance. As they headed to the private room, they unexpectedly encountered Xiang Yang, who was out with a few friends, also at the KTV. "Congratulations on your swift promotion." Xiang Yang noticed the company-wide announcement and looked at Rong Yan with bright eyes. His gaze unwavering, the implication was unmistakable. Rong Yan understood his meaning and, after a moment of silence, opened WeChat to message Chi Jingyuan. "Darling, I'm at the KTV on Shihuan Road. I might leave soon. Will you come to pick me up?" Xiang Yang was taken aback. "You have a boyfriend now?" Rong Yan nodded silently, smiling. "Yes." Xiang Yang's enthusiasm waned. Seeing her young age, he had assumed she was single, only to find out she was already in a relationship. "I won't intrude on your department gathering then. I'll head back." He sighed, seemingly a bit regretful, before turning back to his friends. Once Xiang Yang left, Rong Yan promptly retracted her message. Surely Chi Jingyuan being so busy hadn't heard that voice message, had he? After singing, they emerged into the deep night. Colleagues gradually departed, leaving only Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun at the entrance. It was difficult to hail a cab at such a late hour, and after waiting a while with no cars accepting rides, Rong Yan was about to switch taxi apps when a Porsche flashed its lights at the curb. She paused for a moment, unable to suppress a smile. Chi Jingyuan, he had actually come to pick her up after hearing her voice message. He must have also heard her call him darling. Her heart raced inexplicably, and Rong Yan's face flushed. "My ride is here. I'll be leaving now. Please be careful on your way back." It's hard to get a taxi at this hour. "Why don't you hitch a ride with me? I live just up ahead. It'll only take 10 minutes. Ran Xiaoyun looked at her with pleading eyes. Rong Yan's expression grew a bit awkward. "Are you sure? What else with you? I helped you out today, and now you're reluctant to let me catch a ride." Ran Xiaoyun feigned annoyance. Wasn't that Rong Yan didn't want to offer her a ride. The driver was none other than Chi Jingyuan himself. If Ran Xiaoyun discovered that, wouldn't she be frightened? "All right then, let us get in." Rong Yan opened the passenger door, and Ran Xiaoyun eagerly followed her inside. Upon glancing at the car's emblem, she gasped in delight and happily settled into the back seat. Chi Jingyuan, noticing the passenger in the back, turned to Rong Yan with a puzzled expression. Rong Yan felt a bit embarrassed. My colleague wanted to hitch a ride." Chi Jingyuan let out a light scoff but said nothing further. Slowly starting the vehicle, Ran Xiaoyun observed the two in the front seat. The driver's silhouette seemed somewhat familiar, as though she had seen him somewhere before. He looked quite handsome, but it was too dark to make out his face. She couldn't help but wonder about his relationship with Yan. Especially since he was driving a Porsche. What wealth? As they approached their destination, Chi Jingyuan broke the silence, inquiring of Ran Xiaoyun, "Is it the entrance to the community ahead?" Ran Xiaoyun nodded affirmatively. Yes, just stop by the side." In the next moment, she gazed at the man behind the wheel, her blood running cold. It wasn't until she exited the vehicle and watched it drive away that she regained her senses. Trembling, she sent a message to Rong Yan. "The person driving just now, could it possibly be President Chi?" Rong Yan replied, "Absolutely." What? Ran Xiaoyun had actually hitched a ride in President Chi's car. He, with his invaluable hands, had driven a Porsche, delivering her to the community entrance. Ran Xiaoyun was utterly stunned. After some time, she finally reacted. Wait, what is your relationship with President Chi? Why would he come to pick you up in the middle of the night?" Something felt amiss, very amiss. Having been in the industry for years, aside from Sister Mingzhu, no one had ever been able to ride in President Chi's car. Her exception notwithstanding, Rong Yan fell silent for a moment before responding. "I'm his niece, distantly related." "Sure, keep it a secret." Once again, Ran Xiaoyun was struck by lightning. Niece. The niece of President Chi was actually in their department. My goodness, how astounding. She recalled carefully and realized she had indeed done nothing to offend Rong Yan. Her heart gradually settling. "All right, understood." After sending the message, Rong Yan looked at the driver, feeling somewhat guilty. Uncle and niece, as if sensing what she had done, Chi Jingyuan bluntly pointed it out. Rong Yan, feeling guilty, lowered her head, her voice barely a whisper. This reason is the best I could come up with. It's all I can say." Chi Jingyuan snorted twice, with him to smooth over the lies. It seemed that someone had become increasingly adept at using this excuse, now speaking it without a hint of embarrassment or breathlessness. Chapter 66. Are you familiar with Chi Jingyuan? Upon returning home, Chi Jingyuan went straight upstairs. Rong Yan, thinking he was angry, hurriedly followed. The moment the door opened slightly, she was pulled inside. "Comfort me." He lowered his brows, his emotions inexplicable, and the atmosphere around them shifted. How to comfort him? In the voice message, "Say it again." Was he referring to that term of endearment? She had uttered it casually to refuse Shang Yang, and now he wanted her to repeat it. She couldn't bring herself to say it. Seizing the opportunity, Rong Yan slipped into a small room. I have something to attend to. Why don't you rest first?" Escape. Chi Jingyuan approached the small study, gripping the armrests of the chair. "It's fine. Take your time, say it word by word." Rong Yan's face flushed. "I said it casually, can it be overlooked?" "No." Rong Yan, looking into his dark eyes, she knew he would not relent until she spoke. So she steeled herself. "Dear." Upon hearing those three words, a natural smile crept onto his lips, filling his chest with satisfaction. Somewhat puzzled, was this a manifestation of possessiveness? If so, then his possessiveness seemed to be even stronger and more intense than he had imagined. And it was only effective with the woman before him. The following morning, Rong Yan arrived at the office to find Ran Xiaoyun sitting there in a daze. Upon seeing her, her eyes brightened with a hint of sentimentality. "I was just wondering if everything that happened last night was real." As if it were a dream, she truly rode in the car driven by President Chi. What a rare experience. "What do you mean it's not real?" Just then, Wu Tong walked into nothing at all. Ran Xiaoyun quickly shifted the topic, winking at Rong Yan before diving back into work. They had recently begun developing a new product, needing to analyze its data and reports, providing timely feedback to the product department. Keeping them quite busy, some data was in the research lab, specifically with Shenyan. Rong Yan, mustering her courage, messaged him. Shenyan was quite professional, promptly sending the experimental data and other materials to her email. Suggesting they dine together that evening, Rong Yan declined. "Dr. Rong has invited me to dinner tonight. I can't." Shenyan looked at those words, feeling increasingly uneasy. "You and Rong Yuanzhou." After hesitating for a long time, he deleted it and typed a new message. "All right, let's reschedule. I have something to give you." Rong Yan did not reply. She was eager to review the report and analyze the data, having no desire to engage in prolonged conversation with him. By the time Rong Yan snapped back to reality from her work, everyone in the office had left, and the outdoor lights were nearly turned off. Checking the time, she realized it was 6:30. And hurriedly packed her things to head downstairs. Rong Yuanzhou, sitting in the car, saw her and rolled down the window, waving at her. Rong Yan felt somewhat disoriented. In the past, she would subconsciously think of her father whenever she saw Rong Yuanzhou, fantasizing about how well he would treat her upon seeing her, how he would make amends, constantly expressing his apologies. Now that she knew his identity, her heart was only filled with sorrow. He was her biological brother. Yet they were strangers facing each other. "What's wrong? You seem lost in thought. Are you feeling unwell?" Seeing her take a long time to get into the car, Rong Yuanzhou asked. "It's nothing, just daydreaming." The car stopped outside a private dining restaurant. While waiting for the elevator, Rong Yan casually inquired, "Dr. Rong, how is your mother?" "Treating you very well," he replied with a gentle smile, his face radiating happiness. "My mother is kind, considerate, generous, and the best person in the world." The best mother. Rong Yan fell silent. A part of her heart felt torn and pained. "Then are you happy in the Rong family? Why wouldn't I be happy in my own family?" Rong Yan chuckled. Well, in one's own family, one must certainly be happy. What's wrong with you? You seem absent-minded, asking such strange questions. Rong Yan shook her head. Just curious, a casual question. The elevator arrived swiftly, and they ascended to the fourth floor, entering a private room. As the door swung open, they found two others inside, Rong Xiang and Rong Yuanqi. Upon seeing her, Rong Xiang immediately stood, patting Rong Yuanqi beside him. Rong Yuanqi, with a long face, eventually rose as well. About that incident the other day, we owe Miss Rong an apology. It was our fault. Chi mistakenly harmed Miss Rong without discretion, and we truly feel remorseful. Today, we treat you, Miss Rong, so please enjoy yourself. Rong Xiang gently patted Rong Yuanqi's shoulder. Rong Yuanqi appeared much calmer than that day, her anger somewhat subdued. It's my fault, I apologize, Miss Rong. Yet, within her eyes, there lurked resentment and a hint of threat. Rong Yan smiled, pulling out a chair, slowly sitting down. If Miss Rong is not sincerely apologizing, then there is no need. Chi, what are you doing? Brother, don't you love me anymore? I've already apologized, what more do you want? She's just deliberately making things difficult for me. If you won't help me, then I won't care about you. Rong Yuanqi threw a minor tantrum. Rong Yuanzhou, helpless, hurried to console his sister. Rong Yan remained silent, sipping water from the table at a leisurely pace, watching the affectionate sibling duo before her. Feeling somewhat nauseous, she turned her face away. Rong Xiang quickly intervened to smooth things over. The dishes are ready. Let's eat, let us eat. As they began to eat, the tension temporarily dissipated. Rong Yuanzhou picked up a piece of chicken and placed it in Rong Yan's bowl. Yan, are you quite familiar with Chi Jingyuan? Not really, why do you ask? Rong Yuanzhou chuckled, finding it somewhat absurd. He halted the land deal that our Rong family was interested in. Rong Yan recalled that after she had been splashed with water, she had overheard Chi Jingyuan on a call discussing land and partners. Realizing it was aimed at the Rong family, her heart warmed. Chi Jingyuan had said he would protect her, and he truly was doing so. I'm not familiar with him. Perhaps the halt was due to some other reason. I suppose so. The dinner was not particularly pleasant. Rong Xiang and Rong Yuanzhou were constantly attentive to Rong Yuanqi's feelings, serving her food and coaxing her to eat, praising her for being innocent and lovely, urging Rong Yan to be understanding. Rong Yan felt like an outsider, sitting there observing the familial affection and sibling harmony before her, which made her feel somewhat nauseous. Using the excuse of a stomachache, she excused herself to the restroom. Upon exiting, she found Rong Xiang washing his hands, seemingly waiting for her intentionally. How has your mother been these years? The water from the faucet was somewhat cold, and Rong Yan instinctively wanted to retract her hand, casually saying, she has passed away. Rong Shiheng's back stiffened. After a long pause, he sighed. Over the years, it has ultimately been my fault towards you both. Rong Yan clenched her fists, her face paling. What she sought to hear had never been an apology. Chapter 67. With you here, what do I fear? Rong Yan recalled the grievances and disdain she had endured over the years, ultimately feeling unwillingness. Her mother was not a mistress, and she was not a love child. Over the years, have you ever explained for us? Have you considered what we have gone through? We were pelted with rotten vegetables and stinky eggs. When I was forced to drop out of school, where were you? What were you doing? Rong Xiang lowered his head. Remaining silent, Rong Yan laughed, finding it somewhat ironic. You revel in familial bliss, surrounded by children. Yan. Don't call me Yan, it makes me feel sick. Rong Yan took a deep breath, suppressing the tumultuous emotions within her. Striving to calm herself, it's best if we don't see each other again. Let us pretend we are strangers. As she turned to leave, slap, a resounding slap struck Rong Yan's face. You wretched woman. What are you discussing with my father? And you claim you didn't seduce him? Unbeknownst to her, Rong Yuanqi had appeared behind her, her face burned to the pain, leaving her a bit dizzy. Chi, have you lost your mind? Chi, how could you resort to violence? Quickly apologize to Yan. Rong Yuanzhou emerged, gripping Rong Yuanqi's hand firmly. I will not apologize. That shameless woman is seducing our father. I overheard their conversation. Father even called her Yan, speaking so intimately. That wretched woman. Just watch me. Rong Yuanqi charged at Rong Yan. Rong Yan raised her hand and struck her first, delivering a slap. Feeling unsatisfied, she struck again. Rong Yuanqi covered her face in shock. You hit me. You actually hit me. I have never heard a harsh word in my life, and you dare to strike me. Rong Yuanzhou, filled with concern, hurriedly examined his sister's injuries, casting a reproachful glance at Rong Yan. Yan, how could you lay your hands on her? But she is still young. Can't you show her some understanding? So it's acceptable for her to hit me, but not for me to retaliate. Rong Yuanzhou was momentarily taken aback, realizing his subconscious bias. He looked at Rong Yan with a hint of remorse. I'm sorry, you need not apologize. After all, I am not your sister, and you are not obliged to placate me incessantly. Rong Yan wished to extricate herself from this family affair and prepared to leave. However, Rong Xiang obstructed her path, appearing hesitant. Miss Rong, I apologize. Initially the intent was to mediate and reconcile, yet the situation had escalated into chaos. The grievances between her and the Rong family seemed unlikely to resolve swiftly. Chairman Rong ought to manage his daughter more effectively. Should such slander occur again, it would not merely involve a slap. With that, Rong Yan turned and departed. Father, why are you apologizing to her? She harbors ill intentions. Seeking to destroy our family. Father, are you perhaps infatuated with this vixen? I must inform mother immediately. With a sharp crack, Rong Xiang raised his hand and struck Rong Yuanqi across the face. Rong Yuanqi stood frozen, staring incredulously at her father. Dad, how could you hit Achi? Even if she is aired, she is still our kin. Rong Yuanzhou, heartbroken, rushed to inspect his sister's injuries. So from now on, do not seek her out. If I discover you still troubling her, do not blame me for disregarding our familial bond. Understood? Perhaps due to the intensity of Rong Shiheng's tone, Rong Yuanqi was frightened into silence for a prolonged moment. She could not fathom why her father would favor this woman, even striking his own daughter for her sake. Having never experienced such punishment before, tears streamed down her face as she gazed at her father. Unable to contain her feelings of injustice, and fled in distress. As Rong Yan descended the stairs, she received a message from Chi Jingyuan. Where are you? Rong Yan glanced at the name of the private restaurant and sent her location. Are you coming? I happen to be nearby, 2 minutes away. In the afternoon, Chi Jingyuan had been golfing with several international investors and was dining nearby that evening. The drinking session had just concluded. Making his arrival timely, within exactly 2 minutes, a Porsche pulled up before her. Rong Yan opened the door and entered. What happened to your face? The 5 bright red fingerprints and slightly swollen cheeks made Chi Jingyuan's expression darken instantly. Rong Yan glanced at herself in the mirror, pursing her lips slightly, feeling somewhat wronged. I was slapped by Rong Yuanqi. Chi Jingyuan began to unbuckle his seatbelt. What are you doing? I'm going to return the favor. Although he could not strike a woman, he could certainly confront Rong Yuanzhou. It would be a case of sibling debts being repaid. Rong Yan hurriedly stopped him, chuckling. She didn't fare well either. I hit her back and she received an additional slap. Chi Jingyuan was quite pleased. The little kitten had finally revealed her sharp claws, no longer remaining meek. So this time you've learned to resist. Have you? Isn't it because of your influence? With you here, what do I have to fear? Chi Jingyuan felt a sense of satisfaction, his gaze gradually deepening with emotion as he observed her bright eyes. Oh? You only listen to what I teach. This remark bordered on crossing a line. Rong Yan felt her ears grow warm, diverting her gaze to Su Chang, who was driving, and refraining from answering. Suddenly, she realized something. She seemed to be relying on Chi Jingyuan more and more. This feeling was unsettling. Depending on others could lead to disappointment. The last person she had wished to depend on was Xin Yan, and when she discovered that even he looked down on her, her faith crumbled, leaving her devoid of purpose. Chi Jingyuan was a more exceptional presence than Xin Yan, and he was also her superior. She dared not rely on him, nor could she should she lean on him recklessly. The cost would be far greater than before. Thus Rong Yan resolved to guard her heart tightly. She must not succumb. As Rong Yuanzhou consoled Rong Yuanqi and prepared to return home, he coincidentally spotted Rong Yan getting into the Porsche, which sped past them. He recognized that Porsche. It belonged to Chi Jingyuan. He had seen him driving it during their previous outings. Why was Rong Yan in Chi Jingyuan's car? She had just claimed not to be familiar with him. Yet if that were true, why would he come to pick her up? At the Yunqi Mountain Resort, she had also ridden in Chi Jingyuan's vehicle. Furthermore, wasn't Chi Jingyuan slightly obsessive about cleanliness? He never allowed unfamiliar individuals to ride in his car, not even Shin Mingzhu. The implications of Rong Yan and Chi Jingyuan's connection troubled him. Yuanzhou, what's wrong? Noticing Rong Yuanzhou lost in thought, Rong Xiang couldn't help but inquire. Nothing. Rong Yuanzhou withdrew his gaze, suppressing his growing discontent and irritation as he turned to fetch the car. Upon returning home, Chi Jingyuan brought a first aid kit to treat Rong Yan's injuries. She felt somewhat uncomfortable and instinctively recoiled, reaching for a cotton swab. I can handle it myself. However, she failed to grasp the cotton swab as Chi Jingyuan deftly evaded her hand, applying the medication to her swollen face with a cotton swab. You and the Rong family. Chapter 68. Entangled in emotion. Rong Yan remained silent, her eyelashes fluttering, seemingly reluctant to speak. Yet Chi Jingyuan continued, unperturbed. Rong Yuanqi, the second daughter of the Rong family, holds a prominent reputation in the circle. Proud and overbearing with a flamboyant personality, she has always had her whims catered to by her family. Rong Xiang, refined and charming though he loves his wife and daughters, also indulges in the allure of other women. Consequently, his youngest daughter feels an acute lack of security, constantly fearing that outsiders will usurp her father and brother's affections, leading to discord with many women who share a close relationship with them. Chi Jingyuan set the cotton swab aside. So do you know what to do next? Rong Yan remained silent. Chi Jingyuan was implying that if she wished to avoid entanglements with Rong Yuanqi, she needed to maintain distance from Rong Xiang and Rong Yuanzhou. As for Rong Xiang, she harbored resentment, making it difficult to forgive him, and thus she had no desire to engage with him. But as for Rong Yuanzhou, he was her own brother, the person closest to her in this world aside from her grandmother. If she were to abandon this familial bond, it would pose a considerable challenge for her. Noticing her silence, Chi Jingyuan's expression darkened, his lips pressed together, reflecting his displeasure. Suddenly Rong Yan recalled something, looking up to ask him, do you know a lot about the young lady of the Rong family? You seem quite familiar with her character and past actions. Chi Jingyuan paused, contemplating as he gazed at her, causing Rong Yan to feel somewhat embarrassed and quickly avert her gaze. I merely asked out of curiosity. Chi Jingyuan smirked. I have not dined with the second Miss Rong nor exchanged more than 5 words with her. Our encounters have mostly been in public settings. However, your relationship with Rong Yuanzhou seems significantly more profound. He understood Rong Yuanzhou well. He had never seen him show such concern for any woman before. In his eyes, Rong Yan was indeed quite special. Rong Yan seemed unwilling to sever her ties with Rong Yuanzhou. She chose silence in response to his veiled insinuation. As these thoughts crossed her mind, the initial joy Chi Jingyuan felt due to her slight attentiveness faded, replaced by an inexplicable wave of irritation. He placed the cotton swab and medicine back into the kit, shutting it with force. Get some sleep. I have some matters to attend to. Chi Jingyuan grabbed his coat, donning it efficiently, and slammed the door behind him as he exited. Rong Yan, things were just fine, so why did he suddenly become angry? As Chi Jingyuan left, he dialed Zhuo Ran's number. Let us go out for drinks now. At the bar, Chi Jingyuan indulged in drink after drink with abandon. Zhuo Ran was taken aback, hastily stopping him with a grin. Who has made our esteemed CEO Chi so irate? Could it be a quarrel with Xin Mingzhu? Chi Jingyuan showed no reaction. Zhuo Ran, understanding, remarked, if it's not Miss Mingzhu, then it must be that young lady from home. Chi Jingyuan paused momentarily before downing another glass in one go. That would be the case. Zhuo Ran was secretly astonished. This young lady possessed incredible prowess. Having known Chi Jingyuan for over 20 years, it was his first time witnessing him in such a state. It was as if he were entangled in emotions. However, Zhuo Ran never pried further. He simply poured drinks silently, accompanying Chi Jingyuan as they continued drinking, understanding that this was all he could do to support him. Later that evening, Chi Jingyuan did not return. Rong Yan clutched a large teddy bear, feeling an inexplicable void, unable to fall asleep. Eventually, her eyelids grew heavy, and she succumbed to restless slumber. As the morning light filtered in, Rong Yan awoke, yawning, and surveying the living room. Chi Jingyuan was absent. Aunt Wang had already prepared breakfast, neatly packaged in a box. Today marked her prenatal checkup, a significant examination that included a Down syndrome screening, for which the doctor had advised fasting. Aunt Wang had thoughtfully prepared breakfast in advance for her to take along, ensuring she could eat once the tests were completed. Chi Jingyuan had inexplicably been in a foul mood last night. Surely he wouldn't accompany her to the appointment. Rong Yan pondered silently, her mind wandering. With Chi Jingyuan gone, Su Chang was present. Upon seeing Rong Yan emerge, he promptly went to fetch the car, ready to drive her to the hospital. As they traveled, Rong Yan glanced at Su Chang, hesitating several times to speak, yet ultimately refraining from voicing her thoughts. It mattered little. Their connection was merely a consequence of the child they were expecting. As a mere employee, she had no right to meddle in her boss's schedule. In the hospital corridor, she unexpectedly collided with Rong Yuanzhou, here for a checkup. His demeanor was cool and somewhat distant. Likely due to the unpleasantness of the previous evening and their recently discovered intricate ties, Rong Yan nodded. Are you here for work? No, I'm accompanying Aki for her examination. She mentioned experiencing some discomfort during her menstrual cycle. Only then did Rong Yan notice the medical form in his hand. The gynecology and obstetrics departments were on the same floor, heading in the same direction. It was only natural that he would accompany Rong Yuanqi for her appointment. Does Dr. Rong always accompany Miss Rong when she is unwell? Rong Yuanzhou seemed puzzled by her question but instinctively nodded, responding with a wry smile. Indeed, Aki was born prematurely and has always been frail. It was her condition that inspired me to pursue a career in medicine, hoping to alleviate her suffering. At times, I wish I could bear her pain myself. A sigh escaped him, laced with both affection and helplessness. Rong Yan offered a faint smile. Miss Rong is truly fortunate to have such a wonderful brother. A pang of bitterness surged within her, tears threatened to spill as she contemplated the warmth of having a brother like him by her side, someone to indulge her whims, to comfort her when she was unwell, and to clean up her messes when she faltered. How wonderful it would be to have a brother. Rong Yuanzhou seemed to sense something amiss and glanced behind her. Where's your husband? Isn't he accompanying you for the checkup? Rong Yan collected her thoughts, feeling a bit awkward as she explained. He's a bit busy. So busy every time? Rong Yuanzhou scoffed. Rong Yan fell silent. It was indeed a coincidence that she often found herself alone during her hospital visits. No matter how eloquently she explained, it seemed unlikely to alter Rong Yuanzhou's perception of her so-called husband. Chi Jingyuan had irrevocably earned the reputation of a scoundrel, a man devoid of responsibility. Yet, he had always attended her prenatal checkups, except for this occasion. At that moment, Rong Yuanzhou's phone rang. He spoke briefly before hanging up. Aki is looking for me. He hesitated. I'm fine. You should go attend to your matters. Rong Yan urged, redirecting her longing gaze. Her brother, after all, was not her family. The previous night's incident was Aki's fault. She owed Rong Yan an apology for her misplaced concerns regarding her father. When you have time, let me treat you to a meal. There are some things I'd like to discuss. Rong Yan nodded in agreement. Rong Yuanzhou took the medical form and jogged away. Once his figure vanished from sight, She turned and headed to the outpatient office. Upon entering, she found Chi Jingyuan seated on the sofa. Hearing her approach, he lifted his gaze slightly. You've arrived. Your husband has been waiting for you here for over half an hour. The doctor remarked with a smile as he entered from the outpatient area. Please take a seat. Over half an hour. Chi Jingyuan, did he come early? As Rong Yan walked in, closing the door behind her. A smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. As usual, they utilized the VIP channel, bypassing the queue. Dr. Sun efficiently processed her paperwork, and Rong Yan proceeded to have her blood drawn and tests conducted. The results arrived swiftly. All indicators are normal. You can rest assured, after 16 weeks, the baby will begin to move. Mothers should pay extra attention. Unbeknownst to her, Rong Yan's abdomen had begun to swell slightly, though the curvature remained subtle. Obscured by her slender frame, the mere thought of carrying 2 little lives within her was a marvel. She cast a side glance at Chi Jingyuan, who was intently focused on her midsection. His gaze ablaze with astonishment. After all pertinent questions had been addressed, Rong Yan exited the office first, while Chi Jingyuan lingered, seemingly with further inquiries for the doctor. She settled at the entrance, enjoying her breakfast when a shadow fell across her. Have you completed your examination? Rong Yuanzhou offered her a cup of warm water. Rong Yan scanned her surroundings, noticing the absence of Rong Yuanqi, and looked at Rong Yuanzhou in confusion. She was picked up by my father. Her health is fine, just some mild cramps. Rong Yuanzhou noticed a speck of dirt in her hair and reached out to remove it. What about you? Everything is normal, she replied. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, relieved. He had matters to attend to and could not linger much longer. After taking a few steps, he turned back to her. If your husband is unworthy of your lifelong trust and you find yourself unhappy, you can choose divorce. In today's society, divorce is no longer a stigma. There's no need to carry a psychological burden. Rong Yan was taken aback by his words. She had never contemplated divorce. Just as she was about to respond, he had already melted into the throng of people. At that moment, Chi Jingyuan emerged from the office, catching the latter part of the conversation. Unhappy, divorce, each word struck at his limits of patience, challenging his dignity and pride. He let out a cold chuckle. Observing Rong Yan's astonished and awkward expression. What's wrong? Are you considering Dr. Rong's suggestion of divorce? Rong Yan stammered. That's absurd. How could he have overheard that? What could she say to explain? Dr. Rong simply misunderstood. He meant no offense. As they descended the stairs together, Rong Yan felt compelled to clarify. Chi Jingyuan remained silent, the atmosphere around them chilling to an uncomfortable degree. Isn't he your friend? You should trust him, he countered, halting in his tracks with a sardonic smile. Rong Yan nearly collided with him, lifting her gaze to meet his, a dawning realization flickering within her. So, your anger stems from what? Is it because of Rong Yuanzhou? Yesterday, he had been inexplicably irritable. She had pondered the cause. Today, everything had seemed fine until she encountered Rong Yuanzhou and overheard that comment, triggering his discontent. Thus she surmised, perhaps his uncharacteristic anger was indeed related to Rong Yuanzhou. Was it because her rapport with Rong Yuanzhou had encroached upon his pride? After all, she remained Mrs. Chi, his wife. Maintaining close ties with another man could be a blow to his ego. Yes, that's it. It must be her. Upon hearing her words, Chi Jingyuan's posture stiffened. It was indeed related to Rong Yuanzhou. But how could he admit it? To be upset with his brother for being friends with his wife, for her closeness with him surpassing their own, that rationale sounded absurd. Chi Jingyuan was at a loss for words. Preparing to leave. He's my brother. Just as he stepped away, Chi Jingyuan paused again. What? He turned back, and Rong Yan met his gaze, reiterating, he is my brother, my biological brother. In that fleeting moment, everything clicked into place for Chi Jingyuan. With a man like Rong Xiang, it was hardly surprising to have a mistress or two. She bore the Rong surname and had previously claimed to be a love child. Of the friction and discord with the Rong family likely stemmed from issues of identity. How foolish, how utterly foolish. Although he had sensed something amiss earlier, he had failed to delve deeper, allowing himself to feel jealous of her brother. Was he truly jealous? That seemed unlikely. It was more about his possessiveness and the affront to his pride. Does Yuanzhou know? After piecing together the situation, he instinctively softened his tone. Pride. It's a bit hard to swallow. So it was no longer Dr. Rong but Yuanzhou. How fickle men could be. Rong Yan shook her head. He doesn't know yet. I only found out recently and haven't decided what to do about it, so please don't mention it to him. This is your business. I won't interfere. Rong Yan looked into his eyes. The remnants of her anger dissipating significantly, though her expression still bore a hint of displeasure. It was markedly improved. A smile tugged at her lips, her fox-like eyes curving into crescent moons, a touch of shyness evident. So, are you still angry? The man feigned stubbornness. Who says I'm angry? Yet, the smile that graced his lips betrayed his true feelings. Not angry, then. Not angry is good. Some things are better left unsaid. Life is too short to dwell on trivial matters. Rong Yan mused, understanding this wisdom. As Monday dawned, Rong Yan descended the stairs while stifling a yawn. Ever since her pregnancy began, no amount of sleep seemed sufficient. Fatigue clung to her relentlessly. Chi Jingyuan was seated at the breakfast table, a rare sight. For he had not yet departed. Good morning, Mr. Chi. Rong Yan lifted a glass of milk, taking a generous sip, before grabbing a sandwich and beginning to nibble, her mind hazy at the thought of sharing a ride to work with him. Chapter 70. The so-called appropriateness. Working alongside her boss, while others clock in at 9 a.m., she must be on duty an hour earlier. But that is not all, she also has to stay with him at night. Considering the evening hours, her work hours are severely excessive. Lost in a tangle of thoughts, Rong Yan suddenly remembered something and turned to Chi Jingyuan. You lingered in Dr. Sun's office a bit longer yesterday. Is there an issue with the baby, or is it something else? Don't overthink it. The baby is fine. I was inquiring about something else, relieved that it wasn't a matter concerning the child. Rong Yan felt a weight lift from her heart. However, his questions regarding the obstetrician were undoubtedly connected to the baby and herself, raising her curiosity about what could not be discussed in front of her. A soon-to-be mother, what did you ask? Can you share it with me? Chi Jingyuan raised his gaze, a playful glint in his eyes. Do you truly wish to know? Rong Yan nodded, eager to learn anything regarding the baby or herself. Chi Jingyuan gazed out the window, his fingers rhythmically tapping his knee as he spoke nonchalantly. I asked the doctor what precautions should be taken during the second trimester. Rong Yan's face flushed crimson in an instant. Stiffening, she awkwardly turned her head to glance at Su Chang, who was driving. Oh, what is the matter? Don't you want to know how the doctor responded? Chi Jingyuan chuckled. Rong Yan continued to stiffen her neck, wishing she could vanish into the ground, utterly embarrassed. No. I don't need to know. Feigning ignorance to her reply, Chi Jingyuan continued without a hint of shame. The doctor mentioned that moderate exercise is beneficial for fetal development during the second trimester. As long as proper precautions are taken to avoid intense activities. Rong Yan opted for silence, pretending to be oblivious. It was far better to feign ignorance than face social embarrassment. However, since leaving the office, I've been pondering what exactly constitutes moderate. Observing Rong Yan's flushed cheeks, Chi Jingyuan smirked. Rong Yan. Goodness, why was he still talking? Did he not possess any sense of shame or decorum? In the next moment, the man leaned closer, his familiar scent enveloping her senses and disrupting her breathing rhythm. He focused on her ear, lowering his voice. Tell me, does our previous level count as moderate? Rong Yan, she glared at him, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. As she stared into his eyes, a mix of shame and anger, Chi Jingyuan erupted into laughter. Su Chang, the driver, couldn't help but smile at the scene. It had been ages since he had witnessed such a genuine smile from him. Since meeting his wife, it seemed that his laughter had increased manifold. Su Chang felt a tinge of nostalgia and warmth. That evening Rong Yan would come to understand his interpretation of appropriateness. She drifted into a deep slumber, while Chi Jingyuan, observing the sleeping figure beside him, felt invigorated, were it not for her physical condition. He would likely find it far more challenging to restrain himself. Encountering her was akin to being ensnared by a potent toxin and addiction. This sensation had not waned with time, rather, it had intensified. Growing deeper and more consuming, the craving ever more insatiable, Chi Jingyuan found himself somewhat helpless, realizing he required more time to quench this possessiveness. At the Shangshur headquarters, a Rolls-Royce came to a halt. Rong Yan retrieved her employee badge, preparing to swipe it for entry when the formidable Wu Wenyu, a prominent figure from the marketing center, approached her. The fragrance wafting from him caught her attention. It was distinctly that of a woman's perfume. Since becoming pregnant, Rong Yan had developed an acute sensitivity to scents, and immediately recognized the aroma. She greeted him nonchalantly, swiping her card to enter. Just as the elevator doors were about to close, Yang Jia abruptly pressed the button, apologizing as she stepped inside. Rong Yan's nose twitched slightly as she caught Yang Jia's scent, which was strikingly similar to that of Wu Wenyu's. Could it be that the fragrance lingering on Wu Wenyu was indeed from Yang Jia? In the morning department meeting, Gao Yuan assigned tasks, instructing Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun to follow up on the new product, with data reports due by the following Friday for submission to the marketing center. Rong Yan nodded. Having gathered substantial foundational data, although some aspects required confirmation from the research institute, yet, Yang Jia raised an objection. Manager Gao, I have been tracking the new product all along. I must insist on continuing my involvement in this project. Gao Yuan, however, offered no leniency, countering her claim directly. Yang Jia, your only responsibility is to follow my directives and execute your current tasks. Previously, when you were tracking the new product, it was still in its nascent stages, which hardly qualifies as follow-up work at this time. Let Rong Yan take the lead. No, I disagree. Manager Gao, do you really have to be so protective? Gao Yuan frowned. He wasn't being protective. He had announced during last week's meeting that the follow-up work for the new product would be entrusted to Rong Yan, who had already compiled a significant amount of data and processed it. Having made considerable progress, how could he allow it to be abandoned midway? If Yang Jia had objections, she should have raised them during the prior assignment. Now that Rong Yan had made strides, it was clear this was an attempt to undermine her. Gao Yuan replied calmly, Yang Jia, I'm not obligated to explain my decisions to you. Let me reiterate. The new product is assigned to Rong Yan. Do you understand? Yang Jia persisted with her dissent. I have an objection. I refuse to accept this arrangement. Gao Yuan was infuriated, his head pounding with frustration. Then what do you propose? Quite simply a fair competition. Yang Jie appeared confident, brimming with satisfaction. From now on, I will collaborate with Rong Yan on the new product project, each presenting our conclusions based on our capabilities. Whose proposal is adopted will determine who continues to follow up. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. Wait, is this a competition? Indeed, a competition. We will let the data speak for itself, and our abilities will determine who contributes valuable insights to the new product development. Only then will one be qualified to proceed. Gao Yuan furrowed his brow, debating whether to acquiesce. However, Rong Yan remained composed, lifting her hand to meet Yang Jie's challenging gaze. Alright, I accept. Yang Jie had achieved her goal. Her eyes sparkling with excitement. Clearly she underestimated the naivety of a fledgling employee who dared to accept the challenge, oblivious to her extensive experience with new products and reports, as well as her deep connections within Shengshi. Chapter 71. Girlfriend. However, accepting the challenge was in her best interest. By doing so, she could leverage this opportunity to oust Rong Yan from her deputy manager position and create opportunities for herself. Very well, let us see the results next Friday, where we shall let our capabilities speak for themselves. Yang Jie strutted out of the office in her high heels, exuding elegance, once everyone had exited. Gao Yuan called out to Rong Yan, are you truly going to compete with her? Yang Jie has worked on numerous projects over the years, her capabilities are quite formidable, you might find it challenging. Rong Yan smiled. It appears Yang Jie is a worthy opponent. That only adds to the intrigue. Manager Gao, instead of worrying about me, you should be more concerned about yourself. You have a meeting with the finance department in 5 minutes. If you don't leave now, you'll be late. With that, Rong Yan turned on her heel and exited the office. Her calm demeanor stemmed from the knowledge that Yang Jie was attempting to ensnare her. The clumsiness of Yang Jie's trap was easily discernible to Rong Yan, sparking her curiosity to see what tricks Yang Jie had up her sleeve. Are you really going to confront Yang Jie? In the afternoon, Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun headed to a university's research institute to liaise with Xinyan regarding research data. Unable to contain herself, Ran Xiaoyun finally voiced her concern. Although you are the niece of Boss Qi, public competitions at Shengshi require notification to all staff. President Qi wouldn't show favoritism. He wouldn't. Given Chi Jingyuan's work style, he would choose the option most beneficial to Shengshi rather than rely on personal connections. Suddenly Rong Yan recalled something. You mentioned that the results of the PK would be communicated to everyone. What consequences would there be for the participants who lose? Ordinary employees would face a salary reduction, while management would be demoted by 1 level, Ran Xiaoyun explained. Just thinking about it is mortifying. After finally being promoted to deputy manager, to be outperformed by an ordinary employee would not only embarrass Rong Yan but also reflect poorly on Gao Yuan. The subsequent gossip within Shengshi would be unbearable. What if one wins? Are there any rewards? No rewards, because it's voluntary. There are no incentives. It's rare for anyone at Shengshi to choose such a self-destructive path, as no one can guarantee they will emerge victorious. However, Yang Jie exuded confidence, indicating she possessed a surefire strategy to defeat Rong Yan. The car came to a stop at a university's entrance. Rong Yan and Ran Xiaoyun exited the vehicle. Spotting Xinyan waiting under the shade of a tree, clad in a lab coat, he looked up at the sound, his face adorned with a warm smile. Ran Xiaoyun's eyes lit up. I thought Professor Shen would be an old man. I had no idea he'd be such a young and handsome guy. Is he single? Rong Yan replied. Probably not, and followed Xinyan into the research institute. The familiar surroundings of the institute greeted her. The plaque at the entrance remained unchanged, while the equipment and instruments had multiplied, and adjacent classrooms had transformed into research rooms. Clearly, their research had yielded fruitful results over the past 2 years. Rong Yan felt a wave of nostalgia wash over her. 2 years ago, at this very entrance, she had heard those words spoken by Xinyan. Coupled with her mother's severe injury, despair engulfed her. Now, returning to this spot after 2 years felt akin to a scab being violently torn off a wound, reviving painful memories of that humiliating night. On that fateful evening, her dignity, love, and pride had all vanished. It turned out that Professor Shen's sudden engagement was merely to collect his girlfriend. Only then did Rong Yan notice the several individuals seated in the dimly lit office adjacent to the research lab. When Yu Sheng, Shen Mingzhu, and Chi Jingyuan, along with some unfamiliar faces. Today, Chi Jingyuan had come with several executives to consult with Xinyan's research team regarding some data issues in the new product development. And unexpectedly, Rong Yan was also present. He raised his eyes, his gaze shimmering with an enigmatic light as it swept over Xinyan and Rong Yan. The girlfriend, that was indeed a novel term, although he did not look directly at Chi Jingyuan. Rong Yan instinctively felt a wave of tension and hastily clarified, Professor Shen is my mentor. We are here to discuss work. Xinyan quickly concurred, yes, everyone, please do not alarm her. The others, uncertain of the precise nature of their relationship, opted to remain silent, recognizing the decorum required in a public setting. Chi Jingyuan let out a soft huff, his lips curling in a subtle smirk, his emotions inscrutable. His gaze happened to fall upon a golden retriever and a small white rabbit figurine on Xinyan's desk. which appeared impeccably polished, suggesting it was often caressed. He recalled a similar ornament seen in Shen Yan's car last time. This object seemingly held a significant meaning for Shen Yan. The discussion between Shen Yan and the group was not yet concluded. He delegated his assistant Xia Xuan to accompany them, stating that any inquiries could be directed to her before entering the conference room. Rong Yan was there to work, and regardless of whom she liaised with. Her focus remained steadfast. She lowered her head to scrutinize the research documents in her hands, aiming to validate several key data points. Any uncertainties were circled for later verification with Xia Xuan. This particular value was critical to the new product's development. However, subsequent experiments had not yielded breakthroughs. Why was that? Xia Xuan expressed surprise at how swiftly Rong Yan pinpointed the core issue. It's due to the material. The material selected can only achieve this value at its utmost limit. We chose this material because it allows for the most manageable costs, maximizing savings on the new product. Rong Yan nodded in understanding. Subsequently posing a few more questions, and after receiving satisfactory answers, she closed her notebook. I've completed my inquiries. Xiaoyun, do you have any questions? Ran Xiaoyun shook her head. Rong Yan had prepared thoroughly. Her inquiries were meticulous, establishing her as a trustworthy collaborator, leaving Xiaoyun with no further questions. Their work was, for all intents and purposes, complete. As they exited, the meeting in the adjacent office had concluded. Shen Yan removed his white lab coat and handed it to Xia Xuan. Glancing at his watch before addressing Rong Yan, let us go. I'll take you out for a meal. Rong Yan declined, stating she had other matters to attend to and would refrain from joining them. Regarding the new product research, there were several crucial data points that Xuan was not privy to, which she could discuss further during lunch. In that case, Professor Shen, please enlighten us now. There is no need for a meal. Shen Yan's expression turned serious. If you do not join us, I reserve the right to withhold information. He was pressuring her. However, Ran Xiaoyun opened the car door and climbed inside, waving to Rong Yan. Come on, why wait for free food? Let us go. Rong Yan felt somewhat helpless. She sighed. She had already articulated her points clearly, and with Xiaoyun present, she would not be alone. This was an opportunity to clarify the new product matters. And after this, there would likely be no further intersections with Shen Yan. Rong Yan opened the car door and took her seat. Outside, a Porsche discreetly parked under the shade of a tree. With two individuals standing nearby, quietly observing the scene. Chapter 72, You have a boyfriend, rest assured, my brother 1T bully Ian, your niece 1T suffer any losses, Shen Mingzhu remarked, watching the car vanish. Ever since leaving the research institute, Chi Jingyuan had kept his gaze fixed on Rong Yan, his expression darkening slightly, which surprised Shen Mingzhu. Yuan seems quite concerned about his niece at the next moment. His phone vibrated. Chi Jingyuan opened it to find a message from Rong Yan. Professor Shen wants to discuss the new product with us. I want to be home for dinner. He scoffed, throwing his phone aside and closing his eyes in an attempt to suppress his mounting irritation. What was the fuss about dinner? It was merely a work discussion, her routine interactions. She had already clarified her relationship with Shen Yan. What was he truly angry about? He was usually so composed. Why did matters regarding her evoke such emotional responses? Let us go. Yuan, one has booked a restaurant for dinner. We should head there now. Shen Mingzhu opened the car door, prepared to join him in the Porsche. Chi Jingyuan blocked the entrance. I have matters to attend to. I'm not going out. He entered the car first, shutting the door with finality as the vehicle sped away. Shen Yan selected a restaurant specializing in fish. He ordered several varieties, and as the fragrant dishes arrived, Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in delight, while Rong Yan only sampled a few bites, opting instead for the cold cucumber salad beside her. She then turned to Shen Yan with inquiries about the new product. Shen Yan's gaze dimmed momentarily. He suppressed the hidden emotions within and answered her slowly, occasionally placing deboned fish onto her plate while gently remarking, You seem to have lost weight recently. You should eat more. Ran Xiaoyun was astonished. She had sensed an unusual connection between the two during their journey, but never expected Professor Shen to personally serve Ian food. There was indeed a story behind them. As she focused on her fish, her curious eyes flitted between Rong Yan and Shen Yan. Rong Yan gazed at the fish on her plate, suddenly recalling that Wang Ma had not prepared fish in quite some time. Yet Chi Jingyuan rather enjoyed fish. The flavors here were delightful, featuring fresh, high-quality wild fish. Chi Jingyuan would surely appreciate it. Her thoughts drifted far away. She glanced at her phone, finding no messages. She wondered if he had seen the one she sent him. Another piece of fish was placed on her plate. This time, it was a yellow bonefish. Shen Yan's expression turned slightly displeased. Don't zone out while eating. It's not good for your stomach. Rong Yan examined the fish before her. Yellow bonefish had a delightful texture, tender, soft, and with few bones, particularly the wild variety, which lacked the usual fishy odor and tasted exceptional. She had once adored it. Now, however, the faint scent made her uncomfortable. Her senses heightened, stirring discomfort in her stomach. She covered her mouth and dashed to the restroom. What was happening? Was her stomach acting up again? Shen Yan followed her. Holding a cup of warm water, Rong Yan hadn't eaten anything that afternoon, and after retching, she found nothing came up, just dry heaves. After a prolonged moment, she finally regained her composure, her face pale. I'll take you to the hospital for a checkup. We really need to examine your stomach, Jingyuan stated with concern. She was still young, and identifying the cause of her ailment early would ensure she could lead a healthy life moving forward. Rong Yan replied softly, no need, yet she soon began retching again. Jingyuan, feeling a pang of sympathy, gently rubbed her back, hoping to provide some relief. Just then, Xiang Yang approached from the other side of the restaurant. Glancing between Rong Yan and Jingyuan, a look of realization dawning upon him. Student Rong, Professor Shin, so you two are. He suddenly understood. I apologize. I didn't mean to intrude. I only just realized that your boyfriend is Professor Shin. No wonder he stopped me from adding you on WeChat during our vacation at Yunxi Valley. As Rong Yan prepared to clarify, her stomach churned once more. She quickly accepted the warm water from Jingyuan and gulped it down. Managing to suppress her nausea, Xiang Yang, you've misunderstood. Ian. Xiang Yang hastily gestured for her to stop. Student Rong has already admitted it. How could it be false? Rong Yan was left speechless. This was how rumors began. She had merely mentioned having a boyfriend but had never claimed it was Jingyuan. Jingyuan regarded Rong Yan, his eyes shimmering with an indescribable light, although somewhat incredulous. If it were true, he felt a flicker of expectation. Rong Yan evaded Jingyuan's hand resting on her back and calmly explained, you misheard. I mentioned having a boyfriend, but that person is not Professor Shen. You've misunderstood. You two really aren't together. You're not deceiving me, are you? Rong Yan affirmed. Every word is true. Xiang Yang let out a sigh, feeling deflated. He had anticipated uncovering some juicy gossip, only to discover it was merely a misunderstanding. At that moment, Lin Xiaoxiao approached from Xiang Yang's direction, holding her phone. She called out, Xiang Yang, I asked you to grab a drink, and you took forever. You wouldn't be, Ian? Lin Xiaoxiao froze upon seeing Rong Yan. Rong Yan looked at Lin Xiaoxiao, then at the awkwardly grinning Xiang Yang, taking some time to accept this reality. Xiaoxiao, you and Xiang Yang. Lin Xiaoxiao wore a guilty and anxious expression. Xiang Yang remained nonchalant, a smirk playing on his lips, seemingly unconcerned. However, it was evident that they were indeed together. The world had turned upside down. After a hurried farewell, they each returned to their own places. Having just been sick, Rong Yan had little appetite for food and continued her inquiries with Jingyuan about the new product. Ran Xiaoyun had two great loves: handsome men and delicious food. While Rong Yan posed her questions, she immersed herself in her meal, and once the questions were resolved, her belly was pleasantly full. Jingyuan, on the other hand, had barely touched his food after returning from the restroom. He spoke little, his expression dark and brooding. Rong Yan's inquiries were met with terse responses. Following their meal, Jingyuan insisted on escorting them back. Ran Xiaoyun hastily settled into the back seat, waving enthusiastically at Rong Yan. Although Rong Yan initially intended to decline, a glance at the route revealed they were merely 5 minutes from Anshin home, and since she wouldn't be alone with Jingyuan, she decided it wasn't a significant issue. She opened the rear door, but the vehicle took a turn, bypassing Anshin home to drop off the more distant Ran Xiaoyun first. Unaware of Rong Yan's residence, Ran Xiaoyun remained oblivious to the situation. Upon alighting, she requested Jingyuan's WeChat, cheerfully bidding farewell to Rong Yan. Rong Yan hurried to follow, intending to exit, but the door was locked. The car lurched forward again. Jingyuan glanced at Rong Yan through the rearview mirror. Finally seizing the opportunity to be alone with her, he tightened his grip on the steering wheel, gazing ahead as he posed the question that had long troubled him, do you have a boyfriend? When Xiang Yang inquired, she had admitted it. Rong Yan responded calmly with a soft Chapter 73, do you dislike me? Jinyan's knuckles turned white as he gripped the steering wheel, biting his lip. His face contorted with rage, he demanded, who is he? Rong Yan, unwilling to divulge anything, maintained her composure. Teacher Shin, even if you regard me as a sister, I am under no obligation to share my private matters with you. Suddenly, the car screeched to a halt. Rong Yan, unbuckled, nearly collided with the front seat. I will ask you once more, who is he? Rong Yan suppressed her rising anger. You are truly insane. She reached for the door, intent on exiting, but it remained locked. Is he the man who kissed you last time? Is it Rong Yuanzhou? His hands trembled on the steering wheel as he spoke through clenched teeth. Since that incident, he had sought opportunities to probe into Rong Yuanzhou's character, but their lack of familiarity and absence of contact details had stalled his efforts. Rong Yan found his distress amusing. What was his purpose in incessantly invading her private life, shattering the boundaries that ought to be upheld? Had he become addicted to playing the role of an older brother? Rong Yan chose silence, but he continued to interrogate himself. How far have you two gone? Holding hands, embracing, kissing? Have you gone to bed together? A vein throbbed on his forehead, and the mere thought of those words obliterated the gentlemanly composure he had desperately maintained. No one should touch her. No one at all. Rong Yan was unwilling to engage further. She cut straight to the point. Regardless of whether he is Dr. Rome, at least he does not look down upon my status as an illegitimate child. Teacher Shin, no matter how you inquire, you will never measure up to him. With a resounding smack, Jingyuan struck the car window again. This time, the glass did not shatter. Rong Yan sighed in relief. At least she was unharmed, and there would be no need to take him to the hospital. Yan, are you deliberately opposing me? You weren't like this before. You were always obediently loving him, your eyes filled with him. Why can't you revert to that state, where your heart and eyes were solely focused on him? Orbiting around him, unwavering in your devotion, instead of now speaking on behalf of another man, Rong Yan, choosing not to engage, closed her eyes in silence. The vehicle finally arrived at Anshin Home's entrance. Rong Yan hastily opened the door and exited. As if lingering even a second longer would suffocate her, Xinyan followed suit, approaching her with 2 concert tickets in hand, suppressing his irritation as he offered one to her. You once mentioned wanting to attend a concert. But you never had the time now. Rong Yan stared blankly at the ticket in her hand. During her senior year, she had longed to attend a concert with him, having heard from her roommate that the atmosphere at such events could foster intimacy. Making confessions less likely to be rejected, she had hoped to confess her feelings during the concert. However, he had been too busy, and that busyness had stretched into the night of their fallout. Now, the long-awaited concert ticket rested in her palm, seemingly an attempt to make amends, yet she no longer possessed the same mindset or the desire to confess. She returned the ticket to him. No. My boyfriend would be unhappy. Xinyan did not accept it. He turned away, his voice icy. Do not mention him in my presence, until I acknowledge him. He is not your boyfriend. As the car drove away, Rong Yan regarded the ticket in her hand with a sense of irony. At that moment, a car behind them flickered its lights. It was the familiar Porsche. Rong Yan hesitated for a moment, her heart warming unexpectedly as she stepped forward to open the rear door. What are you doing here? Although she asked, she knew he was there to pick her up. Chi Jingyuan held his phone in one hand, rhythmically tapping it. His gaze darkened as he observed the concert ticket in her possession, yet he said nothing. Upon returning to Tingyuan, Chi Jingyuan headed to his study for an international meeting while Rong Yan took a bath and settled onto the sofa with her laptop to draw comics. When Chi Jingyuan entered, he caught sight of the concert ticket on the table. This Friday night. In other words, tomorrow. He silently clenched the cup in his hand, gulping down a large mouthful of water. She accepted the ticket, preparing to agree to Xinyan's invitation to the concert. Was their relationship truly just that of neighbors and teacher-student? Chi Jingyuan admonished himself not to overthink it. The last time he had inexplicably lost his temper at Rongyuanzhou, only to discover he was her brother, it had resulted in a significant misunderstanding. This time, her interaction with Xinyan was merely a professional exchange. As a career woman, it was only natural for her to have her own social circle. If there was something between her and Xinyan, why hadn't they been together during university? Yet, if Xinyan had no ulterior motives, why would he offer to take her to a concert? Chi Jingyuan rubbed his temples. The sight of that concert ticket was exceedingly vexing. It belonged in the trash. He stormed into the bathroom, and after finishing his shower, he emerged to find Rong Yan cuddling a large teddy bear, sleepily gazing at him. I'm going to sleep now, good night. She was utterly exhausted. Chi Jingyuan reclined on the bed, feeling drowsy yet unable to drift off. He watched the small figure beside him and pulled her into his embrace. Rong Yan stirred awake, mumbling a few words. He gazed at her, sighing, and asked a question he had posed before. Do you dislike me? He seemed a bit insecure, caught between fearing her dislike and fearing her indifference. It felt as though he held no place in her heart. Never mind, you need not answer. Rong Yan, still in a daze, instinctively rolled over to find her teddy bear. Alright, President Chi Jingyuan. He really wanted to wake this little one up and tease her thoroughly. In the morning, after finishing breakfast, Rong Yan dashed into the kitchen. Aunt Wang, could you prepare some yellow croaker for dinner? The one you made before. Aunt Wang smiled. Of course, Sir mentioned that Madam does not like fish, so I haven't made it recently. If Madam enjoys it, I can have someone deliver it this afternoon. Rong Yan was taken aback. So it was Chi Jingyuan who had said this. He had noticed her aversion to fish. Despite his rare meals at home, he still managed to discern her dietary preferences. On the way to the company, Rong Yan found herself hesitating to speak, noticing that Chi Jingyuan appeared somewhat out of sorts, distracted, and thus refrained from asking. At noon, she met with Lin Xiaoxiao in the cafeteria. Finally having a moment to spare, she inquired about Lin Xiaoxiao and Xiang Yang's situation. It's nothing much, just that I accidentally got drunk last time at Yunqi Valley, and a bit of something happened. Lin Xiaoxiao said, feeling somewhat awkward. Rong Yan suddenly realized. So that was why she hadn't returned that night. You aren't angry, are you? Xiang Yang initially wanted to pursue you. Lin Xiaoxiao seemed quite concerned about this, fearing Rong Yan might think she had stolen him away. Chapter 74. Do not stay so far from me. Rong Yan chuckled. She hadn't expected Lin Xiaoxiao to still be entangled in this. You looked guilty yesterday. Were you worried about this? Then what else? Rong Yan pondered. I don't like Xiang Yang. I made that clear the last time we met at KTV. So you needn't feel burdened. Pursue your love freely. Lin Xiaoxiao breathed a sigh of relief. But I heard from Teacher Shin that he seems a bit fickle, having previously shared rooms with other women. I worry you might get hurt. Rong Yan's expression grew concerned. Lin Xiaoxiao laughed. I've heard that too, but we're all adults now. We must take responsibility for our actions. I can handle any losses. Rong Yan nodded, having discussed her own matters. Lin Xiaoxiao recalled Xiang Yang's words. By the way, Xiang Yang mentioned you have a boyfriend. Who is he? Rong Yan was momentarily taken aback. At that time, she had no idea about the relationship between Xiang Yang and Lin Xiaoxiao. So she had used that excuse. Now, how could she explain it? She couldn't just conjure a person out of thin air. What, is it inconvenient to say, it wouldn't happen to be someone from the company? Would it? Lin Xiaoxiao inquired with curiosity. Feeling guilty, Rong Yan buried her head in her food. Well, actually, my relationship with him isn't very stable yet. I'm afraid of a potential breakup, so I haven't mentioned it to you. Lin Xiaoxiao, now intrigued, asked, is it really not Teacher Shin? During university, Rong Yan had a good relationship with Xin Yan, and everyone in the dorm knew. Of course not. Let us eat first, the food is getting cold. Rong Yan was determined not to continue this topic. In the afternoon, Rong Yan went to the product department to coordinate data. Upon returning, she found Ran Xiaoyun fuming with rage. How shameless, truly shameless. Ran Xiaoyun dragged Rong Yan into the pantry. Do you know what Yang Jie did? Rong Yan shook her head. She actually went directly to find General Manager Wu and obtained the data we collected yesterday. General Manager Wu, the market center bigwig? Wu Wanyue, it seemed their relationship was indeed quite unusual. Ran Xiaoyun grew increasingly indignant. Those are the data we painstakingly gathered. According to the protocol, we should report this information to the supervising leader and the product department for record keeping. Yet Yang Jie, utterly shameless, not only failed to gather the data herself but also directly plagiarized our hard work. Most importantly, President Wu actually sent it to her. Yang Jie effortlessly obtained all the materials. And her progress is now on par with ours. Winning this competition is likely to be even more challenging. Seeing Ran Xiaoyun so furious, Rong Yan couldn't help but chuckle. So how did you discover this? I overheard it while passing by President Wu's office during my discussion with the marketing department. Rong Yan nodded, realizing the situation. What, you don't feel excited or angry upon hearing this? You wouldn't have given up. Would you? Yan, you must pull yourself together. Rong Yan's laughter continued. With a mysterious look, she leaned closer to Ran Xiaoyun and whispered, I've got some juicy gossip. Would you like to take a peek? Soon it was time to clock out. After watching Yang Jie leave the office, Ran Xiaoyun exchanged a knowing glance with Rong Yan and eagerly followed her out. Rong Yan stretched lazily, still having unfinished work, and headed to the restroom, planning to return and continue. Just as she left, Chi Jingyuan appeared. He and Wen Yusheng had been in a meeting on the 6th floor, and after it concluded, he had devised a reason to take a detour through the operations management department. Hoping to catch a glimpse of someone within in the office, there was no sign of Rong Yan. Yuan happened to emerge from the office and approached respectfully, having guessed the boss's intention without mentioning it. President Chi. Are you looking for someone? Chi Jingyuan appeared somewhat awkward. Have all the employees left for the day? With no one at their desks, it was highly probable they had indeed clocked out. Yes, it seems she had something to attend to today and left early. Would you like me to give her a call? There's no need, Chi Jingyuan replied coldly. She must have gone to the concert after all. Was she genuinely interested in the concert, or was there someone else she wished to see? Sensing the shift in his mood, Gao Yuan refrained from speaking further. It wasn't until Chi Jingyuan had walked away that he finally exhaled. Astonished that the diligent President Chi was not only responsible at work but also concerned about his distant niece, even personally inquiring about her whereabouts. Returning to his office, Gao Yuan shut down his computer and left for the day. Rong Yan returned to her office to continue organizing materials. After a while, hunger struck, prompting her to tidy up and clock out. Upon entering Tingyuan, she immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Madam, you're back. Is there a reason I shouldn't be? Rong Yan was taken aback by Butler Su's question. Butler Su shook his head repeatedly, explaining, No, it's just that the sir returned in quite a foul mood, smashing things in the study. We were about to prepare dinner, but he insisted that you were not coming home to eat. Where did he get such absurd information? I never said I wouldn't be home for dinner. Rong Yan set down her belongings and quietly ascended the stairs, followed closely by Butler Su, who was worried. The study door was ajar, and the room was in disarray, with everything that could be smashed thoroughly wrecked, even a fair number of books toppled from the shelves. It was evident he was quite furious. Could it be that he had quarreled with Xin Mingzhu? Rong Yan hesitated for a moment, then sighed and pushed the door open. The air was thick with the smell of smoke, and the ashtray was overflowing with cigarette butts. Suddenly, it struck her that he had not smoked in her presence for quite some time. She had assumed he had quit, but it appeared he had merely been avoiding her. Cautiously, she entered and tentatively spoke. President Chi, are you feeling unwell? Chi Jingyuan's back stiffened abruptly. He turned his head slowly, seemingly incredulous. You're back? Rong Yan found the question puzzling, echoing Butler Su's earlier sentiment. Was there something wrong with her returning? Had she violated some unwritten rule? She had completed her work and returned home for dinner. What was the issue? Now it was Chi Jingyuan's turn to be taken aback. She had been working at the company, which meant she hadn't gone to the concert. She hadn't gone after all. The realization hit him, and his previously tumultuous emotions gradually calmed, transforming into a sense of clarity. So she hadn't gone. That was good. He couldn't help but smile, as if the dark clouds that had loomed over him all day had dissipated. Rising to his feet, he enveloped her in a tight embrace. Rong Yan was caught off guard by the embrace. Feeling somewhat awkward yet strangely comforted by his scent from now on, "Don't stay so far away from me," he said earnestly, his voice laden with unexplainable emotion. "Huh, am I far from you?" They worked in the same building during the day and shared a bed at night. Surely that distance could not be considered great. Rong Yan remained silent as his grip tightened. "Promise me." Chapter 75. Just a hug. I promise. I promise. Oh well, what did it matter? She was merely a lowly employee. What was the point in being overly concerned? The most important thing was that the boss was happy, and when the boss was happy, work would be enjoyable. Chi Jingyuan was once again filled with delight. Naturally, he took her hand and led her downstairs for dinner. Rong Yan felt as though holding hands was a bit too natural, leaving her feeling uncomfortable. She wanted to pull away but didn't dare. Whatever, the boss's happiness was paramount. They were already past the point of no return. Just moments ago, he had been the one to devour others, and now he was like a docile little lion, making butler Su sigh at the profound truth that every creature has its master. Soon, Wang Ma had prepared a delightful meal. Chi Jingyuan was in a good mood, continuously urging Rong Yan to try the dishes. Watching as she devoured every bite of the food he had served, what was this? Why did watching her eat food he had picked for her bring him such satisfaction? His expectations had truly lowered. A plate of yellow croaker appeared on the table, and seeing that he had served her so much, she reciprocated by offering him 2 pieces of fish. After finishing the meal, Rong Yan turned to head into the living room. What was going on? She couldn't stand the smell of fish. Hadn't she specifically requested not to have fish prepared? Why was it back on the table? Chi Jingyuan glanced at the fish, his brow slightly furrowing. It was Madame's request to prepare it. What, didn't she eat? Chi Jingyuan shook his head. Not a single piece was touched. So why had she asked Wang Ma to prepare the fish? Suddenly his gaze landed on the fish she had served him, and he paused for a moment before leaning back in his chair and laughing. The little one, had she discovered that he loved fish? So she had asked Wang Ma to make it not because she wanted it for herself, but rather, to prepare it for him. A wave of satisfaction filled his chest, nearly overwhelming his heart. So this was the feeling of being valued and cared for. It was wonderful, exquisite. So good that he wanted to possess it, to cherish it, to keep her by his side for a lifetime. Chi Jingyuan quietly picked up his chopsticks, treating the fish like a precious treasure, methodically savoring every morsel. As he ascended the stairs, he found Rong Yan engrossed in her materials in the small study. Chi Jingyuan closed the door behind him and embraced her from behind. "Come on, let us take a shower." He shut the laptop. Rong Yan's cheeks flushed as she pushed him away. "I still have materials to review tonight. Work and rest must be balanced. Tonight, the boss will personally help you unwind. How does that sound?" His voice was magnetic, enticing her slowly. Rong Yan felt even more flustered. How shameless. What kind of boss relaxes his employee by sleeping with them? It was simply outrageous. I have something even more shameless. Do you want to know? He lifted her effortlessly. Rong Yan quickly pressed down on his hands. "Stop it. I really need to review the materials. I'm not yet familiar with the new product, and if I don't look it over, I won't be able to keep up. Please me. What do you want to familiarize yourself with? I can tell you directly." Rong Yan. Huh? Was this person alright? Why was he suddenly so clingy? Whatever. Color is emptiness. Emptiness is color. Namo amatba. All emotions are mere illusions. The 4 elements are empty, that is the void. Seizing the moment when Chi Jingyuan was distracted, Rong Yan wriggled free from his embrace and dashed away. "Tonight, I really have materials to review. Why don't you take a cold shower or sleep separately tonight?" She looked at him with flushed cheeks, appearing pitiful. Chi Jingyuan sighed inwardly, feeling helpless. She was still pregnant. Fine, he would let her off this time. Chi Jingyuan sighed again, turning to pull her back into his embrace, his tone softening with a hint of vulnerability. Just a hug, unable to have more. A hug would suffice to ease his longing. Finally the weekend arrived. After returning home last night, Rong Yan had spent hours poring over materials. She was utterly exhausted and had intended to sleep until noon, but instead woke up around 10 o'clock. Descending the stairs for breakfast, she discovered Chi Jingyuan in the living room, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window with his laptop and a stack of reports, engaged in a phone call. How unusual. He was home on the weekend. For lunch, Wang Ma had prepared mushroom stewed chicken, braised chicken wings, pan-seared lamb chops, stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and several other dishes. Glancing at the table, she noted that everything was not only good for pregnant women but also comprised her favorite dishes. Chi Jingyuan seemed to be treating her better and better. A piece of lamb chop landed on her plate, and instinctively, after serving her, he quietly resumed eating. After the meal, Rong Yan nestled on the sofa, replying to messages from Ran Xiaoyun. "Wow, that's explosive. Yesterday, I followed your advice and went to the 10th floor with Yang Jie. She and President Wu were actually getting cozy in the office." "Rong Yan, did you manage to film it?" Ran Xiaoyun. "Of course, I did. It was steamy and intense, truly something to behold." "Rong Yan, they didn't notice you, did they?" Ran Xiaoyun. No, I have hidden it quite well. You are indeed clever to have detected their illicit affair with this video in hand. Yang Jie is bound to lose this time. Rong Yan responded with a knowing expression. In truth, she did not intend to use this evidence against Yang Jie, provided that Yang Jie engaged in fair competition. Of course, should Yang Jia resort to unscrupulous tactics against her, this video would serve as her trump card, and she would not hesitate to wield it if necessary. After dinner, Rong Yan retrieved her laptop and resumed her analysis of the data. Chi Jingyuan appeared rather leisurely. After attending a meeting in the afternoon, he had been engrossed in the tablet, occasionally answering phone calls. Afterward, he sat beside her, casting furtive glances her way. By chance, he caught sight of a segment on her screen concerning the PK performance competition, but frowning slightly, he pondered, had she participated in the PK? He took out his phone and messaged Gao Yuan, quickly learning the entire reason behind her involvement. No wonder she had been so busy lately. Even over the weekend, clutching her laptop in preparation for the PK materials, she had never mentioned it to him, perhaps out of a desire to rely on her own capabilities to excel. As he toyed with his phone, he contemplated. At that moment, Rong Yan lifted her gaze from her work and inquired, "Mr. Chi, what advantages do you believe our new product possesses?" Without a moment's hesitation, Chi Jingyuan replied. Firstly, we hold comprehensive intellectual property rights, whether it be chips or smart technology, all are developed and produced in-house, enabling us to maximize convenience for our smart products while minimizing operational costs. Chapter 76, Are colleagues more important than me? Secondly, our smart products boast a wide array of functionalities, covering nearly every aspect of daily life. Lastly, we procure our raw materials at the lowest possible prices, achieving minimal costs and thereby ensuring remarkable competitiveness. Rong Yan listened attentively, nodding in acknowledgement. She gazed at the data on the PPT, somewhat taken aback. "I did not expect you to articulate these points." Chi Jingyuan set his cup down and leaned in closer. "Why is that?" His noble visage was mere inches away, causing Rong Yan's heart to skip a beat as she felt a slight flush rise to her cheeks. "I believe that a qualified product meets the needs of consumers. That is its greatest advantage." Chi Jingyuan paused, momentarily stunned. While intellectual property, functionality, and cost are undoubtedly critical, they stem from the perspective of the business operator. Ultimately, whether a product fulfills consumer demands, how the market responds, its ease of use, and whether it genuinely brings convenience to consumers are the matters we ought to contemplate. If a product does not revolve around the customer, what value does it hold for them? Can it truly withstand the scrutiny of the market? Chi Jingyuan's gaze intensified, seemingly stirred. "Continue." Rong Yan sifted through the data in her hands. "Currently, the data we have gathered for our new product development is exceptionally promising. Nearly flawless, yet it lacks market feedback. Why is that? Is it because I have not obtained this segment of data, or has this aspect been overlooked from the outset?" Chi Jingyuan observed her quietly, a mixture of admiration and astonishment evident in his eyes. "You understand product knowledge?" Rong Yan shook her head. "Not entirely, but I have always believed that a product deemed good by users is genuinely a good product. Our goal is not to create a perfect product, but rather one that captures the largest market share." Chi Jingyuan slightly raised his hand, sending a message from his phone. Moments later, an email landed in Rong Yan's inbox. "This is the market research data I have long been skeptical about. Would you assist me in verifying it?" Rong Yan's eyes sparkled with excitement. "Market data, how intriguing." "Understood, I assure you I will complete the task." Embracing her laptop, she delved back into the dense data. Chi Jingyuan, sipping his coffee, silently smiled. So this is how she works, seriously focused, engrossed. Even amidst such monotonous figures, she adeptly pinpointed the key points and drew precise conclusions. One could not deny that she possessed a certain talent for data analysis. That evening, after washing up, Rong Yan again embraced her laptop to continue her analysis. Suddenly recalling something, she inquired of the person beside her, "Did we previously develop a model to simulate the actual effects of product development?" "Yes, the model is in my office. Would you like to see it tomorrow?" "Certainly." As she contemplated the data, she thought that if a model could produce the final effects based on the output data, many problems could be resolved. Come Monday, Rong Yan concocted an excuse for a meeting, discreetly avoiding everyone as she slipped up to the 16th floor. Just as she exited the elevator, she collided with a janitor coming from the opposite direction. The janitor, carrying a bucket of water, accidentally splashed some onto Rong Yan's skirt. "I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to, please don't hold it against me." Su Jing, without lifting her head, repeatedly apologized. Rong Yan was taken aback. "Su Jing?" Su Jing raised her head, her eyes widening in shock as she beheld the bright-eyed, rosy-cheeked Rong Yan cradling her laptop. You work at Shangshi." Su Jing was utterly stunned. She never expected that the one responsible for her expulsion from Tianweishan would now be at Shangshi. "Are you also working here?" Su Jing, donned in janitorial attire and wielding a mop and bucket, seemed to have adopted a new approach to get closer to Chi Jingyuan. Su Jing was reluctant to answer her question. She numbly mopped up the spilled water, avoiding Rong Yan's gaze, though her face betrayed her resentment and anger. After a moment of silence, Rong Yan turned and headed toward the president's office. "How did it come to this?" Chi Jingyuan looked at her soaked skirt, frowning slightly. Rong Yan explained the incident with the janitor. Chi Jingyuan took out his phone and made a call. Shortly, an identical skirt was delivered to the president's office. Rong Yan felt a touch of warmth in her heart. Chi Jingyuan had actually purchased an identical skirt instead of opting for a random alternative. Had she returned to her workstation in a different dress? The ensuing rumors would have been far more than mere whispers. Their essay lounge inside, go change. Across from the bookshelf was a small door. Rong Yan pushed it open, revealing a room with a bed and simple furnishings, likely a space for Chi Jingyuan to rest occasionally. A painting hung on the wall. It appeared to be a depiction of Chi Jingyuan, albeit in a cartoonish style, vibrant and lively, as if created by an exuberantly innocent artist. The signature was somewhat illegible, but it seemed to consist of two overlapping characters. After changing into the skirt, Rong Yan proceeded to test the model. She input several sets of data to observe the model's final results. Diligently recording each outcome, after 2 solid hours of effort, she finally completed all the simulations. You managed to engage with such a tedious task for so long? Chi Jingyuan, seated on the sofa, watched her. Noting her remarkable fascination with her work, however, her earnest dedication rendered her even more enchanting. Feeling a bit embarrassed, Rong Yan said, "I should head down now. My colleagues are waiting for me to dine together." Chi Jingyuan extended his hand, drawing her into an embrace, his voice soft. "Now that you're here, stay with me. Are colleagues really more important than I?" The childishness in his tone made Rong Yan's cheeks flush involuntarily. At that moment, the office doorbell rang, and the next second, Shin Mingju entered. Chi Jingyuan quickly withdrew his hand, and Rong Yan, flustered, busily arranging her hair. "You too?" Shin Mingju paused, evidently having witnessed the somewhat intimate gesture. "Uncle and niece, is this how you behave?" she queried, perplexed. "Why did you enter without knocking?" Chi Jingyuan frowned slightly, his demeanor somewhat awkward. He was unfazed, but Rong Yan felt a twinge of embarrassment. "I rang the doorbell." "Has it not always been the case that one could enter upon ringing, or must we seek consent henceforth?" At this point, Shin Mingju cast another glance at Rong Yan. Feeling guilty, Rong Yan averted her gaze. "No need, just leave the lunchbox. You may go." The lunchbox had been delivered from home by Su Cheng, and Shin Mingju happened to bring it in. After exiting, Shin Mingju watched as Chi Jingyuan opened the lunchbox. Arranging its contents meticulously on the table, Rong Yan felt somewhat awkward, uncertain if the earlier interaction would lead Shin Mingju to misunderstand. If she did, it would merely compel Chi Jingyuan to soothe his beloved once more. Chapter 77. What, do you think you're worthy? Rong Yan had delivered the new product report before the end of work on Wednesday, promptly sending it to the email addresses of the 3 judges. The judges for this PK included Wu Wenyue from the Market Center, Gao Yuan from Management, and Wang Fei from the Product Department, with a copy sent to Ran Xiaoyun as well. Upon receiving the email, Ran Xiaoyun nearly fainted with rage. Wu Zong is Yang Jie's backer. By revealing your trump card in advance, you have given the enemy an opportunity. The moment the message was sent, Yang Jie on the other side promptly took her computer and left the office. Seemingly heading to Wu Wenyue's office, Rong Yan chuckled. "Oh dear, it was not my intention. I did not think that much." Ran Xiaoyun was so furious that she felt smoke rising from her ears. "By the way, you must be quite familiar with Wang Fei from the brand department, right? What is he like?" Rong Yan inquired while munching on biscuits, feeling a bit peckish. "Wang Fei is Yang Jie's husband." "You didn't know?" No one had informed her. How could she possibly know? Only someone like Ran Xiaoyun, who was naturally gossipy, would possess such knowledge. Of this was disastrous. Ran Xiaoyun's spirits plummeted. Wang Fei was Yang Jie's husband, and Wu Wenyue shared a close relationship with Yang Jie. With 2 of the 3 judges leaning towards Yang Jie and the report having been leaked in advance, how could they possibly proceed? When Rong Yan finished work, she found Yang Jie frantically working overtime at her desk. Observing her engrossed in her tasks, Rong Yan smirked. The bait has been set. That evening, Rong Yuanzhou invited her to dinner. He had been trying to arrange this for the past week, but Rong Yan had to decline due to work commitments. Tonight, however, she was finally free. They dined on hot pot. Rong Yan typically preferred spicy food, but due to her sensitive stomach, she had refrained from it for quite some time, and now that she was pregnant, she had even less. Eating hot pot after a long hiatus brought her to the verge of tears. Rong Yuanzhou watched her devour her meal with a faint smile, shaking his head in amusement. "Dr. Rong, how coincidental, we ran into Shen Yan while dining." Shen Yan appeared solemn, casting a probing and hostile gaze at Rong Yuanzhou. Accompanying him was another individual, Rong Yuanqi. Upon seeing Rong Yuanqi, Rong Yuanzhou sprang to his feet like a cat spotting a mouse. "Chi, I'm merely treating Yan to dinner as an apology. Please don't overthink it." Shen Yan hesitated for a moment, glancing between Rong Yuanzhou and Rong Yuanqi, seemingly piecing it together. "She is your sister," Rong Yuanzhou countered. "Professor Shin, the Shin teacher my sister often speaks of." "Would that be you?" Rong Yuanqi was also a student at a university, currently in her senior year and yet to graduate, taking elective courses taught by Shen Yan. Among the many students, only Rong Yuanqi had left a lasting impression on Shen Yan, likely due to her surname and the slight resemblance she bore to Yan. Thus, they frequently interacted after class, occasionally dining together. Rong Yuanqi regarded her brother with pursed lips and a grim expression. Though she refrained from erupting as she had previously with Shen Yan present, she felt compelled to maintain her image. If she lost her temper, what if Shen Yan deemed her unruly and ceased to acknowledge her? "Brother, there's nothing wrong with having dinner with friends, just let me know next time. I'm not as petty as you think." Hearing these words, Rong Yuanzhou was deeply moved, embracing his sister. His sister had finally matured. "All right. I promise to inform you next time. Rong Yan set down her chopsticks, watching the intimate exchange between the siblings. The once appetizing hot pot suddenly lost its appeal. Yan, step outside for a moment. Xin Yan, with a stern expression, disregarded Rong Yan's protests and pulled her arm towards a quiet corner. Why didn't you attend the concert? He had sat there alone, waiting until the concert concluded. Feeling more isolated than ever amidst the rising and falling melodies. He had messaged her, but aside from work-related inquiries, her responses were scarce. Xin Yan had never felt so despondent. He began to wonder if he had truly erred 2 years ago by uttering those words. By allowing her to hear them, by telling her to leave, she had departed so decisively, while he felt lost and disoriented. Now she had even started dating someone else. I warned you, my boyfriend will be upset. That evening, she had outright rejected him, and it was he who had been obstinate. The mention of boyfriend ignited the fury within him. Xin Yan could no longer suppress his anger. I told you not to mention him. You cannot date without my permission. Is that clear? His voice rose, drawing the attention of Rong Yuanzhou nearby. Rong Yuanzhou approached, positioning himself protectively in front of Rong Yan, addressing Xin Yan calmly. Professor Xin, please speak to her respectfully. Do not raise your voice. What, are you rushing to defend your girlfriend now? Xin Yan scoffed, seizing Rong Yuanzhou by the collar, the veins on his forehead bulging. Who do you think you are to stand in front of her? Rong Yuanzhou replied coldly, and you think you are worthy? What gives you the right to question me here? Are you Yan's teacher, her brother, or something else? As a doctor, Rong Yuanzhou had encountered all kinds of people. But he had never fully understood Xin Yan. Their limited intersection was one aspect, Xin Yan's complex thoughts were another. Xin Yan was momentarily taken aback, unsure how to respond. Regardless of your position, you cannot intimidate her. She is not a mere tool for your convenience. She is a person with feelings, do you understand? Slowly Xin Yan released his grip. He felt a pang of regret. I apologize, I lost my composure. Rong Yuanzhou calmly adjusted his collar. His expression indifferent. No harm done, it's a trivial matter. Dr. Rong is treating Yan so well. Are you determined to care for her for a lifetime? Xin Yan finally posed the question he had long wanted to ask. Was Rong Yuanzhou's affection for Yan merely a fleeting fancy, or did he intend for something more enduring? Judging by Rong Yuanzhou's demeanor and attire, he likely hailed from a wealthy and prestigious family, where lineage and status were paramount. Xin Yan doubted that Rong Yuanzhou could be accepted by his family. Chapter 78. Because she sleeps beside me. Rong Yuanzhou found Xin Yan's inquiry rather peculiar. He and Yan were not related, so why would he need to make such a commitment to care for her for a lifetime? However, from a friend's perspective, it was entirely reasonable to look out for a friend for life. Is caring for her for a lifetime such a daunting task? Rong Yuanzhou countered. Xin Yan clenched his fists, his face paling. He managed a bitter smile, saying nothing, and turned towards the exit. Teacher Xin, Teacher Xin. Rong Yuanzhou gritted her teeth, first glancing at Rong Yuanzhou, then at Rong Yan, before pursuing Xin Yan. Rong Yan was truly intolerable. Not only did she entice their father, but she also incited Xin Yan's anger, even causing her usually doting brother to stand up for her. Speaking of a lifetime together, no one could take her family away, and certainly no one could steal her. Xin Yan, just wait, she would make her pay. Yan, I'm worried about Chi, so I'll take my leave. Another day. He was somewhat anxious, unsure of what else to say. It seemed he always ended up saying another day to her. Rong Yan smiled faintly. Go ahead, I can take a taxi back myself. Are you sure you can manage? Rong Yuanzhou hesitated. I'm pregnant, not disabled. I can certainly catch a taxi. You should hurry after your sister. I am fine. Rong Yan's consideration was heart-wrenching. Rong Yuanzhou finally dismissed his doubts and hurried after Rong Yuanzhou. Rong Yan watched his retreating figure, silently returning to the table to continue eating the hot pot. Just a moment ago, he had professed to care for her for a lifetime, yet now he was off pursuing someone else. She chuckled softly and took another bite of food. This hot pot was indeed spicy. Tears were nearly streaming from her eyes. When Rong Yan returned home, it was already quite late. She opened her phone. There were no calls, only a message from Rong Yuanzhou. Have you reached home? Rong Yan replied, yes. Rong Yuanzhou, sorry, mainly because I was worried about Chi. She is young and impulsive, unlike you, who is so sensible. Rong Yan pondered how to respond to that message. Being sensible is a sin. The crying child gets the candy. Since she was so sensible, she did not require concern. This line of thinking seemed somewhat sound. Rong Yan smiled, tossing her phone onto the table in the bedroom before heading to wash up. Upon returning, she noticed another message from Rong Yuanzhou. Is Xin Yan really not your husband? Rong Yan chuckled softly. He truly isn't. That's a relief. The atmosphere between them had been rather peculiar, and his questions were rather odd. Even now, he seemed uncertain about the situation from that evening. After a brief silence, Rong Yuanzhou sent another message. Then, what about Chi Jingyuan? This was a question he had intended to ask in person that night. Rong Yuanzhou's departure and Xin Yan's outburst had disrupted his plans. Rong Yan hesitated, unsure of how to answer. She did not wish to deceive her brother, yet he was also part of this circle. If word got out, it could adversely affect Chi Jingyuan. If you wish to tell him, feel free. Chi Jingyuan, sitting nearby while looking at his phone, casually glanced at her chat screen, gently adding, after all, you wouldn't want to offend your brother-in-law. Is that really okay? Rong Yan still felt hesitant, publicly acknowledging it posed no harm to her, but her primary consideration had always been Chi Jingyuan. Chi Jingyuan smirked, taking the phone from her hands and pressing the voice call button. Yan, why did you call me? Are you feeling unwell? He asked in a soft tone. And no, she is perfectly fine. Thank you for your concern, Chi Jingyuan interjected calmly. Rong Yuanzhou was taken aback. He glanced at his phone. Confirming he had dialed the correct number and tentatively inquired, Chi Jingyuan, how do you have Yan's number? Because she sleeps beside me, Chi Jingyuan replied. Rong Yan. Had Chi Jingyuan lost his mind? What a shocking statement. How could she possibly face anyone after this? However, his subsequent words were even more explosive. The scoundrel you previously berated, the animal driven by instincts, the irresponsible dog of a man, yes, that would be me. Rong Yuanzhou was completely flabbergasted. What has he just heard? Chi Jingyuan and Rong Yan, they actually. Initially, he harbored some doubts. One was his friend, and the other was someone he deeply cared for. The fact that they were concealing something from him left him displeased. Yet, he never imagined that their relationship could be of this nature. It was utterly unfathomable. You can't possibly mean that your secret spouse is Yan, and the child she carries is yours. Can you? Rong Yuanzhou found it hard to believe and wished to resist further. Chi Jingyuan smirked slightly. Yes, that is correct, Rong Yuanzhou. Truly, being struck by lightning could not express this level of shock. He was rendered nearly speechless. What on earth had these two been up to? Now, he found himself somewhat eager to see how Shin Mingzhu would react upon learning this news, if he was already thunderstruck. Shin Mingzhu would likely be even more astounded. Everything seemed to be becoming rather intriguing. This matter must remain confidential. Understood, Chi Jingyuan instructed. Rong Yuanzhou quickly nodded. Understood. Do you not trust me, after all these years? Chi Jingyuan naturally recognized his character. Keeping his secret was certainly not an issue, or else he would not have felt so at ease to share it. However, why did you suddenly decide to show such mercy and inform me? You had been so secretive before. Yan did not wish to deceive you. Rong Yuanzhou nodded, feeling somewhat gratified that Yan chose to tell him the truth rather than lie. Chi Jingyuan indeed indulged her and agreed. Given your cooperation, the land belonging to the Rong family will be returned to you. Chi Jingyuan appeared quite pleased. Rong Yuanzhou. Do not flaunt your affection in front of me. What, is having a wife such a big deal that you dare to halt my family's land? Chi Jingyuan raised an eyebrow. Of course, who told you to bully her? If you bully her again, I will halt it once more. Rong Yuanzhou. Chi Jingyuan, how have you become so unreasonable? Is this really the Chi Jingyuan I have known for decades? The one who was always calm, profound, and too lazy to even engage in small talk, someone replied with righteous indignation. It's what my wife taught me. Rong Yuanzhou. This damned dog food. It infuriated him. Truly infuriated him. Was he to be suffocated by this dog food in the middle of the night? No, he could not endure it any longer. This phone call had to end immediately, the next moment. The call was disconnected. Chi Jingyuan looked at the phone screen and couldn't help but exclaim, Dear wife, it seems that your brother-in-law's self-control is rather lacking. Rong Yan's ears turned crimson as she covered her flushed face. Oh. How annoying. I want to sleep. Chapter 79, Rong Yan sets a trap for Yang Jie wife and brother-in-law. Calling so naturally, Rong Yuanzhou was right. It seemed Chi Jingyuan was becoming increasingly shameless. He seemed to have changed quite a bit. Or perhaps beneath that aloof and noble exterior lay the true Chi Jingyuan. Alright, sleep it is. Chi Jingyuan hastily set down his phone, turned off the lights, leaving only the small lamp at the foot of the bed. And nestled beside her, drifting into slumber. Finally, Friday arrived. As they set off for the company in the morning, Chi Jingyuan asked, Is there anything today that you need my assistance with? Rong Yan glanced at the materials in her hands and shook her head. It seemed the little one was still preparing to face the firestorm alone. Though he knew her capabilities and believed in her, he remained anxious about her facing potential setbacks. The PK would take place in the 8th floor conference room. When Rong Yan entered, 2 of the 3 judges had arrived, including Yang Jie, who sat between Wang Fei and Wu Wenyue. She was whispering something to Wang Fei, while Wu Wenyue, sitting beside her, had taken off his shoes and was playfully nudging Yang Jie's calf with his foot. Causing her ears to turn crimson, Rong Yan, how audacious, engaging in such antics in front of her husband. Did she not fear being caught in the act? Soon, all participants had gathered, besides the 3 judges. Yang Jie, Rong Yan, Ran Xiaoyun, an HR representative came to witness, along with colleagues from 3 relevant departments observing. Since it was a public PK, they were allowed to sit in outside the conference room. Chi Jingyuan sat upright in a partition area, separated from the conference room by a layer of glass, allowing him to see every movement within, while those inside were unaware of his presence. Originally, this conference room was designated for certain special occasions. He had given Gao Yuan a heads-up in advance, selecting this location. The PK process was straightforward, drawing lots, with the winner reporting first. The 3 judges would score based on the presentation, on a scale of 10 points. That said, the highest-ranking judge was Wu Wanyue, whose opinion carried significant weight, making his vote particularly crucial. Drawing lots, Yang Jie emerged victorious and was the first to present, with a provocative glance at Rong Yan. She confidently took the stage. Esteemed leaders, our new product possesses remarkable competitive advantages. Based on current data, I will analyze from the following perspectives to provide you with decision-making insights for product development. Yang Jie spoke eloquently. However, Ran Xiaoyun's eyes widened in shock. This content was precisely what was written on your PPT. She had audaciously plagiarized your conclusions. How shameless! Not only the conclusions, but much of the data and the analytical logic and reasoning were also mentioned in Rong Yan's materials. Merely rephrased by Yang Jie. A change in wording but not in substance. Thus, even if deemed plagiaristic, she would have room for defense. Ran Xiaoyun was furious. Although the workplace often operates on merit, Yang Jie's indirect plagiarism was clearly despicable. Rong Yan remained silent, calmly listening, taking notes as necessary. Ran Xiaoyun was utterly astonished. She could not comprehend what Rong Yan was thinking. Her materials had been plagiarized, yet she remained so composed. Truly, she was worthy of being Chi's niece. Possessing remarkable patience, soon Yang Jie concluded her presentation, and applause erupted around her. Yang Jie's content was undeniably impressive, covering all bases, and the judges appeared satisfied, indicating that Rong Yan's chances of turning the tide were slim. Ultimately, Wang Fei awarded 9 points, Wu Wanyue also gave 9 points, while Gao Yuan awarded 5 points. Ran Xiaoyun silently gave Gao Yuan a thumbs up. The manager's perspective was commendable, giving a plagiarist only 5 points. A display of integrity. Yang Jie stepped down from the stage, still brimming with confidence. Her total score was 23 points, somewhat low, but more than sufficient to best Rong Yan. Today, she intended to ensure that Rong Yan faced a resounding defeat. Landing her firmly out of the deputy manager position, Rong Yan rose, clutching her laptop, and took her place at the podium. Esteemed leaders, today, I shall present something novel. As she flipped through her presentation pen, the projected PPT immediately transitioned to display several large characters. Clients, please express your true feelings. A qualified product is determined by the client. What feedback does the market have on Xingshir's new product? We have previously conducted a rudimentary analysis, but let us delve deeper into the data. Rong Yan continued to flip through her slides. Below, Yang Jie, Wu Wanyue, Gao Yuan, and Ran Xiaoyun's expressions changed in unison. This was not the report sent via email, not only in content but also in style, reasoning, and data. It was entirely transformed, with no similarities whatsoever. Rong Yan had prepared 2 versions of the report. If she had prepared 2 versions, then why had she sent the previous one in advance? What was her intention? Could it be that she deliberately leaked it to Wu Wanyue and Yang Jie? Could it be? Ran Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with realization. In an instant, she grasped Rong Yan's intent. This was a clever trap, inviting the enemy to fall into their own pit. She was aware of Yang Jie and Wu Wanyue's unusual relationship. But instead of using it as leverage, she cleverly utilized it to convey the information she wished the other party to know. The foundational data she sent out in the previous version of the report were all mere distractions. In that moment, Ran Xiaoyun gazed at Rong Yan with admiration. Truly, she was Chi's niece. Her intelligence, composure, and cleverness were simply unparalleled. Yang Jie also sensed something amiss. The data mentioned in Rong Yan's materials had 2 aspects, one being the market research data analyzed in this report, and the other being the foundational data sent via email earlier. However, Yang Jie lacked the market research data, and the foundational data previously emailed bore no resemblance to Rong Yan's current report. Moreover, Rong Yan's version of the data was more comprehensive and detailed, even including sources and supporting evidence. This meant that the data in Rong Yan's report was more authentic and precise. Why was this the case? Gradually, Yang Jie began to realize. Her complexion grew increasingly pale, her chest rising and falling rapidly. The 2 versions of data were entirely different. This indicated that the data Rong Yan had initially sent out was problematic. She had set a trap for her. Because of her relationship with Wu Wanyue, she had initially sought shortcuts, attempting to obtain ready-made data from Wu Wanyue, thus saving effort while simultaneously seeking to undermine Rong Yan. Since she had not done her foundational work, she was unaware of the accuracy of the materials, unwittingly falling into the trap. Meanwhile, the data provided by Rong Yan was the result of her own diligent efforts. She had invested considerable time verifying, simulating, and listening to genuine demands on the front lines. She was steady and resolute in each step she took. Yang Jie's pale face was dotted with fine beads of sweat. Clearly she was panicking. How did Rong Yan anticipate setting a trap with the data and reports? Did she know about her relationship with Wu Wanyue? Chapter 80, Premarital Pregnancy. No, wait, she also sent the materials to Wang Fei. He was her husband. There were not many people in the company who knew this, but perhaps she had just happened to know this relationship, and that was why she had set a trap for her? Yang Jie was momentarily bewildered. Wu Wanyue observed Rong Yan's report, scrutinizing the unfamiliar yet incisive data, his brow also furrowing in contemplation. Evidently, he has realized that he has been deceived. Thus, if he assigns an excessively low score to Rong Yan, rendering her unable to redeem herself today. Might she not, in a fit of desperation, expose his relationship with Yang Jie? If she truly does expose it, then that would spell trouble. At that point, he would have no choice but to shift the blame onto Yang Jie. Claiming she had seduced him, outside the conference room, Chi Jingyuan observed the girl on stage, a mixture of shadows and pride darkening his brow. She did not disappoint him. She delivered a performance that could only be described as flawless, providing him with the most accurate market data, thereby compensating for the new product's weakest link. Her confident, composed demeanor as she spoke on stage radiated an undeniable brilliance. A glimmer of light flickered in Chi Jingyuan's eyes, as something within him surged, eager to emerge. Soon Rong Yan concluded her presentation, and the audience erupted into fervent applause. She gradually lowered her hands, closed her laptop, and smiled. Given that this competition pertains to the careers of two individuals, I recorded my presentation in advance for contingencies. Now, I kindly ask the judges to score. Gao Yuan chuckled. The young lady was quite cunning. The raw material she had leaked contained numerous flaws, which Yang Jie had used without verification. This was the most significant vulnerability in Yang Jie's report. With Rong Yan's recording, should the judges show any bias, this audio would serve as irrefutable evidence, ready to turn the tables on them. How delightful! He had thought she would be defeated, yet she had skillfully laid a trap without revealing her hand, demonstrating a steady approach devoid of arrogance. Truly, she was worthy of being Chi's niece. Upon hearing this, Yang Jie and Wu Wenyue's expression shifted dramatically. Wang Fei, oblivious to the underlying circumstances, had initially intended to favor his wife, but Rong Yan's incisive and genuine report, if applied to the research and development phase, would undeniably benefit the new product project immensely. The value of this report far outweighed that of Yang Jie's. After a brief silence, Wang Fei ultimately awarded a score of 9. Gao Yuan exhibited no hesitation, awarding a perfect 10, with the 9 reflecting the report's merit and the final point a friendly gesture for the entertainment it provided. Wu Wenyue's countenance remained stoic for a moment before he raised his gaze and smiled. Excellent. Truly impressive. I did not anticipate that manager Gao had such talent under his wing. However, the data presented here diverges significantly from what I had previously received. I would like to understand why. Rong Yan calmly replied, Mr. Wu, the data in your possession is erroneous. How do you know it is incorrect? Rong Yan refrained from engaging further. Then you shall have to inquire with your team. As they provided the primary materials. Wu Wenyue leaned back slightly. Very well, after this meeting, I would like to invite Miss Rong to my office for a discussion. Regarding the data, his gaze held an ambiguous glimmer. This woman was indeed more intriguing than Yang Jie. Ultimately, he assigned a score of 9, marking Yang Jie's complete defeat. I in the audience, Ran Xiaoyan beamed with delight, while Yang Jie sat pale-faced, silent. The prospect of a salary reduction was trivial compared to the humiliation of losing face. More regrettable was her failure to undermine Rong Yan. Her own initiated competition had ended in utter defeat, leaving her future standing in jeopardy. Rong Yan, you are truly despicable. You deliberately leaked false data to ensnare me. Yang Jie seethed, her expression frigid. Rong Yan regarded her calmly. Yang Jie, do you know what is most crucial in our position? It is the data. Data speaks for itself and reveals the answers you seek. This is the essence of our profession. If you cannot invest effort into understanding the data and merely seek to replicate my work, you will ultimately be outmatched by the very data you disregard. Yang Jie stiffened, unwilling to concede. After a moment she scoffed, her words sharp and pointed. Rong Yan, what qualifications do you have to impart moral lessons? Are you truly a paragon of virtue? Rong Yan chuckled at the remark. What do you mean? Yang Jie locked eyes with her, a glimmer of satisfaction flashing within. You, at such a tender age, are unmarried and pregnant. How can you prove yourself worthy of the assistant manager position? Yang Jie merely harbored doubts. That day during overtime, she had visited Rong Yan's workstation and noticed the medications in her drawer: folic acid, iron tablets, calcium acetate, all items associated with pregnancy, having experience with childbirth. She recognized them immediately. She had suspected Rong Yan might be pregnant, and now she voiced this to bait her. Those still present were evidently taken aback. Rong Yan seemed quite young. The notion of her being an unwed mother was indeed shocking. Rong Yan's expression hardened. She regarded Yang Jie with a serene countenance. Whether I am pregnant has no bearing on my ability to perform my duties. She was now over 4 months along, her belly beginning to swell noticeably, denying or confirming it was utterly unnecessary. The expression she wore, it was genuine, it was most likely true. Yang Jie seized upon this revelation, her excitement palpable. You are a woman. Your energy is limited, and pregnancy will diminish it further. The demands of an assistant manager are immense. Do you truly believe you can manage both work and childbirth? Yang Jie's expression was laden with derision. Momentarily forgetting that she too was a woman, when has the merit of one's capabilities been dictated by gender? At the entrance of the conference room, a cold voice interjected, Chi Jingyuan, unbeknownst to them. He had arrived at the door, standing with his hands clasped behind him, his demeanor grave. In unison, the assembly turned to face him, the room falling into complete silence. Yang Jie quickly retracted her mockery. Standing at attention, good day, Mr. Chi, good day, Mr. Chi. Chi Jingyuan surveyed the room, his presence commanding. Do you not comprehend such a simple principle? To perform one's duties, to advance in one's career, this is fundamental. Women endure the pains of childbirth and contribute more in the workplace than men. Are they not deserving of management roles and opportunities for advancement? The room fell into a heavy silence. Wu Wenyue interjected, Mr. Chi is correct. We should not foster gender antagonism, regardless of gender. Those who create value for the company are valuable employees. Should she continue to work while pregnant, I would admire her perseverance and resolve rather than mock her sacrifices. Chi Jingyuan turned his gaze toward Yang Jie. Do you comprehend this, colleague? Yang Jie nodded vigorously, her voice trembling. I understand, Mr. Chi, your admonition is well taken.